Susu.
It's been 12 years since the apocalypse started, and I've spent 10 of those years looking for my little girl, Xiao Ai. She was taken when she was only 2 years old. That day, it was pouring rain and the zombies were attacking again. Inside a bedroom at White Tiger Base, I found a man, weak, bleeding, and cowering in the corner. He was one of the last links in the chain of people who had stolen Xiao Ai. I handed over payment to Maisie, a woman I often worked with, who had helped me capture him. She warned me to be prepared for the worst outcome, but I didn't care. My heart was ice cold. I interrogated the man, holding an old photo of Xiao Ai. At first, he pretended not to remember, but after I beat him, he finally admitted it. 10 years ago, he bought Xiao Ai but threw her to the zombies to save himself. She was crying for her mother, and he let her die. Hearing that, something inside me broke. I had fought so hard to survive all these years, hoping to find her alive. But now I knew she was gone. My Xiao Ai, crying for me in her last moments. Tears fell as I whispered to her picture. "Mommy found you." I killed the man, my last target, and felt empty. I had nothing left to live for. Maisie had told me to clean up after myself, but instead, I left a final message. I knew Maisie would find me and take care of my body. In the end, the world called me Su the Death Defier, but this time, I gave up. I lay there with Xiao Ai's photo, my tears mixing with blood on the cold floor. 12 years into the apocalypse, I finally stopped fighting. I woke up to the sound of yelling, angry, familiar, yet so distant. My head hurt and my body ached, making me wonder just how badly I'd been injured. The room I was in felt strange. Golden curtains swayed in the breeze, and the faint smell of blood, alcohol, and fresh trees filled my nose. Then I heard fists pounding and felt like I had seen the scene before.
Susu. Oreavek?
It was him. Standing there, Xie Yaser. My heart instantly filled with disgust. He looked just like he did before the apocalypse. Clean white shirt, blue jeans, handsome and calm. This was the Xie Yaser who used to love me before everything went wrong. Before the world fell apart. Before I had my little girl Xiao Ai. But this wasn't right. In my memory, I had already killed him years ago after discovering his betrayal, when I learned he handed Xiao Ai over, leading to her disappearance. My body reacted instinctively. I kicked him hard, rolled out of bed, and grabbed a gun from the nightstand, pointing it straight at his forehead. He needed to die again. Before I could act, another man appeared, tall, muscular, with sharp eyes. In one swift motion, he snatched the gun away, tucked it into his belt, and told me gently, "Killing is illegal." I froze. My strength felt like it had disappeared. My kicks were weak, my reflexes slow, like I'd been thrown back to a time before the apocalypse. Then I looked at that man's face. He reminded me of Xiao Ai, so much so that my heart ached. Tears blurred my vision as I whispered her name, too much like
Xiao Ai.
Desperate to understand, I dug through the mess of clothes and found a military watch. The date, November 15th, 2017. It was 45 days before the apocalypse. My mind went blank.
Time
Had turned back 12 years? Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I grabbed my clothes and ran into the bathroom. I leaned over the sink and sobbed like I hadn't cried in years. If this was a dream, I begged not to wake up. From this moment forward, Xiao Ai would return to me. She would grow in my belly, be born, and one day become a little girl running all around, laughing in joy. I clutched onto that fragile hope, crying harder. If this was a second chance, I would do everything to protect her. Everything. I woke up crying in the bathroom, my heart breaking from everything that happened. Outside, Xie Yaser was yelling at the man, Yiyu, threatening to make him pay for last night. Yiyu, calm and honest, admitted his fault but said they wouldn't win a case because he hadn't forced me. His words brought back fragments of what happened. I had been drugged and Yiyu, drunk as well, tried to save me. But things spiraled out of control. I stopped crying when I thought of Xiao Ai, my baby. In my previous life, my sadness during pregnancy had made her insecure. always crying and clinging to me after she was born. But this time, I realized Xiao AI was still just a thought, not yet real. I had 45 days until the apocalypse began, and Xiao AI would soon grow inside me. I couldn't let my emotions harm her again. Looking in the mirror, I saw my younger self, innocent, weak, dressed in a white dress and denim jacket. I wasn't the same woman who survived 12 years of the apocalypse. Back then, I had been like a helpless flower, relying on Xie Yaser, running from zombies, and struggling to survive. Even after I awakened my water abilities and became stronger, Xie Yaser still manipulated me, pretending to love me while resenting me. He pressured me to abort Xiao AI, but I refused. Feeling her move inside me gave me strength and purpose. Now, looking at myself, I swore things would be different. I would protect Xiao AI, care for her myself, and never let anyone, especially Xie Yaser, near her. I had the knowledge and strength of someone who survived the apocalypse for over a decade. This time, I had the advantage. When I walked out of the bathroom, I faced Xie Yaser and Yiyu. Xie Yaser was furious, shouting again, saying Yiyu deserved to go to jail. I told him one word, get out. He was nothing to me now. I looked at Yiyu, who awkwardly tried to apologize and hide his gun. I noticed again how much he looked like a grown-up version of Xiao AI, and tears almost came back. But I didn't have time for this. I had 45 days before the world ended. Xie Yaser could live for now. Killing him would only waste precious time. I would focus on preparing for the apocalypse and ensuring Xiao AI's safety. This time, I would not fail. Don't worry, Xiao AI, I whispered to myself. Mommy will protect you. I won't let you go. When I told Xie Yaser to get lost, he didn't believe I meant him. He tried to pull me along, saying he'd get justice for me. Instead, I stepped forward and kicked him, hard. I told him if I ever saw him again, it would be his death day. Meanwhile, Yiyu stood awkwardly to the side, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Maybe he thought I was mistaking Xie Yaser for my real enemy, him. But no, I knew exactly what I was doing. Xie Yaser, on the floor in pain, shouted about how he didn't know that White Lotus Bai Luoluo drugged me. Bai Luoluo. I finally remembered her. That scheming girl had put a drug in my drink to humiliate me. If I hadn't run upstairs that night, it would have been Xie Yaser in Yiyu's place. And of course, everything would still be my fault. How ridiculous. I sneered at Xie Yaser. He and Bai Luoluo had betrayed me before, and they would pay. 45 days from now, when the apocalypse begins, I'll make sure they and everyone else who sold my daughter, Xiao AI, will suffer terribly. They don't deserve to live in this world. I stepped on Xie Yaser's hand, ignoring his screams, and walked out. I had no time to waste on trash like him. I had 45 days to prepare, to stockpile supplies, and get ready for the end. I wasn't the naive girl I used to be. Outside, the cold wind blew, and I shivered. But then I laughed at myself. I'm supposed to be a future ice ability user. What's a little cold? I looked around the bustling commercial center. This place was filled with stores, supermarkets, and resources I'd need to survive when the world collapsed. As I walked, my mind was clear. I looked forward to the apocalypse now. When the world ends, Xiao AI will be born. I'll become stronger, and no one will ever hurt her again. Suddenly, I realized someone was following me. I turned around and saw Yiyu. He looked hesitant, almost guilty, and raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you." I wasn't nervous at all. I asked him, "Why are you following me?" Yiyu fumbled for words. He said he just wanted to ask how he could make things better for me after last night. He thought my pain was because of him. I nearly laughed. How little he knows. I told him coldly, "Stay away from me. If you leave me alone, I'll feel better." He didn't know the truth. Yiyu's just a stranger to me now, someone who happened to look so much like Xiao AI that my heart ached when I saw him. I didn't need his guilt, his apologies, or his presence. I walked away, focused on my goal. I would survive the apocalypse and protect Xiao AI. This time, no one would stop me. When I realized I was pregnant with Xiao AI, everything changed. The anger I once felt toward Yu slowly disappeared. He gave me Xiao AI, my little angel, and holding on to hate seemed pointless. In truth, what happened between us wasn't about him forcing me. It was mutual. I'd seen too much in the apocalypse to dwell on it. Then it hit me. My parents were still alive. How could I forget? In my last life, I never looked for them. When the world fell apart, I was so focused on surviving and finding Xiao AI that I abandoned my duty as their daughter. They had loved me so much that they gave up their chance to escape north, choosing instead to head south in search of me. And they died because of it. I couldn't let that happen again. I turned and ran, leaving you behind. I found a small shop with a public phone, my hands trembling as I dialed a number I knew by heart. When my mother picked up and I heard her voice, I nearly broke down. I held my mouth to stop the sobs, but when she asked me why I was calling, I cried anyway. Mom, I need you and Dad to come to Xiang City right now. Bring money. A lot of money. Confused, she began scolding me about losing my phone. She didn't understand why I was crying so hard. I didn't explain. How could I tell her the apocalypse was coming? They'd think I was crazy. Instead, I begged her and my dad to come, insisting they leave immediately. I hung up before she could ask more questions. I knew they'd come. Worry and love would drive them to me. I wasn't going to let them die again. Xiang City was the best place to prepare. It was full of supplies, medical facilities, and even weapons factories nearby. In the apocalypse, this city would last at least 2 years. That was enough time to give birth to Xiao AI and make plans for survival. I'd build a safe haven for my family. When I turned around, I bumped into Yu, who was still standing there, watching me with worry. He looked just like Xiao AI, those stubborn features that made her so mischievous as a kid. For a moment, I smiled through my tears, remembering her chubby little face. Yi stared at me like I'd grown 2 heads and nervously asked, Are you calling your parents to give me my final judgment or something? I didn't answer. I had more important things to do now, save my parents, protect Xiao AI, and prepare for the end. This time, I wouldn't fail the people I loved. The whole family of the decent woman will come out to make a scene, and her mother will surely cry, make a scene, and even commit suicide. If a few lives are not lost in the end, it would be a shame to the audience's tears. Although Yu is deep in the military camp, he would occasionally watch this kind of soap opera. Su looked at Yu with squinted eyes and asked sarcastically, Are you afraid?
Well,
Yu seemed a little embarrassed and lowered his head uncomfortably. I'm not afraid of you making a scene. You won't get any results from making a scene.
I didn't use force last night.
The facts can be investigated. I just thought that instead of making a scene like this, it would be better to think of a more practical way to compensate you. What method? Give me money? Su's voice was a little sharp, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. What do you think of me? No, absolutely not. Yi was tongue-tied and waved his hands hurriedly. Su's small satchel was hanging on his strong and sturdy arms, swaying back and forth. I know you are not that kind of person. I saw you being drugged by your classmates last night. You saw that I was drugged, and you still. Su lowered her voice, and you still ran upstairs, didn't refuse, and even cooperated with me? Yi wanted to say something. His lips moved, but he only uttered one word, and then said nothing. He lowered his head dejectedly, stared at Su's chest, then quickly looked away, raised his hand and slapped himself hard, then suddenly straightened his neck, blushed, and said loudly, Girl, your name is Su, right? My name is Yu. How about we exchange phone numbers? I'm willing to take responsibility. Are you out of your mind? No, what I mean is, look, your boyfriend has broken up with you anyway, and you don't want the money, otherwise I'm a rough man. I can't talk. What do you think? Who said I don't want money? I want money. Give me all your money. Interrupting Yu's hesitant words, Su stretched out a fair hand. On her slender wrist was Yu's watch, which was only equipped by special forces. This watch was good and she would need it in the future, so she naturally came over. Su curled her fingers and looked at Yu indifferently. Give me the money and the gun. I can't give you the gun. Yu turned sideways and hid the gun on his waist. You can't just play with the gun. So he could give money, but not a gun. He couldn't hurt Su, and he couldn't put Su in jail. Unconsciously, Yu felt a sense of responsibility for Su. He fumbled around for a while, took out a bank card, put it in Su's fair little palm, and said honestly, I never expected something like this to happen. I've spent almost all my military pay. There's still 40,000 or 50,000 yuan in this card. The password is XXXXXXX.
You can use it first.
If it's not enough, I'll give you more every month. I can also apply for early retirement settlement money, which is probably about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Let me go back and write a report, apply for this money first, and then give it all to you. How long will it take? Can you make it in time for the end of the world? Su frowned, looking at the card in her hand, calculating how much living expenses she had in her card. She would first rent a house and stock up on tens of thousands of yuan worth of rice. I'll do it as soon as possible. Yu began to feel uncomfortable again. Su's attitude seemed to be a broken jar, as if she didn't want anything except money. From now on, Su would go against the pure line? After all, he had harmed an innocent girl. Frustrated, Yu thought about it, cleared his throat, looked at Su and asked, Su, don't be sad, or... Looked up at Yu for a long time before Su reacted. She took a deep breath, and for Xiao Ai's sake, she did not include Yu in her must-kill list. However, her expression became even colder, and she pinched Yu's fingers in the air, pinching hard, and said, My phone number is XXXXXXXXXX. Remember, when the money is ready, call this number as soon as possible. Be honest, before the end of December, maybe I can still show you a way. After threatening Yu viciously, Su took the shoulder bag that had been hanging on Yu's arm, walked a few steps sideways to the side of the street, raised her hand to stop a passing taxi, jumped in, gave an address, and the taxi drove away with her at a high speed. Yu was left standing in the sun, wearing a camouflage uniform, his back straight, his face looking as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was hard for him to imagine that such a slender girl who he could crush to death with one hand could actually say such cruel words. Point out a clear path for him? He has done such a sin, he really needs a clear path to find peace of mind. Su in the car went all the way back to Xiangtan University. After getting off the car, she found her dormitory according to her vague memory. If her memory serves her correctly, Su should have a computer now. Before the end of the world, the internet was well developed. It was an information age. There was everything on the internet. Any type of house you wanted to rent was available. Her dormitory was located in building number 1 of the women's dormitory. Before entering the dormitory, Su habitually walked around building No. 1. This was called surveying the terrain in advance, and then entering the building. While climbing the stairs, Su shook her head. In such a densely populated area, how could the survivors escape when doomsday came? All the buildings of the women's dormitory are surrounded by a high wall. The purpose is to prevent the male students who are in heat from climbing over the wall to get in, and also to prevent the female students who are in heat from climbing over the wall to run away. Therefore, the entire women's dormitory area has only 2 doors. The front door is of average size, and it allows female students to enter and exit normally on weekdays. But once the crowd surges, it will definitely be blocked. The back is considered a fire door for emergency escape. If there is a small fire or a classmate is heartbroken and wants to jump off the building, this door will come in handy. But it is only as big as a fire truck, and unless there is an emergency, this door will be kept locked all year round. To go out and pry the lock on the fire door after renting the house. Although her heart had become so cold and hard that she would kill without blinking an eye after 12 years in the apocalypse, she had not completely lost her humanity. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Ai's existence, or perhaps it was because in the process of looking for Xiao Ai, she met many people who helped her, so from beginning to end, Su's conscience was still there. The end of the world is coming. This is the inevitable trend of historical development. Su can't do anything about it, Nor does he have the ability to save everyone one by one. He can only provide an escape route for the survivors. Doing this won't cost him a thing. Her dormitory is on the 5th floor, room 502. There are 4 bunk beds in each room for people to sleep on and a table under the bed for students to place their computers and books. The 4 rooms share a balcony and a multi-person toilet. This environment is quite good. Before the end of the world, everyone is lively and everyone is like a real sister. They grow up and cry together in such an environment and enjoy their youth after adulthood. But when the end of the world comes, it's hard to say. Everyone is selfish anyway, and Su is no exception. This is human nature. There is no need to complain or blame others. Everyone should accept their fate and strive to survive. The most frightening thing is the scene where sisters betray each other and push others behind their backs. Su has experienced it, so she has a clear view of human nature. There are good people, but they don't live long. There are also many bad people, but it is often these so-called bad guys who save Su's life at the most critical moment. The door of her dormitory was open, but there was no one there. Su walked in and looked around. It was clean, and there was a faint fragrance. She walked to her desk, touched the table and chairs that she hadn't seen for a long time, then turned on her computer, clicked on the local website, and browsed the rental information on the internet. The safest place in Xiangqing is not actually the urban area. Although there is no shortage of supplies in the urban area, the population is also relatively dense. Therefore, after the end of the world, the urban area and schools are both severely affected areas. Relatively speaking, there are fewer people in the suburbs. Although supplies are scarce, when the end of the world comes, if you want to find supplies, you have to go to the urban area. But if you think about this and store some supplies in advance, it will be a paradise at the beginning of the end of the world. However, the suburbs are not a safe place once and for all because it is close to the outskirts of Xiangqing. The survivors all run out of the city center and then wait for the army to come, and then organize themselves to clear the zombies into the city little by little, look for supplies, and finally wait until the zombies are completely cleared out and the survivor base is established. At that time, the suburbs will be closer to the barbed wire, and if encountering a large-scale zombie tide, the suburbs will be the first to be hit. Su didn't plan to stay in the suburbs of Xiangqing for her whole life. She planned to occupy a place in the suburbs first, so as not to sleep on the floor with the survivors. She would move to another place after giving birth to Xiao AI safely. By that time, it would be several years after the end of the world. It would not be enough time for Su to resettle her parents and Xiao AI. Regarding the house, Su chose to rent in the Apple Villa district. It was a newly developed villa, which was said to be provided for the rich to live in. The green area was very large, and the villas were far apart. There was also a basement under each villa, which could be used to store supplies. The most important thing was that those villas were fully furnished. Some owners would choose to rent them out if they didn't live in them, but more owners didn't live in them themselves and had a lot of money, so they left the villas empty. Thanks to the information age, Su quickly paid the deposit online. Today, after paying the balance, she will be able to get the key from the agent. She did not rent the house for long, only 2 months, renting 2 months and paying 1 year as a deposit. She also wasted a lot of time and effort and lied to the agent, saying that her parents were coming over to travel and would only stay for 2 months. The agent also wanted to do her business, so he agreed without any suspicion. The deposit was paid with the money in Yi's card. The rent was 5,000 yuan a month, plus the final payment and the deposit. A total of 15,000 yuan was spent. There was only 45,000 yuan in Yi's card in total, leaving only 30,000 yuan. Su decided to use all this money to buy rice. She thought about it and realized that she was an ice ability user who had mutated into a water ability user. Before the mutation, she would first awaken the water ability. Her family needed water to drink, wash clothes, cook, and so on, so water would not be a problem. The reason why plants mutated after the end of the world was because they absorbed the polluted water. She could use the clean water she released to grow some edible vegetables. There are large green spaces in front and behind the rented villa, about 100 square meters. Su only needs to build a shed to prevent the infiltration of unclean rainwater and then set up a simple water supply system. However, no matter how isolated the plants are, the plants will still mutate to some extent. As long as the degree of mutation is not as exaggerated as that in the outside world, it is fine as long as humans can eat it.
Don't buy meat now.
Just buy as much as you eat. You can save a little amount for a month or so. First, meat is difficult to store and will easily spoil if left for a long time. Second, the end of the world is coming, and Su wants to eat the meat of mutant beasts. The energy contained in ordinary meat is still not as much as that of mutant beasts. The energy problem is also easy to solve. The natural gas will not be cut off all of a sudden at the beginning of the end of the world. She will first buy a few miniature household hydroelectric generators. When Su's father comes, and he has adapted to the sudden change of the end of the world, Su will ask Su's father to build a small power generation system. Su's father likes to tinker with these things on weekdays. It's just a power generation system, which is not a difficult task for him. In this way, boiling water, cooking, lighting, and so on will not use much electricity on a daily basis, and a power generation system can supply it completely. Su will find a way to find some money to buy some bottled liquefied gas and store it in the basement. When the end of the world comes, there will be no worries about energy for the first period of time. Su didn't have much living expenses in her own card, and her parents only gave her 1,000 yuan a month, but she and Xie Yan had been in love since high school. Xie Yan's family was better off than Su's, and on weekdays, Su ate Xie Yan's food and used Xie Yan's things. It was absolutely true to say that she was a daughter that depended on Xie Yan. So Su saved some money, about 10,000 yuan, and used it to buy some seeds at the vegetable market and some plastic film for greenhouses. He then built a simple small planting shed. This amount of money was completely enough. Thinking of Su, she decided to do it. She got up, turned off the computer, and began to pack her clothes, mobile phone, and bank card. However, she only heard footsteps outside the dormitory door, and then the dormitory door was opened with a click. Su, you still have the nerve to come back? Before she even entered the room, Bai Luoluo's sharp and sarcastic voice rang out. What's wrong with you? You beat a yen so hard that he was hospitalized. You are so shameless that you ran out and slept with another man for a night, and then you blamed a yen for it. Her voice was really loud and very deliberate. At this time, the people in the dormitory had finished their classes and were returning to the dormitory to put their books away. Bai Luoluo shouted so loudly, obviously wanting to let everyone know what that which Su was doing last night. Su, who was standing beside the chair and bending over to pack her backpack, raised her head slightly and looked at Bai Luoluo expressionlessly. The Bai Luoluo now was really completely different from the Bai Luoluo a few years later. Although the Bai Luoluo now also put on makeup and dressed fashionably and beautifully, she was still just a student who had not experienced much of the world. Her eyes and eyebrows were full of innocence. Unlike Bai Luoluo in the future, although she also awakened the water power, because this woman was born lazy and gluttonous, she was too tired to go out to fight monsters, and she couldn't stand other people's faces when sitting at home, so she slowly began to take shortcuts to survive. A woman with a little bit of beauty. What shortcuts can she rely on to survive? What else can she do besides selling meat? But this is not the scary thing about Bai Luoluo. The scary thing is that in the end Bai Luoluo also engaged in the business of buying and selling people, and the first girl who made Bai Luoluo taste the sweetness was Su Xiao. At that time, everyone was already on the way to the north, and settled in a small human survival base called Chuncheng. Su's superpowers mutated because of excessive water release, and she became an ice superpower, instantly becoming the main combat force of the entire team. She was often asked to go on missions, and she couldn't take Xiao with her when she went on missions. At that time, Su still trusted Xie Yan. Although Xie Yan's dislike for her was already obvious, what did Xie Yan say at that time? He said that if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be the person Su trusted the most. Sadly, Su actually believed it. Should she say that she miscalculated the horror of human nature, or that Xie Qingyan's acting skills were too good. In any case, before Xiao Ai got into trouble, the image he gave to Su Su was always the affectionate Xie Qingyan before the end of the world, although Xie Qingyan had already drifted away from her at that time. Just because of that one sentence, every time when she went on a mission, Su Su would hand Xiao Ai to Xie Qingyan for care. In fact, looking back now, there were signs of things. Although Xiao Ai looked small, a 2-year-old child understood everything, but her language was not mature enough. Every time Su Su handed Xiao Ai to Xie Qingyan, Xiao Ai would cry out of breath. Her small and tender hands would always tightly grasp her clothes. Her big round eyes would stare at her pitifully, and she would keep shouting, "Mom, love AI be good, love AI be good. I want mommy, I want mommy." Su Su wanted to dig her heart out when she saw the miserable and pitiful appearance, but she would fiercely pull the clothes out of Xiao Ai's little hands every time. It was not that she was cruel, but the world outside was 100 times more difficult than the base. Every time Su Su went out, she risked her life. If Xiao Ai followed her, the risk factor would increase greatly. Of course, these were all Su Su's self-righteousness in the past. Later, she realized that under the cleansing of the end of the world, the darkest and ugliest part of everyone's heart can be infinitely magnified, and one can never use the impression before the end of the world to judge the human nature after the end of the world. Everyone will change, and you can only keep your own children by your side. Returning her mind to reality, Su Su didn't want to recall how good Xie Qingyan was to her before the end of the world, and how Xie Qingyan gradually began to dislike her after the end of the world. That would make her feel like vomiting. She just looked at Bai Luoluo, with a hint of scarlet flashing across her black and white eyes. "What are you looking at? Am I right? You ran out and slept with a wild man for a night, and even teamed up with that wild man to beat up a yen." Seeing more and more people gathered at the door, pointing fingers at Su Su and whispering about her, Bai Luoluo felt very proud and continued to destroy Su Su's reputation. "Tell me, a yen treats her very well." The girls outside the door pointed fingers at Su Su, as if Su Su had really done something unforgivable by heaven and earth. Without knowing the truth, they began to morally judge Su Su. There was a white, slightly plump girl who spoke the loudest. She nodded in agreement without missing a beat. "That's right. We all see how good Xie Qingyan is. Su Su, what you did is really too much. Luoluo and I just went to the hospital to see Xie Qingyan. The methods you and your adulterer used are really outrageous. For things like this, you should call the police and make you spend the rest of your life in jail." "That's right. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to come back." A group of girls with nothing to do actually didn't all think that Su Su was completely heartless. Most of them just thought it was fun and joined in with a word or two to seem noble. Only a few girls were very angry because Su Su had hurt the men of their dreams. A man like Xie Qingyan, who has a gentle and fair appearance, a well-proportioned and tall figure, a relatively wealthy family, and is generous and not stingy, can really pull in points in college. The key is that he is also infatuated. With all these advantages, he will be the most ideal Prince Charming in the minds of women in the future society. And this Prince Charming only favors Su Su. If it were in the past, Su Su, who was in love with Xie Qingyan, would make girls envious and jealous. But now, Su Su, who hurt Xie Qingyan, makes people hate her. Su Su didn't argue with Bai Luoluo, nor with anyone else. There was no point in arguing. Xie Qingyan treated her well now and had no regrets. Even though Su Su was violated by Yiyu, Xie Qingyan was willing to continue loving her. In the eyes of the group of girls in front of him, this added a lot of points. Everyone knows how the plot will develop in the future. Xie Qingyan will still be like a protective umbrella, protecting the weak Su Su from wind and rain. Then the hurt caused by Yiyu will eventually pass. Although this will be an indelible scar in the hearts of Su Su and Xie Qingyan, they will graduate well, get married, and have a lovely child. Blah. The more Xie Qingyan acted like this, the more Su Su looked filthy, and the more she hated him. In peacetime, this was just a love story between an ordinary man and woman, and some trivial events that happened around them. After packing the last piece of clothing, Su hooked her finger at Bai Luoluo, who was standing at the door. Bai Luoluo snorted with disdain, not taking Su's provocative gesture seriously at all. She clasped her arms across her chest, strode in front of Su, raised her hand, and planned to slap Su in the face as a protest. Su quickly picked up the mouse on the desk, and with her other hand pulled Bai Luoluo's shoulder. The mouse was wrapped around Bai Luoluo's neck. Su pulled hard, and the mouse cable tightly clamped Bai Luoluo's neck. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to Hades, but you insist on breaking in? At the door, the girls watching seemed to have not expected that Su, who had always been as docile as a little white rabbit, would behave like this. They were all stunned for a moment, and then screamed in fear. Bai Luoluo inside the door was seen being strangled by the mouse cable little by little, her hands flapping in the air and her legs weakly kneeling on the ground. Su had already moved behind Bai Luoluo, and her delicate white hands were holding both ends of the mouse cable as if with iron, and she was pulling it a little bit with an expressionless face. Su, please let go. Bai Luoluo is going to die. She's going to die. Someone at the door shouted something, and Su looked up. The girls who had criticized her from a moral high ground were all scared and ran away. Only one girl wearing glasses and a suspender skirt, who was a little braver, was left standing outside the door. Su, if you kill Bai Luoluo, you'll go to jail too. Why bother? Do you two have some irreconcilable hatred? Someone has already called the security guards.
Shushu, let go.
The girl with glasses and overalls was so anxious that she kept stomping her feet outside the door. Seeing Su's ruthless look, she had no doubt that as long as Su wanted, Bai Luoluo would die in their dormitory today. At this time, Bai Luoluo, who was kneeling on the ground, was foaming at the mouth, her eyes were drooping, and her tongue was half sticking out. The BB cream on her face could not cover her purple complexion. She looked nothing like the usual campus goddess and was no different from a hanged ghost. Su was still thinking whether he should use a little more effort to kill Bai Luoluo in advance, because Bai Luoluo was really annoying. Su, the security guard is here. Let go. Yan Jinger ran to the balcony, looked downstairs, and ran back. They are really here, let go quickly, I am not lying to you. It seemed that she really heard a long series of footsteps coming up the stairs. Su was a little surprised. Has her supernatural power begun to awaken? Otherwise, how could her hearing be so good? So, now is really not the time to kill Bai Luoluo? After a slight hesitation, Su's hand loosened, and Bai Luoluo fell softly to the ground. In an instant, Su picked up the backpack on the chair with one hand and ran out of the dormitory like a fly. The glasses and overalls who had been standing at the door of the dormitory stepped aside and did not chase Su. After Su left, she hurried into the dormitory to check on Bai Luoluo's condition. This check shocked Li Xiaoyu. Bai Luoluo's breath was so weak that she couldn't detect it at all. Su ran out of the dormitory, thinking about the man with glasses and overalls all the way. She ran down the other staircase of the dormitory building with her backpack on her back. It was not until she ran out of the school gate that she remembered that the man with glasses and overalls, who was still quite courageous, was her roommate Li Xiaoyu. In fact, Bai Luoluo is also Su's roommate, but she is the daughter of a wealthy family. After she was admitted to Xiangtan University, her parents bought her a house near Xiangtan University. Bai Luoluo usually does not live in the dormitory. Today, she may want to make fun of Su, so after class, she made a special trip back to the dormitory. As a result, she did not expect that she would die here. As for Li Xiaoyu, Su had long forgotten whether she was good or bad, because she had not seen Li Xiaoyu since the end of the world. But the other roommate, what was her name? Oh, yes, Anxin. Li Anxin and Li Xiaoyu were cousins. They were admitted to the same university and lived in the same dormitory together. However, Li Xiaoyu disappeared without a trace after the end of the world, while Li Anxin followed them all the way to Chuncheng and became the backbone of the Xiangda team. Su didn't hate Lianxin, but she couldn't like her either. During the time when Xiao AI disappeared, Lianxin really knew nothing about Su's madness, but after she knew it, she chose to stand by and watch. So Su didn't kill her and let her do whatever she wanted and didn't care about her. Each dormitory is equipped with 2 staircases, and the dormitories are located on both sides of a long corridor. Su had already left Building 1 before the security guard rushed up. After leaving the dormitory gate, Su was not in a hurry and even made a big detour to come to the fire back door. People were coming and going along the way, but no one's attention was on Su. They were all rushing to dormitory building number 1 to watch the excitement. They only knew that 2 girls were fighting on the 5th floor, and it seemed that there was a murder case, but they never expected that Su was one of the protagonists of the incident. This is not unrelated to the calm expression on Su's face. There were very few people at the back door of the fire station. Apart from the cars coming and going on the road, there was no pedestrian. Su stood outside the rusty iron gate, biting her lip. She thought for a moment, her mind sank, and she closed her eyes. She felt that her fingers were indeed a little wet, but not enough to condense water. So, she gave up the idea of using her supernatural powers, turned around, found a big stone on the grass, and pounded on the lock on the iron gate. Her strength had indeed increased. An ordinary girl could not break the iron lock no matter how hard she hammered it with a stone. But Su only needed 2 or 3 hits and a little force to break the palm-sized iron lock. She snorted triumphantly, threw away the stone in her hand, pulled off the iron chain on the iron gate, and threw it into the grass. Okay, classmates, I have done what I should do. Although you have been very unkind to me, my spirit of repaying evil with kindness is still worthy of praise. Su patted the dust off her hands, muttering to herself, turned around and walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Apple Villa district. Things turned out like this not because Su was inconsiderate, but because she had already thought it through. Even though Bai Luoluo was breathing out but not breathing in, which looked scary, she could still be saved as long as she was sent to the hospital in time. At worst, she would just stay in the hospital until the end of the world, and then Su would go and reap Bai Luoluo's head. The reason why Bai Luoluo was allowed to survive was Su's previous concerns. Killing a person and injuring a person are completely different crimes, and the impact on society is also different. If Bai Luoluo was injured, at most all the teachers and students in the school would notice Su, and the police would summon her. If Bai Luoluo was killed and Su ran away again, she would become a wanted criminal nationwide. Then, would she have to rent a house and stockpile supplies in the 45 days before the end of the world? The agent was a young man with short hair. He bent down and waved to Su in the car. After Su paid the bill to the taxi driver and came out, the agent began to introduce her enthusiastically. This Apple Villa area is inhabited by rich people. Miss Su, you made the right choice to rent a house here. This house is a good choice whether it is a place for your parents to stay when traveling or for you to live in the future. The environment here is elegant, and the scenery is beautiful. Blah blah blah. Judging from the agent's expression, he still hoped that Su would rent the house for a longer period of time. She did not answer the agent and paid the balance to the agent from the ATM machine at the gate of the villa area. The two signed the contract on the spot. Without the agent's guidance, Su took the key and access card and entered the villa area by herself. Because it is where rich people live, the rent of 5,000 per month is considered cheap. The protection measures at the gate are very good. It is a closed orange steel door. If the owner drives in, the steel door will open from left to right. If you walk in like Su, you can swipe the access card and a small door will open on the steel door that only allows one person to enter. At least at the beginning of troubled times, with such a gate and such protection, things in here won't be too chaotic. After walking in the villa area for a long time, Su walked for about 2 or 3 hours because she was not familiar with the route. She finally found the villa she rented. She stood outside and looked at the surrounding environment for a while. The appearance was exactly the same as the pictures posted by the agent on the internet. The interior was also well decorated, spacious and bright, with clean windows and desks, but it lacked a bit of the breath of life. She walked around upstairs and downstairs and thought that the owner of the villa might have never lived in it since he bought it. There were only a few bed frames upstairs, which looked quite expensive, and there were no cotton sheets or quilt covers. The same was true in the kitchen. There were all kinds of pots and pans, big and small, but not a grain of rice. There was a brand new 3-door refrigerator there, but when she opened the door, there was still a smell of plastic. Sue frowned, rubbed her empty stomach, and looked down at her flat belly. "I'm sorry, baby. I made you hungry." Mommy was so happy that she forgot to eat. Plagues were rampant, disasters abounded, and humans began to transform into zombies. In that desperate world, some humans also underwent mutations. In the end times, these mutated humans were called psychics. Psychics are divided into 5 categories: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Psychics who have awakened these 5 categories mutate based on the basic elements. Some people will undergo secondary mutations based on these basic elements. But no matter how they mutate, in the end these psychics are divided into 3 categories, just like the spell attacks, physical attacks, and healing professions in the game. Each of the 3 has its own strengths. The physique of water and fire-type psychics may not be as strong and durable as those of the other types of psychics, but compared to ordinary people, they are still much stronger. Even for a water-type psychic like Sue, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat for a few days. He can still be alive and well after being hungry for a few days. But she still forgot that she was still an ordinary person. Maybe her superpowers were awakening, but they were still far from her physical condition 12 years later. She walked around the kitchen and didn't find anything to eat. Her knees went weak and she almost fell to the ground. In the huge kitchen, the luxurious European light yellow floor tiles were decorated with intricate patterns. The sunlight outside the window swayed slightly, and a green shadow swayed in the wind, as if waving to Sue. She tilted her head and saw a pomelo tree growing just outside the window. In the November weather, the pomelos on the tree had grown very large. Sue was not polite. She rolled up her sleeves, lifted her skirt, and climbed up the tree with a fruit knife in her mouth. This action was something Sue would never dare to do before the end of the world in her previous life, but now she was very familiar with climbing trees. After climbing up the tree, she picked a grapefruit, broke it open on the spot, and ate it directly, without caring whether it was sour or not. After eating it, she picked another one. She sat on the tree trunk and ate 4 or 5 grapefruits. After breaking each grapefruit, it was as big as a small ball played by children. After eating until her stomach was bloated, Sue slid down from the tree, ran back to the living room, lay on the thick and soft leather sofa, and took a nap. When she woke up, it was already dark. Sue stood up from the sofa and touched her forehead.
Great.
She had a fever. Fever is a sign that the superpowers have officially awakened. Of course, it is also a sign that those who are about to become zombies have begun to become zombies. In November, there will be many people with fever symptoms like Sue. This fever will be intermittent for a few days and then stop for a few days. One person's fever will become a fever for many people, and finally it will evolve into a social flu, and then completely evolve into a plague. Sue felt a little cold, so she took out a silver-white lightweight short-down jacket and a pair of jeans from her backpack and put them on. Then she looked at her cell phone, which she had turned to silent mode. During the time she was asleep, her parents called her several times. Sue called back, but no one answered. She then called the home landline, but no one answered either. They might have been on their way to Xiangqing. "It's good to get going," Sue nodded, and went out to prepare supplies with her bank card and Villa key access card. She had just eaten so many grapefruits that her stomach was full, so walking for 2 or 3 hours was not a problem at all for her. She really walked for 2 hours and walked out of the Apple Villa area slowly. Sue then called a car using a taxi app and arrived at a nearby farmer's market before 8 o'clock in the evening. Because it was already evening, most of the vegetable and meat vendors had closed their stalls. There were still a few stores selling grains, oils, and dry goods open, but they were also planning to pack up and close. "Boss, give me 30,000 yuan worth of rice." Su walked into a rice shop and asked to buy 30,000 yuan worth of rice. The shop owner was a chubby man in his 40s, with a cigarette in his mouth and a big gold ring on his hand. He looked up at Su and laughed with contempt. "Hey kid, do you know that 30,000 yuan is a lot of rice?" As he spoke, the rice shop owner took out a large white sack with one hand and placed it next to Su's feet. He held a cigarette between his fingers and pointed at the sack on the ground and said, "This is 50 kilograms of rice, 3 yuan per kilogram. You want 30,000 yuan worth of rice? Are you sure? Well, then give me 4,000 yuan. Please deliver it to Building 520 of Apple Villa District." "Hey, Miss Qianjin, no wonder you don't understand the market. Is this your first time shopping on your own?" The rice shop owner smiled again and looked Su up and down. Su looked so weak and frail that she looked like a student who didn't care about worldly things. He guessed it right. The people living in the Apple Villa district were all rich people. If Su wanted to deliver rice to the Apple Villa district, what else could she be but a rich lady? Su nodded with a wooden face, neither admitting nor denying. She just counted the money for the rice shop owner, left her address, and turned around to go to the next store. At the next house, Su did not plan to buy rice anymore. She only had tens of thousands of yuan in total, and she didn't know whether Yi Yu would honor his request for resettlement funds. Maybe Yi Yu had already run away. She would just buy 4,000 yuan worth of rice first. After the end of the world, she could still go out to find supplies, and rice would be free at that time. The next store was a dry goods store. Su bought some white fungus, red dates, barley, yuba, black fungus, wolfberry walnuts, salted fish, and bacon. These can be used to make soup. From now on, Su can make a pot of soup every day. Pregnant women must ensure nutritional intake so that the baby in their belly can grow strong. After buying dry goods, Su had only 20,000 yuan left in her pocket. She took a bus to the supermarket. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The big supermarkets in Xiangcheng were open 24 hours a day. When Su went there, the supermarket was bustling. She walked around the supermarket and bought some meat. The quantity was not much, as long as it was enough for her to eat in the next few days. She would buy frozen meat later, so there was no rush. Then she looked at the electrical appliance area and saw a white bear baby pot. The green baby pot is only a little bit big, but it is very good for making porridge, bone soup, etc. For children. It is not expensive, less than 100 yuan, so Su bought it. After buying the baby pot, she went crazy and only focused on baby products. She bought N-size diapers and S-size diapers, each costing 1,000 yuan. She also bought 3, 4, 5, or 6 sets of soft and close-fitting clothes. She also bought a water bottle, a milk bottle, and 5 of each for spare use. She also bought pacifiers of various sizes, a milk warmer, a bathtub for her little love, toys, nursing underwear, etc., and she spent tens of thousands of yuan in just one go. The salesperson in the maternal and infant section was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He said, "It's free delivery, it's free delivery, it's free delivery." After shopping in the supermarket for a few hours, Su had only 10,000 yuan left. She frowned and thought about it, and decided to save it for a visit to the building materials market tomorrow. So she took a taxi back to the villa. Following her car was the supermarket deliverman. The things she bought filled up a small truck, so she had to drive a truck to deliver them. After opening the door of the villa and waiting for the delivery man to move all the things she bought into the living room, Su put her hands on her hips and looked at the things on the ground. She then ran to the backyard to pick 2 grapefruits and ate them. Only then did she lie down on the sofa and fall asleep contentedly. The next morning, Su woke up covered in sweat. She sat on the sofa, lifted the long coat on her body, raised her head and touched her forehead, which was full of water. The water was dripping down Su's palms drop by drop. She was startled and stood up and ran to the kitchen. She found a clean water cup, clenched her hand into a fist, and squeezed it hard. A few drops of water fell from her palm into the cup. Although the amount was not much, they were dripping one by one, but it was a continuous stream. Almost half a cup of water had dripped. Su picked up the cup and held it under the sunlight to take a closer look. The water was very good, clear. She took another sip, and it was sweet and moist. Her water-related ability had begun to awaken. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be able to enter the state earlier than in her previous life. In her previous life, Su cried for more than a month because of what you did to her. During that time, she had intermittent fevers, but she just thought it was because of her weak constitution. She didn't even remember if she had ever woken up from the bed covered in water. Anyway, when she knew that she had awakened the water-related ability, it was already several months after the end of the world. At that time, the amount of water that Su could release was not as much as it is now, just a shallow sip. She felt that she should plan the practice of her superpowers into her daily schedule. The saying that diligence leads to success and laziness leads to failure is absolutely true. Superpowers do not depend solely on natural talents. The more times you practice, the more comfortable you will be with them, and the more powerful they will become. Making up her mind, Su found some clothes to change at her backpack and took a comfortable hot bath. Then the supplies from the rice shop owner and the dry goods store owner were delivered. After everything was packed, Su cooked some white rice for herself and fried some meat she bought in the supermarket last night. She ate it all in one go. Now she had to take in the nutrition of 2 people. If she didn't eat more, what would happen if Xiao AI was hungry? Eating too much. In order to help digestion, Su took another 2-hour walk and walked out of the Apple Villa area. Today, she planned to go to the building materials market to have a look. On the way back, she would stop by the farmer's market to buy some side dishes for this period of time and chop some bones for soup. Just as she walked out of the gate of the villa area, Su looked up and was stunned for a moment. There was a black military jeep parked in the sun. Leaning against the door of the jeep was Yiyu, wearing jungle combat uniform. Yiyu had his hands in his trouser pockets and a Furong King cigarette in the corner of his mouth, looking like a typical, "How come he is here?" Seeing Su coming out, Yiyu straightened his body, his feet in black combat boots, as if standing in a military posture, and smiled at Su embarrassedly. "I was still thinking about how to get in, and you came out. How did you know I was here? What are you doing here?"
Where's delighted.
"Are you here to give me money?"
No.
Hearing Su say this, Yiyu's smile fell, and he put on a more serious look. "Hey girl, your classmate, by something, is half dead. He's still lying in the hospital." "So what?" "So, I put this matter on hold for you." Yiyu smiled shyly, then looked at Su with concern. "Bai's family wanted to call the police, and the director of your area happened to be a relative of one of my comrades in arms, so he told me about it. As for your residence, a quick check revealed that you rented a house here yesterday, and the agency has your ID registration information." Su rolled her eyes very obviously at Yiyu. She really didn't know how to evaluate Yiyu as a person. He was a bit evil. He thought he had helped her, and even came to her to get a reward. But Su didn't say anything, and Yiyu seemed a little embarrassed. He threw away the cigarette in his hand, touched his shaved head, and was about to say something when Su turned sideways and slapped the military jeep behind him and asked, "This car is great. Can you give it to me? What do you want this for?" "I'll get you something else, something for a girl." Yiyu is not stingy with this car. This is the car used by their team. It is bulletproof and waterproof and costs a lot. An ordinary girl can't afford such a good car. Besides, if he gives this car to Su, it will be a problem for Su to feed it with oil. This car is a gas guzzler. If she really wants a car, you can get her a car suitable for her in minutes. Su pouted and shook her head. "No, either give me this car, or nothing at all. I don't like cars that are like paper tigers that will break in a bucket. They take up too much space." It's not that Su is greedy, but if he could have such a car, it would be extremely convenient to encounter zombies or find supplies in the apocalypse. However, it is normal that you did not give it to him. It is obvious that this car is not his personal property. Maybe it belongs to their special forces. If such public property is misappropriated, a report must be filed, not to mention losing, damaging, or giving it away. Thinking of this, Su put the special watch on her left wrist to the side. She just found out yesterday that this watch has lighting, night vision, and other functions. What a good thing. I hope Yu doesn't remember it and doesn't take it back. Yu turned his head aside and pretended not to see Sue's little action. When Sue walked out of the bathroom door yesterday, he found his watch on Sue's wrist. Don't say it, such a thin hand, wearing such a rough watch, is quite charming. If she likes it, she can wear it. It's just a watch. Just file a wear and tear report to the team, and it will be done. Seeing that Sue no longer mentioned the new car, Yu cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and could only say, if you like this car, it doesn't matter if I lend it to you for a few days, but you still have to return it. Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Sue couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Can I borrow it for 2 months? 44 days is also fine. You're borrowing it for such a long time. Yu hesitated for a moment. How would he explain this to his superiors if they asked him about it? Then he looked at the bright smile on Sue's face and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll try to fool you for 2 months.
Done.
The car is hers. Sue reached out and touched the new car. The cars used by special forces are different. The material feels very high-end. In the 12 years of the apocalypse, she has never driven such a good car. Sue touched the military jeep around, like a little girl who got a new toy, with a very happy expression on her face. Seeing this, Yu beside her felt relieved. He had done something wrong to others and had tossed and turned all night. His usually simple mind was now filled with 1,000 thoughts for the first time. Now, seeing Sue smile, he felt better. Seeing that Sue had already opened the driver's seat and sat on it spontaneously, Yu quickly raised his foot and climbed onto the passenger seat. Just as he was about to teach Sue how to drive the car, Sue turned the key, stepped on the accelerator, and whoosh, the military jeep shot out like an arrow. Yu couldn't help but whistle and turned to look at Sue. Wow, that's really fast. Good technique. Aha! Sue shrugged her shoulders and drove her car at full speed on the road. Taking the opportunity of practicing driving, she stopped at several nearby gas stations. These would be her targets for robbery from now on. Hey, sister, I have something to tell you. Explain. Can we go back to class? Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was not at all annoyed by Sue's high speed. Seeing that Sue was in a good mood, he began to persuade her earnestly. I have already greeted everyone in the school. No teacher or leader will ask you anything. Go back to class, study hard, and contribute to society after graduation.
Puff.
Sue slammed the brakes and stopped her car on the side of the road. She turned to look at Yu in the passenger seat and couldn't help but laughed sarcastically. Contribute to society? Go back to class?
No.
I really want to see if this man who looks exactly like Xiao AI will still say something like serve the society after the end of the world. After the end of the world, humans will either become gods or ghosts. Why would they still serve the society? You idiot. Yi looked at Sue and opened his mouth, but said nothing. He lowered his head dejectedly. He sighed deeply. This big and strong man sighed so many times in the past 2 days that his teammates wanted to kick him. No one understood the pain in his heart. When he watched Sue, step by step, leaving the beautiful ranks of the motherland's flower buds, Yu felt that he was really a ruthless rascal who destroyed the flowers. We're here. Get off the bus. Seeing that Yu stopped talking, Sue pointed to the bus stop sign outside the car door. Yu didn't move, so Sue raised one foot and kicked Yu's waist. He opened the passenger door, turned a wheel, and jumped out of the passenger seat. Sue drove the car away in a flash, as if she was afraid that Yu would chase her. Yu wanted to laugh. He just lent her the car. Why did she drive away so fast? She didn't even say goodbye to him. Sue was in a very good mood because she stole a military jeep. She drove her new car all the way to the building materials market. In the building materials market, Sue bought some plastic film for greenhouses and some poles to support the plastic film. 10,000 yuan was spent casually. Sue had no experience in technical work like growing a vegetable greenhouse. In the 12 years since the end of the world, all her energy had been used to kill people and find Xiao AI. When she was short of supplies, she would take tasks in exchange for points and then use the points to exchange for supplies. She was really not good at building a greenhouse. But if you are not good at it, you can learn. On the way back, Su bought some vegetables, then sat on the sofa with her mobile phone and started searching on the internet for how to build a greenhouse. She spent the whole afternoon looking for it until she felt hungry. Then she put down her mobile phone and went into the kitchen to cook. Wait, as if she had forgotten something, Su picked up a plate of freshly fried vegetables, sat at the kitchen table, and ate while taking out her cell phone from her down jacket pocket. Her cell phone didn't ring all day, her parents didn't call her, and she didn't receive any messages from her parents. What was going on? Xie Yaser was not far from Xiangqing. It only took an hour or so by plane, or 5 hours by bus. 2 days and 1 night had passed, and not only did her parents not come, they didn't even send her a message. Did they run out of credit on their phone? Su dialed the home landline, and the sound was normal, with no reminder for her to pay. She then called her parents' cell phone, but it was turned off. It was turned off. Su frowned and bit her chopsticks, thinking, in such a peaceful era, what kind of big thing could happen that would cause parents to abandon a crying daughter and turn off their phones and disappear? She felt that she should go back to Jie City to have a look. After all, the distance was not far. If she drove fast from Xiangqing on the highway, she could get there in 4 hours. In her previous life, her parents died on the way south in search of her. In this life, it was Su's turn to find them. She thought it was great and not a hassle at all, and she was happy to do it. She started preparing as soon as she said she was going to leave. Su just took some clothes for changed into a loose and comfortable yoga outfit, put on a down jacket, tied her long hair into 2 pigtails, and prepared an insulated lunchbox with some hot meals and dishes. She drove her military jeep and sped towards the highway to Jie City. On the way, Su also discovered one of the advantages of her car. This car has a special license plate, which means it is exempt from highway tolls. If she recharges her car at the gas station, she doesn't have to pay for the gas. So the journey was so smooth that Su was amazed. At this time of November, the country doesn't have any major holidays, and there won't be long vacations. There are not many people traveling, and the highway is also smooth. However, when the car was about to reach Jie City, about half an hour's drive away, there was a gas station with several cars stuck inside. Su parked her car at a gas station. She had actually filled up her car with gas when she first got on the highway. She stopped again to fill up the 2 oil bottles in the trunk. Gasoline is a good thing. Since she can get gas for free with her military license, why not put in more gas just in case? The road to the city is not open yet. The driver of a car in front of him stuck his head out and asked the gas station staff in a loud voice. The staff nodded as he was filling up his gas station and replied, "It's not accessible. The cars that went to Chanda City 3 days ago couldn't get out. You'd better not join in the fun. It's just a waste of time. How can it be efficient?" Seeing that the gas tank was full, the driver threw a few banknotes to the gas station staff, drove away cursing. This gas station is located at the fork of the city and Jie City. Some cars that want to go north will be faster if they go through the city. Similarly, if the road to the south is congested, it is also a good choice to choose to go through the downtown area of the city. Su drove the car forward, rolled down the window of the driver's seat, tilted her head to look at the staff, and asked casually, "What's wrong with the city? Why is it so congested? Who knows? It seems like there was a landslide on the viaduct over there. The viaduct collapsed, and all cars entering the city couldn't get out? There was no report on the news." "Oh, you said that the cars can't get out, and the interview car can't get in either?" The staff looked at Su as if she were a fool. It was obvious that they were deceived by Su's appearance again and thought that Su was some rich girl who was kept in seclusion in a secluded place. Su raised her eyebrows, curled her lips indifferently, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car, took out 2 oil cans from the trunk, and while watching the staff filling the oil cans with oil, some information went through her mind. It seemed that this kind of disaster was not reported in the news before the end of the world. Even if it might have been reported, Su did not care about current affairs in her previous life. She didn't know whether the city had collapsed or not. After refueling, Su got in the car and continued driving forward. In the night, when passing the fork in the highway leading to the city, he deliberately glanced over there. It was pitch black. The dense branches on both sides of the highway were like the tentacles of a monster. When the wind blew, they made a whooshing sound. She drove all the way back home and found her home following the house number she remembered. She fished out the key from under the doormat and opened the door. A familiar smell hit her in the face. Sue's heart trembled, and she felt a mixture of emotions. During the 12 years since the apocalypse, Sue has returned home many times. Although she has been looking for Xiao Ai, she has not forgotten to inquire about her parents along the way. Although her home in Xie City is buried in a pile of zombies, Sue has been in and out several times. Every time she comes back, she has different expectations in her heart. Sometimes she wants to see her home, sometimes she wants to remember her parents, and sometimes she just wants to come back and smell the wood fragrance of the old furniture. In such a drifting era, Sue, who lost her little love and her parents, lived like a rootless duckweed. Wherever she went, her heart was empty. Sometimes she felt so empty that she wanted to come back to rest and find some memories to support herself to move forward. Only in this way, by coming back here, could she recharge her empty battery. Sue approached her home and looked around. Her house was not big, with 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms of only 70 square meters. Her mother was a full-time housewife and her father was a bus driver in Xie City. They didn't make much money, but it was enough for the family of 3. Walking in step by step and taking a walk around the house, Sue's fingers ran over the familiar furnishings one by one. They were clean, showing signs that her parents had lived in the house 2 days ago. She bent down and placed the slippers that her father had kicked off when he went out neatly on the shoe rack at the door. Then she sat on a small double sofa, lowered her head, and began to cry. It was her fault. She shouldn't have asked her parents to go to Xiangqing. Instead, she should have returned to Xie City and taken her parents to Xiangqing herself. Her parents disappeared before the end of the world. The chaotic world was about to begin. Where could she find her parents? While crying, Sue suddenly raised her head and thought of the city. Right now, the most chaotic part of the entire Jiesher to Xiangqing Road section is Deshi. Didn't the cars that went in 3 days ago still haven't gotten out of Deshi? Then she went to Deshi to look for someone. This is still an orderly society. No matter how chaotic it is, it's not as chaotic as the end of the world. It's just looking for 2 living people. How difficult can it be? Sue stood up and made up her mind to move her parents' bed. She remembered that their family had 2 bank cards, her father's salary card and her father's private card. Because Father Sue was the only one who earned money in the family, his salary card was given to Mother Sue for safekeeping. However, Sue knew since childhood that Father Sue also secretly hid a private card, which was full of money that Mother Sue didn't know about. For example, Father Sue's various bonuses and the cash inheritance left to Father Sue by his grandparents were all in this card. On weekdays, Father Sue only secretly used the money in this card to buy some cigarettes and alcohol and basically did not touch the money in it. Since Sue was a child, Father Sue had never concealed it from her and always told her, "This is your future dowry money. Hide it somewhere and don't let your mother find it." Sue pushed open the big bed of her parents without much effort, stretched out a hand into the gap, took out a sock covered with dust, and pulled out the private card that Father Sue had saved with great difficulty from the sock, smiled, touched her lower abdomen, and said, "Ai, my dear, your grandpa is good at hiding things. Isn't he? Let's take this money and go find your grandpa and grandma first, and then take them to Xiangqing. Let's go." Although she said she was leaving, Sue didn't actually leave immediately. She ransacked the house as usual, taking all the edible rice, vegetables, eggs, as well as pots, knives, rice cookers, and the like. She then took her parents and her clothes for all seasons, her mother's gold jewelry and various jade collections, and some quilts, mattresses, and sheets from the house. She filled the back seat and trunk of the military jeep to the brim. When she left, Sue also took the family photo frame that was on the shelf at the door. She found an ATM in Xie City and withdrew tens of thousands of yuan from Sue's father's private card. She then checked the balance and found that there was still 230,000 yuan left on the card. Then she went to the nearest Convoy and had a big fast food meal. She also packed more than 10 family bucket meals, jumped in a jeep, and headed for the city. To go from Xie City to the city by highway, the journey only takes an hour or so. Su thought about what the staff at the gas station on the highway said, that people who had entered the city 3 days ago had not yet found their way out, so she chose not to take the highway and go directly on the national highway. It would be slower to take the national highway, and it would take about 3 hours to get there due to the twists and turns. The journey was relatively smooth, but the closer they got to the city, the more traffic police there were on the national highway, and then Su saw the checkpoint. There was a row of cars stuck in front of the checkpoint. Some cars were let in, but some were not. There were many cars wanting to enter the city, but there were more cars coming out of the city. Everyone was driving very slowly. Su rolled down the window and heard the owner of a car in front arguing with the traffic police on duty. "I really have something urgent to do in Jinda City. Can you afford to compensate me for the delay?" The car owner who was arguing with the traffic police was driving a BMW. It was obvious that he was going to enter the city to discuss business, but the traffic police refused to let him in. No matter how the car owner gave him cigarettes or money, they just said he couldn't enter. Later, the car owner got angry, loosened his bow tie, pointed at the traffic police's nose, and started cursing. The traffic policeman was not one to be trifled with. He slapped the car owner's finger that was pointing at his nose and started fighting with him. The car owners behind him cheered and said, "Fight, fight, brother, come on. Let us pass. My wife is giving birth in the city. I need to go through." Some cars, like the BMW owners, are not allowed to enter no matter what, but some cars can. Su sat in the driver's seat and observed carefully. The cars that can enter are all four-circle cars. The four-circle cars are government cars of the Chinese government. So the cars that can enter the city are basically people in the government. The collapse of an overpass concerns the country's image and is naturally enough to attract the government's attention. It is also natural for leaders at all levels to investigate and visit. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning. The stars in the sky were hanging high in the sky, shining with cold light, shining brightly on the world. On the ground, the national highway leading to the city was congested. The traffic police worked all night to clear the traffic. Su also slept all night. Finally, it was her car's turn. The traffic police guarding the checkpoint glanced at her license plate, saluted, and let her go immediately. After entering the first checkpoint and driving for 10 minutes, she encountered another checkpoint. It usually took Su more than 2 hours to run the road that could be completed in half an hour. Then she found that the traffic police were gone, and instead, soldiers were guarding the checkpoint. This is somewhat alarming. It either proves that the collapse of the viaduct in the city was not simply a collapse of an elevated bridge, or that the collapse of the viaduct was very serious, so serious that the military had to be mobilized. Then Su's car was stopped by a soldier in camouflage clothes in front. This time her military license plate was not as useful as before. The soldier walked up with a gun, stood by Su's car window, stood at attention, saluted, posed in a standard military posture, then knocked on Su's car window, signaling Su to open the window. She rolled down the window, and the soldier was immediately speechless. He was about to speak, but when he saw Su's face, he couldn't say a word. Then he signaled Su to park the jeep on the side of the road, and he went back to the checkpoint. Perhaps the other party did not expect that the driver of their army's jeep was actually a woman, a little girl who looked to be in her teens. The key point was that this little girl looked so weak and innocent than a rabbit, and it was obvious that she was not a female soldier. The car was either stolen, or the little girl was a direct relative of an officer, and the officer's rank must not be low. Su sat in the car, staring at the other party as he entered the command room to make a phone call. Her white and slender fingers gripped the steering wheel, her fingertips tapping lightly on the black leather cover as she considered the current situation. Should she rush in or go back home? Rushing in would never work. If she didn't want to be shot to pieces by those armed soldiers, it would be better not to take this route. If she went back home, She would have to hide the car somewhere and then walk into the city, which would be troublesome and tiring. Although she had traveled long distances before after the apocalypse, it would not be easy for her to find her parents and bring them out given her current physical condition.
Soon, Su got the answer.
After passing several checkpoints, her car was stopped by Yiyu. Yes, it was Yiyu again.
Hi.
Yiyu stood in the sun, raised his hand and greeted Su in the car with a smile. Behind him was a new checkpoint. Obviously, he was not here to guard the checkpoint, but he received a message and ran here to block people because his clothes were particularly different. He was wearing black and green bulletproof equipment, a small communicator on his ear, an iron helmet on his head, and there must be 2 daggers in his military boots. Su held the car steady, rolled down the window, and waited for Yiyu to approach. She placed her hands on the roof of her car, bent slightly, and looked at Su in the driver's seat. Su stared at him for a while, and when Yiyu didn't speak, she slowly opened her mouth and asked softly, "What happened in the city?" "The viaduct collapsed." "You must be kidding me. Would you mobilize your special forces when a viaduct collapses?"
Yeah.
"How did you know I'm from the special forces?" Yiyu's eyes widened, and only the whites of his eyes could be seen on his face that was tanned red by the sun. His strange tone made Su unable to help but squinted at him. "It's written on your face." Yiyu actually reached out and touched his face, then realized that he was being mocked by Su. He felt it was boring, so he waved his hand and did not ask how Su knew his identity. With a straight face, he asked again, "What are you doing in the city?" "The road ahead has been closed. Non-military vehicles can only go back home here." "Tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you." "My parents are missing. They may be in the city. I want to go in and find them." Su was really not polite. In the current situation, she could either force her way in or abandon the car and walk in. Neither of these 2 options was ideal, so she would have to trouble Yiyu. He had privileges and it would be easier for him to get things done inside. It was much easier for him to find people in such a big city like the city than for an ordinary person like her who drove a military jeep. "Give me your parents' ID numbers, phone numbers, and photos." Since Su asked so bluntly, Yiyu didn't bother to talk nonsense. He liked to be straightforward, and he also liked others to be straightforward. He immediately stretched out his palm and looked at the roof cover in front of the passenger seat. "There is a pen on it." Su unbuckled her seatbelt, stood up slightly, and took out a pen from the roof cover. She glanced at it casually.
It was waterproof and non-shedding.
Very good. She looked at the palm that Yiyu stretched out and understood what he meant. So she picked up the pen on her finger and wrote down her parents' names, ID numbers, and phone numbers on Yiyu's palm. The warm winter sun shone on Yiyu's hunched back. He looked down at Su's head. Yiyu felt the tip of the pen moving in his palm, and it felt itchy. He cursed inwardly and decided to go back and chop this deadly thing into pieces. "Okay, this is a picture of my parents." Su put away the pen and placed the family photo frame she brought from home on Yiyu's palm. He rolled his big hand, took the photo frame, and took his hand back from the car window. He nodded, serious, with a solemn and serious face, giving people a very reliable and trustworthy feeling, and said, "Okay, leave it to me. You go back and wait in Xiangqing. I'll send it to you after I find the person." After saying that, Yiyu turned around and left. Su tilted her head to look. Oh my god, Yiyu was carrying 2-foot-long sabers on his back. He was fully armed. What on earth had happened in the city? She frowned and shouted, "Yiyu." In the golden sunlight, Yiyu squinted his eyes and looked back. Su's head was sticking out of the window. After thinking for a while, he decided not to ask anything. He just stammered a few times and said sincerely, "Thank you." No matter what, she should say thank you to those who are willing to help her find her parents. Yiyu grinned, looking very happy. He raised his long arms, still holding Su's family photo in his hand, waved at Su, turned around and ran into the checkpoint without saying a word. Su's car stayed there for a while. She felt a little uneasy when she saw the situation inside and outside the city. The city had obviously entered a very high level of blockade and martial law, and it was definitely not a simple landslide. However, her current ability was too ordinary and she couldn't get in to take a look. She could only choose to trust you. After thinking for a long time, Su, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers in the checkpoint, decided to start the car and turn back. The water in the city was too deep, and she wanted to go home to practice her magic skills in seclusion. When her supernatural power was a little stronger, it was just at a city, and she could enter and leave as she pleased. The return journey was unusually smooth. There were layers of checkpoints when coming in, but when leaving, they were let through without any checks. Then they got on the national highway, and everything returned to normal. Although Su could hear a complaint or two when people occasionally stopped to refuel on the highway, people still treated it as a topic of conversation after dinner, and it had no impact on their lives. After spending several hours, Su returned to the Apple Villa in Xiangqing. She moved all the daily necessities out of the back of the Jeep, found a room on the second floor with a wide view, spread out the quilted sheets, took a hot bath, and had a comfortable sleep. As for the cultivation of superpowers, it cannot be rushed. There are many kinds of superpowers awakened by humans, and there is no fixed rate of growth. The methods of cultivation are also different. It should be said that each kind of superpower will have a different way of cultivation in each person. In the end times, the most common way of cultivation is to absorb energy and release energy. In the process of absorption and release, one can reach a level of maturity in the use of supernatural powers and then advance. There are many ways to obtain this energy. Eating and sleeping can allow the human body to obtain energy, but this method is relatively mild. The most effective way to obtain energy is to absorb crystal cores. Crystal cores exist in the bodies of zombies and mutant plants and animals. Naturally, superpowers also have them, but they are not called crystal cores, but spirit essences. Like crystal cores, spirit essences are also a carrier for storing energy. Some people don't even know that they have such things in their bodies. After some people know about it, they will not pay much attention to it. In fact, if the spirit essence is well controlled, it can make one's promotion speed go by leaps and bounds, just like others are changing quantitatively, while those who directly cultivate spirit essences are promoting qualitative changes. Su got up, her body soaked with water. She made a bowl of noodles, covered it with an egg, and sat at the kitchen table. After eating slowly, she walked to the sofa, sat cross-legged, put an empty bowl on the coffee table in front of her, and began to close her eyes and feel the water power in her body. At this stage, her superpowers are still out of control, so she often wakes up covered in water. This is the result of the energy in her body being slowly released during her sleep. After she wakes up and eats a full meal the next morning, the energy will slowly be replenished back into her body. What Su has to do now is to control it and condense the essence. Su was very familiar with such things in the 12 years since the end of the world. Maybe it was because of her mind. When she thought of her Xiao AI and that if she didn't become stronger, she wouldn't be able to find Xiao AI, she would be able to calm down faster than an ordinary person. Her body and mind would completely enter a state of silence. After reaching this state, Su felt as if she had entered into a strange world, a completely closed, yet vast and quiet world. Then she saw that all around her were densely packed flowing water lines, with occasional specks of silver light on those water lines. What Su had to do was to collect these silver lights and pile them up in a fixed place. At the beginning, those silver lights were difficult to capture. When Su tried to catch them, they ran very fast. When she stopped trying to catch them, they slowed down. They were even more naughty than Xiao AI. But no matter how they made trouble, Su remained calm, not anxious or irritable, not happy or angry. She treated it as playing hide and seek with Xiao AI. Slowly, she actually caught a silver light. With the first one, there will naturally be the second, the third, and the fourth. The silver light that Su had piled up on the spot gradually grew bigger, but after a while, just when Su went to grab the next silver light, the silver light that was originally piled up in one place scattered again and disappeared without a trace. Well, this is a very common phenomenon. Su didn't feel discouraged at all. She just continued to catch the silver lights, piled them together, watched them scatter, and then she continued. Just as she was sinking into this strange world, she saw Su sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed in concentration in the villa. There was a faint mist surrounding her. Every time it went in and ran out, it could run farther. Finally, when it was dark, the white mist was about to run out of the living room. For the last time, Su opened her eyes exhausted and looked around. Everything around her was white, as if a humidifier was turned on. The empty bowl in front of her was now filled with water. Before the end of the world began, she had already awakened her water-related abilities. If she persisted every day, she would be able to reach the level of using her abilities to fight monsters before the end of the world. Regarding the classification of levels of superpowers that appear after the end of the world, it is not based on the cool phenomena that a person can display, but on the intensity of energy that a person can mobilize. Regardless of whether they are basic elemental superpowers or secondary mutated superpowers, they are all divided into the same levels, and these levels represent the intensity of the energy that can be mobilized. Like Su, who had already awakened her superpowers but was completely unaware of it, she just felt her fingers were a little wet, as if she was sweating. She was not yet a superpower user. Later, she was able to release water, but she would still wake up covered in water from time to time. That was the initial sign of awakening superpowers. Now she is trying to control her superpowers. Once she has complete control over the superpowers in her body, she will reach the first level. Only then can she be considered to have truly fully awakened her superpowers. Therefore, the awakening of superpowers is a long process. Long after the end of the world, many people with water-related superpowers are still at the stage where they can only release water for people to drink. They have no experience and no one can give them experience. They can only slowly explore a path of cultivation suitable for their own advancement in the process of constantly releasing water. In her previous life, Su's way of advancing was to act as a reservoir in the team. Because she was pregnant with Xiao AI, she was unwilling to go out to fight monsters and level up, so her abilities advanced very slowly. Others had already reached level 2 and could create a wide variety of attacking and defensive moves, but she was still serving as a reservoir in the team. Later, somehow, her ability mutated, and she became an ice ability user, instantly jumping from level 1 to level 3. She became an expert in the team in both fighting monsters and defending. It was absolutely inevitable that she would be envied. In that world, being envied would put her in a dangerous situation. Many people came to her to ask for information, openly or secretly, about how to make their own abilities mutate. How to mutate as quickly as she did. What did she know? It could only be said that it was a secondary mutation caused by overindulgence. At the beginning, psychics will only be able to unleash the 5 elements of power, namely the 5 major series of powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then some people will produce related mutations within these 5 major series of powers. For example, a water psychic will mutate into an ice psychic, a fog psychic, a lightning psychic, or a healing psychic. There are so many types that Su can't even count them all with her 10 fingers, let alone those she hasn't seen yet. This is called secondary mutation. The ability of secondary mutation can only be considered very rare. There may be only 10 people with the ability of the 5 elements among 100 ordinary people, but among these 10 people, there may be only one who will produce secondary mutation, or none at all. But this does not mean that the abilities of the 5 basic elements are not as good as those of secondary mutants. Can it be said that a 4th-level water ability user is not as good as a 3rd-level ice ability user? The power allocation of the 2 people was originally stronger at the 4th level. Even if the 3rd level was cold, a flood rushed over and washed away the ice. So, it doesn't matter what the superpower is. What matters is upgrading. After a whole day of gathering her spirit, Su was really tired. She got up, took a shower, cooked some food, and went out to the supermarket again. This time, she tried to buy more down jackets, thick thermal underwear, and some comfortable sportswear suitable for running and jumping. There are down jackets for both adults and children and thermal underwear of various sizes for men, women, young and old. She bought more sportswear for herself and fewer for her parents. After the end of the world, she neither needed her parents to go out and fight monsters, nor did she want them to flee in a hurry.
There was no need to buy so many sportswear for them.
Note that she only bought fewer sportswear for her parents. She still had to prepare a few more sets of down jackets and thermal underwear for her parents. In fact, shopping before the end of the world was like coming to another super-civilized world. Su couldn't control her desire to buy. Every woman has a shopping desire that drives men crazy. It's not that women can't understand it. So many things that will only be needed after the end of the world can actually be snatched away, but Su bought them now. After buying the crib, Su bought a waist stool and a newborn multifunctional baby carrier. These two things are very important. Xiao AI was born in the end times, and Su could not avoid going into battle to kill zombies and mutant plants and animals. She would never hand Xiao AI over to anyone because she had to go to battle, so Xiao AI had to run, jump, chase, and run with her. With a carrier to carry Xiao AI on her back, Su would be much more convenient. Then she bought herself a few pairs of velvet and thick maternity pants, the kind with small trouser legs but a large waist and abdomen. This is also a must-have item, and you can't save money on this. These things cost Su more than 10,000 yuan, but it didn't matter, because there were hundreds of thousands of yuan in Su's father's private card, so Su could spend it as she pleased. Afterwards, Su drove to several outlets selling liquefied gas. Because she was buying it privately and did not have any qualifications, liquefied gas cylinders were flammable and explosive items, so she could not buy too many at one time in one store. So Su found 4 or 5 liquefied gas online stores, ordered 5 cylinders of liquefied gas from each liquefied gas owner, paid a deposit, and agreed to have the liquefied gas delivered the next day. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. She looked down at her mobile phone and saw several missed calls and several unchecked text messages. Most of the missed calls were from Xie Yaser. There was also a phone number marked class teacher, which was Su's university class teacher. Su ignored all these missed calls. She didn't want to say a word to these people now. She just wanted to receive Yu's call. But after Xie Yaser and the head teacher, there were no more missed calls on the phone. Su seemed a little discouraged and wondered if she should go to the city again. It didn't seem like she was putting all her hopes on Yu. While thinking this, her fingers had already clicked on the unread text messages, all of which were sent by Xie Yaser. The first one, Su, where are you now?
I'm worried about you.
Please don't hate me anymore, okay? Everything is my fault. I love you. Second, you haven't been to class for several days. My teachers and classmates are very worried about your safety. Where are you now? The third one, Su, the moon is so round tonight. I am lying on the hospital bed, and I remember when I was in high school, I was injured while playing basketball. You stayed with me in the hospital. The moon was as round as it is today. Promise me, come back, okay? Article 4. You never know how much I love you, Su. Don't be so cruel. There were 5, 6, 7, and 8 more messages, but Su was too lazy to read them. From the first few messages, Su knew that Xie Yaser was in the hospital. She thought that her 2 kicks were serious or not. The serious thing was that she kicked Xie Yaser into the hospital, but the not serious thing was why she didn't kick Xie Yaser to death. She really wanted the end of the world to come quickly. She would rush to the hospital and kill Xie Yaser right now. Su was impatient. She drove back to her villa at night and began to prepare for the trip to the city tomorrow. She was packing in the bedroom when she heard a car sound outside the window. In such a large area, where maybe only a few people live, there was still a car sound so late at night? After listening carefully, she realized that the car was obviously heading towards her villa, so Su put on her clothes, stuffed them into her backpack, stood up and walked out of the floor-to-ceiling window, leaned on the balcony, and looked out. The car lights in the distance just caught her eyes, and she squinted slightly. The car lights flashed again, turning from high beam to low beam. This confirmed that the car was indeed heading towards her villa. Su straightened her back quickly, and her 2 pigtails drew an arc on the balcony. Su had already run into the bedroom. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes. Her heart was beating fast and hard. She had a vague premonition of who was in the car, but she didn't dare to be too sure, so she could only hurried into the living room and open the two open doors. At this moment, the car had arrived in front of Sue's villa yard. Sue pressed the remote control button at the gate, and the iron gate of the yard opened automatically. The black military jeep drove directly into the yard. Yu jumped out of the parked car. He was covered in dust, with some mud on his feet. His face showed a tired look as if he had not slept well. He still had the two sabers on his back. It was obvious that he had not rested on the way here from the city. He just glanced at Sue in the light of the car lights. His eyes fell on Sue's bare feet. Without saying anything, he turned around, opened the back door of the Jeep, and let the people inside get out.
Mom.
When Sue saw the dusty middle-aged woman, she couldn't help crying and ran up to her. She hugged the middle-aged woman's neck and kept shouting, "Mom, Mom, you're still alive. Mom, ouch, you're asking for death." The middle-aged woman slapped Sue's arm. She was almost strangled to death by Sue. She pretended to be vicious and cursed. "Your parents are alive and well. Why are you making a fuss? Stop crying. It's like we're parting forever. It's not a big deal." The middle-aged man who got off the car behind Sue's mother was Sue's father. He was a little chubby, with a cheerful face, of medium height, and wearing an old army green vest. Sue looked up, let go of Sue's mother, and hugged Sue's father again, crying, "Dad, you are finally here. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go south. It's all my fault." No one knew why she was crying so sadly. Sue's father and mother thought that Sue wanted them to come to Xiangqing, but ended up trapping them into city and feeling guilty about that. Yu thought that Sue was feeling wronged and vented her extremely sad emotions in front of Sue's father and mother. Just when everyone didn't know what to say to the crying Sue suddenly stopped crying. She stopped crying, let go of Sue's father, wiped away her tears, looked up, and took a close look at her parents. They were still the same as she remembered, except that they looked a little tired. Sue's father and mother were standing in front of her just fine, without any injuries or bumps. "I'm telling you, kid, you don't know how to take care of yourself. Come on, get in." When Sue's mother heard what Yu said, she focused on Sue's feet and hurriedly drove Sue away from Sue's father into the house like a chicken. Sue's father smiled as he watched the two of them enter the room and waved to Yu politely. "Xiao Yi, don't be so reserved.
I don't know how to thank you this time.
Come in together." Yu shook his head, feeling a little worried. In fact, he had been worried all the way. After finding Sue's parents into city, facing their inquiries, Yu did not dare to tell the truth. He only said that he was a friend of Sue, and Sue asked him to help bring them out. In front of the girls' parents, would he dare to tell them what happened that night? No. Even though he was the one who got the girls' parents out of the city, he did not dare to tell them. So, Yu felt a little guilty when facing Sue's father and mother. When Sue's father told him to go into the house, Yu followed him in obediently. After entering the house, Sue's father was obviously stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Yu, and asked in surprise, "Why is Sue living here? Shouldn't she live on campus?" Yu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. In fact, he and Sue had only known each other for a few days, so he had no idea what the girl was thinking. After thinking about it carefully, he could only reply, "Maybe Sue was bullied at school recently, so she moved out." Being bullied? Sue's mother, who was holding Sue's arm in front, immediately screamed and turned around, staring at Yu with a pair of eyes like a searchlight. At that moment, many associations immediately flashed through Sue's father and mother's minds, such as campus violence, the whole dormitory bullying Sue being treated unfairly by the teacher, and mental disorder. What's going on? I knew it. The voices of Sue's father and mother rang out at the same time. Both of them couldn't help but raise their voices. Sue's mother couldn't help but her eyes turned red, and she kept muttering, "I knew that our Sue has been a coward since she was a child. She has been bullied since elementary school. How could she have such a personality? How could she have such a personality?
Mom.
Su on the side couldn't help but glare at Yu. Don't listen to his nonsense, he knows nothing. This is my classmate's house. She went abroad and asked me to help look after it for a few days, so I moved in. The expressions on Su's father and mother's faces showed obvious disbelief. Su could only smile at them, turned back and glared at Yu fiercely, then pushed Su's father and mother into the living room and tried her best to speak in a relaxed and steady tone. Everything I said is true, father, mother. This is really my classmate's house. Besides, aren't final exams coming up soon? While I'm looking after her house, I can also review my lessons here in peace and quiet. What a great thing. Please don't be paranoid, okay? Don't I know your character? Now you've been bullied by your classmates and have to move out.
No, we can't just let this go.
I'm going to your school tomorrow to talk to your class teacher. Su's mother didn't listen to Su's explanation at all. In the eyes of Su's father and mother, Su was the one who always stood in the position of the weak. She was their daughter raised, and Su had been bullied by others since she was a child. It was still the same when she went to college. So no matter what Su said, Su's father and mother were certain that Su had suffered from school bullying. The more relaxed Su acted, the more uneasy Su's father and mother felt. Hey, that's enough, you guys should just go wash up and go to bed. It's already so late. If you want to trouble the teacher, wait until tomorrow. It didn't make sense, and Su didn't know how to communicate with her parents. Anyway, she had made up her mind that after tricking her parents into Xiangqing, she would never let them go back. So let her parents do whatever they wanted in Xiangqing. She only had to wait for more than 40 days, and the end of the world would come, and all problems would no longer be problems. As she said that, Su turned around and pushed Yu, who was standing behind her like a telephone pole, and whispered, "I'll take you out. Baby shoes." Su's mother was behind Su, crying as she picked up a pair of boots from the ground. Su took them and put them on quickly. She said to her mother, whose face was full of worry, "I'll go see him off. We can talk later if you have anything to say. Xiao Yi, come in and have a cup of tea before you leave." Su, where's the tea? Father Su was behind Mother Su, waving at Yu. He obviously had a good impression of Yu and wanted to ask Yu to find out some news about Su. But seeing the three Su family members' attitude, Yu dared not stay at the scene. He lowered his head and waved his hands with a guilty conscience. "Well, uncle, maybe next time. I've given you my phone number. When Su explains everything to you, you can call me, and I'll be there right away." "Really, I promise not to shirk my responsibility." "Stop talking. You still think I haven't said enough." Upon hearing what Yu said, Su lowered her voice to warn him and quickly pushed Yu out the door, leaving his father and mother standing at the entrance with worried faces. Su turned around and slammed the door shut, blocking her parents' gazes. She slapped Yu's chest muscles hard and growled in a low voice. "Don't you think you're not in enough trouble? You come up here to seek a sense of presence in front of my parents? If I don't tell you about this, don't take the initiative to be honest, okay?"
But
Yi looked down at Su and said with embarrassment, "Sooner or later, this matter will be exposed. Then you can take as long as you want. You've done enough. I've paid you. My parents found it for me. We don't owe each other anything. Go away. My parents asked you not to come again." Su waved to Yu and made a goodbye gesture. Seeing Yi lowering his head in dejection again, Su ignored him. Just as she was about to turn around and go through the door, she remembered something. She turned to look at Yu and said a little embarrassedly, "Hey, I remembered something."
you still need to help me. I'm Buse.
Yi lowered his head, obviously a little angry. "Didn't we just say that we're even? Yu, are you a kid?" Su's eyes bulged, and she said directly, "Please tell the school for me. My parents are going to make a fuss. Try to accommodate them, but don't explain everything to them as soon as possible. Anyway, I don't want them to go back to Xie City." Anyway, Su's father and mother would have to go to the school to hold them accountable. Su hoped that the school could restrain Su's father and mother to prevent the matter from ending in a few days and Su's father and mother still thinking about returning to Xie City. "Okay, leave it to me."
You know that.
It was not a big deal anyway, and could be solved with just a word or two. He stood tall and strong under the porch, with a bright light above his head falling on the brim of his hat, leaving his face in shadow. Yi raised his head and looked at Su in front of him. After thinking for a while, he said, Su, what I told you is true. I have never thought of evading responsibility. Yi, let me ask you something. Can you answer me honestly? You say. What happened in the city? Is this the same thing as what you said? Yi stared at Su for a long time before he found a railing by the porch and sat down, propped up his long legs, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and replied, It's okay to tell you about this. The confidentiality level is not high anyway. Do you know that there is a nationally famous disease control center next to the viaduct in Jinda City? Centers for Disease Control and Prevention? Su had a bad feeling in her heart. She turned around and sat next to Yu. It was a bit cold at night. She was only wearing a thin gray sweater, so she put her hands in the pockets of the sweater and waited quietly for Yu to continue. This time, we received a mission because we heard that there was a group of thugs causing trouble at the CDC. Originally, if it was our turn to take action, we would kill them all. However, when we entered the city, we found that the administrators of the city would not let us get close to the CDC. There was martial law there, and all the people around the CDC were gathered and fixed up and could not come out easily. Then my parents. The minibus your parents were on was a long way from the CDC, but they were sent to several hospitals in the city. They said they were going to do a blood test. You can find them by just looking up the hospital list. It's easy to bring them out. Listening to Yu's every word, Su felt more and more frightened. Something really happened in the city, and it was a serious matter. However, the news was obviously suppressed by the local administrators. The explanation they gave to the outside world was that a group of thugs were causing trouble in the CDC, and they had originally notified the special forces to suppress it. However, for some unknown reason, the special forces only went through the city and did not even get close to the CDC. Considering the fact that the end of the world will come in the future and that it will be brought about by a plague, it is not difficult for Su to guess that someone has turned into a zombie in the City Center for Disease Control, which is under martial law. The end of the world cannot be covered up. Even if the administrators of the city try to impose martial law on the entire city to prevent the news from leaking out for the sake of their future or for some other reason, it is not the case that the end of the world will not come if they control a CDC and a few streets near the CDC and cover up a few pieces of news. Humans will catch colds and fevers, and the doomsday virus has long existed in the air that humans breathe. Mutation is only a matter of time. Yu opened his big hand with 5 fingers and waved it in front of Su's eyes. She came back to her senses and turned her head to look at Yu, who was sitting next to her. He looked at her with a curious and worried expression. Su forced a smile and waved to open Yu's hand. I'm fine, I just think what you said is very weird. By the way, are you free on the evening of December 30th? Do what? Nothing. I'm going to ask you to go to the top of Mingyang Mountain to watch the stars. The top of Mingyang Mountain is high and cold. The key point is that it rains every day since December. Sometimes it is heavy rain, sometimes it is light rain. It will rain all day on December 30th. No one would be crazy enough to choose to go hiking on that day. If you had gone to the top of Mingyang Mountain as agreed and had not turned into a zombie, he would definitely survive on December 31st and would not be besieged and eaten by zombies because of shock. Su's hand unconsciously touched her belly, and she said to Xiao AI in her heart, Baby, your father doesn't look like a bad person. This time he helped us find our grandparents, so let's give him a hand. Whether he can survive depends on himself. We can only help him up to this point. You'll go with me to watch the stars? Are you trying to find a deserted place to kill me? The top of Mingyang Mountain is a good place to dump a body. Su, don't be so troublesome. Just give me a quick kill now. Yu is obviously skeptical. He half-seriously pulled the collar to expose his neck, then stretched his head and put his neck, with the arteries still beating under the skin, in front of Su. Su raised her hand to push him away, shrugged her shoulders, acted as if she didn't believe it, and got up and walked in. She didn't care what Yu thought, as long as Yu went to the top of Mingyang Mountain that day. After leaving Yu behind and entering the house, Su looked at her parents, who were sitting upright on the sofa in the living room, clearly waiting for her to confess. Su was not panicked and went straight upstairs, saying, "Mom and Dad, go to bed early. Your bedroom is the first one on the left. I'll make the quilt for you. Su, come here. Dad has something to tell you." Su's father's tone was very stern. He sat on the sofa and waved at Su's back. She sighed inwardly, withdrew her foot that was about to step onto the stairs, turned back to the living room, and sat in the seat designated by her parents. What happened next was exactly what Su had expected. Su's father and mother took turns questioning her. Their tone was relatively gentle, because in their experience, Su must have been wronged at school. They had to find out the truth, but they couldn't be in a hurry, lest Su couldn't bear the stimulation. Su was very familiar with dealing with this kind of thing. She would just keep her head down and keep silent, letting her parents guess and make associations. The more Su acted like this, the more worried Su's parents became. They asked for a long time but couldn't get Su to answer a single word, so they had to give up and angrily plan to go to school to ask the teacher tomorrow. Since childhood, whenever Su was bullied, his father and mother would go to school to ask the teacher for accountability, so they were quite familiar with doing this. Early the next morning, Su's father and mother, fully armed, took a taxi to the school. Su made the excuse that she was in a bad mood and let her parents go to the school to ask her the reason. She stayed at home to practice her supernatural powers and waited for the bosses of the gas tank delivery company to deliver the gas tanks. She locked them all in the basement. Su locked all the supplies she had stockpiled these days in the basement, and then drove out to continue her plan of stockpiling supplies. Because she had Su's father's private card, Su could spend money more freely. She first went to the farmer's market to buy some vegetable seeds and grain seeds. The quantity was not large, just a small bag of each variety would be enough. Then Su focused today's focus on medicine. As if wandering around out of boredom, Su visited several drugstores, mainly buying some daily medicines such as band-aids, gauze, bandages, disinfectant iodine, cold medicines, antibiotics, etc. She also prepared some daily necessities for treating headaches, fevers, and minor illnesses, but not in large quantities. After the end of the world, it was very common to go out to fight monsters, level up and find supplies, and get injured and bleed. Iodine bandages, and the like, were must-haves. Cold medicines and antibiotics were prepared for Su's father and mother. In fact, Su estimated that her parents would not need antibiotics because she found that her parents had a fever, but the two elders did not notice it themselves. But it's better to prepare it, just in case. What if the parents' fever is just a simple cold, not a precursor to the awakening of superpowers? Superpowers don't need cold medicine and antibiotics, but ordinary people do. Su also bought a lot of gout cream for Su's father, as well as xiaoyao pills, oryzanol, soybeans, honey, and royal jelly, which are essential for Su's mother during menopause. Then she also needed a weapon, a handy weapon. This was a bit difficult. Before the end of the world, guns, ammunition, knives, etc. were all controlled items. Yu did have guns and knives, but he was a person who strictly guarded against these things. Su couldn't even touch them, let alone ask for them. Then I had to go to the supermarket to buy a few more sharp kitchen knives, fruit knives, etc. Good kitchen knives use good steel, and the price of good steel is not cheap. The most expensive ones cost thousands of yuan, and the cheapest ones cost only a few yuan. Su bought more than 10 feet long watermelon knives in one go, intending to cut the heads of zombies like cutting watermelons after the end of the world. This once again made the supermarket salesman who sold kitchen knives very happy. After writing down the delivery address, Su turned his attention to the building materials market. She spent several days and went to the building materials market while her parents were out and bought some construction tools, a miniature household hydroelectric generator, and some solar panels. The bosses delivered all of these during the day when her parents were not around, and then locked them in the basement for Su. Su had almost spent all the private money in her father's card, and she couldn't think of what to buy. In the following days, she stayed in the villa wholeheartedly. During the day, when her parents were out at school, she would either cultivate her spirit or tinker with her vegetable greenhouse in the yard. It is still a little difficult for Su to build a proper vegetable greenhouse, but she can learn it. There is so much information on the internet. As long as she is willing to learn, there is nothing she can't learn. Even if it is not built well at the beginning, it does not mean that she cannot improve. Looking at the few square meters of the yard that she had been working on for several days and finally had the outline of a greenhouse, Su clapped her hands happily, bent down and entered the greenhouse and began to sow seeds in the soil. She bought a lot of seeds, but since it was her first time growing vegetables, she just randomly scattered some in the soil. She was only good at killing people and beating monsters and had never done these farm-style things. However, Su's mother is very good at these things in the farmhouse. When the end of the world comes and Su's mother starts to worry about survival, she will naturally help her manage these vegetables. Su is not worried at all, and now just treats them as the first batch of seeds to be planted for fun. But speaking of livelihood after the apocalypse, Su touched her belly. She couldn't always eat rice and vegetables. She still had to supplement with meat. She had to fill the huge refrigerator in the kitchen with frozen meat. Thinking of this, Su threw the bag of cabbage seeds in her hand on the small stool next to the greenhouse, quickly went into the kitchen to wash her hands, and looked at the watch on her wrist. It was still early. Su's father and mother would not be back for another 2 hours. Should she go to the supermarket to buy some pork, beef, mutton, and chicken? Click. The sound of a door opening was heard. Before she walked out of the kitchen, she heard her mother yelling angrily, Su, come out. Su felt a little pain in her head when she heard the emotion in the voice. She walked out of the kitchen slowly in her slippers and saw her parents standing in the living room with gloomy faces. Father Su gently pushed Mother Su and whispered, "Why are you angry at Su for this? She doesn't want to do this. Bai Luoluo, I will naturally go find her. Not only will I find her, I will also sue her." Mother Su stepped forward and poked Su's forehead fiercely with a finger, saying with some regret, "Such a big thing happened, and you still kept it a secret all day long. Tell me, how can you be so useless that you were bullied and drugged, but you still refuse to tell your parents the truth, huh?" As she scolded, Su's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. She stretched out her arms and hugged Su's thin and frail body, crying, "My child, you've made your mother worry so much. What's the matter with you? You can't go to school anymore. What are you going to do in your life?" Su's father, who was standing behind them, sat on the sofa with a serious look on his face. He took out a cigarette from his vest pocket, lit it, and rubbed his brows with his back bent. They had been looking for Su's class teacher for many days in a row, and the class teacher had always received them warmly. No matter how Su's father and mother asked about the situation, or how they lost their temper and said harsh words, the class teacher always had a smiling face, and it was clear that he would delay as long as possible. Today, Su's father and mother negotiated and changed the angle. They did not go to find the class teacher, but bought a bunch of snacks and ran to Su's dormitory to inquire about the situation. As a result, they did not know until they asked. When they asked, they were shocked. Li Onxin and Li Xiaoyu in the dormitory, under the sugar-coated bullets of Su's father and mother, told the whole thing clearly and thoroughly. This included the incident where Bai Luoluo drugged Su. Bai Luoluo ran back to the dormitory to humiliate Su, and Su almost strangled Bai Luoluo to death with a mouse cable. As for why Su was able to escape legal sanctions now, the news spread throughout the school. He spoke a few words for Su, and the matter was turned from a big matter to a small one. I believe that soon, he will completely fade out of people's sight. But in the eyes of every parent, they only see the part where their child has been wronged. The mood of Su's father and mother now can only be expressed as heartache, sadness, grievance, and resentment. How desperate must their Su have been to pick up the mouse cable to strangle Bai Luoluo. This kind of thing happened to Su, who was afraid to even step on an ant to death. It can be understood as a strong backlash after extreme humiliation. Moreover, Su's parents thought that Su was about to strangle Bai Luoluo to death. This was just a rumor. Now, isn't Bai Luoluo lying in the hospital? According to Li Anxin and Li Xiuyu statements, she seemed to be alive and kicking and ran to visit Xie Yaser next door every day. How strong was Su Su? Su's parents knew that she would be exhausted just by carrying a plastic bag on weekdays. How could she almost strangle a living person? This was definitely Bai Luoluo's attempt to make a big deal out of it and then use it to blackmail Su Su. Taking this into consideration, Su's father and mother felt that they had to take the initiative no matter what. Of course, they would not tell Su Su about these plans. As far as they knew, Su Su hid in such a secluded place alone to avoid the rumors of her classmates and to lick her wounds alone. Su Su's current situation was already sad enough, so Su's father and mother would not drag Su Su into the trouble of dealing with their affairs. Su's mother hugged Su Su and cried for a long time. Su Su couldn't help crying with her. But God knows she was simply affected by Su's mother's emotions, so it was inevitable that she felt weak. But as soon as Su Su started crying, her mother stopped crying. As a mother, if her children have strong personalities, then she can only worry about them. But if her children have weak personalities, then she must be strong as a mother. Su's mother was in this state of mind. She drove Su Su upstairs and stayed downstairs to discuss the matter with Su's father. Su's father even called his company and asked for a 2-month vacation. The two of them decided that if they didn't get justice for Su Su, they would stay in Xiangqing for the new year. This was of course more to Su Su's liking, but since her parents knew the whole story, Su Su's life became a little sad. Every morning when she opened her eyes, she saw the sad and miserable faces of her parents. In the next few days, only Su's father went out, saying that he was going to the school to find the teacher. They handed Su Su over to the school. Now that such a thing had happened, the school naturally had to give an explanation. Su's mother stayed at home to take care of Su Su, making delicious food for Su Su in various ways, as if she wanted to use all her tenderness to heal the harm Su Su had suffered. Then time passed like flowing water, and quietly came to December. The temperature woke up one day and suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. A thin layer of frost formed on the bushes. There was always a drizzle in the sky. The sun was not seen all day long. People walking on the street felt inexplicably sad, and the whole society was gradually shrouded by an unstable factor. Su Su lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and concentrated her spirit for a while. After finally fixing a silver light that would not run away again, she sat up from the bed, got up to wash, then put on a pair of slippers, ran to the first floor, and turned on the central air conditioning and floor heating. Su Su, we're going out to buy you some cotton padded jackets today. Come over and have breakfast. In the kitchen, Su Su heard her mother's voice and heard some tinkling noises. Su Su looked back and saw that her mother had already brought a bowl of soup to the table. She hurried to the table, picked up a spoon, and drank the soup while turning her head to look for Su's father. Where's Dad? Going to school again? No, your dad isn't going to school today. He's cleaning up the shed you played with in the backyard. Su's mother was still downstairs, but she stretched her neck to look at the backyard. Su's father was repairing the greenhouse built by Su Su. Su's mother suddenly became interested in this greenhouse and kept asking Su's father to make it more standardized so that she could grow some vegetables, which was better than buying those vegetables sprayed with pesticides from outside. It rained a little today, and the head teacher had to supervise the exam, so he naturally had no time to receive Su's father. So Su's father stayed at home and concentrated on decorating the greenhouse for Su's mother, while Su's mother planned to go out and took Su Su to the mall to buy her some winter clothes. Let Dad go out with us. The weather is so cold. I'll buy you some furs. Su Su bit the spoon and smiled at her mother ingratiatingly. Her mother glanced back at Su Su and snorted unhappily. Fur? Where did you get so much money? If you have money, buy it for yourself. Your father, and I don't want it. After a while, Su's mother turned her head, then came back and sat opposite Su Su. She touched the tabletop with her fingers, as if she had considered it carefully, and asked Su Su tentatively, Su Su, this house doesn't belong to your classmate, right? Otherwise, how could you go through so much trouble? And the rent money, did Xiao Yi give it to you? Which Xiaoya? Su pretended to be confused even though she knew the answer. Which Xiaoyi? It's the Xiaoyi who rescued us from the city that day. He must be the man. When Su's mother said this, she had been observing Su's reaction. Seeing that Su's emotions did not seem as excited as she had imagined, Su's mother breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Your father and I are going to ask Xiaoyi to come out and have a good talk with him." What to talk about? What's there to talk about? Mom, he's been busy lately. Really? You guys have been in touch all the time? Su's mother seemed to have discovered a new world. A glimmer of light suddenly rose in her inquiring eyes. Su didn't even need to take off her shoes. She could guess with her toes that her mother, who had rich imagination, already had many ideas in her mind. For Su's father and mother, the house that Su is renting now is a luxury house that they have never lived in their lives. For Su to be able to do this, there must be someone supporting him behind the scenes. Su's father and mother are reluctant to spend the money to rent such a luxurious house. Besides, there are rumors in the school that the man who slept with Su suppressed the matter of Bai Luoluo for Su and even informed the school leaders. No one who is not rich and powerful can do such a thing. In addition, Yu showed his ability in the city some time ago and Su's friend since childhood, whereas Xiaoyi. Su's father and mother have no doubt that Yu is the man who slept with Su. From a parent's perspective, the first reaction to hearing that their daughter was bullied is of course anger and rage. But after calming down, things still have to return to reality. Su's father and mother naturally hope to get the greatest benefit for Su in this incident. Why did Su's father and mother send Su to college? Of course, it was so that Su could have a good diploma in the future and get a decent stepping stone when looking for a job. Su's father and mother have been making a fuss with the school for such a long time. Aren't they afraid that the school will affect Su's study because of this incident? Of course, Su's father and mother didn't think about what to do to Yu and Su. After all, Su's wishes were the most important. They just wanted to ask Yu out and let him talk about his ideas. Didn't they say they wouldn't evade responsibility? How could they not evade? Su fell silent, took the noodles that Su's mother brought to the table, picked up 2 chopsticks at random, and lowered his head to eat. In his ears, Su's mother was still nagging, "Don't blame your parents for being realistic. Your father, and I just want you to have a better life. Your parents will grow old and won't be able to accompany you for a few more years. We will eventually go to the ground.
Who will protect you then?
Now, there is such an opportunity. Others have worked hard for decades, but you can easily reach that height with just a lift of your foot. You can surpass others' decades of hard work. Why should we miss such an opportunity? Money, work, or marriage, we must have one of the advantages, right?" This is a very realistic statement, expressing the truest thoughts of Su's mother. They are ready to get the most practical compensation from Yu. Since Yu is so capable, he should either give Su a lot of money, or solve Su's future work problems so that Su has a stable job, or simply marry Su. As for the saying that power cannot be bent, poverty cannot be moved, they are ordinary people. Even if a few lives are lost in this matter, it is not necessarily that you will suffer, so why not be more practical? Moreover, in this whole incident, we must grasp the key point. Bai Luoluo is the one who drugged Su, and you just happened to run into this incident and became Bai Luoluo's accomplice, without knowing it. Su lowered her head to eat noodles. This time, her eyes were really red. Her heart was aching, not because of her parents' reality, but because of their careful planning. Looking around the world, who else would plan a good future for her step by step? Apart from her own parents, there was no one else. If her parents had always been by her side in her previous life, why would Su be so homeless? It is true that as long as her parents are there, there is home, and having a home is where one feels at ease. She sniffed, and a white mist floated out of the soup bowl in front of her. Suddenly, her stomach churned. Su calmly suppressed the urge to, raised her hand and took a napkin from the table, and glanced at the watch on her wrist. Almost 20 days had passed. Xiao Ai was like a seed that had taken root in her stomach. It was normal to have the urge to. Okay, stop crying. Let's discuss this matter later. Don't worry about anything. Just stay at home. Thinking that Su was crying because what she said was not enough to make her feel better, Su's mother sighed, turned around and continued. At this time, Su's father walked in, covered in water. Su's mother looked up at him, exchanged a helpless look, and shook her head slightly, meaning that Su's mood was not right again, and don't talk about this matter in front of her. Su's father nodded and went into the room to change clothes. After coming out, the family of 4, including Xiao Ai, had dinner at the dining table. Su went to the garage to drive the car and urged his parents to go out. After seeing the car driven by Su's father and mother exchanged glances and got into the car without saying a word. The 4 of them started heading towards the largest, most prosperous, and busiest commercial district in Xiangqing. Su had no interest in accompanying Su's father and mother shopping. After dropping them off in front of a shopping mall in the commercial district, Su made an excuse that she had something to do, drove away, and went shopping on her own. Unlike Su's father and mother, who were buying clothes for the winter, although Su also bought winter clothes, she was more ruthless than them. Su went directly to the fur counter in Pacific Mall. Pacific Mall is a building in Xiangqing that specializes in selling high-end goods. Su bought 2 or 3 furs worth tens of thousands of yuan each for Su's father and mother, and also bought 2 for herself to use during the winter. More than 100,000 yuan was spent in one go, and there was less than 20,000 or 30,000 yuan left on Su's father's private card. Su Chuan withdrew cash from the ATM and drove to the hospital. There is a large hospital outside their school, which is said to have a good reputation. Su came here for a routine checkup to see if she is pregnant. Su's answer was very firm, which shocked the 30-year-old female gynecologist. She looked at Su carefully again and smiled. It's rare. You're only 19 years old. You're still studying, right? How are you going to support yourself if you come down? Raise it well. If you can give birth to it, you can keep it alive. She shrugged and looked at the name tag on the chest of the female doctor opposite her. Zhuo chief physician. It was indeed this person, the kind doctor who had delivered Xiao Ai at the survivor base in Xiangqing. I didn't expect Su to meet Zhuo here. She is really an obstetrician and gynecologist. I didn't lie. At that time, Su felt that she was about to give birth, and Xie Yaser ran away. She could only move to the wild hospital step by step. When she arrived at the wild hospital, she found that the conditions of the hospital were very simple. Everyone in a white coat was busy, and the hospital gave priority to rescuing people with connections. Women had to solve the problem of giving birth at home. If the child can be born, then raise it. If not, then the woman and the child will die together. Wrap them in a straw mat and casually throw them outside the barbed wire. It's just 2 lives. In the apocalypse, life is the least valuable thing. Su was lying on a wooden board separated by a curtain. Her stomach ached so much that she wanted to shoot herself. Blood was dripping from her body through the cracks in the wood. People were coming and going outside the curtain, and no one cared about her. It was Su's first time giving birth, and she had no experience at all. Just when she was anxious and scared, Zhuo came. Zhuo did not work in the wild hospital. She had no connections, so she could not enter the wild hospital. She just came here to try her luck and see if she could find some odd jobs to do. Then, when she was exchanging some supplies, she happened to hear Su moaning. In her words, no matter how loud the noises around were, Zhuo could tell that a woman was about to give birth as long as she heard the painful groans. At the same time, she got busy with her hands and feet. In a very short time, she took out a set of episiotomy instruments, disinfected them, propped up Su's legs, and delivered Xiao Ai for Su. If it weren't for Zhuo, in such a chaotic apocalypse, Su and Xiao Ai would probably have become one of the people abandoned outside the barbed wire. So Su said that although some people seem cold, heartless, materialistic, and realistic, in fact, she will always be helped by such people in her life. It's a pity that later on, When Su took some supplies and wanted to thank Xie, she never appeared in the wild hospital again. Returning to reality from her memories, Su saw Xie holding a pen and beginning to write medical instructions in her medical record book with great fanciness. She secretly decided that she would only see Xie for outpatient treatment in the future. He was a chief physician, and even in the harsh conditions of a wild hospital after the apocalypse, his skills in delivering a baby were top-notch. His medical skills were absolutely trustworthy. That's it. Take some Elevate home to take. It supplements trace elements, minerals, and vitamins. It's good for both adults and babies. After writing down the doctor's orders in the medical record book, Xie clicked on the computer and prescribed a bottle of Elevate for Su. Seeing that Su was still sitting there, he handed the registration card to Su. Okay, go pay and get the medicine. It takes 4 weeks, doctor. Can you give me more Elevate? 1 bottle is enough for a month. Then prescribe me a full 10-month supply, as well as calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, magnesium, etc. 10 bottles of each. Why do you need to take so many pills? This is really ridiculous. Elevate is enough to supplement all the nutrients you need throughout your pregnancy. You don't need anything else. That's it. I'll prescribe you another bottle. There's no more. Chief Physician Xie's voice suddenly became extremely stern. She has been a very principled doctor since she started practicing medicine. Not to mention that pregnant women cannot take medicine randomly. Even if they can, she will never prescribe medicine indiscriminately for pregnant women. So, it is a miracle for someone like her to reach the level of chief physician in a large hospital. For the hospital's efficiency, Xie is definitely a headache, but for patients, perhaps such a doctor can sometimes save a family's life. Of course, it might be a little troublesome for Su, because the world will end in 20 days, and 2 bottles of Elevate can only last for 2 months. She will have to go to the hospital to get Elevate at that time. There will always be a shortage of people in the hospital, and correspondingly, the zombies are also more concentrated. Holding the medical record and registration card, Su walked out of Xie's clinic dejectedly. She had never done a prenatal checkup in her previous life, so she didn't know that the checkup had to be repeated. She also didn't know that pregnant women had to take vitamins, trace elements, and minerals. No wonder Xie Yaser was thin when she was born. It turned out that she didn't get enough nutrition in the belly. For weeks, the end of the world has come. How can I do a pregnancy test? Su was a little worried, silently lowered her head to queue up to pay the money, and took the receipt to get the medicine. She was thinking about whether to kidnap Xie on December 30th. On the other side of Xiangqing, in a hidden military base that was not open to the outside world, the men had just finished training and were sitting in the dormitory chatting. Yi was wearing a pair of army green shorts, shirtless in the cold weather, holding a notebook in his hand. He rudely kicked open the dormitory door, patted the notebook in his hand, and shouted to the dozens of people in the dormitory, "Pay me back the money you lost playing cards. I need it urgently." A man in camouflage uniform, who looked to be in his 30s, with a full beard, stood up and whipped Yi with the whip in his hand. Yi ran up and kicked the man in the abdomen. The man flipped backwards and jumped onto the table, shouting, "Brothers, this is a great opportunity for the liberated serfs to sing. Kill Yi Ba Pai, and we won't have to pay back our money.
Go.
Beat him. Yi Ba Pai, you have come to this day. Stop him. Close the door quickly. Don't let him run away. Hold him, and pull his pants off for me. Yi Ba Pai, if you're serious, you're going to knock my front teeth out." In a passionate fight, Yi knocked down several people, jumped onto the table, held a notebook in one hand and a mop in the other, swept around the policeman below, and shouted, "Whoever dares to come over here, I will never surrender until I die. Yi Baopi, hand over the account book in your hand, and we brothers will let you go." "Bah, no way. I owe a lot of debts to you hooligans, and I'm counting on you hooligans to pay them off. If you want the account book, you'd better walk over my dead body." "What account? Peach Blossom account?" Someone jokingly said something, and everyone below looked at each other, then looked at Yi on the table, who was standing on one leg like a golden rooster and a white crane spreading its wings, and was obviously silent and acquiescing. Some hugged his feet, some dragged his hands. Thinking of this, everyone was full of fighting spirit, and they were about to overturn the dormitory. Beep, beep. A sharp alarm sounded, interrupting the laughter and cursing of the crowd. All the troublemakers dispersed as quickly as possible, rushed to their beds, and began to put on their equipment. The alarm sounded, which proved that the mission was about to begin. What's the matter? King Kong, do you know? During the time when they were getting dressed, a man with glasses and a scholarly face asked King Kong, who was about 30 years old and had a full face of stubble. King Kong glanced back at him, shook his head, and tilted his head to look at Yiyu, who was standing next to him and was already dressed neatly, and asked, "Yi Baopi, do you know? I heard that something happened in the city again." Without waiting for Yiyu to answer, a fair-looking Special Forces soldier with a wisp of mustache, who looked like a fortune teller, came over and spread the gossip to everyone. "I heard it from the captain about the incident in the city." Everyone laughed and cursed again. Yi Baopi and Yiyu ignored them and carefully put the notebook in his hand under the pillow. He also put an old man's mobile phone in his hip pocket. The Special Forces soldier, who looked like a fortune teller next to him, saw it and slapped him. Yi reacted quickly and jumped away. He only heard the Special Forces soldier, who looked like a fortune teller, lower his voice and shouted, "Yi Baopi, are you crazy? You can't bring your cell phone with you on a mission. Get out of here, fortune teller. I have an important call waiting for me these days." Yi hooked his long arm and strangled the fortune teller's neck. He dragged the fortune teller out and threatened, "When I kill someone, I will definitely turn off my phone. I will turn it on when I have nothing to do. Stop talking nonsense, or I will pay you back immediately." "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything." The voices of Yiyu and the fortune teller gradually faded away. King Kong and the scholar followed them from a distance. King Kong cursed in a low voice, "Get lost. Yi Baopi has been obsessed with money these days." "Scholar, do you know what happened? Hey, do you really not know, or are you pretending?" That night the scholar smiled at King Kong with an ambiguous look on his face. "I heard that he had provoked an innocent girl, and now he is trying to collect money for that girl. I was wondering why Yi Baopi didn't come to play cards that night."
Turns out.
King Kong stopped talking and turned to look at the scholar. Both of them had mysterious and gloating expressions on their faces. Looking at Yi Baopi in front of him, King Kong couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy. He's almost 25, and he's finally eating meat. Yes, it's much better than you, who are 34, and still haven't had meat. How the Hades can you not mention this? As they were talking, people had already entered the conference room one after another, found their own seats, and stopped talking. Everyone put on a serious face, as if they were good men who were determined to defend their country to the death. After a while, a few leaders came in and glanced at the 20 fully armed people. There were 3 special teams here, all of which were the best and most outstanding talents selected from the army. Some leaders looked reluctant, but still gave each person a form. "Yi Baopi, this matter looks quite serious." The fortune teller next to Yiyu frowned, stroked his mustache, and tapped the amount of pension on the paper with the tip of his pen. Yiyu raised his eyelids and took a look, then sneered. This pension amount was more than 3 times the normal amount. This special forces team of theirs is called the Suicide Squad by outsiders. Every time they go on a mission, their superiors will give them a form like this, which can be regarded as a suicide note. The form will clearly state how much pension the country will give them if they die gloriously. Over time, the people in the Suicide Squad could tell the difficulty of the mission just from the amount of the pension. The pension for this mission set a historical high. Yiyu calmly wrote down Su's name in the column for pension pair. From now on, his pension would only be given to Su. Su here still knew nothing. After picking up the medicine, she asked the consultation desk for a copy of Xie Yaser's duty roster. After calculating the time, she found out that Xie Yaser was on the morning shift on December 30th and would not be seeing patients in the afternoon. Su decided to sneak into Xie Yaser's house on the night of December 30th, knock her out, and carry her back to the villa. After coming out of the hospital, Su received a call from her parents. They were already sitting in a Western restaurant in the commercial district, waiting for Su to come over for lunch. Su hurriedly drove over and looked into the extremely tasteful Western restaurant. Her parents were already sitting at a table by the window. They had ordered steak, pasta, and pizza, waiting for her to come over to eat. Su's family background is not particularly good. Her parents are ordinary people among the vast majority of people. Although her family background is not good compared with the bottom of society, they still have some money to enjoy life, such as going out for a Western meal occasionally and planning a family domestic tour once a year. This kind of small family atmosphere is very popular with Su's father and mother. Su was scolded by her mother for wearing too little, so she sat down next to her mother. Seeing that her mother had already cut the steak for her, she wished she could feed her a few bites herself. Su sighed in her heart. No matter how old a person is or how much she has experienced, in front of her parents, she will always be that hungry little baby who knows nothing. Su was also happy to be taken care of by her parents. She leaned lazily on the chair without any image, really waiting for her mother to feed her steak, while her eyes were fixed on the news on the TV hanging on the wall, watching the reports in it. The news that Su read was urban news. It was about a wealthy man in Xiangqing who invested a sum of money in a financial management company in Xiangqing. However, the income he should have received this month had not yet arrived in his account. The wealthy man suspected that he had been cheated and contacted the financial management company many times, but the people at the financial management company made many excuses. Finally, the wealthy man had no choice but to report it to the urban news, and a reporter came forward and took the wealthy man to negotiate with the financial management company. It is being reported in the news right now that the head of the financial management company is complaining to the reporter, saying that they actually have no other options. The head office is in the city, and now the people at the head office cannot be contacted, and the money is still in the account of the city and has not been transferred to the Xiangqing Financial Management Branch. Please forgive me for the nonsense. Although I know it is fake, this person is quite sincere in what he said. Lao Su, look, he is almost crying. While feeding Su steak, Su's mother commented on the news on the wall. Su's father had his back to the TV, reading a newspaper. When he heard what Su's mother said, he hummed nonchalantly and said something casually. The city has been in a lot of trouble recently. Look here, a young man named Wong Jun traveled thousands of miles to the city on foot because of a girl named Leing. As a result, he disappeared, and his family put a missing person notice in the newspaper. The sunlight shone through the glass onto Su's pale face. She chewed her steak while thinking about the city. It was obvious that the city was much more strictly controlled than it was a dozen days ago, and the news was blocked very thoroughly. For such a large city like only some peripheral news was circulated. If she was not someone who had experience with the end of the world, it would be difficult for her to smell the stench of corpses. For a moment, Su felt a little uneasy, as if she was watching a person slowly and painfully dying in front of her. She knew that this person would die, but there was no way to save him. This was the trend of the times, and there was nothing she could do. After finishing the Western meal, Su's father and mother wanted to continue shopping. Su used the excuse of going to the bookstore to buy some books on studying hard and making progress every day, and then turned to the pawn shop and pawned all of Su's mother's gold and silver jewelry that she brought from Jie City. She took out nearly 20,000 yuan and continued to squander like a rich person. In the evening, Su and her father and mother found a restaurant and had a good dinner. Su drove her father and mother back to the Apple Villa district. Cars were coming and going along the road. Su was steering with one hand and leaning on the window with the other hand, thinking about something. Suddenly, a dazzling car light came from behind Su's Jeep. Su glanced in the rear-view mirror. Wow, behind her car there was actually a high-end RV. At this time, Su's car and the high-end RV drove to the gate of Apple Villa district. The gate opened and Su drove in first. She kept looking at the rear-view mirror and saw the high-end RV behind her also entered the Apple Villa district. At a fork in the road, it went in two directions with Su's car and finally stopped in front of a villa. Okay, this car is what she likes. From now on, I will travel around the world with Xiao AI and my parents. With an RV, my quality of life will be great. While Su was sitting in the driver's seat and thinking, Su's father was sitting in the back seat, holding his cell phone and frowning, saying, Xiaoya's phone is turned off. What do you mean? Don't you want to be responsible for our Su? Su's father sighed at Su's mother and raised his hand to ask her to calm down. Sit down. Xiaoyi is not that kind of person. I think he might have something urgent to do. Don't worry, I'll try again tomorrow morning. Xiaoyi, you call me so affectionately. Su's mother was very dissatisfied with Su's father's attitude of favoring Yiyu. The two of them quarreled all the way back to the villa. Su left them, drove the car into the garage, went to the kitchen to get 2 empty glass bottles, and when she walked into the living room, the 2 glass bottles were already filled with clear water. She handed 2 glasses of water to Su's father and mother, who were still arguing, and went upstairs to her room after telling them something. Back in the bedroom, Su entered the bathroom, looked at the round white bathtub, and began to try to fill it with water. Now, if she were to let the water run, filling half the bathtub would definitely not be a problem, but attacking with water might be a little troublesome. Su filled half the bathtub with cold water and added some hot water. Then she took off her clothes and got into the bathtub. She sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to feel the connection between the water in the bathtub and her limbs. Now the spirit in her body was about the size of a pomegranate seed, and it looked shiny silver. She caught the silver light for a while, and seeing that there was no change in the spirit, she changed her way of playing. Su first thought about what she must make the spirit do. In addition to releasing the water, she also wanted to make the power it carried become a substance that could be manipulated at will. Then a layer of flowing water gradually appeared on her skin. Su felt a little anxious, but it had come to this point, and retreating was not an option. She closed her eyes and plunged her head into the water. She saw a flash of silver light on the swaying water surface, and a transparent water mirror flew out of the water and floated on the bathtub. She spit out a bubble and lay straight at the bottom of the bathtub, staring with her eyes wide open. She felt that her limbs were madly absorbing the water around her. The water rushed into her bones and blood, and rushed into her soul like a moth to a flame. The silver light on the spirit flickered like the stars in the sky, running rapidly. It was absorbing the energy of the water and releasing energy at the same time. This energy was used to support the water mirror suspended above the bathtub. Su was lying at the bottom of the bathtub, watching the water around her almost drying up. Her heart trembled, and she raised her hand suddenly, waving the faucet above her head. With a splash, the water in the shower poured down, and the water fell on Su's body, just like falling into a sponge, and disappeared without a trace. The water mirror continued to float for a long time. After a long time, Su finally adapted to this kind of energy input and output. She slowly regained control of her spirit, so that her body no longer absorbed water like a sponge. She also manipulated the energy released by her spirit to continue supporting the water mirror, allowing the water mirror to move east and west according to her will, slowly becoming thicker and thinner, and finally turning into a stream of water and falling into the bathtub. After mastering this move, it was much easier for Su to condense a water mirror than the first time. In fact, she had only used an ice mirror before. The ice mirror could protect herself, and was also a good skill to fight monsters. The principle of condensing a water mirror was similar to that of an ice mirror, but now Su felt that this water mirror tested her more refined operation than the ice mirror, because water could easily deform. If she wanted to control the water mirror in the same way as the ice mirror, it would definitely not work. She had to be more focused and use more energy to maintain the shape of the water mirror. After concentrating the water mirror 2 or 3 times, each time lasting no more than half a minute, Su was already very tired. She was a pregnant woman and still in the dangerous period of the first 3 months, so she had to take it easy. Her empty stomach made her a little anxious, so Su went downstairs and saw that it was already 2 or 3 in the middle of the night. Her father and mother had already gone to bed, so Su started to cook a large bowl of noodles, looked at the round moon outside the window, and ate it all up. There is a phone book on the table. It is the phone book that Sue's father carries with him all year round. Older people always have the habit of recording phone numbers in a small notebook. Sue flipped through the book out of boredom and saw Yu's name and phone number on the last page of Sue's father's phone book. She stood up, feeling a little unsatisfied, and turned on the stove to start cooking the second bowl of noodles. While cooking, she took out her cell phone, thinking about the quarrel between her parents just now, and she didn't know whether they had finished talking or not, and muttered to herself, "Is your phone turned off? Let me try." Just as the fortune teller said, their mission this time was still to the disease control center in the city. This time, several blocks around the CDC have been surrounded by barbed wire. Yu and 20 others were thrown into the barbed wire. The order given to them was to kill everyone without mercy. Killing without mercy is a normal task for the death squad, but the location is an ordinary city in China, which makes Yu and others suspicious. It was not the suicide squad's right to question. They could only walk forward step by step under the moonlight, looking at the street shops that had been destroyed. "Wait a minute, someone's here," King Kong shouted in the communicator, and the members of the suicide squad who were advancing step by step stopped. In the moonlight, they saw several people staggering in front of them. Everyone put on night vision goggles. "Are you injured?" The person walking in front ignored him, dragging a seemingly weak leg, making a series of labored sounds. A teammate next to you turned around and said, "From the looks of it, he looks like an ordinary citizen. I don't think he has any weapons on him." "Kill?" King Kong turned his head and looked at Yu.
Yu shook his head.
How could he know what to do in this situation? The order from above was to kill without mercy, but it did not say whether an ordinary wounded person with no resistance was also within the scope of killing without mercy. "Can I ask for your instructions?" King Kong asked again. Yu nodded, and King Kong adjusted the communicator in his ear. Before he started talking, the surrounding streets and alleys were crowded with wounded people staggering in. The suicide squad members were stunned for a moment, turned their heads and looked at each other, only to hear Yu ask strangely, "Why does it feel like we are in a doomsday movie?" "They are not human, they are zombies." Before he finished his words, a wounded zombie who walked to the front pounced on the suicide squad member closest to it. As the suicide squad member screamed, Yu reacted quickly, raising the gun in his hand and fired a series of bang bang bang. King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller reacted one after another, and immediately stood back to back and fired at the zombies that were surrounding them from all directions. Then Yu retreated while firing his gun, and moved closer to them. The four of them formed a defensive camp. "Fight your way east and get into the building." Pointing to the side with the least zombies, Yu fired wildly towards the east, but those zombies were not afraid of bullets at all. Apart from hindering their movements, they didn't feel anything at all and continued to move forward. Soon, Yu's front was blocked by zombies. He raised his foot and kicked down a zombie that was rushing towards him, waving the gun in his hand to clear the way. Then Yu discovered that using brute force against these zombies was sometimes more effective than shooting, because after a kick, the zombies fell to the ground and got up slower than they could walk, as if their bodies were extremely stiff and their bones and joints were very inflexible. Soon, with the help of his teammates, Yu opened a path, kicked open the door of a nearby building, and covered his teammates behind him as they entered the room one by one. Then they quickly closed the door and found some heavy objects to prop it up. They allowed more and more zombies outside to gather. The suicide squad members sat in the building and fell into deathly silence. The night continued. King Kong squatted on the ground, constantly calling out for instructions, but no one answered him. After calling N times in a row, King Kong raised his head, with a rare look of panic in his eyes. He looked at Yu, forced a smile uglier than crying, and cursed. "Such a high pension, it's really a life to earn but no life to spend it." It might be that the people above them were afraid of the spread of infection or something. Anyway, given the situation, even the command had cut off contact with them. It was obvious that the situation was much more complicated than expected. Yu's face was livid, and everyone's face looked bad. Under the moonlight, they felt heavy and frightened. Suddenly, the The Suicide Squad member who had been bitten by a zombie before was lying on the ground, and his whole body twitched suddenly. The teammates closest to him immediately stepped forward, some pressing his hands and some pressing his feet. Yiyu raised his gun, looked at his comrade, and felt grief-stricken. Everyone realized a serious possibility. Where did those zombies and monsters outside come from? Why couldn't a city control the situation in just a few days and had to sacrifice them to make up for it? The barbed wire fence was so high and had electricity. Don't think that they were airdropped in, so you can't see the fence being built outside the barbed wire fence. All these things told them that there was indeed a possibility of infection here, and their comrade who was bitten by a zombie was likely to have been infected. Some people couldn't help it, holding their guns, lowering their heads, and wiping their eyes. Iron-blooded men, good men who never blinked even when faced with a hail of bullets, now facing their brothers who used to eat, sleep, and go through life and death together. How should they choose? They knew that they should probably shoot him, but no one wanted to be the one to shoot him. Glancing at the brothers who were obviously retreating, Yu stepped forward and saw that the brother who was twitching and struggling on the ground had calmed down. He stopped and pressed his finger on the man's neck artery and said coldly, "His pulse is still beating. Tie him up first.
Then.
We have to find a way to get out and find something to eat. We can't starve to death in here." The mission they came in for was just 3 words: kill without mercy. Yu didn't understand it before, but now he understands. It means to kill without mercy, to kill the zombies until the last one dies. This is to use the smallest sacrifice to exchange for the greatest benefit. Just as they had always guessed, some people in the city did not want the situation to get out of control, so they tried to conceal everything that happened in the city. Will we be infected too? King Kong was still squatting on the ground, holding his head with his hands, a hint of despair in his eyes, but he still didn't want to give up the hope in his heart, so despair and hope were intertwined. He thought of the zombies outside and the doomsday-like situation inside. They knew nothing about it and didn't even know how to prevent themselves from being infected. "I don't know, we know nothing." Yi shook his head with a frozen face. What happened in the CDC? Why did they tell them before that the situation was under control and then let the situation develop like this? All those messed up things made it impossible for these small-time soldiers to analyze anything. Now the only thing they can do is to kill, kill, kill. If they don't kill the zombies, they will die. If they kill all the zombies, they will die too. You are my little apple, and I can never love you enough in such a depressing atmosphere. An unusually loud song, Little Apple, rang out. The music echoed in the dark night, attracting the zombies who were still wandering aimlessly in the distance to run here, shouting. Inside the building, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. When did it turn on automatically? This is an old phone, not a smart one. Yu explained somewhat awkwardly, turned around, and took out the black old man's phone from his back pocket. This was the new one he bought. Maybe he hit some keys when fighting the zombies just now, so the phone turned on automatically, and the name on the caller ID was Sue. At this moment, Yu felt a little sad. He was about to die, so why was Sue calling? He didn't want to answer the call at first, but Little Apple was still playing, and the sound was so loud that it was scary. He also thought that he should at least tell Sue where to collect his pension, so he answered Sue's call. "Hello?" On the other end, Sue didn't even need to press the speakerphone button because it was an old phone, so her voice could be clearly heard by everyone present. "Yu, where are you?" "Doing a mission in this city." "You can bring your phone with you on a mission?" "You're kidding me." Without me." "Wait a minute. What's that noise over there? Are there zombies over there?" Because it was also at night, and maybe because the receiver of Yiyu's old-fashioned phone was very good, Sue suddenly heard a very familiar voice, which really made her miss it. Her hands and feet suddenly felt itchy, the kind of itch that made her want to rush to the other end of the phone to beat the zombies. Yu didn't say anything and seemed unusually silent. He was thinking about how to tell Sue that they might be sacrificed. How much of the complex factors involved could Sue understand? "You're in the city, still killing zombies?" "Haha, there are zombies to kill? Why aren't you talking?" "I know you're going to die." Seeing Yu silent, Sue continued to speak. To be honest, she realized that Yi Yu and the others had zombies to kill. There was indeed a hint of joy in her tone. She did not hide her cheerful mood, and slapped her thigh and laughed. It was great that there were such a lucky group of people in the world who could be the first people in the apocalypse who could kill zombies. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Over there, besides the sounds of the zombies, there was also the sound of Yi Yu's breathing. After a while, Yi Yu replied gloomily, Su, are you happy that I'm dead? Well, I won't be very happy, but I won't be sad either. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Forget it. You are the only woman I have ever had in my life. When saying this, Yi Yu's voice became deeper and his eyes became a little misty. He seemed to be savoring the taste of Su that he had tried before, and then he said, I can't give you the retirement settlement money I promised you, but I'm on a mission this time, so the pension is tripled. I filled in your name as the recipient of the pension, and they will contact you. If they don't contact you, remember to go and get it yourself. Just find Director Liu Jinghua of the Xiangqing Armed Forces Department. He's my childhood friend, and he will help you. On the other end of the phone, Su sat at the dining table, holding the phone in one hand and twirling 2 chopsticks in the other, poking the bottom of the bowl in front of her. The smile on her face faded little by little as Yi Yu spoke, and she became serious and solemn. Then, as if suddenly, she spoke, interrupting Yi Yu's chatter. Yi Yu, the most critical part of a zombie is the head. You either hit its head or beat it to pieces, otherwise they will keep chasing you. Ordinary zombies like this are less active during the day than at night. As long as you are not bitten by the zombies, the doomsday virus will not cause direct infection to you. Even if you are bitten, it doesn't matter. Observe for 24 hours. If you don't turn into a zombie within 24 hours, okay, congratulations on evolving into a mutant. In fact, they are easy to kill. You don't need to be afraid of them because even at night when they are very active, their movement speed is as slow as a turtle. You are Special Forces soldiers. Is it difficult to kill a turtle? The key is to overcome the fear from your heart. Su suddenly became serious, and her words changed from gloating because Yi Yu actually wanted to give her his pension. The end of the world has come. What else does she need so much money for? But just such a small action by Yi Yu made Su suddenly feel a little compassion in her heart. After all, Yi Yu is Xiao Ai's biological father, and he didn't do anything bad to her. He just accidentally slept with her. Saving his life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. At that moment, Su felt that her heart suddenly became noble. She was an angel who saved Yi Yu's group of poor people. Otherwise, how could she explain that she suddenly got interested in trying to get through Yi Yu's phone at such a late hour? Otherwise, she would have to listen to her parents quarreling about this matter again the next day. That's all. You can figure out the rest in actual combat. After forcibly hanging up Yi Yu's phone, Su stood up, pulled her pajamas closer, took out a large caterpillar bread from the refrigerator, sat at the dining table and tore it open bit by bit. While thinking about the problem, she stuffed the breadcrumbs into her mouth. The end of the world is coming, the end of the world is coming, and it is approaching humans little by little at its pace. Su is a little excited. She eats the caterpillar bread and thinks about the little AI in her belly. At this moment, she has only one thought in her mind. The person who has been worried about it for a long time must be dealt with. On the other end of the phone, you listen to the busy tone coming from the old phone, with 2 confused expressions on his face. He turned his head to look at his comrades behind him, just as he was about to mechanically repeat Su's words so as to discuss the feasibility of the information in these words with his comrades behind him nodded one after another. There is no other way now. Let's try what Su said. These zombies are not afraid of bullets at all, and we have limited ammunition. If we don't kill them all, we will die too. Just do as your Su said. Did you all hear it? Yi Yu covered the old-fashioned phone in his hand with a vigilant look on his face. His teammates nodded, with shameless and self-righteous expressions on their faces. The volume of the old-fashioned phone was so loud that even if they didn't want to listen, they could hear it clearly. Since their hearing was so damaged, they might as well listen openly and remember it. FCK, you guys are a bunch of beasts. Unable to hold back, Yu denounced this group of shameless eavesdroppers and almost forgot about the zombies gathering outside the door. It was not until the heavy object blocking the door was squeezed loose by the zombies outside that Yu raised a trembling finger and pointed at King Kong and others in anger. "I'll settle the score with you later." That night, the 20 members of the Suicide Squad in the city experienced the most absurd night of their lives. That night, Su from Xiangqing sat in the kitchen and also did not sleep all night. The next morning, when it was almost light, Su's father and mother got up, made breakfast, and went to the school to cause trouble for the teacher. After going to school for a few days in a row, Su decided to go to the school as well, so she went back to school with her parents and she returned to the dormitory. It was class time, and there was no one in the entire women's dormitory area. When Su entered the dormitory, Lianxin and Li Xiuyu were not there, so she sat at the table, turned on the computer, and started surfing the internet. On the internet, Su seemed to be browsing the news casually, without any purpose. In fact, the news she read was all related to the city. Naturally, there were no disaster reports in the city on the internet and in the mainstream media. There were only people's livelihood news such as missing person notices or a company or institution in the city being frozen. Based on Yiyu's description, Su could analyze that the disaster in the city did not seem to be a whole city disaster, but a certain area of the city was blocked. According to Yiyu, only a few blocks around the CDC were blocked, and they were killing zombies near the CDC. How naive. Using high walls and barbed wire can prevent the spread of infection. Su laughed in her heart and randomly opened a Minesweeper game on the computer to play. After playing for about half an hour, Lianxin and Li Xiuyu came back. Lianxin opened the door, but she was startled when she saw Su sitting inside playing on the computer and hid behind Li Xiuyu. Li Xiuyu was brave enough and was stunned for a moment, raised her hand to adjust her glasses on the bridge of her nose, smiled at Su, and said, "Su, you're back?" Su lazily leaned back in the chair and yawned. She didn't sleep all night last night, and she had some pregnancy reactions, so her mental state was a little bad. She tilted her head and looked at Li Xiuyu with squinted eyes. "How is Bai Luoluo?" "Xiuyu, I'll go get some food." Without waiting for Li Xiuyu to answer, Lianxin walked into the dormitory, got her meal card and lunchbox, and helped Li Xiuyu get her lunchbox as well. "I'll get some for you. Come down and eat right away." "Okay." Li Xiuyu nodded, watching Lianxin's back walk away, and explained to Su embarrassedly, she may not have come to her senses yet. Not only had she not come to her senses yet, looking at Lianxin's attitude, it was obvious that she had some opinion about Su. After all, they had lived in the same dormitory for so long. Lianxin just glanced at Su when he opened the door, and then entered the dormitory, took the meal card, and took the lunchbox, all while treating Su as if she was invisible and non-existent. Lianxin is expressing her dissatisfaction with Su with this attitude. She is excluding Su. Childish. Su spat at Lianxin in her heart, ignored him, continued to look at Li Xiuyu, and asked again, "How is Bai Luoluo?" She's still in the hospital." Li Xiuyu approached Su, pulled a chair, and sat down next to her, resting her hands on the back of the chair, and sighed. "Actually, Bai Luoluo has almost recovered, but for some reason, she keeps having a fever, and it keeps getting worse for days on end. No reason can be found, so she has been staying in the hospital," her parents said. Li Xiuyu looked up at Su and saw that Su was listening attentively. She continued, "Say this is the sequelae caused by you. Bai Luoluo also has a fever." Su was lost in thought, mumbling to herself. Looking at her expression, it was unclear what she was thinking about. Li Xiuyu stood up and poured herself a glass of water, took 2 sips, and continued, "I think this matter is quite troublesome. Su, are you still coming to study?" "Not coming anymore." "I think so. They all said that you are doing pretty well now. That person seems to have a good relationship with the school. Even the teachers are helping your parents and educating and criticizing Bai Luoluo's parents, asking them not to cause trouble. That person is naturally Yiyu." Now the story of Su getting together with Yu by chance has spread all over the school. According to Lee Xiaoyu, Bai Luoluo's parents and Su's parents seem to have started a tug-of-war in the school. Bai Luoluo's parents thought they were rich and vowed to make Su pay the price, while the school sided with Su's parents because of Yu's background. So Bai Luoluo's parents not only did not gain any advantage, but also suffered a lot of anger for it. Su was secretly proud of her godly arrangement. She had expected that Bai Luoluo's family would not give up, so she informed Yu in advance. Now Bai Luoluo's family must be mad with anger. She looked down at her watch calmly. The time was December 25th. Su sneered inaudibly and turned her head to look at Lee Xiaoyu. I want to go see Bai Luoluo. Can you give me the hospital and bed number where she is staying? Good. Thinking that Su was going to reconcile with Bai Luoluo, Lee Xiaoyu immediately put down the water cup and wrote down the hospital, department, and bed number where Bai Luoluo was staying on the sticky note. Su took it and looked at it. Wow, what a coincidence, it was the big hospital where Zhuo worked. She nodded, put the sticky note in her backpack, raised her hand, and started to disassemble her computer. While disassembling, she said to Lee Xiaoyu, "Thank you. Today is Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. Also, I heard that there will be heavy rain and sleet in the next few days. Don't go out unless necessary. With your courage and insight, as long as you don't show sympathy indiscriminately, you can live forever." What's the meaning? Lee Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and she looked at Su in confusion. She thought Su was mocking her, but they had a good chat just now. What does not showing sympathy indiscriminately can live forever mean? Putting this in other people's ears, it is very ambiguous. Su did not explain, but smiled meaningfully at Lee Xiaoyu, picked up her computer, and left the dormitory. As soon as she walked out of the dormitory door, she saw Li Anxin standing by the door. When she saw Su coming out, she walked into the dormitory expressionlessly. When she brushed past Su's shoulder, she still didn't look at Su. After a while, Su heard behind her. Li Anxin deliberately said loudly to Lee Xiaoyu, "You're still talking to her? Look, she's mocking you for being so kind? And Xian, stop talking." In the dormitory, Lee Xiaoyu looked back at Su. The thin figure stood straight as she turned and walked away. For a moment, Lee Xiaoyu felt a little sad from somewhere in her heart. She couldn't tell what kind of feelings Su gave her, but deep down, Lee Xiaoyu felt that what Su had just said seemed to have no malice. Su, carrying a host, a monitor, a mouse, and a keyboard, walked easily to the parking lot outside the dormitory. From a distance, he saw Su's father and mother arguing with two people. When she saw Su coming, Su's mother, who was still arguing with others with a red face, immediately turned around and took the LCD monitor from Su's hand. Su's father did the same, just half a beat behind Su's mother, and took the host from Su's hand. "Shushu, you came just in time." The two people who had been arguing with Su's parents before, one of them was a woman in her 40s, dressed elegantly in a purple long-down jacket, carrying an alligator leather bag, with makeup on her face and her hair permed to look fashionable. She walked up in high heels, looked at Su and sneered, "You are quite good, little girl, but you are too ruthless. You beat our Luoluo like this. Do you want to just let it go? Allow? Of course not. We have sufficient evidence. We must bring you, Bai Luoluo, to court. You framed your classmates and drugged them out of jealousy. Who did you learn this despicable trick from?" There was no need for Su to speak. Her mother threw the LCD monitor in her hand to her father, rolled up her sleeves, and started to confront the lady. Su stood behind her father and mother, slowly took out the car keys, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Judging from the current situation, it was not difficult for Su to guess that her parents must have had a conflict with Bai Luoluo's parents at the head teacher's place again. When it was time to leave, Bai Luoluo's parents chased after her parents and started to make trouble. Ordinary people like her parents naturally would not give in, and the two sides started arguing while standing in the parking lot. Despicable? No matter how despicable we are not as good as you. With the help of Luoluo, You even got close to a powerful person. Not bad, but you should not be too proud. We are also people with status in the society. You, Su, are just a witch. Following the lady's arrogant words, Su had already backed her military jeep out of the parking space and parked it behind her parents. She turned her delicate and slightly pale face from the front and looked at the lady and the middle-aged man in a suit who had been standing behind her and had not said much. Suddenly she laughed and said to the lady, "Don't worry, no matter how cheap I am, I can never be even 1/10,000th as cheap as Bai Luoluo." Who is Bai Luoluo? She is a lazy and extravagant daughter of a wealthy family. In the end, she couldn't stand the suffering of doomsday, so she started to engage in the flesh trade. Su feels that compared with her, she is extremely pure and noble. The little girl is sharp-tongued. This kind of character will put her at a disadvantage in society. The middle-aged man in a suit standing behind the lady finally spoke, but the warning and threat in his words were obvious. Su raised her eyebrows with a provocative look in her eyes. She looked at the middle-aged man with an attitude of "come on if you dare." She stretched out a hand, patted the car door, and shouted to Su's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, get in the car. Why are you arguing with two mad dogs? Aren't you afraid of lowering your own standards? You, who are you calling a mad dog?" The lady was almost mad with rage. She rushed forward and was about to fight with Su, but the middle-aged man behind her grabbed her arm. There was a look of obvious pride on the faces of Su's father and mother. It was great. It was rare for their Su to be so strong. It really made them, as parents, feel proud. After Su's father and mother got into the car, Su stepped on the accelerator and did a beautiful drift, splashing mud on the ground. With a paw sound, the mud splashed onto the faces and bodies of the middle-aged man in a suit and the lady. At the back of the car, even the middle-aged man in a suit who had been trying hard to control himself couldn't help but roared in anger. Inside the car, Su's mother looked back and saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Su was quite calm. She didn't think her behavior was anything to be happy about, nor did she feel unhappy. This kind of provocation could only make her parent happy, just like playing with children. If she really took action, it would be either death or injury. The car drove on the road and drove for a distance when Su's phone rang. She held the steering wheel with one hand and took out the phone with the other. She could hear Su's father muttering in the back seat, "Don't answer the phone while driving. Where did you learn these bad habits?" Your father, have been driving for so many years, and I've never been as careless and nonchalant as you are." Nagging. The nagging of parents is actually the most sincere concern in this world. But Su still did her own thing. She turned on the phone with one hand and answered it. Yi's voice came from it. His voice was no longer as dull and nervous as it was a few days ago. It seemed that he had adapted to the small apocalyptic environment in the city. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, say it." "I'm driving." Su's eyes were fixed on the front, and his tone was as bad as usual. You didn't mind." He could hear gunshots from his side, the passionate roars of men, and the sounds of zombies one after another. It was very lively, making Su a little restless. "One of our teammates has been bitten by a zombie for many days and has been in a coma. Didn't I tell you? If bitten by a zombie, an ordinary person will turn into a zombie within 24 hours. If it hasn't turned into a zombie within 24 hours, it means that he has good resistance and his body is evolving into a superpower. If a superpower is bitten by a zombie, it depends on the energy in his body. If the energy is strong, the doomsday virus will attack slowly. Over time, the doomsday virus in the body will be purified by itself. If the energy is weak, it will not be able to defeat the doomsday virus and will turn into a zombie. But don't shoot yourself as soon as you are scratched by a zombie. That death is too unfair. Also, there are crystal cores in the brains of zombies. That thing is very important for upgrading superpowers. Remember to take it out after killing them." Although Su felt very impatient, in order to prevent Yu, a small-time soldier, from not understanding, she still explained in detail the measures to be taken after being bitten by a zombie. Stopping the bleeding was the most important thing, and the rest was just leaving it to fate. After saying these things, Su did not avoid her parents. She was driving and her parents were in her car, so there was no way to avoid them. Besides, Su also wanted to let her parents know about these things subtly, so that when the doomsday comes in a few days, if they encounter someone bitten by a zombie, they will not know how to deal with it. Really? I said it's okay, haha, I'm just a little unsure and I'm really nervous. How did you know all this? Yi smiled flatteringly on the other end of the phone, seeming to be making small talk. Su couldn't help but feel a shudder in her stomach, and she forced herself to cough and replied, I saw it in a movie. Oh, actually I also like watching this kind of apocalyptic movies. We have similar interests. It's getting cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. I don't know if it's because Yu has been in the military camp for too long and has become out of touch with society, or if he has always had a simple mind, but he actually believed what Su said. In such a tense environment, he even started discussing his interests and hobbies with Su. Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, hold back the churning in her stomach, and hung up Yu's phone. But she heard Su's mother sighing from the passenger seat. Su, your father and I are planning to go back to Xie City tomorrow. Why are you going back to Xie City? Your father said that he had some money deposited in Xie City. He wanted to take out the money and buy you a house in Xiangqing. Oh, wait a few days. Yu called just now and said he's on a business trip for a few days and will be back on the 31st. Then I'll go back to Xie City with you guys. Shushulit without blinking. The money that Su's father had left in Xie City? She had already spent it all. If she let her parents go back to Xie City to get the money, wouldn't she be expecting to be beaten? Su's mother, who was sitting in the passenger seat, counted the time on her fingers. It was only 5 or 6 days. She looked back at Su's father in the back seat. Su's father nodded quickly and leaned forward on the back of Su's seat, asking about her in both open and covert ways. Daughter, the person who just called you to discuss the plot of the movie was Xiaoyi, right? He thought that Su and Yi were discussing the plot of the movie just now and would never think about the real situation. Su said and Su's father and Su's mother exchanged a look. See, the two have already discussed a certain plot of the movie. It seems that this interaction is still good. Then when they negotiate with Yu, should they change their thinking? Su raised her eyes and happened to see Su's father's meaningful eyes in the rearview mirror. She didn't say it directly. There were only the last few days left. She had to let her parents find something to do to pass these boring years. But in the next few days, Su's father and mother were no longer bored, but Su, as expected, fell into a very uncomfortable situation. When she was pregnant with Xiao Ai in her previous life, she actually lay in bed crying every day. Later, the end of the world came, and she and Xie Qingyan had to run and escape every day. She didn't have the leisure to experience the various reactions of early pregnancy. But now, she felt that she wanted to sleep all day long, and was very sleepy. Sometimes, after just waking up and eating a meal, she would immediately feel tired and want to sleep. Occasionally, she would force herself to wake up and practice her supernatural powers, but she would from time to interrupt the practice of her supernatural powers. Su was so angry that she poked her belly with her finger and scolded, "Little AI, look at the time now. You are still tormenting your mother. The zombies are about to have a party, and your mother is still sleeping here." After the training, Su yawned and fell back to bed to continue sleeping. After getting up, Su vomited again and beat her chest and stamped her feet. If Xiao Ai hadn't messed with her speed of practicing thousands of miles a day, she would have already surpassed the heavens. The day finally arrived on December 30th. Su was awakened by the alarm clock on the bedside. With a pair of hazy eyes, she went into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. She tied her long hair into a neat bun again, changed into a light and comfortable yoga suit, put on a long down jacket on the outside, and walked downstairs slowly in slippers. In the living room, Father Su was reading a newspaper while watching TV. Mother Su was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Su coming down, Mother Su was holding a soup spoon in her hand and asked in surprise, "Why are you getting up so early today? Aren't you going to sleep in?" Well, I'm going to school today, and I'm going to check out some books from the library. Okay, your dad and I will go out together in your car later. Don't go out today. Didn't you both have a fever yesterday?
Stay home and rest for a day.
I'll bring you some medicine when I get back from school. These days, Su didn't know what his father and mother were discussing. It might be that the stalemate with Bai Luoluo's parents had reached its most intense point. They had to go to school every day, leaving early and returning late, just like going to work. Moreover, Bai Luoluo was actually staying in the hospital. It was heard that she had a fever again. Recently, the hospital was overcrowded with people who had a fever for a long time, or whose fever came back again after it went down. Tomorrow is the end of the world. Su has to leave her parents at home today, and she has to go out. She is going to the hospital to kill people. She is afraid that when the end of the world comes, the survivors will run around, and then Bai Luoluo and Xie Yaser will be separated, and she won't be able to find them. Su had already obtained the hospital, department, and bed number where Bai Luoluo was staying from Xie Yaser. Xie Yaser had also sent Su many messages during this period. Although Su had not replied to any of them, she probably knew that he had been discharged from the hospital and returned to school. So according to Su's plan, she would first go to the hospital to kill Bai Luoluo, then drive to the school, ask Xie Yaser out, and then kill Xie Yaser. Anyway, it was the last day, and the police could arrest her or not. In the end times, there were so many people who killed and were killed. Weren't there enough? Su's mother was still thinking about whether it was okay to let Su go out alone. She and Su's father did have a fever these days, but apart from the fever, they didn't feel any discomfort anywhere else. Just as Su's mother was thinking hard, Su's father walked into the kitchen with a newspaper, sat down at the dining table, shook his head and sighed. What on earth is wrong with this world? Another hospital is overcrowded, and an extremely serious doctor-patient conflict has broken out. In just a few days, it seems that news about tensions between doctors and patients is everywhere. Either this hospital was smashed, or that hospital injured or killed several doctors and nurses. I think it may be because the weather has become very cold recently, and more people have caught colds and fevers. The doctors and nurses are too busy to handle it, so the conflicts have become much greater. Oh, this society is too chaotic. Su, don't go to the hospital later. Your dad and I just have a minor cold, and it will go away. There are so many people in the hospital. What if you happen to run into a few troublemakers and accidentally get hurt? Su lowered her head and ate noodles, listening to her father's lament about the current situation. She nodded to her mother's words and found a job for her father. Dad, I saw on the news that there might be heavy rain, sleet, or something like that tomorrow. Can you check the electrical wiring of this house? I found a few miniature hydroelectric generators for home use in the basement last time. I thought they were just sitting there anyway, so why not waste them? Dad, you have good skills. Can you connect them to the villa? That way, we can just use them for lighting and it won't cost us any money. When it comes to saving money, Su's father and mother are naturally more enthusiastic than Su. Su's father immediately nodded in agreement, saying that he would not go out today and would definitely get this thing done. At this point, Su felt relieved. She put down her chopsticks, ran to the basement, and moved the miniature hydroelectric generators up. It was not that she didn't want Su's father to find out about the basement full of supplies, so she didn't take Su's father downstairs. It was just that the things in the basement were too messy and there were too many of them, so Su's father couldn't find where the miniature hydroelectric generators were even if he came downstairs. These days, Su's father and mother were always out during the day. When the delivery men came to their door, Su asked them to leave the goods in the yard and then moved them to the basement herself. After Su's father and mother came back, she didn't tell them what she had hoarded, so as to avoid them thinking that she was crazy and buying things indiscriminately. Today, Su thought that tomorrow would be the end of the world anyway, so she could do whatever needed to be fixed up. It didn't matter if her godparents found out about the basement full of things, because sooner or later they would understand how wise her decision was. After moving the hydroelectric generator, Su reminded her mother not to go out today. She went to the garage, drove the car, and drove to the hospital where Xie Yaser was. Today, Xie Yaser was on the morning shift. Su originally wanted to make an appointment and visit Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic. As soon as she entered the hospital's outpatient building, she saw the scene. Wow, it was full of blackheads. There were long queues in front of the hospital's 12 registration windows. Each long queue extended to the outside of the gate. Even in front of a row of self-service registration machines, there were countless people standing. It has been drizzling for the past few days. The weather was already bad, and no one would be in a good mood when encountering this kind of rainy season that never stops. Those who did not enter the hall could only stand in the cold wind and rain waiting. In addition, Su was already having a fever and a cold. When she parked the car and walked over, she saw several people fainted on the ground. I don't know whether I will be a human or a ghost when I stand up again. Su gave up the idea of registering and went to the internal medicine department on the 5th floor. According to the information given by Li Xiaoyu, Bai Luoluo was in bed 18 of the internal medicine department. She had a good idea. She put a fruit knife in the pocket of her down jacket. As soon as she arrived at Bai Luoluo's bed, she immediately cut Bai Luoluo's neck. It was quick and efficient and did not waste any time. As soon as the elevator door of the internal medicine department on the 5th floor opened, Su was dumbfounded. There were people everywhere. All of them were listless patients with fever. Some were sitting on the ground with 4 drips, some had barely a bed in the corridor, and some could only stand. It looks like this place is about to become a zombie club. Every patient with a fever has dark circles under their eyes and the skin on their faces is a little blue. They all look half dead, and their eyes seem dull, as if they are wavering between consciousness and unconsciousness. Even the nurses and doctors on duty were a little slow to react. When they saw Su coming out of the elevator, they all turned their heads to look over blankly. She was clearly still a living person, breathing, but when she was doing these movements, the whole floor was eerily silent. This is a place where the doomsday virus is extremely active. Su reached her hand into the pocket of her down jacket and tightly grasped the small fruit knife. She put her other hand outside the down jacket and squeezed and loosened it. In the process of switching gestures, a small water mirror was held in the palm of her hand. She laughed unconsciously, took a deep breath, raised her fair and slender neck, and was ready to fight at any time. "My dear, let's go on a killing spree." While comforting the little baby in her belly, Su raised her feet and walked forward step by step. The person in front of her reacted a little slowly, perhaps because he still had some consciousness as a human being. When Su approached, he automatically made way for her. Su was not polite either, and slowly walked forward in her light running shoes.
Ah!
A shocking shout, with a hint of fear and panic, came from room 18. Su's heart trembled, and the water mirror in her palm instantly grew larger. She turned around on the spot and found that the sluggish people around her were just a little agitated by the shouting, but did not attack Su. However, they moved their feet and moved towards the door of room 18. Then, the door of ward 18 suddenly opened, and Xie Yaser staggered out. There were traces of blood on his white down jacket, and one hand was still covering his bleeding neck. He pushed away those people with dull expressions and slow movements, rushed to the elevator, and then saw Su and shouted, "Su, run! Bai Luoluo has gone crazy." Su did not move, holding the fruit knife in her hand, waiting for Xie Yaser to rush over, and then preparing to stab Xie Yaser. Suddenly, her eyes were attracted by the person behind Xie Yaser. She saw Bai Luoluo, wearing a slanting collar nightgown, walking out slowly and uncoordinatedly. Her pale face was obviously very thin, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Su was a little confused. If her memory was correct, shouldn't Bai Luoluo be a mutant? Like zombies, mutants are born with human physiques and are infected with the doomsday virus, which results in a physical mutation. In other words, in this pre-apocalyptic era, once a person is infected with the doomsday virus, he or she will either become a zombie, a mutant, or an ordinary person with antibodies in his or her body. The doomsday virus has actually existed in the air for a long time. The closer it gets to December 31st, 2017, the more concentrated the doomsday virus will be in the air and water. In some places, some people with poor physical constitutions may begin to transform into zombies many days in advance. The city is the best example. After the apocalypse, a scientific research center once came to the conclusion that 80% of the world's 6.477 billion people turned into zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. Among the remaining 20%, only 1% became people with special powers, and the rest were ordinary people. Before the apocalypse, they were infected with a small number of doomsday viruses, and their bodies developed resistance to the doomsday virus. But this does not mean that these ordinary people will not be infected and become zombies again, or evolve into mutants after being bitten by zombies. It also does not mean that people who have become mutants will not become zombies, or their mutant powers will not mutate further after being bitten by zombies. It still depends on the individual's physique. When an ordinary person is bitten by a zombie, it depends on his resistance. When a person with special abilities is bitten by a zombie, it depends on the ability of the special energy in his body to restrain the doomsday virus. Whether or not one can evolve superpowers depends on one's physique and luck. If one really wants to take a chance, ordinary people can also take the initiative to run up and let the zombies bite them. As for becoming a god or a ghost, it all depends on luck. Su has lived in the apocalypse for 12 years. What she has seen most is that ordinary people are bitten by zombies, and most of them turn into zombies. When people with special abilities are bitten by zombies, most of them will not turn into zombies, but their special abilities will not mutate further. The premise is that they are bitten. Scratches or any other injuries cannot cause direct infection, but can only cause brief infection. But now in Xiangqing, the doomsday virus in the air is very trace. Bai Luoluo was a supernatural person in her previous life, so it is unlikely that she is a zombie in this life. However, the one standing in front of Su is indeed Bai Luoluo, who has been infected and turned into a zombie. Could it be related to Bai Luoluo being hospitalized and coming to a place where the doomsday virus is extremely active and concentrated? Or was it because Bai Luoluo was strangled half to death by Su before, which caused her to have low immunity and develop some kind of syndrome, so that she died before she could become a superpower and finally turned into a zombie? Or has someone in this hospital turned into a zombie? Did he bite Bai Luoluo? Su was distracted and accidentally let Xie Yaser rush into the elevator, covering the wound on his neck. Xie Yaser seemed to have suffered a great shock and was not in good condition. Although he called Su several times, he saw that Su did not move, and he did not even wait for Su. He pressed the elevator's close button with trembling fingers and quickly went to the first floor. Su looked back at the closed elevator door and smiled coldly. This was the true face of this man. No matter how many pledges he had made, or how he swore that he would never care about Su's imperfections, when faced with such a situation that exceeded the bottom line of human fear, Xie Yaser's selfishness could no longer be concealed. It was so obvious that Xie Yaser was like this on the first day of the doomsday in his previous life. Why didn't Su understand? She did not chase after Xie Yaser, but turned to look at Bai Luoluo, who was walking towards her with a staggering step. At this moment, several people standing next to Bai Luoluo, with 4 drips on their bodies, subconsciously took a few steps back. Bai Luoluo turned around, making a hoarse sound, and pounced on the nearest person. She quickly stepped forward and pushed the water mirror in her left hand forward. The oval-shaped water mirror flew out and hit Bai Luoluo directly on her body, knocking Bai Luoluo, whose hands and feet were not very coordinated, to the ground. Before Bai Luoluo could get up with a hoarse cry, Su had already run closer and stepped on the water mirror with 1 foot. The water mirror pressed on Bai Luoluo's body. Su bent down and inserted the fruit knife in her hand into Bai Luoluo's forehead under the water mirror. She pried it hard, and a crystal the size of a pomegranate wrapped in dark red blood was pried out by Su's fruit knife. Su took it, and just as she straightened up, she heard a scream from the elevator door. She turned around and saw that the elevator was full of people. Among them, the person who was covering her face and screaming was Bai Luoluo's mother. Murder, murder, murder. Bai Luoluo's mother, still wearing her noble lady's dress and stepping on high heels, was about to rush over. Behind her, there seemed to be some people who knew Bai Luoluo. They were holding gifts of different sizes and were running over with Bai Luoluo's mother. This group of people knocked over many wandering injured people along the way, and those who were knocked over seemed to have fainted and never got up again. Before Bai Luoluo's mother rushed over, Susu stepped on the water mirror and ran to the side quickly. She thought Bai Luoluo's mother would come after her, but Bai Luoluo's mother did not come up to fight Susu. Instead, she fell to the ground beside Bai Luoluo and cried heartbreakingly. "Luoluo, Luoluo, how can your mother live? Luoluo, Luoluo, wake up, my poor daughter. My daughter, you murderer. Call the police. You are so young. What kind of grudge do you have that you have to kill someone?" The people who followed Bai Luoluo's mother over started to blame Susu. Some of them were quick-witted and had already taken out their phones to call the police. Susu looked at them coldly. Are these people planning to bring the police to the internal medicine department of this hospital where the doomsday virus is extremely active? How pitiful those public servants are. She raised her hand and threw out a few small pieces of water mirror, smashing the mobile phones in the hands of those people into pieces. Before everyone could be shocked, Bai Luoluo's mother rushed up at this moment and prepared to fight Susu desperately. Susu turned sideways and did not entangle with Bai Luoluo's mother. She ran towards the emergency stairs and only heard someone shouting behind him. "Chase, don't let this murderer get away. Don't run. You can't get away with killing someone." As Susu ran, she searched for zombies that might have become zombies in the wards. As a result, she ran to the door of the emergency staircase, but she didn't see any other zombies in those wards. Susu looked back and saw those people who were pushing the injured and desperately trying to catch her. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, muttering to herself, "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Who told you to be close to Bai Luoluo's family? Stay and join this zombie club. I won't accompany you anymore." Susu entered the emergency staircase, turned around to close the stair door, picked up a mop next to her, and inserted it into the handles of the two doors of the staircase, blocking the group of people chasing her in the zombie club. Then Susu walked downstairs briskly and decided to look for where Xie Yaser was. Of course, she wouldn't be so stupid as to think that those people couldn't take the elevator just because they couldn't walk up the stairs. After all, it wasn't the end of the world yet, and the hospital had backup power generation equipment, so the elevator could still run for a long time. But now the hospital is really in chaos. There are people everywhere clamoring to smash the hospital and do this and that. Susu estimated that these people might not be able to call the police for a while, so she went down the stairs and got into the crowd. Who knows where she is? So Susu didn't rush out of the hospital, but focused on looking for Xie Yaser in the crowd. That guy was bitten by Luoluo, who turned into a zombie. If he didn't turn into a zombie, he would become a superpower. It's natural for Susu to kill the zombie, but if someone like Xie Yaser turned into a superpower, Susu would naturally kill him, but she would feel very unhappy in her heart. The first floor was still crowded with people. It was expected that the cell phone of Bai Luoluo's mother's group was smashed to pieces. She wanted to call the police, but couldn't find the phone quickly. The police in Xiangcheng were also very busy at this time and could not get to the hospital in a short time. Susu looked around in the crowd, but Xie Yaser had disappeared by then. "Susu?" Suddenly, Susu heard someone calling her from behind. She turned around and saw a tall and handsome man standing in the crowd. He was wearing a black casual suit. He frowned at her, and then, while Susu was stunned, he walked up to her. His handsome face had hard lines on it. He lowered his head and asked, "Are you here to look for Qingyan?" "Yeah, I just saw him running out of the elevator holding his neck." Susu turned around and admitted it honestly. She pinched her palms and cursed in her heart. She almost forgot that there was such a person behind Xie Yaser, Xie Yaser, Xie Yaser's cousin. Xie Yaser was just an ordinary person after the apocalypse, but because he had good relationships with people and had the help of women like Bai Luoluo and Susu, he was able to survive quite well in the apocalypse. It was effortless for Susu to kill him. But Xie Yaser was different. He was the #1 master in the apocalypse and a person with lightning superpowers. At that time, after the end of the world, Xie Yaser and Xie Qingyan lived very different lives. After the end of the world, neither of them had any contact with each other. Xie Yaser was very powerful in his east, while Xie Qingyan lived a mediocre life in Xiangqing.
Later, susukil Xiangyan.
The whole story finally reached Xie Yaser's ears, but Xie Yaser did not do anything to Su Su.
Henetter sont rivenion sunnuntai no helper sunnuntai torstai se rivenge.
Xie Yaser was there, high above her, while Su Su was still busy looking for her enemies everywhere and finally committed suicide at the White Tiger base. In the previous life, the two had nothing to do with each other, but in this life, Xie Yaser, who was supposed to be on a business trip abroad, actually came to the hospital in Xiangqing. How could Su Su take the initiative against Xie Qingyan? Would Xie Yaser become an obstacle for her? Wait, what did Xie Yaser say? Was she here to look for Xie Qingyan? Did he know where Xie Qingyan was? Su Su smiled slightly and took 2 steps forward. Xie Yaser looked at her, his straight eyebrows tightened as usual, and said, "He just said that Bai Luoluo bit his neck. The nurse has sent him over for bandaging. I'll take you to find him." "No, as long as he's okay, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first." If Xie Yaser really knew where Xie Qingyan was, then Su Su could not kill Xie Qingyan in front of Xie Yaser, because Su Su did not want to bring big trouble to Xie Yaser. In the previous life, Xie Yaser did not seek revenge on her because it was Xie Qingyan who was wrong first. Now in this life, Xie Qingyan has not done anything. If Su Su killed Xie Qingyan, in Xie Yaser's eyes, it would be a crime without reason. Xie Yaser must avenge this. So Su Su had to kill Xie Qingyan without Xie Yaser's knowledge. It didn't matter. In the past 10 years of the last days, she could endure the longing day by day. She was just waiting for an opportunity when Xie Qingyan was alone. There would always be a chance. Su Su. Just as Su Su turned around and left, Xie Yaser reached out and grabbed Su Su's slender arm. She frowned, turned around and waved her arm to shake Xie Yaser's hand away, with an expression of vigilance on her face that could not be concealed.
Susu, let's talk. Seeing Susu's attitude, Xie Yaser frowned even tighter.
He fastened the buttons of his casual suit with his long fingers and said in a strong tone that made people unable to refuse, "We must talk. There's nothing to talk about and I don't want to talk." Su Su's attitude was also very tough. In her previous life, with her weak and easily manipulated personality, she would definitely do whatever Xie Yaser said. But in this life, Su Su didn't want to listen, and no one could force her. Forget it. Soon, Su Su's slender figure disappeared quickly in the crowd, leaving Xie Yaser standing there. He loosened one button of his suit near the hem. He put his hands on his waist, looked in the direction Su Su left, and then looked in the direction of Xie Qingyan, who was bandaging the wound in the emergency room. His brows were never relaxed. As a witness to the relationship between Su Su and Xie Qingyan, Su Su used to respect him and even fear him, but she had never been like she was today. It was as if she had become a different person, with her eyes full of alienation and vigilance. Xie Yaser just wanted to enlighten Su Su out of concern for her. After all, he has always liked this gentle girl since the first time he met her, and because of Xie Qingyan, Xie Yaser has always treated Su Su as his sister. But she never expected that although Su Su cared about Xie Qingyan in her heart, she was like a hedgehog on the surface, stabbing everyone she saw. She didn't even give Xie Yaser face. In Su Su's heart, no matter what Xie Yaser felt now, it had nothing to do with Su Su. In the 12 years of the apocalypse, she and Xie Yaser had only met a few times, and every time they looked at each other from a distance without even saying a word. The feelings before the apocalypse had long faded in Su Su's heart without even a trace. She was just annoyed that Xie Yaser, who shouldn't have appeared, suddenly appeared here and disrupted her plan to kill Xie Qingyan. She hoped that the gods and Buddhas would bless her and turn Xie Qingyan into a zombie. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of Xiao Ai, who died in her previous life? And how could she be worthy of her 10 years of hard search? Su Su left, rubbing the sadness in her eyes, turned a corner, and went to the obstetrics and gynecology department again. She didn't register, so naturally she couldn't enter Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic. Su didn't think about seeing an outpatient today. She just wanted to wait outside Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic, quietly waiting for Xie Yaser to get off work. After waiting outside Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic for a while, Su discovered that there were quite few people visiting Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic today. Although there were many people in the hospital and the internal medicine department looked precarious, the obstetrics and gynecology department was not as crowded as the internal medicine department. Those who came here were either pregnant women or women who wanted to become pregnant women. The registration hall was crowded with people. How many pregnant women could insist on queuing up to register with a big belly? Even if there were family members to help queue up to register, today's weather was really bad. Can't you wait for a few days for better weather before doing the pregnancy test? Only those who are about to give birth will go out in this weather and be surrounded by their families to register for hospitalization and delivery. So Su sat outside for a while, and when another woman walked out of Xie Yaser's clinic with a big belly, Su walked in directly and sat down at Xie Yaser's table. Have you registered? Xie Yaser was writing a medical record. She looked up at Su. Su shook her head and handed over her medical record card and medical record book. She had brought them out in the morning and put them in the pocket of her down jacket. She said frankly, "No, there were too many people, the weather was bad, and I didn't have any family to help me register. I looked outside your door and came in directly." Hearing this, Xie Yaser tilted her head, took a closer look at Su, and flipped through Su's medical record. She seemed to remember that she had a deep impression of Su. She was the girl who was only 19 years old but was determined to give birth to the baby in her belly. A 19-year-old girl came for a pregnancy checkup alone in such a heavy rain, without any family members accompanying her, and even her boyfriend didn't come. It was a bit sad no matter how you looked at it. There's a self-service payment machine outside. I can also include the registration fee in the examination fee. No matter how difficult it is, you have to register to see a doctor. This is the rule. Without rules, there will be no order. Have you felt unwell these days? I feel sleepy, wanna but can't, always feel hungry and feel weak all over. I say, you kid, you are a child yourself, and you still want to have a baby. I tell you, this is all normal in the early stages of pregnancy. Why didn't you exercise some restraint when you were happy? Now that you have a child, you don't know anything. What are you going to do after the child is born? Even I, a doctor, am worried about you. Xie Yaser was lecturing while typing a few times on the keyboard. Go ahead. Okay, thanks. Shushunari. She was not at all dissatisfied with Xie Yaser's preaching. She listened and really listened well. However, after the B ultrasound results came out, Su held the B ultrasound result with the black and white photo in her fingers, her face full of tears. Is this her little AI? It looks so strange. In her previous life, she had never done a pregnancy test. She had been fleeing in the last days. Even if she was determined to give birth to little AI, she could only imagine in her mind what little AI would look like in the future. But now she saw it. Su took the B ultrasound result and rushed directly into Xie Yaser's clinic. She cried and pointed at the little AI that looked like a comma on it and asked, "Is this my little love?"
Xiao.
Xie Yaser was a little confused about this title. She glanced at the ultrasound result held up by Su and suddenly realized it. She nodded and said in professional terms, "The fetal heartbeat and fetal bud are clearly visible. It is growing healthily. As a mother, you should not do too strenuous exercise during this period. The first 3 months are the dangerous period. Eat more healthy fruits and vegetables and take a moderate walk. Can you run and jump? No strenuous exercise." Xie Yaser emphasized it again and looked at Su as if he was looking at a naughty child. Su smiled awkwardly and touched her belly. "What should I do, Xiao AI? The doctor said that I can't do strenuous exercise. How can we go fight monsters and rob?" "Okay, I won't run or jump. I definitely won't. At most, I would just swing my knife and chop the zombie's head." Thanking Xie Yaser for the medical advice, Su walked out of Xie Yaser's outpatient clinic with a smile on her face, holding Xiao Ai's black and white B ultrasound photo. Then she sat in an inconspicuous corner outside the clinic, waiting for Xie Yaser to get off work. She looked at Xiao Ai's photo over and over again, crying and laughing like a madman. Xiao Ai, her Xiao Ai looked like a little comma, a naughty little comma. Time passed by minute. During this time, Su's father and mother called Su and asked her if she had eaten lunch. Su said that she had already eaten, and after reassuring them, they waited for another hour or so. Xie Yaser finally walked out of the clinic and prepared to go off work. As an attending physician, there are actually many things to take care of. Although Xie Yaser was in the morning outpatient clinic, she took a stroll in the obstetrics department afternoon. It was not until around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that she took off her white coat, walked out of the obstetrics and gynecology department, and walked home holding an umbrella. The hospital was in such a mess today. It was so chaotic that for such a big hospital, someone died in the internal medicine department, but it didn't cause any sensation. Not even a police car came. Anyway, whether the police would come or not, quarrels, fights, and injuries could be seen everywhere in the hospital. Just like Su's father said, the doctor-patient relationship was really tense. Following Xie Yaser, Su saw several people who were about to turn into zombies. They looked even more serious than the patients in the internal medicine department on the 5th floor, as if they could open their eyes and bite people in the next second. Su didn't have time to wait for the moment they opened their eyes and completely turned into zombies. She followed Xie Yaser not too close and found that this chief physician of obstetrics and gynecology looked only 30 years old, but did not have any entertainment activities after get off work. Then Su got in the car, drove her military jeep, and followed Xie Yaser all the way into an old residential area near the hospital, watching Xie Yaser climb the stairs and open the door to enter the house. Because it was too simple, Su backed the car out of the parking space again. She planned to go to the nearby Convoy to eat some fast food. Oh no, didn't Xie Yaser tell her to eat more fruits and vegetables? Then she would go buy some bananas and apples and put them in the car and wait until dark to arrest the person. As the car started, a woman's scream suddenly came from the rain. Su looked up sharply and determined that the scream came from Xie Yaser's house. She immediately got out of the car and ran into the old-fashioned house opposite in the rain. Is it my fault that I can't have a baby? Is it my fault? I've checked and there's nothing wrong with me. You have no problem, so what's my problem? We can't live like this anymore if we get a divorce. If we don't get a divorce, my whole life will be ruined by you. A man's voice sounded, and just as Su rushed to the 5th floor, Xie Yaser's door opened with a bang, and a man wearing an iron-gray cotton coat, who looked like a cadre in some government agency, ran out angrily with an umbrella. He seemed to have not expected that there was someone standing at the bottom of the corridor at the door, so he stopped in the corridor for a moment. In just such a moment, Xie Yaser rushed out with disheveled hair, as if he could not control his emotions, and seemed to have not expected that the man would stand motionless at the entrance of the corridor. So naturally, the man was knocked down by Xie Yaser, fell down the stairs, and lay at Su's feet holding an umbrella, motionless. Standing in the corridor, Xie Yaser's tearful face was filled with panic. She was only wearing a thin sweater. She ran down the stairs with weak steps and squatted beside the man. At first, she was a little at a loss. She checked the man's physical appearance from top to bottom, then touched the pulse on the man's neck with trembling fingers. Her face turned pale instantly. She looked up and said to Su, he's dead. I killed my husband. You didn't kill him. Su lowered her head and looked expressionlessly at the man's pale face and dark circles under his eyes. Judging from his appearance, the man looked like a panda and had already become a zombie in a serious state. If Xie Yaser had not pushed him, he would have turned into a zombie in a while. It wouldn't take long, probably after 12 o'clock in the morning. No, I killed him. I killed my husband. I killed someone. I pushed my husband down the stairs, and he died. Xie Yaser held her head and sat down next to her husband. She looked so fragile that she didn't look like a chief physician at all. Su looked down at her and felt a little impatient. What she needed was a Xie who could help her give birth to little AIs smoothly, not this Xie who was as fragile as a paper man. But killing people and zombies, that all of these must be experienced by people. Only after experiencing them can people grow, and they will build a wall for their souls. With this wall, Xie will be better able to face the end of the world. Su can help her kill zombies, send her supplies, and even provide her with a place to live after the end of the world, but he cannot help her build a wall of her soul. After thinking about it, Su hesitated for a while, walked around Xie who was breaking down and crying on the ground, went up the stairs, stood at Xie's door, looked down at Xie below, walked directly into the open security door, and glanced at Xie's house. Although this kind of home looks a bit old in decoration and is not very spacious and bright, it has a strong academic atmosphere. Xie's home is full of medical books, and there is a smell of Chinese medicine. Su took a casual look and found Xie's down jacket on the sofa. She took it out of the room, came to Xie's side, and put on the down jacket for Xie. The warm coat made Xie, who had been crying, raise her head. Her hair was disheveled as she looked at Su. She didn't care why Su was here. Her first words were, "I'd better go to the police station and turn myself in." "Okay, you can stay in there for a few days and get a feel for the atmosphere. I'll pick you up at the police station in a few days." Su nodded, helped Xie to stand up, picked up the umbrella from Xie's husband, and helped Xie, whose steps were weak, to walk down the stairs step by step. She held up the umbrella, took Xie to her car, and drove all the way to the farthest police station. Don't think that Su is delaying time. She really intends to send Xie to the police station, and the farthest and most remote one. It is not large in scale, there are few police officers, and there won't be many prisoners under guard. Moreover, it is just outside the Apple Villa district. Xie will surrender herself this afternoon. At most, she will be locked up in a small room, a single room, and her statement will be recorded tomorrow. Tomorrow is the end of the world. Su asked Xie to stay in the police station and not run around. She asked him to look at the suddenly changing world outside from the small house, and then experience the world of zombie carnival. Then she would come to the police station to pick him up in a few days. Along the way, the night was sweeping in. Xie leaned on the passenger seat, with hair stuck to her face and a wrinkled-down jacket on her body. She looked half dead. She didn't say a word to Su, nor did she look carefully at where Su was sending her. For Xie now, she was worse than dead. There were several minor car accidents along the way. Some of the car owners were arguing, while others could only see two cars that collided, but no one got out of the car. Although some of the people who watched the car accident had called the police and called an ambulance, there have been more and more medical disputes, car accidents, and fights in recent days, and the police and doctors are simply too busy to handle it. They can only let the car owners solve the problems themselves, or not solve them at all. When she arrived at the police station, Su parked the car and watched Xie get out of the car with his head down and walked into the gate of the police station step by step. She waited for another hour or so, but Xie did not come out, and the police who came out looked normal in spirits. She thought that he had been settled inside, so she drove away with confidence. After returning to the villa, Su's father and mother couldn't help but scold her, saying that it was such bad weather, and a girl was still out all day without going home. Su listened obediently and didn't talk back. Only those who have lost something will know how to cherish the care of their parents. Because it was past dinner time when they returned to the villa, Su's mother scolded Su a few words and then urged her to go back to her room to take a hot bath and change into dry clothes. She went into the kitchen and started preparing food for Su. Su did as she was told, but after she took a bath and changed her clothes, she just walked down the stairs and saw Su's mother, who was supposed to be cooking in the kitchen, now sitting on the sofa with Su's father watching TV. On the TV, a real-time news was being broadcast. A female anchor was explaining the situation on a chaotic street, broadcasting it live. Behind her were several uncoordinated and slow-moving zombies, biting people everywhere. There was an uproar on the street. Some people fainted out of fright. Some stood there stunned. Some stared at the scene for a long time with trembling legs, and then ran away. Some people even stood by and took pictures and posted them on Weibo. This is too much. How can we not be able to escape at such a slow speed? Su stood on the stairs with a dry towel covering her head, looking at those who were bitten with some contempt. 80% of the world's people will become zombies, and the remaining 20% of humans will become zombies or mutants because of being bitten by zombies. The main reason is that they are defeated by their own fear. What is there to be afraid of? Just this level of zombies. Give Su a bunch of them.
Ah!
Su's mother suddenly screamed, and Su's father, who was sitting on the sofa, was also frightened by the reporter on TV. The reporter was broadcasting a New Year's Eve party live, and suddenly noticed the chaos behind her. As soon as she turned around, a zombie pounced from the side of the camera, and in front of the national audience, it opened its mouth and bit the female reporter's neck. Bright red blood immediately spurted out, and all over the camera. Almost at the same time, Su stood on the steps and listened carefully. In the distant sky, there were screams one after another. She smiled slightly, raised her hands, rubbed her wet hair, looked at her parents' panicked expressions, and said cheerfully, "Mom and Dad, welcome to the end of the world. Give me something to eat, and I'll take you out to fight monsters and level up." Under the bright, warm, and luxurious crystal chandelier, Su's father and mother looked back at Su like ignorant children. They ignored Su and started a discussion. Father Su comforted Mother Su. "Don't worry, we haven't been going out much these days. This is just an isolated incident. The place broadcast on the news is 1,000,000 miles away from us." Su's mother comforted Su's father. "The public security in Xiangqing is still very good, and there will not be such a riot." No one paid any attention to Su. She shrugged her shoulders in boredom, went into the kitchen, and started to eat. After a while, Su's mother came in wearing slippers, and while helping Su fry eggs, she reminded her, "It was just reported on the news that there is a new flu virus." The host urged everyone to stay in a safe place and not go out, waiting for the government to come to rescue. There are actually people who have the leisure to broadcast the news. Su sneered a little and sat at the dining table with a bowl of noodles, waiting for her mother's eggs. She didn't care what the news said. Anyway, after Su's father and mother fell asleep, she would take Xiao AI out to fight monsters alone and give the two elders a few days to accept the reality. At this time, Su's father was still sitting on the sofa, feeling panic-stricken, grabbing his hair and reading the news on his mobile phone. It seemed that there were riots all over the country, even in Xiangqing. A search for news about Xiangqing on Weibo showed that similar biting incidents had occurred in the past few hours. He was a little unable to keep calm. After thinking about it, he found Yu's phone number from his mobile phone address book. He was a soldier, and a very capable one. As the pillar of the family, Su's father naturally had to seek proper shelter for their family. "It has been a long time since I called Yu." I didn't expect that when Su's father called, Yu answered the phone. I only heard him laughing on the other end of the phone. "Uncle, are you looking for me?" "Yeah, Xiaoya, you watch the news, right?" "What news?" "The news is full of incidents of thugs biting people, and the host just called on us to stay at home for the time being and wait for government support." "Is this true?" "This is an old person's phone. I can't see the news." Yu, who was pretending to be relaxed, became more serious after listening to Father Su reading 2 news reports. He looked at the surroundings where there were no zombies left to kill, and then looked at his teammates who were so bored that they sat on the zombies and yawned. He told Father Su, "It's okay, Uncle. Don't go out. I'll bring people to rescue you right away. Don't go out. We may need a few days. Tell Su and Annie to be patient and don't panic. They must wait for us to arrive." After getting Su's father's assurance, Yu hung up the phone call. Looking back, he saw that all his teammates who were originally laughing had stood up. They looked like wild wolves about to be released from a cage, with expressions on their faces that showed they were about to cry for joy. They had large backpacks on their backs, and in addition to knives and guns, they also held a number of bags in their hands, which contained all the supplies they had searched in these blocks. As a pre-apocalyptic death squad, they had more experience in fighting zombies than ordinary people. The key point was that if they stayed any longer, everything inside would be looted by them. Now the outside had become a zombie paradise, and they were not afraid of being infected. What were they still doing here? Yi was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked King Kong. King Kong floated in the wind, like a gust of wind, and landed lightly on the ground in the distance. He turned around and smiled obscenely, disgusting everyone, and said, "Hey, Yiba Pai, if you have the guts, come and chase me, your grandpa." As he spoke, King Kong floated towards the direction of the barbed wire. They followed behind King Kong's ace, circled 2 blocks, and finally puffed twice, and got caught on the barbed wire. The barbed wire made a sizzling sound, and under the burning of the 2 flames, 2 big holes were slowly melted out. Yi, who was running behind King Kong, was not surprised at all. He jumped forward and ran out of one of the big holes nimbly, like a cheetah. King Kong had floated out of the barbed wire a long time ago and was now standing outside the fence, looking behind Yi. Behind him, it was very lively. The members of the death squad were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Their colorful skills were dazzling. The huge man jumped out of the big hole carrying various bags. Some of those bags were made of plastic, some were made of snakeskin, and their mood was as cheerful as the spring festival travelers going home for the new year, adding a different color to the sad night. That's right, it's just a simple siege. Even if the wire mesh is electrified, it couldn't trap these monkeys a long time ago. The reason they didn't go out before was because they were afraid that they would carry the doomsday virus and infect the outside world. Now, what are they afraid of? Xiangqing Su's father and mother were worried all night. They sat in the living room watching TV, searching one channel after another. However, except for those TV stations that were automatically programmed to broadcast, many channels had snow spots, which meant that the TV station's signal was cut off. At the same time, there were more and more comments on the internet about the appearance of zombies. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the rain was getting heavier, and gray snowflakes gradually floated in the sky. Most people in the world finally couldn't stand the rain and snow and fainted on the ground. Su ate a bowl of noodles and returned to the room early. He absorbed the crystal core that he had pried out of Bai Luoluo's brain, cultivated his spirit for a while, and then went to bed to recuperate. The next morning, the rain stopped, but the gray snowflakes were still floating, and the color was getting darker and darker. From a distance, it seemed as if the whole world was shrouded in a gray world. That night, the earth was crying. Countless people, like Su's father and mother, were worried and couldn't sleep. More people began their journey of escape. Very few people were like Yi's death squad, who became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Su was the only one who slept soundly all night. Even in a relatively upscale suburban neighborhood like the Apple Villa district, one could still faintly hear screams coming one after another. Of course, in addition to Su's family, there were other people living in the Apple Villa district. Some of those people had turned into zombies, some had been bitten by zombies or had run away. Su was wearing slippers and still wearing comfortable and loose yoga clothes, with a long black down jacket on the outside. She gently opened the door and walked out. She saw her parents standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, holding their hands, supporting each other, and looking out the window. Su was curious, so she walked down the stairs and leaned her head to look out the window. Outside the window is the small vegetable shed built by Su's father. The white plastic film is covered with a layer of dark gray snow. A little further away, a slow-moving zombie is wandering aimlessly, and on the left and right sides of the zombie stand 2 zombies in police uniforms. Maybe last night, someone in a certain family turned into a zombie prematurely, so the family called 2 policemen. As a result, the policemen fainted and turned into zombies just as they took the zombie out of the house.
So, what should we do?
What they say on the internet is true. The end of the world is coming. Mother Su leaned over and hugged Su's shoulders tightly, tears of fear streaming down her face. Father Su's expression was not very good either, but he still managed to show his family's demeanor and comfort Mother Su and Su, It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Yi said he would come to save us. We should not go out these few days.
No one should go out.
But we have no food, and the water is polluted. If we drink the tap water, we will soon become zombies. Upon hearing that Su's father had arrived at the end of the world and still wanted to wait for Yiyu to rescue him, Su calmly announced this fact. In fact, she had stockpiled a lot of rice, oil, salt, and dry goods in the basement, and there was some frozen meat in the refrigerator, but she would not take these things out to Su's father and mother now. As she said, everyone has to face the reality of the end of the world. No matter how shocked or hurt they are in their hearts, the wall of the soul must be built. Only when Su's father and mother recognize the reality as soon as possible will they not pin their hopes on waiting for rescue. In the doomsday, she doesn't need her parents to go out and fight monsters to earn crystal cores, nor does she need them to risk their lives to search for supplies to protect her. However, not needing them to do these things does not mean that her parents can live in a turtle shell. She can give them comfort, but they cannot escape in this way. Water. As if she finally realized that this was a very serious problem, Su's mother, who had not slept all night, looked very haggard. She looked at Su's father in panic and cried, Su is right. We will be out of water soon. Ever since they moved into this villa, they've been drinking water from a mineral water bucket. That mineral water bucket is filled with water in the kitchen every day. Su's mother has always believed that someone delivered water to the villa every day. Now that the doomsday has come, there is no doubt that the water source must have been polluted. When they turn on the faucet, the water is grayish-white. No one brings them water. They will die of thirst in this villa before Yiyu comes to rescue them. Click. At this moment, the sound of the door lock of the villa was heard to open. Su's father and mother trembled all over and turned their heads to look. They didn't know when Su, who was originally standing beside them, was standing outside the door with a watermelon knife. Su's mother immediately became anxious and wanted to drag Su back without even changing her slippers. Su's father followed closely behind. The three of them ran out of the warm villa one after another and entered this extremely cold doomsday. The zombie wandering outside the vegetable greenhouse had already moved towards the direction where Su made the noise when he ran out of the villa gate without any concealment. At the same time, the two zombies in police uniforms on the left and right also moved. Su thought the three of them were running too slowly, so he took the initiative to meet them with a machete. Come back, Su, my daughter. Su's mother behind her couldn't help but scream. She saw that the zombie in the front had moved in front of Su and pounced on her, knocking her to the ground in the snow. Su's mother's legs went limp with fear. However, this was of no use. Su ran too fast and too far. The circle of green light around Su's mother was too weak, and the range was too small. Su's father came from behind, shouted loudly, and passed Su's mother. He was anxious and regretted that he didn't have something in his hand to hit the zombies and attract their attention to himself. Just as he was thinking this, a stone appeared in Su's father's hand. He didn't bother to think about where the stone came from. He raised his hand and threw it at the head of one of the police zombies. My aim was so bad that I missed the target. But this was enough. Su, who was deliberately knocked to the ground by the zombies, had actually already held up a water mirror in front of her. The zombie was so close to her, but had no way to bite her, and was shouting. Su was lying in the snow, observing Su's father and mother carefully. Seeing that Su's father and mother had been stimulated to have superpowers, she was delighted and stopped pretending to be a little white rabbit. She picked up the machete in her hand, raised her hand, and cut the zombie's head in half. Su climbed up calmly and picked out the crystal core in the zombie's head in a moment. She turned her head and saw that a zombie was approaching her, and the other zombie was far away, but also moving towards her. Su's father was holding a stone and desperately hitting the zombie that was farther away from her but closer to him. Su decided to lure the monsters to play with her parents. She ran 2 steps away, stopped, and waited for the zombies to get closer. Seeing this, Su's mother screamed and stood up, rushing towards the zombie in front of her. Su's father did the same, holding a big stone in his hand, and rushed forward while shouting. He didn't care about the zombie that was about to be smashed to death by him, and smashed the head of the zombie closest to Su. At this moment, Su understood that Su's father had Earth-related abilities, while Su's mother had Wood-related abilities. Su's father's Earth-related abilities had some attack capabilities, but Su's mother's Wood-related abilities had no offensive capabilities other than promoting the growth of flowers and plants. She decided to help Su's mother, so she took the initiative to rush to the zombie that was almost killed by Su's father and pounced forward at the same time as the zombie. She won, and she pounced the zombie to the ground. Su sat on the zombie, holding its jaw tightly with one hand to prevent it from biting her. She pressed down the zombie's hands with her knees and shouted to Su's mother, "Mom, take the knife and chop off its head." The situation was already so critical that Su's mother had no time to be afraid for the sake of her daughter. She took the knife that Su had deliberately handed over and chopped at the zombie's head frantically, shouting incoherently as she chopped, "Don't be afraid, Su, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. Mom will protect you. My dear daughter, don't be afraid." She has become a superpower, so her strength is naturally much greater than when she was an ordinary person. In just a few strokes, the zombie's head was chopped into pieces. The battle on Su's father's side was over. The 3 zombies were dealt with by the family of 3 in 10 minutes. Su's mother sat in the snow, panting, holding a machete in her hand, her whole body trembling. Su's father ran over, hugged Su and Su's mother, and sat in a pile of black and red flesh, blood, bones, and tender white brain matter, crying loudly.
Shushu felt a little guilty.
She had deliberately run out to lead the 3 zombies to provoke her parents. In fact, Su's original intention was just to let her parents accept the reality as soon as possible, not to hide in the house and pin all their hopes on others. It was already the end of the world, and they were still waiting for others to save them. Others could save you once or twice, but would they save you for a lifetime? But she lay on Su's father's shoulder, watching Su's father's gray hair fluttering in the wind, and her heart trembled with pain. It was her unfilial behavior. Her parents were already at the age where they should enjoy a peaceful life, but she still forced her parents to fight for their lives with her. It was her incompetence as a daughter. "Dad, Mom, let's go back and never come out again. Let's wait for Yu to save us." Su patted her parents on the back and helped them up from the snow. As soon as the 3 of them walked into the house, Su's father paused and shook his head. Although his body was shaking, his expression was very determined. Daughter, we can't go back. Now that we are out, we have to find water before we go back. Otherwise, if Xiaoya doesn't come, we will die of thirst in the villa." Dad, Su wanted to say more, but her mother wiped the tears from her face, raised her bloody fingers, and gently brushed away the hair on Su's cheek. There were tears in her eyes, but her face was full of love. She said, "Be good, Su, don't be afraid. Go home and wait for Mom and Dad first. They will come back when they find water. Be good. It's very cold outside. You have been in poor health since childhood. Go in first. If you are outside, your parents will always be thinking about protecting you and will not be able to do anything to deal with these monsters." The sadness in the hearts of Su's father and mother, although so insignificant in such a big environment, is so great. Now that the world has changed, they can't just stand still and wait to die. If they die, it's just 2 lives. But their daughter Su is still young, still as beautiful as a flower. She must live. In order for her to survive, they have to go out and take risks.
Shushu cried again, crying hard.
She loved her parents, but not as much as they loved her. She was always just a child in front of them, whether before or after the apocalypse. For a moment, she really wanted to reveal all her abilities so that her parents could hide under her wings and live out their days in ignorance in the apocalypse. But she held back, and reason overcame emotion. No matter what, now that Su's father and mother were willing to step out of their turtle shells and digest, absorb, and accept this new world, it would be good for them. Although the process was sad, it would be beneficial for them to survive the end of the world in the future. Su cried half seriously and was pushed upstairs by her father and mother and locked into the bedroom. The two elders looked at each other outside Su's bedroom door, braved the wind and snow to walk out to find water, and Su stayed in the bedroom reluctantly, watching in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. After her parents walked away for a distance, she jumped easily from the balcony of the bedroom, jumped silently into the vegetable greenhouse, and followed them out. Passing by the two killed police zombies on the ground, she did not forget to pick out the crystal cores in their brains. Su's father and mother are really working hard to become stronger. For the sake of their daughter Su, they have shown perseverance that is rare among ordinary people. Although there are not many zombies in the villa area, there are always a few. When they meet them, they don't run away, but bravely fight them. Su followed behind her parents, and when necessary, she would pop out a small water mirror like a small flying knife, secretly helping Su's father and mother kill zombies. Then, after her parents left, she stepped forward to collect the crystal cores in the heads of the zombies on the ground. It was not until the two of them finally overcame their inner fears and gained some experience in killing these low-level zombies that Su saw her parents finally remembered to go to the villa to find water. In the Apple Villa district, not every villa is occupied, nor are they all empty. Su's father and mother rang the doorbells of each house. If there was an answer, they would not go in. If there was no answer, Su's father would pick up a stone, break the lock on the door, and go in to look for water. At this time, Su also entered the yard and waited outside the gate. After her parents rummaged through the house, she hid again and followed her parents to continue protecting them secretly. Su's father and mother's hair were disheveled, their faces and hands were red from the cold, and their bodies were covered in blood. They were dirty, messy, and smelly, but the expressions on their faces were so happy, as if what they were holding in their hands were not supplies, but gold and silver treasures. Su felt like crying, and she felt so sad. She lowered her head and took some of the messy vegetables from her mother's arms, then turned and went into the kitchen. Just as her parents were moving the rest of the supplies into the kitchen, Su leaned on the dining table and said to her parents, "Mom and Dad, don't go looking for water. I have activated my water power." As she spoke, she took 2 glasses. She stepped forward and handed the glasses in her hand to her parents. Looking at their dry lips, they seemed reluctant to drink a sip of water after running around all day. With red eyes, she said, "I'll get some water for you. Wipe your body and change into clean clothes. When the end of the world comes, at first, there will still be supply of water, electricity, natural gas, and mobile phone signals, but slowly, these things will be shut down in no particular order, so there are many things to prepare such as gasoline, solar panels, etc." Su couldn't do it alone. The simplest thing was to put solar panels in her basement, but she didn't know how to install them, so she had to discuss it with her father. However, her father certainly wasn't in the mood to discuss this with Su right now. He and her mother hadn't recovered from the horrible world outside. But Su was not going to let his parents go out to look for supplies again. Killing zombies and feeling the atmosphere of the end of the world was something that Su's father and mother only needed to experience for themselves. As for the real work of fighting monsters, earning crystal cores, and looking for supplies, Su had to do it. Superpower? Is this mine also a superpower? Father Su ignored what Su said about turning on the water for a bath. He bent down and put down the box of mineral water in his hand. He turned over his bloody and dirty palm and found a big stone in his hand. After he threw this stone away, it would appear in his hand again whenever he wanted. Father Su used the stone to smash the heads of many zombies today. Su's mother has not yet discovered that she has awakened her with related supernatural powers. While she and Su's father were looking for supplies today, they also discussed how the stone in Su's father's hand came from. Both of them were a little confused, but still planned to go home and study it carefully after they found the supplies. Under the bright and warm lighting, Su nodded and decided to explain to her parents the classification of superpowers in the end times. She smiled and said, "This is a superpower. Dad, you and Mom can study it first. I'll go upstairs to find you some clean clothes and find a popular science post for you. I remember seeing it somewhere today. While saying this, Su had already quickly filled the kettle with water, placed the kettle on the gas stove, and started burning it. Without waiting for Su's father and mother to reply, Su went upstairs and entered their bedroom. While finding clean clothes for them, she quickly typed on her mobile phone, temporarily finding a reliable popular science post about supernatural powers in the end times, and then sent it to Su's father's text message. There are many such popular science posts on the internet. Years before the end of the world, some people wrote about the possibility of humans being stimulated to develop superpowers. Even if there are no popular science posts, you can still find some novels about humans being stimulated to develop superpowers. Su deliberately selected a passage similar to the future human superpower system, deleted some text, and sent it to his father. Originally, Su was thinking about waiting for her parents to finish watching the movie before comforting them. However, when she was lying on the balcony on the second floor and was blown by the heater, she started yawning. She was already in the early stages of pregnancy and was feeling all kinds of discomfort. She stayed awake today and didn't want to sleep. She ran around after her parents all day, and now even her eyelids were drooping. She lowered her head and saw her parents still holding their cell phones, sitting in the living room discussing things about superpowers. She didn't urge them to clean themselves up, but just told Mr. and Mrs. Su on the first floor that she had found clean clothes for them and put them on the bed, then went back to her room to sleep. As for when her parents took a shower or went to bed, Su didn't have the energy to care. Father Su, who stayed behind, had no idea how many questions he wanted to ask Su, including his special ability and Su's water special ability. When he heard that Su was going to sleep, Father Su got anxious. Just as he was about to ask Su to come down and explain things clearly, Mother Su pulled Father Su's sleeve and whispered, "Don't shout. Let my daughter have a good sleep." Today must have been a big shock for her. Besides, the text message said that after using up all the supernatural powers, people will feel tired. What Su's mother was holding was Su's father's cell phone. She pointed to the text message on it and slowly read it to Su's father. When Su's father heard it, he thought that Su had just asked them to run water and wipe their bodies. This must mean that her supernatural power had been used up, so it was normal for Su to want to sleep. The two elders did not suspect anything else. They went into the kitchen and turned off the gas stove. They found an empty bucket, washed their hands, faces, and feet casually, and then went back to their room to change clothes. While discussing the matter, they went to bed with peace of mind. She didn't know how many hours she slept. When Su woke up, it was already night. She forced her eyelids open and raised her wrist to see that the watch showed that it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. Su threw back the quilt and got up. Su smiled, raised her hand, and quietly turned on the heating for her parents. Perhaps because the end of the world was coming, Su's father and mother wanted to save some natural gas, so they turned off the heating that they always turned on before going to bed every night. Not only was their bedroom turned off, but the entire villa was as cold as an ice cave. Su frowned and turned on all the heating switches in the house. She went to the basement and tinkered with it for a long time. She took out several plastic basins of different sizes and placed them in the kitchen. Then she filled the basins with water. She was afraid that if she got up too late the next day, her mother would not have clean water to wash vegetables and cook. "I don't know if my parents will go out after dawn." Su looked at the time. Only an hour has passed, and it's still dark. After thinking about it, she went back to her room, changed into comfortable clothes, put on a down jacket, took the car keys, and drove out. Su narrowed her eyes, sat motionless in the car, and looked out the open steel door. A Volvo drove in at a very fast speed, with black and red bloodstains and internal organs hanging on the headlights. It sped past Su's car and drove into the villa area. The person who could make the gate of the villa area open automatically must be an owner in the community. This villa area does not belong to Su alone. It is his own ability that he was able to escape from the siege of zombies. If he wants to find a place to rest, Su cannot drive him out. She just glanced at the license plate of the Volvo. She always felt that the license plate number was indescribably familiar, but she couldn't remember it no matter how hard she tried.
Su stopped thinking about it.
She stepped on the accelerator, drove out of the gate of the villa area, and drove in the opposite direction of the Volvo. The person driving the car seems to be Su. In the Volvo, Xie Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, tugged at his dirty white down jacket and turned his head to talk to Xie Yaser, who was driving. There were a lot of bloodstains on his down jacket, and his neck was bandaged. His hair was messy and a little greasy, and he looked very disheveled. Xie Yaser's brows furrowed. He slowed down the car and glanced at Xie Yan as if he was deliberately waiting for Xie Yan to say something. However, Xie Yaser was a little disappointed. Apart from saying that one sentence, Xie Yan did not speak again, let alone ask him to reverse the car and catch up with the military jeep to see what was going on. The whole world has gone crazy. They have finally managed to get to the villa area in the suburbs after going through so much hardship. Seeing that there are fewer zombies around, Xie Yan is absolutely unwilling to go out again. I'll take you to my villa first, and then drive out to find Su. Xie Yaser stepped on the accelerator hard. He just wanted to send Xie Yan to the door of the villa as soon as possible because he just glanced at the person sitting in the jeep inadvertently, and that person really looked like Su. Xie Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, opened his lips but said nothing. He turned his head away, pretending not to hear what Xie Yaser said. Driving the car quickly into the garage, Xie Yaser pursed his lips tightly. Without saying a word, he led Xie Yan out of the car and into the villa. He walked hurriedly, went upstairs, and changed into a set of sportswear that he usually wore for exercise. The black velvet fabric was of exquisite quality, and it looked particularly energetic on an outstanding person like him. After changing his clothes, Xie Yaser took a deep breath, thought for a moment with a look of deep thought on his cold face, opened the safe under the bedroom closet, swept away the piles of cash inside, took out a gun and a box of bullets, then found a sports backpack and put the remaining boxes of bullets into the backpack. Then Xie Yaser ran downstairs. He walked to the door, opened the shoe cabinet, and found a pair of sports shoes suitable for running and jumping. While putting on his shoes, he looked back and frowned. He saw Xie Yan sitting on the sofa with a dazed expression on his face. His cousin was good in everything except that his psychological endurance was too poor. Xie Yaser ignored him. He went straight to the garage with a gun in his hand and a black sports backpack on his back, backed out of the garage, and went to find Su. Su, who was riding on the military jeep, had no idea that two people from the Xie family had come to the nest she had carefully arranged. One was her enemy, whom she must kill, and the other was the future #1 master of the apocalypse. At this moment, all her attention was focused on finding Resurgia as soon as possible. She walked out of the gate of the Apple Villa district and saw a few zombies swaying under the bright streetlights. Su felt itchy and rushed forward in her car, ramming and crushing them. She didn't even need to use her special powers or do it herself. She tortured the zombies into meat patties. Then Su got out of the car to pick up the crystal core and waited for a while, watching the zombies farther away slowly moving towards her. Su impatiently returned to the car, took a machete, rushed forward, and cut the zombies' heads in half one by one, like cutting watermelons. With a flip of the blade, she picked out the crystal core in their brains and held it in her hand. Looking at the time on her wrist, Su looked forward to the road again. Basically, she killed all the zombies wandering on this road, and it took no more than 10 minutes. She didn't want to go anywhere farther, because there was not enough time. She was afraid that if she was out for too long, her parents would find out that she was not sleeping in the room and would come out to look for her. After taking another look at the gas station next to the police station, Su walked back to her Jeep and drove to the gas station. She wanted to fill up her Jeep with gas, then find a few small oil bottles that could be put in the trunk and rob the supermarket in the gas station. There are a few zombies wandering around in the gas station, but there are no survivors. It is estimated that the survivors have either turned into zombies or ran away to some other place. The oil cans are placed in the warehouse next to the supermarket. There are a lot of them, barrels made of iron sheets, of different sizes and specifications. These are specially provided to customers in need. Su Su took 10 oil cans of about 10 liters each, laid the back seat of the Jeep flat, filled up his own Jeep with gas first, then carried the filled oil cans into the car one by one, and then returned to the supermarket to buy supplies. She was very careful when taking supplies. She only took what she needed and didn't take what she didn't need. There were 4 people in their family, so they didn't need many things. Su Su tried her best to take all the daily necessities. If some daily necessities were gone, she could go out and grab them later. Su Su didn't feel bad about the supplies that couldn't be taken. She just let them lie here. Maybe there would be survivors in the future. A bag of potato chips, a bag of cooked food, or a can of food might give a survivor the courage to live. So why bother to take on so much and collect everything she could see? She couldn't use them all. After working for an hour or so, Su Su finally drove the car fully loaded with supplies to the police station, leaving only the passenger seat for Zhueshijia. Not long after her car left, Xie Yaser's Volvo followed. Xie Yaser in the car originally thought that he would encounter zombies after leaving the gate of the Apple Villa district. As a result, there were zombies along the way, but they were all lying on the ground. Some of them had become meat patties, and some had their brains split open with brains scattered all over the ground. He frowned, suppressed the nausea in his heart, and searched in the direction where the zombie bodies were scattered. Finally, he found the Jeep in front of the police station near the Apple Villa area. Xie Yaser got out of the car without worry and slowly walked to the side of the Jeep. He approached the driver's seat and saw Su Su, who had 2 pigtails, lying on the steering wheel. No one knew what was wrong with her, but she was motionless. The back of her neck was as white as jade, and so delicate that one would want to lift her up. Xie Yaser raised his hand and gently knocked on the car window. Su Su, who was lying on the steering wheel, suddenly raised her head, tilted her head with a vigilant look, and looked at Xie Yaser with wide eyes. "It's me." Seeing Su Su like this, Xie Yaser's stern face relaxed a little. This girl was like a rabbit before the end of the world, and she was still the same after the end of the world, but a rabbit also had such strong and vigilant eyes. What was revealed in her eyes was not fear and inability to accept the end of the world, but surprise at him who suddenly appeared. Su Su opened the car window, raised her neck slightly, exhaled the acid in her stomach, looked at Xie Yaser, and asked, "It's so late. Why are you out for a walk?" Her words made Xie Yaser laugh. It was already this late, and everyone on Earth was living in panic. Su Su was actually in the mood to make fun of him. She made Xie Yaser's heart, which had been tense all the time, suddenly relax. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Su nodded and rubbed her stomach. Her pregnancy reaction was getting worse and worse. She had been driving for a while and felt like vomiting. Her stomach also felt very empty. "Go back. It's so late. Go back and have a good rest." Seeing that Su Su was wanting to, but didn't dare to, because of the miserable dead zombies around her, Xie Yaser's tone softened a little. However, Su Su shook his head, opened the car door, took out a machete, and walked into the police station. "I have a friend in there." "What friend?" Xie Yaser reached out and grabbed Su Su's arm, frowning tightly. "Is it worth it for you to take such a big risk? And you came alone to save people?" What Xie Yaser didn't want to say was that Su Su's friend might have turned into a zombie by now. She was just a little girl, and she ran to save people without knowing the immensity of the world. Wasn't she afraid of turning into a zombie too? "It's very important." Shaking off Xie Yaser's hand, Su Su picked up the machete, took 2 quick steps, and opened the door of the police booth outside the police station. A zombie in a police uniform jumped out. When Xie Yaser saw it, he never expected that Su Su would actually open the door of the police booth. He shouted, but before he could rush to Su Su to save her, Su Su raised the machete and chopped off the zombie's head with one knife when the zombie jumped out. Dark red blood slowly flowed out from the round hole. Because the zombie's blood was no longer flowing, it was very sticky, just like dark red yogurt. After flowing a little, it solidified at the edge of the hole. The blood and flesh foam sprayed all over Su Su and Xie Yaser. At this moment, not only Su Su vomited, but Xie Yaser also bent over and vomited. Su vomited because her pregnancy reaction was too severe, and she felt uncomfortable just by smelling the bloody smell. Xie Yaser vomited purely because he was nauseated, but just after he finished vomiting, he saw Su's little white rabbit hopping after the zombie head that had rolled away. He chopped it down with a knife again, splitting the zombie's head open like cutting a watermelon, and picked out a crystal core that looked like a marble from it. Xie Yaser vomited again. Wow, this crystal core has a lot of energy. Su's fingers were stained with black and red blood. She picked up the crystal core in her hand, looked at it against the street lamp, and said to herself, "Luckily I killed it, otherwise I would have to upgrade." Zombies will also upgrade. Not all zombies are so easy to kill, but not all zombies will upgrade. Zombie upgrades are just like the emergence of superpowers in humans. It depends on the probability. Putting away the crystal core in his hand, Su turned around and opened the door of another police booth. When the zombies inside jumped out, he cut off their heads with a knife and collected the crystal cores. Xie Yaser was watching from behind Su. As he watched, his eyes gradually deepened. A little white rabbit like Su could quickly adapt to this sudden apocalypse in such a short time. Why couldn't he? Early yesterday morning, Xie Yaser was still in the hospital, dealing with the matter of Su killing Bai Luoluo and Xie Yan being bitten by Bai Luoluo. Somehow, a large number of people around him suddenly fainted. When they stood up again, they turned into zombies. Or maybe the two of them ran fast, and those who didn't run out of the hospital never ran out again. Any normal person, facing such a sudden Hades, would feel fear and terror. Humans cannot just flee blindly. As the most intelligent creatures on Earth, if they cannot take up arms to fight back, they will die sooner or later. Quickly preparing himself mentally, Xie Yaser raised his gun and followed Su into the police station. There were still no zombies on the short journey from the gate to the police station. Su turned around and saw that Xie Yaser had followed him, so she frowned and asked, "I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? When Qing Yan and I entered the community, we saw you driving out. I was afraid that you didn't know that the world outside had changed and that you might be in danger, so I came out to look for you." Hearing this, Su glanced at the back of Xie Yaser. Was Xie Yan with Xie Yaser? Was the Volvo that just entered the Apple Villa area Xie Yaser's? No wonder she felt that the license plate looked familiar, because it was Xie Yaser's car. Did Xie Yan not become a zombie after being bitten by Bai Luoluo, but had evolved into a superpower? Would Xie Yan be following behind now? It was just right, and she could find an opportunity to kill Xie Yan. But when she looked around, there was no trace of Xie Yan behind Xie Yaser, not even a shadow of a person. Su couldn't help but look a little disappointed. Qing Yan didn't come. He's waiting for you at home. Seeing the disappointed expression on Su's face, Xie Yaser frowned slightly, but still explained Xie Yan's whereabouts. He thought that Su would feel a little comforted by saying this, but unexpectedly Su sneered and spat. "Wait for me? I thought he was afraid and didn't dare to come out. Don't beautify Xie Yan's image. Don't I know his character?" In the shadows, Xie Yaser stood upright with an imposing manner. He paused for a moment, looked at Su's face, and asked with some disapproval, "Su, how did you and Qing Yan end up like this?" Su said nothing. She glanced at Xie Yaser, turned around, and continued to walk forward. After 2 steps, she turned around again and looked at Xie Yaser, who was following behind her. "I don't need you to look for me, and you don't need to follow me anymore. Go back and protect Xie Yan."
Shushu.
Xie Yaser used a tough tone and some anger to say these 2 words. "Don't talk to me like that. I didn't provoke you. The end of the world. Now is the end of the world. In this world, how many people would risk their lives to come out to find someone in the end of the world? Xie Yaser doesn't owe Su anything. What do you mean he doesn't need to look for someone? Let him go back to protect Xie Yan." This sarcastic tone has never appeared in Su's tone before. Su sneered and turned her head away, not wanting to talk to Xie Yaser anymore. In Xie Yaser's mind, Su was still the doddering girl who had little common sense of life before the end of the world. He was the first elder of the Xie family who knew that Su Su and Xie Qingyan were in love, and he was also her and Xie Qingyan's most staunch supporter. However, in Su Su's mind, the help, the support, the kindness, the care and love like a brother have become very long ago. So long ago that Su Su now looks at Xie Yaser as if she is looking at a stranger. As long as Xie Yaser does not hurt her, she does not want to have a grudge with the future #1 master of the apocalypse. Behind Su Su, Xie Yaser was full of pride and really wanted to turn around and leave. He never cared about other people's faces. Before the end of the world, no one dared to look at him, let alone such a little white rabbit who had always respected him. Careful! Just as Su Su was about to turn the corner, 2 zombies suddenly jumped out from the front. Xie Yaser's heart jumped, and he didn't care about being arrogant anymore. He raised his gun and shot one of the zombies in the head. The sound of the gun was so loud that it almost shook the entire sky above their heads. Su Su chopped off the head of another zombie in front of him with a knife, picked out the crystal core, turned around to look at Xie Yaser, and laughed. "You actually have a gun? Guns are good things." After the end of the world, ordinary people, without special powers and physical strength, can only rely on hot weapons to protect themselves. Su Su also wanted to get a gun at the beginning and was thinking about whether to ask Yu for help, but Yu guarded his gun very tightly, and Su Su couldn't do it even if he wanted to. It is only the second day after the apocalypse, and Xie Yaser has already got a gun. This shows that Xie Yaser was not an ordinary businessman before the apocalypse. As she finished her words, a number of zombies staggered out from different directions deep inside the police station. These were zombies that heard the gunshots and ran over following the sound. This was happening inside the police station, not to mention outside the police station. The zombies from several nearby blocks were probably rushing here. Guns are good, but they also have a disadvantage. They make too much noise. Zombies move by sound and smell, and their eyesight is very poor. So, if you want to use a gun but don't want to attract zombies from far away, the best way is to install a silencer on the gun. Su Su raised the machete in her hand, took a deep breath, quickened her pace, and ran to the nearest zombies first. She killed them one by one with her sword, 1 crystal core for each one. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, and she was unhurried, as if she was dancing. Xie Yaser behind her was also firing one shot after another. His marksmanship was good, and it was rare that he missed a zombie. After a while, the zombies that walked out of the police station were cleared out by Su Su and Xie Yaser. She looked up at the 3 houses on the 2 floors in front. When Su Su heard the sound, she knew that some zombies were still locked inside. "Zhuo if you're not dead, then make a sound." In the dark night with zombies howling, Su Su shouted loudly, but apart from the zombies' more intense responses to her, there was only the panting of Xie Yaser behind her. Su Su's pretty brows knuckled slightly, and she turned around on the spot. A bad premonition gradually rose in her heart. She picked up a bloody machete that was still stained with meat, walked to the door of her room, kicked it with her foot, and the 3 zombies inside rushed out one after another. Su Su turned around and slashed away, killing a zombie with 1 knife. After 3 consecutive slashes, Su Su looked at the 3 zombies on the ground with half of their heads cut off. None of them was Xie Yaser in the yard was preparing himself mentally at this moment. He bent over and spit a few times, then squatted down, picked up the dog-leg knife on a zombie, and split the brain of a zombie. Xie Yaser spit a few more times, then stretched out his 10 fingers and rummaged through the brains, flesh, and bones. After a long time, he found a crystal core as big as a pomegranate and asked Su Su, who was kicking the door to kill the zombies, with disdain. "Su Su, what is this, do you know?" "Have no idea." Su Su picked up the crystal core in a zombie's brain and continued to chop down a zombie, without looking back. In his heart, he was somewhat impressed by what Xie Yaser had done. As a newcomer who had just experienced the apocalypse for 1 day, Xie Yaser had courage and insight that ordinary people could hardly match. No wonder he would become the #1 master in the apocalypse in the future. He could recognize the reality quickly in such a short time. He must be a master. "But I just saw you have been collecting this." There was a bright, pale full moon in the sky, but there was no silver light shining on the ground. Xie Yaser had a stern face with handsome lines and stared at Su Su intently. He made it clear that he did not believe what Su Su said. In front, Su Su walked to a tightly closed door, sighed, turned to look at Xie Yaser, who was standing in the yard, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "I really don't know that zombies have this in their brains. I knew it a little earlier than you. Every zombie has it in their brains. I think it must be something useful, so I collected it. How about I go back and study it first, and then tell you when I know the specific use of this thing?" Even if Su Su concealed the function of the crystal core, Xie Yaser would know it sooner or later. There are so many survivors, they just can't adapt to the fact that all their relatives and friends have turned into zombies in a short period of time. When they come to their senses, they will sooner or later counterattack the zombies. By then, the existence of the crystal core will not be a secret at all. Su Su would naturally speak if she was able to, but Xie Yaser was not that kind of person. In Su Su's mind, Xie Yaser stood on the side of Xie Qingyan, and Xie Qingyan was the #1 on her kill list. So it was not clear whether Xie Yaser was an enemy or a friend. Why should she tell the effect of the crystal core to boost Xie Yaser's prestige? Moreover, Xie Yaser is not a stupid person. He is not as simple-minded and strong-limbed as you. If Su Su said that she knew this thing from the movie, that it was called a crystal core, and that the psychics could absorb the energy inside, she could deceive you with such words, but not Xie Yaser with such words. Xie Yaser stood there and stared at Su Su for a long time. In the end, he said nothing. He put away the crystal core that he had pulled out of the zombie's brain, picked up the gun, and started to help Su Su kick the door and kill the zombies. At the beginning, Xie Yaser couldn't grasp the rhythm of the zombies. Later, after he blew up several zombies' heads, he summed up some experience. That is, the fastest running speed of a zombie is equivalent to the normal brisk walking speed of an adult, and they only have one way to attack, which is to move in front of you and pounce forward. And it will only attack from the front, not from other directions. After this summary, Xie Yaser felt that zombies were too easy to kill. Anyone with a little athletic ability could react faster than these zombies, provided that they were not too afraid. The reason why the surviving humans were bitten by zombies was that they were so frightened that they were unable to move. Su Su, who was secretly watching Xie Yaser from the side, felt inferior in her heart. A master is a master. At this stage, when everyone needs to turn into bears, Xie Yaser used the shortest speed to quickly escape from the ranks of bears. She wished she could have half of Xie Yaser's psychological quality. Just as he was sighing, Xie Yaser had already kicked open the last door. He quickly hid beside the door and waited for a while. No zombies jumped out. He listened carefully and heard no zombies' hoarse sounds. He looked inside the dark door and turned back to shake his head at Su Su, who was standing behind him. No one's in there. No one was there. Xie Yaser was not locked up in any small room in this police station, nor did he turn into a zombie. So, he ran away during the chaos? Where did he run to? Su Su couldn't help but sigh. How could she be so stupid? She didn't expect that when the end of the world came, Xie Yaser, a living person with 2 legs, would seek escape by himself? Where should she go to find Xie Yaser now? If she can't find Xie Yaser, who will help her deliver Xiao AI? Who are you looking for? Who is Xie Yaser? Xie Yaser stood in front of Su Su, lowered his head, and asked again with full dignity. Su Su shook her head silently, turned around and walked into one of the rooms, turned on the light in the room, and looked at the various batons and knives hanging on the wall. She picked up a few knives at random, turned around and saw Xie Yaser coming in, then pointed at the remaining knives and started to divide the loot. I only want these few. The rest are yours. I'm going back to sleep. Originally, Su Su was thinking about whether he could get a few guns from the police station while picking up Xie Yaser. However, it was obvious that the location of the armory was very hidden. In the legal society before the end of the world, the management of guns was also very strict. For example, the policemen on TV all had guns and fought gun battles with gangsters on the street, but those were plots that only existed in movies and TV dramas. In reality, if the police want to use guns, they have to apply for a report. When a group of people go out to perform a task, maybe only 1 or 2 of them are equipped with guns, and the rest are holding batons. The knives on the wall are just civilian-controlled knives confiscated by the police. So Su didn't have time to carefully find out where the police station's armory was hidden. If she didn't go back, the zombies would surround the police station. Surrounding the police station would be a small matter, but it would waste time. When her parents woke up and didn't find her, they would run out to look for her, which would be a big problem. She didn't want to play anymore, but Xie Yaser had no objection. In fact, his original purpose of coming out this time was to find Su and bring her back to the Apple Villa area. It's just that the route was a bit off, so he actually had some fun killing zombies. After killing so many zombies, Xie Yaser felt a little tired, so he picked up a knife from the wall and followed Su out of the police station. Because the zombies moved very slowly and Su had almost cleared the entire street, they didn't spend much time in the police station. So when they walked out of the police station, a large number of zombies were rushing to the end of a street. Xie Yaser's gunshots disappeared, and the zombies lost their target and were wandering around the end of the street. Su and Xie Yaser each got into their cars, opened the doors, and drove all the way back to the Apple Villa district without encountering any zombies. When they returned to the villa area, it was exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. Su drove the car into the garage and entered the warm villa in the dark. As soon as she walked into the living room, wow! The whole world suddenly became bright. Su's mother was standing at the stairs on the 2nd floor with a stern face, while Su's father stood beside her, his hand still in the posture of turning on the crystal chandelier in the living room. Su looked up at the 2 elders somewhat awkwardly. Her nose was red from being frozen. Her body was covered in black and red blood, flesh and bone fragments. Her blood-stained hands were holding a machete and a dog-leg knife. The machete was stained with blood. From Su's appearance, one could tell where she had been doing so late at night. "Mom and Dad, why did you get up so early?" "I woke up because of the heat." Mother Su walked down the stairs in a bad mood. She was only wearing a warm coat, but beads of sweat could still be seen on her forehead. She walked up to Su with a reproachful expression on her face, but she opened her mouth and said, "Go wash up, change your dirty clothes, and then come down. Your father and I have something to say to you." Ouch! She was woken up by the heat. She shouldn't have turned on the heating. It backfired. Su stuck out her tongue, put the dog-leg knife and watermelon knife on the coffee table, and quickly slipped upstairs. When she passed by Su's father, she smiled ingratiatingly, but she didn't dare to stay too long and immediately went into the bedroom to wash and change clothes. When he came down again, Su's father and mother had already sat on the sofa. Su's father was holding a dog-leg knife in his hand. After testing the weight, Su quickly said, "This knife is very good for chopping. It can cut heads like cutting grass." "Dad, I have one, and you have one. You wish." Su's mother was furious when she heard Su say this. She bent down and slapped Su's hand that was reaching for the dog-leg knife. "It's so dangerous outside. You're a girl. You should stay at home. Your parents will protect you at the risk of their lives. Why run out and take the risk?" "No risks, that's good." Su told the truth that she hadn't had enough tonight yet. She could handle such a small situation. How could it be considered an adventure? Hearing Su's understatement, Su's mother couldn't help but doubt. Su came back covered in blood. Did he just roll around outside? Didn't he face the zombies head-on? Su smiled at her and yawned, but still picked up an apple on the coffee table and ate it. Su's mother was so worried that she just let it go, but she got angry again. "So, tell me what you did tonight?" Su, don't go out tomorrow. Dad wants to tell you something." Father Su stopped Mother Su from saying what she was about to say in time. He was not as emotional as Mother Su because Father Su could tell from Su's performance tonight that the child did not do anything dangerous tonight. Of course, things that are dangerous in the eyes of parents may not be dangerous at all in front of Su. He placed the dog-leg knife in his hand on the coffee table and looked at Su with a negotiating expression. "Dad now has some kind of earth-related ability and wants to raise our yard with stones." Okay, Dad, why don't you research how to get some clean soil so that Mom can grow more greenhouse vegetables? The world outside is already like this, and I think we'll be out of vegetables soon. Su looked at her father pitifully. He was worried about not being able to find a legitimate reason to keep his parents in the villa. So her father found a job for himself, which was to raise the yard. Now the whole villa was just surrounded by a 1-meter-high artistic iron fence. It would be absolutely no problem for zombies to come in. After the wall was raised high, ordinary zombies like this could not get in. Okay, let's do it this way. Tonight. Hey, you're tired too. Go get some sleep. Sitting on the sofa, Father Su waved his hands weakly, watching Su get up happily and quickly go upstairs, running faster than a rabbit. Seeing this, Mother Su turned around and complained to Father Su, "Why did you let her go like this? What else do you want?" Father Su glanced at Mother Su. "Don't you realize that she has become more opinionated now? She says one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Just let her be. We are all old. We are almost half dead after coming back from outside. What about her? She still has the mood to lie to you and sit here with you to chat. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She came out of your belly. Don't say you haven't noticed the changes in her recently. She discovered it. As a mother, no matter how well Su concealed it, how could Su's mother not discover those details that were worthy of suspicion and consideration? Su's mother had tears in her eyes. She covered her face and slumped into the sofa. But in her mind, no matter whether Su had really changed or pretended to have changed, Su had always been just a child who she felt had not grown up yet and would never grow up. If you continue to be so sentimental and don't change your rigid thinking, you might hinder the children. Looking at Su's mother like this, Su's father sighed and said nothing more. He let Su's mother sit alone on the sofa and think carefully. He took a knife from the table, put on a coat, walked out of the living room, entered the yard, and then walked around the yard, thinking about where to start, and began to raise the wall. In the bedroom, when Su opened her eyes again, she was awakened by her hunger. She lay on the edge of the bed and retched for a long time before she raised her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. No wonder she was hungry. Su climbed out of the bedroom weakly and stood on the second floor. She looked into the living room and found that her parents were not there. So she went downstairs, with her messy long hair, rubbing her stomach that was aching, and walked around with a pale face. Finally, she found her parents who were working in the vegetable greenhouse in the yard. "Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Mother Su turned around when she heard this and was frightened by the ghost-like appearance of Su. She covered her chest and squatted on the ground and cursed, "You rascal! I thought a zombie ran in. If you don't give me food, I'm going to turn into a zombie and eat human flesh." Anxiously stamping her feet, Su urged her mother into the kitchen. Before her mother took off the white gloves she was wearing, Su had already started to find the bowls and chopsticks on his own, then sat at the dining table, staring at her mother with a pair of wet eyes, ready to eat. Su's mother laughed angrily, and while laughing, she turned around, started cooking, rubbing her eyes and crying. Her Su, her good daughter, no matter how many things she was hiding from her, still needed her mother in her life. If she wasn't there as a mother, she wouldn't be able to have a hot meal. "Mom, where did you get the bok choy?" Su, who was lying on the dining table waiting for food, looked at her mother's back with a lifeless face. She saw a bowl of fresh and tender Shanghai greens next to her mother. At this time of year, in this world, some people can't even drink a sip of water, but her mother actually made a bowl of fresh Shanghai greens. Could it be that she found it in the villa yesterday? The refrigerator of the family that was searched had a good preservation effect. "I planted them this morning. I found that all the vegetables in our greenhouse have grown. It's really fast. I just planted the seeds 5 or 6 days ago." Su's mother put some oil in the pot and started to stir-fry the meat. She added some green peppers to the meat. The aroma made Su's mouth water. Not to mention, the green peppers were also grown by Su's mother. Now, although Su Mu's awakened with type ability cannot attack, she is an expert in growing vegetables. After the end of the world, Su has seen such wood-type ability users before. They specialize in how to grow vegetables quickly in the base, and the development direction of their abilities is also to increase the output of grain and vegetables. This is good, Su thought, biting her chopsticks. In the short term, their family of 4 will not have to worry about food. She can cross off vegetables from the list of materials she robs. In the long term, Su's mother's vegetable planting level will be higher in the future, and the output of grain and vegetables will also increase. The food that their family of 4 cannot finish can be exchanged for crystal cores. This is very good, very good. Mom, next time you plant vegetables, just recite in your heart to make these vegetables grow taller and bigger. Maybe you have also awakened your superpowers? That's why these vegetables grow so fast.
He.
Mother Su turned around and smiled at Su while cooking. Do you think people with special abilities are like vegetables on the street? They can awaken whenever they want? Oh, we already have you in our family with water-related special abilities, your dad with earth-related special abilities, and I, your mom, will awaken a wood-related special ability. All 3 of us in the family are special abilities. Doesn't this make sense? So what? Awakening of superpowers isn't something new. Su disagreed with her mother's statement. Indeed, at the beginning of the apocalypse, among the surviving humans, less than 1% had awakened superpowers. This 1% all relied on the natural evolution of the environment. However, 10 years later, the Qinglong base, which focused on studying the evolution of human superpowers, launched a doomsday vaccine. Every 6-month-old baby born in the Qinglong base will be recommended to receive this doomsday vaccine. An 80% chance of babies who have been injected with the doomsday vaccine will evolve into mutants. Of course, there is also a 20% chance of failing to evolve and then being directly infected and becoming zombies. The 80% chance is much higher than the 1% chance of natural evolution. The only difference is whether parents are willing to let their children gamble the remaining 20%. At that time, most ordinary parents were willing because Qinglong Base also launched a welfare policy. As long as the baby evolved into a superpower, Qinglong Base would be responsible for raising and educating the baby and also provide a bag of rice and 15 kilograms of vegetables to the baby's parents every month. This benefit is tempting enough, at least for ordinary people after the end of the world. It is a very generous condition. Ordinary men who once did not dare to have children are said to be scrambling to find women to get pregnant and have children, just to try their luck with that 80% chance. In fact, from a big picture perspective, this is just a means for the Qinglong Base to control the psychics. Most of the first generation of naturally evolved psychics who are still able to survive 10 years after the apocalypse have reached level 4, and some have even reached level 5 or above. The greater their abilities, the less they want to be easily restrained. The authorities want to control the psychics, so they came up with a way to start with the babies. What is responsible for raising and teaching mean? It is nothing more than unified management, unified learning, and instilling ideas such as Qinglong Base is my home. We all love it, and long live the leader of the base. Su didn't know whether this project was successful in the end, because she died 12 years after the end of the world. Anyway, the year she died, it was said that the 3 major bases, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke, were all imitating the Qinglong Base and recruiting child soldiers with superpowers. So the 3 members of the family are all superpowers. This may be strange in the eyes of others, but in Su's eyes, it is not strange at all. The children born by superpowers are mostly superpowers. This is called heredity. 2 superpowers of the same type will give birth to children with the same superpower after awakening. At the same time, the superpowers will awaken very early, perhaps as early as the next day after birth. For example, if there are 2 people with water abilities, the chance of conception will be very high, and the child born will most likely be a water ability user, and will be a water ability user from the neonatal stage. But if the 2 types of superpowers are naturally incompatible, it will be more difficult to have children, and the children born will be more likely to die. However, if the children can survive and awaken superpowers, their abilities will be more terrifying. Studies have shown that among couples who are born with incompatible superpowers, only 10% can successfully conceive and give birth, and the survival rate of children born is only 5%. Of these 5% of children who survive, they can awaken their superpowers, but it takes a long time for them to awaken their superpowers, some for several years, and some for perhaps 10 or 20 years. The types of superpowers that are awakened are also varied, and they may not necessarily be inherited from their parents or relatives, but 100% of them have amazing abilities. Of course, these are all research results, and it will take time to verify whether this is really the case. Thinking of this, Su couldn't help but think of Yiyu. She hadn't received a call from Yiyu for a long time. Should she take the initiative to call Yiyu and ask if he had awakened his superpowers? What kind of superpowers? Xiao AI hadn't awakened her superpowers when she was 2 years old. Was Yiyu's superpower type incompatible with her water superpowers? A little bit of incompatibility is okay, but it must not be a fire superpower. Water and fire are the most incompatible. She didn't want Xiao AI to grow up to be 20 or 30 years old and still not be able to awaken superpowers. However, once the superpowers are awakened, I'm afraid the entire base will not be able to control that naughty monkey. People who can make water and fire compatible are not ordinary people. By the way, didn't my dad say last night that he wanted to reinforce the wall? Su turned her head away, too frightened by the future she imagined to think about it any further. She stretched her neck and looked out the kitchen window. The wall was still so low, but her father was squatting beside the greenhouse, researching something. Her mother turned around and served Su a bowl of rice from the rice cooker, explaining, "Your father found that he can only conjure up rocks as big as cantaloupe, so we don't have cement and can't raise the wall. The stones placed on the wall need to be fixed with steel bars, concrete, or something, otherwise they will fall down when pushed by the zombies." The largest stone that Su's father can make now is about the size of a cantaloupe, and he can't make large stone slabs, so he was a little discouraged and simply turned around to help Su's mother build a greenhouse. Now that the greenhouse is completed, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Su smiled calmly, eating the food in the bowl, and said vaguely, "It's okay, it's just cement. I'll go back to sleep and get some for you when I wake up." Look at her expression. Didn't she have enough fun last night? Is she planning to go out again tonight? Mother Su sat opposite Su and was about to say something to stop her. However, at this moment, the doorbell of their house suddenly rang. Mother Su looked up and exchanged a glance with Su. Who would come in this world? Could it be that Yiyu came to save them? Father Su also heard the doorbell. He stood up, put down a handful of soil in his hand, clapped his hands, and went into the kitchen. He then went into the living room from the kitchen, opened the door, and entered the front yard. Outside the small, low iron gate in the front yard, which was only big enough for one car, stood a young man wearing a white down jacket, blue jeans, and a pair of camel-colored hiking shoes. When he saw Su's father coming out of the villa, he raised his chin, raised his hand to brush away some of the hair covering his eyes, and asked politely, "Hello, does Su live here?" "Shushu? Who are you? What do you want from Su?" "I'm her boyfriend. My name is Xie. Uncle, you should know me.
Su's high school classmate.
We've met several times before." Following Xie words, Father Su's brows furrowed unconsciously. Su took the rice bowl and walked out of the villa while eating. She stood at the gate of the villa, looking at Xie outside the yard, and said to Father Su loudly, "Dad, don't open the door for him. He is not a good person." Father Su was not prepared to open the door for Xie. He glanced at Xie with his eyes slanted and said in a strange tone, "Oh, hearing about it is not as good as meeting it in person. That's it. If there is nothing else, you can leave now." Speaking of Xie, Su's father and mother actually had some impression of him. When Su was in high school, there was indeed a rumor about her having an affair with this boy, but Su went home on time every day, maintained excellent grades, and her cell phone bills never worried her father and mother, and her mood was not affected by it. As parents, they were not unopen-minded people, so they didn't care about the rumor. Later, Su went to college. She heard that Xie was in the same college as Su. Su's father and mother would occasionally talk about this boy in private. They both agreed that Su was only a freshman, and everything had to wait until Su graduated. So they had no intention of meeting Xie Yaser. Why did she have a bad impression of Xie Yaser later? It was because of the drugging of Su by Bai Luoluo. According to the investigation and interviews of Su's parents, Bai Luoluo fell in love with Xie Yaser and then hated and envied Su. In their university, there were more girls who liked Xie Yaser than Bai Luoluo. But Xie Yaser had never harshly rejected any girl with bad intentions. He gave everyone the impression of being gentle, generous, and helpful. Even when he was with Su, he was never stingy in providing help to other girls, such as repairing their computers, getting them meals, and bringing them water when they were sick. Although Su's father and mother were both ordinary people, they did not live a wealthy life, so they looked at many things more realistically and straightforwardly. For example, as long as they heard Su's classmates praising and liking Xie Yaser in unison, they felt that Su was not suitable to be with such a male god. If they had to be together, it would be like the time when Bai Luoluo drugged Su. Su's life would be surrounded by endless jealousy and frame-ups by women. And it was very obvious that Xie Yaser did not have the ability to protect Su. Otherwise, Bai Luoluo's drugging would not have been successful. Seeing that Father Su was about to turn around and go back to the house, Xie Yaser, who was standing outside the iron gate, became anxious. He hurriedly picked up a bag of mineral water from his feet and said to Father Su and Su to take credit, "Uncle, Su, I'm here to bring you some water. I just found out this morning that you guys also fled into this villa area. You see, I risked my life to come here early in the morning. Hey, a small bag of mineral water." Su finished the last bite of rice and looked at the bag of mineral water in Xie Yaser's hand with a fake smile. A bottle of mineral water of that size would probably only sell for 1 yuan before the end of the world. There were only about 3 or 4 bottles in the plastic bag, and one of the bottles was dangling. It was a bottle of mineral water that was half drunk. Xie Yaser was giving away such a small amount of water. Father Su turned around and glanced at the water in Xie Yaser's hand. Maybe other families really needed such a mouthful of water, but their family had so much water that they couldn't use it up, and they could even use it for bathing. Father Su suddenly remembered that he had to build a reservoir for this villa, so that Su could directly put clean water into the reservoir. The pipes of the reservoir would be connected to the water pipes of the villa, so that the 3 of them would not have to carry mineral water buckets for eating, washing vegetables, and taking a bath, and could directly let water out from the faucet. Su's father was persuaded and took action. He no longer cared about Xie Yaser's eager eyes standing at the door and ran straight into the villa to discuss the feasibility of building a reservoir with Su's mother. Su looked at Xie Yaser with a sarcastic expression, folded her arms, put on a down jacket, and walked out of the villa gate. Su, you built a vegetable greenhouse. Are you growing vegetables? Xie Yaser, standing outside the iron gate, looked at the vegetable greenhouse next to the villa with curiosity. When he saw Su approaching, he hurriedly handed over the plastic bottle of mineral water in his hand. Without waiting for Su to reply, he said affectionately, "Here, Su, there have been too many misunderstandings between us during this period. Let me in, and let's have a good talk." Su refused to take the water from Xie Yaser and stood in front of Xie Yaser, looking at him with dark eyes, trying to see what kind of supernatural power this guy had awakened. After a while, Su understood that there was a weak water energy floating around Xie Yaser, which was also the awakening of the water's supernatural power, but the fluctuation of the energy was so weak that Xie Yaser himself might not even notice it. The improvement of superpowers will lead to the advancement of the 5 senses. The higher the level of superpowers, the sharper the 5 senses. Humans don't need to practice deliberately. Once the superpowers are awakened, the 5 senses will naturally be improved. Therefore, 10 years after the end of the world, many people will not need the help of supernatural level detection equipment. Just by using the 5 senses to see and feel, they will be able to roughly know in their minds who the supernatural person is, what type of supernatural power they have, and the level of their supernatural power. It is a wonderful state that can only be understood but not described. Perhaps because she was reborn, Although Su Su now only has a second-level water ability, her 5 senses are sharper than this level. This is not surprising. She was reborn with her memories. In her memories, she was a 5th-level ice ability user. It is normal for her 5 senses to be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Su Su was not going to remind Xie Yan that he had awakened his water power. She said in an unusually cold tone, "Didn't I say that the next time I see you, it will be the day you die?" Su Su, stop it, I was wrong. Go back. After thinking about it, Su Su still didn't take action. It was easy to kill Xie Yan, but if she killed Xie Yan in the Apple Villa district, she was too lazy to deal with Xie Yan's body. Besides, Xie Yan came to see her today, and Xie Yaser would know it. Xie Yaser would definitely investigate later. If Su Su remembered correctly, Xie Yan and Xie Yaser had a good relationship. If she killed Xie Yan for no reason, Xie Yaser would definitely not let her go. Xie Yaser's abilities were still average, so Su Su could kill him together with him. However, she had always sought revenge and repaid favors. If she was simply afraid that Xie Yaser would avenge Xie Yan, she would take the initiative and strangle Xie Yaser, the #1 master of the apocalypse, in the cradle. This behavior was somewhat inconsistent with her style. However, Xie Yan must die. He must die. Only those who have become mothers can understand the feeling of being a mother. Raising a child for 100 years. Worrying for 99. In Xie Yan's mind, Xiao AI is the greatest shame in his life, reminding him all the time that Su Su has put a huge green hat on him. As a man, how could he allow Xiao AI to exist? Xie Yan is a danger to Xiao AI. Su Su can't ignore this hidden danger, especially now that Xie Yan has stimulated the water power. How much power he will have in the future is not yet known. If someone like Xie Yan can cover the sky with one hand in the future, can he still give Xiao AI a chance to live? Anyway, this person is now in the Apple Villa district. We can find an opportunity for Xie Yan to leave the Apple Villa district and get rid of him without anyone noticing. Having made up her mind, Su Su ignored Xie Yan's howling behind her. She walked back to the villa, went upstairs, closed the door, took out the crystal core she had harvested last night, and concentrated on absorbing energy and cultivating her spirit. Xie Yan, who was left outside the iron gate by her, called Su Su's name for a long time. Not only did Su Su not come out to see him, even Su's father and mother were unwilling to pay attention to him. After a while, Xie Yan felt a little bored, so he picked up the plastic bag of mineral water and slowly walked towards the villa where Xie Yaser lived. He really loved Su Su, to the point that he didn't care whether Su Su's body was perfect or not. But why did Su Su become a completely different person after she woke up from sleeping with Yu? She hated not only Bai Luoluo, but also him? Xie Yan's heart ached a little. The falling snow along the way made a crunching sound under his feet. Xie Yan turned around and looked at the Su family villa behind the pine tree. He touched his heart. What should he do? Even if Su Su treated him like this, he still wanted to be with Su Su. Halfway through the journey, Xie Yan's cell phone rang. He lowered his head and took out the phone from his down jacket pocket. It was a girl named Fei Fei, so he picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, Fei Fei cried on the other end of the phone. "Class monitor, where are you? We encountered such a terrible, terrible thing. There are monsters everywhere. Our teachers and classmates have all turned into monsters. Since yesterday, we have been running and running."
Where are you?
Boo, don't cry. Don't cry. Fei Fei, where are you now? I'm in the Apple Villa area, with my cousin. It's safe here, there are no zombies. Can you come over? Really? Are you safe there? We haven't eaten for several days, and we haven't even had a sip of water.
Water?
Xie Yan looked down at the plastic bag in his hand. It's okay. I have some water here, although not much. We'll think of something to eat later. Come over here first. You can bring over any survivors. Fei Fei is a girl in Xie Yan's class and one of his true fans. She's usually cute and lively. She listens to Xie Yan and never hides her admiration for him. So Xie Yan felt that since he was safe and there was not a single zombie in the Apple Villa area, he had no reason not to provide this safe shelter to his classmates. In this crazy era, humans need to stick together to keep warm. Feifei, on the other end, was naturally overjoyed by Xie Qingyan's words and was also full of gratitude. Xie Qingyan felt very touched, and after listening to Feifei's numerous thanks, the anger and humiliation he felt because of Su's family slowly dissipated. With a light-hearted mood, as if he had regained some of the confidence he had before the end of the world, he hung up Feifei's phone and slowly walked back to Xie Yaser's villa. When he entered, he just saw Xie Yaser coming down from upstairs with a tired face, looking for water to drink in the refrigerator. Xie Qingyan couldn't tell what his mentality was. He put the plastic bag in his hand into the shoe cabinet and asked with concern, "Brother, you haven't rested enough yet?" After returning last night, Xie Yaser seemed to have used up all his strength and could not even muster the energy to speak. However, he still told Xie Qingyan that Su had been found and lived in building so and so. Then he climbed upstairs and fell asleep. He has been slept until now. Xie Qingyan had been sleeping since he entered the villa yesterday and slept until this morning. After getting up, he ate most of the bread in Xie Yaser's refrigerator. Then he walked out of the villa area with a trembling heart, took away all the water in the villa, and prepared to ask for a smile from Su. "I remember there were a few bottles of water in the refrigerator." Xie Yaser's throat was very dry, and he felt a little dizzy. He vaguely felt that he had a fever, so he wanted to get up from the bed and drink some water, but where was the water in the refrigerator? Where did it go? "Oh, I went to see Su today and gave her the water." "Brother, there are 3 people in their family, including 2 elderly people. Su's health has not been good." "I'm sorry." Seeing Xie Yaser's cracked lips, Xie Qingyan regretted stuffing the water into the shoe cabinet. But if he took it out now, how could he explain to Xie Yaser his behavior when he entered the door? So after telling a lie, you have to use N lies to cover it up. This is really true. Xie Yaser turned around, frowned and glanced at Xie Qingyan. Without saying anything, he took the car keys and prepared to go out. Behind him, Xie Qingyan couldn't help but ask with guilt, "Brother, you want to go out? But it's very dangerous outside. I'm going to go out and find some supplies, otherwise we're both going to die of hunger and thirst in here." "Then, big brother, can you bring back more supplies?" Xie Qingyan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Seeing Xie Yaser turned around and looked at him suspiciously, Xie Qingyan immediately said, "It's like this, Su and the others also need supplies, right?" "Qingyan." Xie Yaser closed his eyes, pursed his cracked lips, turned his head, squatted on the ground to put on his shoes. He didn't want to say anything, but now he couldn't help it. Su is not my girlfriend. Su is not his girlfriend, and is not his responsibility. Xie Yaser was willing to take the risk to go out and look for Su last night because he still regarded Su as the little sister he knew. However, after what happened last night, Xie Yaser clearly felt that Su had changed. She no longer relied on anyone and was braver than he could imagine and became more beautiful. Of course, Xie Yaser didn't think that Su had changed, and he didn't want to deal with Su anymore in the future. He said this simply to target Xie Qingyan. In the end times full of crises, Xie Qingyan left his girlfriend alone and asked him, as the big brother, to find one. His girlfriend had no supplies to survive, but asked him, as the big brother, to go out and find supplies. After saying that, Xie Yaser stood up and dragged his dizzy head into the garage. He got in the car and tidied up the backpack in the car. In the backpack were his gun and bullets, but there were not many bullets left. The gun and bullets were a collection he got by chance. He was not a person who used to use guns, and when the bullets ran out, he didn't know where to get more. Just when he was worried, he turned his head and saw the dog-leg knife he took out from the police station last night. It was now lying on his passenger seat. Under the light of the roof light, the blade had a sharp edge that could not be ignored. Xie Yaser smiled unconsciously, remembering the image of Su chopping zombies with a machete. He threw away his backpack, picked up the machete, and muttered to himself, "You really have won." After saying that, Xie Yaser drove out, and soon after he left, the night darkened, and another day passed. That day, Su stayed in the room to absorb crystal cores and condense her spirit. Because her spirit could only carry a limited amount of energy, every time she absorbed a crystal core, she had to drive her spirit to release energy. The effective way to release energy was to drain water. All the bottles and jars in the house and the bathtubs in several rooms were filled with water. But this was not enough for Su to release herself. She was in good spirits and didn't want to be sleepy, so she wanted to cherish her time and cultivate her spirit for a while longer. So Su had no choice but to stay in the bedroom and play with her water mirror in the air. With her current abilities, plus her 12 years of experience in fighting monsters in the apocalypse, she can completely handle it with a water mirror. The difference is that what she used before was an ice mirror, which was solid, while the water mirror was liquid. Since it was liquid water, Su could make it into whatever shape she wanted. She sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a crystal core as big as a pomegranate seed in one hand and covering the crystal core with the other hand. She looked at the transparent water mirror floating in the air and slowly let the clear water begin to flow. Then it got faster and faster, and gradually, the water mirror turned into a whirlpool. A 2-year-old child made of water walked out of the whirlpool. The child had 2 pigtails on his head. He jumped and stepped on the water stairs and ran to Su. She smiled, raised one hand, touched her belly, then lowered her head and kissed the little love made of water in front of her. Little love was lost in her previous life, and Su couldn't bear the pain of missing her, so she always played such a game with herself, making a little love out of ice, and then pretending to deceive herself that little love was still by her side. It's just that the little love made of ice can't move, but the little love made of water can run and jump, which is much easier. After being with the little love made of water for a while, Su's heart moved, and her eyes swept the car keys on the bedside table. The waterman sitting on her knees jumped off the bed, ran to the bedside, and picked up the car keys. This is all possible? Su was a little surprised at her delicate operation. She thought about it, drove the waterman to grow taller, walked to the other bedside table, opened the drawer, and took out a watermelon knife wrapped in white paper. This watermelon knife was brand new and had never been used. Looking at the waterman in front of him, who was about 1 meter tall, holding the car keys in his left hand and a machete in his right hand, Su carved out a trajectory in his mind and let the waterman perform a chop, cut, and pick movement. Very good. The machete was wielded vigorously in the waterman's hand, and its strength was no less than that of an adult man. However, Su looked down at the pile of crystal cores in his palm. He didn't know when all these crystal cores turned into powder. Such delicate operation consumed a lot of energy, but the essence in Su's body could carry a lot more energy without realizing it. It was already late at night. Su dismissed the watermen, got up, changed her clothes, took her machete and car keys, and prepared to go out to get some crystal cores and find some cement for her father. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom door, she saw Father and Mother Su lying on the coffee table in the living room, drawing with paper and pen. Su smiled, walked down the stairs and joked, "Dad, Mom, look at the time now, you two are still drawing?" Su, you haven't slept yet?" Father Su rubbed his tired and sore eyes and straightened up. Mother Su also yawned, dropped the pen in her hand, stood up, and was about to say that she was going to bed, then looked at Su and suddenly asked vigilantly, "It's almost 12 o'clock. You are dressed so neatly. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to get cement for my dad." Walking directly to the coffee table, Su answered lightly, as if she didn't notice her mother's vigilant eyes at all. She stood beside the coffee table, and as soon as her eyes fell on her parents' paintings, she couldn't help but look carefully at the paintings that Su's father and mother had just drawn. It was not a random doodle by a child, but a villa attack and defense map drawn on a piece of draft paper. There was a wall on the map, a trench outside the wall, and a large reservoir on the top of the villa. 2 greenhouses were planned in the garden for growing vegetables and grain. "Hey, Dad, are you planning to turn this house into a bunker?" Su sat on the sofa and looked at the draft paper carefully. A 3-meter wall, 240 bags of cement, and 8 barrels of construction glue. "Dad, we have to drive a truck out to grab cement." We saw a shop selling construction materials across from the community a few days ago. There should be some cement in there. Father Su responded that because these villa areas are all fully decorated villas, they are all sold to rich people. Rich people love to tinker. Obviously, the villas have been decorated very well, but they are not satisfied. If they are not satisfied, they have to tear them down and redecorate them according to their own preferences. In addition, there are several newly built buildings nearby that are about to be opened, and there are several construction sites a little further away. If you search carefully, you should be able to find cement, and you may even be able to find a truck if you want. Originally, Sue's father took Sue's mother and planned to go to bed after drawing the defense map. Then the next morning, the two elders would go out to find cement. But Su unexpectedly came out at this time, neatly dressed, with a machete in her hand. Sue's mother was so worried that she couldn't sleep no matter what. "You're dad, and I can handle these things. Don't you want to sleep? It's already 12 o'clock.
Go to sleep.
Mom will make you something delicious tomorrow morning." As the saying goes, raising a child for 100 years requires constant worry for 99 years. The way Sue's mother looked at Su at this moment was as if she was looking at a child who had just learned to walk. No matter how she prepared herself mentally, it was impossible for Sue's mother to watch Su go out to take risks. As a mother, would she just sit at home and wave her handkerchief to see him off? "I'm full of sleep." Su giggled and put her arm around her mother's neck. "You and Dad have prepared the defense map for the villa. Let's go out for a drive as a family of 4. Sue's mother opened her mouth. She was planning to go out with Sue's father to get cement, but she didn't bring Su with her. But if they didn't bring Su, the naughty child would definitely run away by himself. So should they take Su out to take risks, or let the naughty child run away by himself? "Okay, let's go out and get the cement now." Father Su hesitated for a moment and nodded, but there is a prerequisite. Su, you can't take risks. Your parents are in front of you to take the risk. You just need to sit in the car. Okay. Faced with Sue's father and mother's concession, Su naturally agreed obediently. With a smile on her face, she took the car keys and drove to the garage. By the way, she moved the supplies that had filled the whole car last night back to the room. Just as Sue's father and mother returned to the bedroom to get dressed and get ready, Su had already moved all the supplies. During this time, neither Sue's father nor mother noticed that there was anything wrong with Sue's words. A family of 4. She meant a family of 4. When Sue's father and mother changed their clothes and came out of the villa, Su had already parked the car outside the iron gate. The street lights in the villa area were flickering, and it was obvious that there was a lack of power supply. This was a high-end villa area, and the street lights inside were all powered by solar panels. But maybe it was because the weather had been gloomy recently and there was not enough sunshine? Or some other reason. Anyway, some lights were on and some were off, setting off the surrounding environment, which was almost like a horror movie. Su drove with her parents in such a dark night, all the way to the outside of the villa area. Because Xie Yaser fired the gun yesterday, a few zombies roamed over from the neighboring blocks on the street that had been cleared by Su. However, there were very few zombies, and there were many new zombie corpses on the ground. Su, sitting in the driver's seat, took a casual look and roughly understood that someone had killed zombies on the street. There are several stores selling building materials opposite the Apple Villa district. Under the guidance of his father, Su drove the car to a building materials store. Several zombies nearby surrounded him. Without waiting for his father's instructions, Su unbuckled his seat belt, opened the car door, and jumped out with a machete in hand.
"Shushu.
Come back." Sue's mother screamed in fear and was about to open the car door to save Su, but she saw Su's flowing body, with her arms and legs spread out slowly and comfortably. In a short while, she had completely wiped out the zombies that surrounded her. In such a short time, Father Su didn't even have time to get out of the car. He sat in the car, watching his daughter dancing surrounded by zombies through the glass window. Father Su pursed his lips, sighed, raised his hand to rub his gray hair, looked back at the stunned Mother Su, and said, "Look, I told you we don't have to worry. This time, we are a burden to her. Mom and Dad, come out, it's okay." Su, who was outside the car, holding a knife and a crystal core in her hand, walked into an open building materials store. She raised her hand to turn on the switch beside the door, and the whole store instantly became bright. Su looked up and saw that there were still a lot of things in the store, but there were bloodstains everywhere. There were no people or zombies. There was a pen and an account book on the counter at the door. I guess the boss was attacked by zombies while he was counting accounts? Or he turned into a zombie and attacked the customers. Su's father got out of the car and helped Su's trembling mother into the building materials store. They endured the nausea and rummaged around. On the second floor of the store, they found 10 bags of cement and a bucket of construction glue. Small shops like this are all small businesses. Generally, people who buy construction materials in these shops are those who are renovating their homes and are temporarily short of some construction materials, maybe a few nails or a little cement, so these shops cannot stock any goods. Su's father came downstairs carrying a bag of cement, while Su's mother was looking for some food in the store. Su casually glanced at the boss's counter, took out a bunch of car keys from it, and then glanced at the pickup truck outside the store. She walked to the front of the pickup truck, tried casually, and the door of the pickup truck was opened. "Dad, Mom, we have a truck to haul cement." Su sat in the driver's seat and happily shouted to her parents in the store. She thought that every owner of a building materials store would be equipped with a pickup truck for transporting goods. Otherwise, it would be extremely inconvenient to deliver goods to the store on weekdays. However, when she shouted, several zombies moved. Zombies are more active at night than during the day, and their hearing and sense of smell are also more sensitive than during the day. However, the zombies coming from a distance were too slow. Su couldn't wait and jumped off the pickup truck to greet the zombies that were coming slowly. In about 2 minutes, Su killed those zombies. Holding the newly acquired bloody crystal core in his hand, he rubbed his uncooperative stomach, leaned against the tree trunk, and retched a few times. Suddenly, he heard a slight noise in his ears, which made Su alert. She straightened up and listened carefully to the sound, which seemed to come from a small supermarket opposite. There was no sound of zombies, so it should not be a zombie, but it did not sound like the sound of normal human activities. Su lifted her feet in flat boots and took 2 steps towards the open, small supermarket. The tiny sounds became more and more obvious. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air, but it was covered by the smell of durian. She walked quietly into the supermarket, turned on the light switch on the wall, followed the sound, picked up the knife, and went over there. She walked around a shelf and saw a pair of men's feet in sneakers. Going upstairs, she saw Xie Yaser holding his neck, sitting on the shelf with a pale face. Next to him were several broken durians. It seemed that he was injured, and in order to prevent his blood from being smelled by the zombies, he deliberately broke a few durians and placed them beside him. His head moved slightly, and some potato chip bags behind him made a crunching sound. Xie Yaser's eyes were dark as he watched Su approaching. He raised his head and looked at Su walking towards him without saying a word. Looking at the current situation, Xie Yaser was obviously bitten by a zombie. He will either become a zombie or a mutant, and the latter is very likely. Looking at Xie Yaser's expression as if he was waiting to die, he is obviously unwilling to die like this, but he maintains a submissive attitude, which is very tragic. "Go ahead. Don't hesitate." After a long time, Xie Yaser closed his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. He thought that Su was reluctant to cut because Su remembered that he was an acquaintance and couldn't bear to do it. Su smiled, a mysterious smile, took back the knife in her hand, and said lightly, "I see you still have the strength to speak, and your thinking is quite clear. You may not turn into a zombie, so I won't kill you now. I will come back in an hour. If you turn into a zombie, I will naturally not show mercy. If you don't, remember, you owe me a life. If I provoke you in the future, remember my favor of not killing you today." After saying that, Su turned around, walked out of the supermarket, picked up a bag of melon seeds from the shelf, and stood between the supermarket and the building materials store. While cracking melon seeds, he protected Su's father and mother. When he saw the zombies wandering towards the supermarket, he went forward to take care of them as well. She ran back and forth to kill zombies, and from time to time, she went into the next door clothing stores to buy some clothes, and went into the supermarket to buy some grain and oil. Occasionally, she stopped to eat melon seeds in a leisurely manner, which made Sue's father and mother, who were busy moving cement onto the pickup truck, stare with wide eyes. Xie Yaser, who could turn around and see Su through the shelves in the supermarket, also had a slightly moved face, which was always resolute. Although this was a girl with a bad mouth, and she said on the surface that she didn't care about his life or death, she still stood guard outside the supermarket for him. Any zombies that smelled blood and came over were all blocked outside by Su. At that moment, Xie Yaser felt that Su's back had become much softer. The zombies on this street kept coming and coming. Su looked at the time on her watch. An hour had passed. Her parents had gone to the building materials store next door to do some work. She went back to look at Xie Yaser, but there was still no sign of him turning into a zombie. So she squatted down and asked, "We are leaving. Do you want to come with us or stay here?" Of course, I had to go with Su and the others. If I didn't leave, would I stay here and feed the zombies? Because of the change in his attitude towards Su, there was a hint of doting in his smile that he himself didn't even notice. He loosened his hand on her neck, looked down, and tilted his neck. Apart from some soreness, he didn't feel much pain from the bite from the zombie. Holding onto the shelf, Xie Yaser managed to get up. Seeing that he was moving too slowly, Su couldn't help but reach out to his arm, ready to help him up, but suddenly, she felt her hand go numb. She was horrified and quickly retracted her hand, took a step back, and looked at Xie Yaser. Xie Yaser looked at Su with a puzzled look on his face. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with his body. He stood up straight and spread his hands. Then a purple electric spark suddenly popped out. Suddenly, in front of Su's surprised eyes, Xie Yaser clenched his fists, and the purple electric sparks floating on his palms were retracted into his fists. He loosened his hands again, and after several times, he seemed to have finally found a way to control the electric sparks on his palms. He looked up and smiled at Su. "What is this?" He asked Su, but seeing Su's surprised look, he didn't expect Su to answer. Instead, he calmed himself down, walked out of the supermarket, and swung the electric sparks on his palm at the zombies wandering over not far away. The zombie's head was surrounded by a ball of purple electric sparks, and his body, which was moving over, obviously stopped where it was. Su, who was standing behind Xie Yaser and watching, was more and more surprised. Xie Yaser made the zombies stand still because his electric sparks did not have such strong attack power. He could only temporarily paralyze the zombies' brain nerves. In time, as Xie Yaser became stronger and stronger, the zombies would be reduced to ashes. This #1 master of the apocalypse is worthy of being the #1 master of the apocalypse. Others awaken the 5 basic superpowers first, but he directly awakens the lightning superpower. He did the same thing, and then dealt with several subsequent zombies. Then he slowly squatted down, split open the zombie's head, and picked up the crystal core inside. This man's growth rate is even faster than Su, the reborn person. Su, what are you looking at? Let's go.
Sua espada drova pickup truck to sua sede.
Su's mother was sitting in the passenger seat. The back bed of the pickup truck was filled with cement, construction glue, and some commonly used materials for building houses. Su's mother, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stuck her head out of the car window, holding back her retching, and glanced at Xie Yaser, who was squatting on the ground digging crystal cores out of a pile of brains. She then looked at Su, who also retched a few times, and Su's mother urged, "Hurry up, Su, go drive your own car. The zombies will be here again soon."
Good.
Su nodded, turned around and jogged to her jeep, opened the door and got in, then drove the car to Xie Yaser's side, frowned and asked him, "Are you leaving or are you going to play for a while?" She saw that Xie Yaser seemed to be more energetic at this moment than in the supermarket. Maybe he had just discovered that he had awakened his special powers and was killing zombies to the point of forgetting himself. But Su was tired and sleepy and wanted to sleep. She was also very hungry. She was a pregnant woman now, and the pregnancy reaction in her body was getting worse. After going out for a few hours, she had to go back and rest for a day. I'll drive back by myself in a while. Xie Yaser approached Susu's jeep, saw Susu yawning, and smiled slightly on his cold face. You go back and have a rest. If you need any supplies, I'll bring them to you tomorrow. No, we have enough food at home. Even if there is not enough food, we don't want yours. Susu raised her eyebrows, glanced at Xie Yaser, stepped on the accelerator and followed her parents' pickup truck into the gate of the villa area. After returning to the villa, it was already a little late. Susu and her parents went back to the room to change the dirty clothes. Su's mother urged her to eat a bowl of noodles, and then she went to bed. This time, she slept until 3 in the afternoon. Susu was awakened by hunger. After getting up, she grabbed the toilet and vomited all over the place. She even vomited out all the acid in her stomach. It was so uncomfortable, and it became even more uncomfortable. She grabbed the sink with her skinny claws and stood up weakly. She put some clean water in the sink and washed the dirt from the corners of her mouth while looking at herself in the mirror. Her long hair was messy, and she was obviously listless. Her face was pale. The only advantage of her face was that her skin had improved. It was delicate, smooth, and elastic, like a boiled egg. As she looked at it, Susu leaned over the sink and vomited again. By the time she had finally dressed up, an hour or so had passed. Susu walked out of the bedroom and went to the kitchen. She saw that the rice cooker was still plugged in. When she opened it, she saw a pot full of rice. It must be that Su's mother sympathized with her for being too tired from killing zombies last night, so she left some rice for her to eat when she got up. Susu touched her hungry stomach, took out a clean bowl and chopsticks, filled herself with a bowl of rice, and sat alone at the dining table. She ate her meal bite by bite without any side dishes. After finishing one bowl, Susu felt unsatisfied, so she stood up and got another bowl. She had only eaten half of the second bowl when her mother, with mud all over her hands and 2 sleeves on her arms, walked into the kitchen from the backyard. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw Susu eating a bowl of white rice vigorously. She laughed in anger. You woke up in the afternoon and didn't even say a word when you woke up. You're eating white rice here by yourself. Is it delicious? Tasty. Susu puffed up her cheeks and nodded seriously. She was extremely hungry, and the hungrier she got, the more she wanted to, so now everything she ate seemed delicious. At the kitchen door, Su's mother turned around unhappily and slammed the door to the backyard. The weather was really too cold. Although it was no longer raining, after staying outside for a while, one would feel like falling into an ice cave. It was still warmer inside the villa. The floor heating in this villa had never been disconnected since the end of the world, so it was naturally warm. Su's mother turned around and took off the dirty sleeves on her arms and began to pick vegetables and stir-fry meat, preparing to make stir-fried water chestnut and meat for Susu. She didn't know if it was Su's mother's illusion, but she always felt that Susu's appetite had increased a little in the past few days. As long as Susu was awake, she could see that her mouth never stopped, either vomiting or eating. Those zombies outside are really disgusting. Not only Susu vomits, but Su's mother and father also, every time they see them. After vomiting out all the contents in their stomachs, they always have to find something to fill them up. Su's father and mother can understand Susu's behavior these days. By the way, Susu, when you were asleep, the guy named Xie came again. This time he brought us a lot of biscuits and mineral water, but your dad and I didn't want any. While cooking, Su's mother chatted with Susu. Where did Xie get the biscuits and water? Xie Yaser must have worked hard to get them back from the supermarket yesterday. This Xie really knows how to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. I just don't know how Xie Yaser feels about supporting Xie like this. In fact, Xie Yaser was not as distressed as Susu thought for the biscuits and mineral water that Xie took out. He had long thought of bringing supplies for Susu's family of 3, so he filled the back seat and trunk of his Volvo full before driving back to the villa. Faced with enough food to last for many days, Xie Qingyan cried with joy and begged Xie Yaser to let him give some to Su Su. Xie Yaser had no objection. Although he was thinking about Su Su's words and her saying that their family had enough food, Xie Qingyan's words were very sincere, so Xie Yaser nodded in agreement generously. Then he went back to his room to sleep and let Xie Qingyan deal with the truckload of supplies. At that time, Xie Qingyan specially picked up some sandwich cookies that Su Su liked to eat and gave them to her, but was stopped by Su's father and mother again, and was rejected. Just as Su Su was curled up in the bathroom vomiting, Xie Qingyan turned around and walked back from Su Su's house in frustration. Before he had taken a few steps, he received a call from Fei Fei, saying that she had arrived at the gate of the Apple Villa area, but there were a lot of zombies around, so she asked him to hurry to the gate to open the door for them. Carrying biscuits and water, Xie Qingyan ran to Xie Yaser's villa, found the electronic key that Xie Yaser used to open the gate of the villa, and drove Xie Yaser's Volvo towards the gate. When he arrived at the gate, Xie Qingyan opened the door of the Apple community from a distance and took a look. Haha, Fei Fei was here, but she came in a bus. The bus was full of survivors, most of whom were their classmates, as well as many alumni of Hunan University and some people from society who had been picked up from nowhere. Then Xie Qingyan was dumbfounded. No one on the bus got off to clean up the zombies. They all hid in the bus waiting for Xie Qingyan to rescue them. The windows and doors were closed tightly. Their bus was driving along with a string of zombies following behind it. When it reached the streets of the Apple Villa district, the number of zombies suddenly increased. They finally arrived at the gate of the Villa district and waited for Xie Qingyan for so long, so more and more zombies surrounded them. By the time Xie Qingyan opened the door, the number of zombies had reached a dense and terrifying level. Xie Qingyan's first reaction was naturally to close the gate of the Apple Villa district, but it was too late. Fei Fei and the others' bus had already rushed in, and many zombies surrounding it had already run in, not to mention those following behind the bus and those clinging to the bus. The bus squeezed in, and the gate of the villa area closed the moment the bus came in. However, there were so many hungry zombies following the bus that the gate of the Apple Villa area was squeezed so hard that it was difficult to close. In the end, several zombies were stuck, leaving a large gap for the zombies to crawl in and out freely. Originally, there were few people living in this villa area. On the first day of the apocalypse, the zombies wandering outside were completely wiped out by Su's father and mother and Su Su, who secretly protected them. There were only a few zombies left trapped in the villa. As long as no one was free to open the door of the villa, it was basically impossible for them to escape. Looking at the zombies surging in front of him, Xie Qingyan had no time to care whether the door of the villa was closed or not. He randomly pressed the close button on the electronic key several times, turned around and ran towards Xie Yaser's villa. It was better to enter the villa than stay outside. The bus full of survivors followed Xie Yaser and ran for its life. Su Su was still eating meat. Her mother cooked a dish for her and started preparing dinner. Her father was still in the yard, working with the cement he brought back last night, planning to start reinforcing the wall today. Suddenly, this peaceful world was broken by a group of people shouting for help, and a group of zombies entered the villa area and screamed everywhere. Mother Su stopped cooking, Father Su ran into the house, and Su Su was still eating leisurely. Su Su, did you hear any noise? Considering Su Su's performance last night, Su's mother was completely relieved about Su Su. When faced with such an emergency, she no longer asked Su's father, but turned to Su Su for protection. Su's father did the same. Seeing Su Su still eating, he asked, Su Su, why are you so noisy all of a sudden? Easy. Su Su was full and put down her bowl and chopsticks. Some survivors came in and let the zombies in. This kind of thing happens often in the end times.
Who is so wicked?
Mother Su was furious, cursing the person who let the zombies in. She turned around anxiously and looked at Su Su. What should we do now? It's okay, Mom, you continue cooking. Dad, close the doors and windows tightly. I'll go out and take a look. Su Su directed her parents in an orderly manner, went upstairs to get a black short down jacket and put it on, then went downstairs with a machete in her hand. Just as she stood at the entrance and was about to change her shoes, Sue's father and mother both stopped in the living room, looking at her with worried expressions on their faces, as if they were watching their daughter going to die and they were powerless to do anything. Such tragic and sad feelings made Sue raise her head and smile. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter. It's okay. You guys stay at home. Close the doors and windows and don't go out. Don't drag me down." Sue was absolutely not lying. In the 12 years since the end of the world, she had been to no less than 8 bases and experienced hundreds of zombie sieges. It was just a few zombies running into the villa area.
How many could there be?
Hundreds, thousands? Tens of thousands? Haha, Sue didn't take it seriously at all.
Good.
Aha. Fearing that Sue was worried about them, Sue's father and mother nodded quickly. They couldn't drag Sue down, and taking care of themselves at this moment was the greatest support for Sue. Sue was quite satisfied with their obedience. She put on her flat boots, picked up a machete, picked up a chair, opened the door, and walked out on the thin snow. As soon as she went out, the cold air poured in. Sue shrank her neck, dragged the chair out of the yard, found a place with a good view, sat down, and waited for the zombies to come over. Because Xie Yaser's villa was not far from Sue's villa, there were only about 5 or 6 villas in between. However, the direction Xie Qingyan drove away was towards Xie Yaser, and the bus that attracted most of the zombies was also following Xie Qingyan, so Sue sat on the chair and waited for a long time, but no zombie wandered to her. Sue was a little bored, so she stood up and walked forward on her own initiative. After turning around a villa, she finally saw the shadows of zombies. She happily rushed over with a knife in hand, killing each zombie with her knife, one crystal core at a time. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel grateful to the person who let the zombies in, as he was delivering the crystal cores to her doorstep. But Xie Qingyan, who was thanked by Sue, was not as happy as Sue. He opened the iron gate of Xie Yaser's villa in panic and drove the car into the villa garage. He did not even think of turning back to close the door. He just closed the garage door and hid in the car trembling. He did not dare to get out of the car, letting the bus behind him run around the villa area. Originally, the bus also wanted to follow Xie Qingyan into Xie Yaser's villa, but the driver had some brains. He found that there was only a circle of iron fences around Xie Yaser's villa, and the yard was not big enough to accommodate their bus. If the bus was driven into the yard, the zombies would still besiege it. What was the difference between them being inside the villa area and outside? So the bus could only avoid Xie Yaser's villa and drive around in the villa area, trying to get rid of the zombies hanging on the roof and walls. Those zombies did not disappoint. The zombies dispersed along the way when the bus drove, and the zombies that continued to move up began to surround Xie Yaser's villa. It's already this bad. How can Xie Yaser not wake up? He opened the bedroom curtains in extreme anger and looked around his villa. There were already quite a few zombies entering the yard. Xie Qingyan was a man with a front hand but no backhand. The iron gate of the villa yard was not closed, and some zombies had already climbed up the steps of the gate. Xie Yaser hurried downstairs, picked up the dog-leg knife at the entrance, opened the door, threw out a burst of electric sparks, and killed the zombies at the door in a few moves. Then he slipped back in and blocked the rest of the zombies who heard the noise outside the door. After he adjusted his breathing, he continued the previous actions, opening the door, throwing electric sparks, killing zombies, and closing the door. Relying on this defensive method, Xie Yaser began to clear the zombies around his villa in an orderly manner amidst chaos. Sue, who was not far away, was much faster than Xie Yaser. She kept killing zombies and finally arrived in front of Xie Yaser's villa. According to the distribution and number of zombies, the closer she got to Xie Yaser's villa, the more zombies there were. While Xie Yaser in the house occasionally observed the zombies outside through the window, he saw Sue rushing over. That slender figure was gracefully stretching among the zombies. Xie Yaser's slightly fluctuating heart suddenly felt like he had taken a reassurance pill. He no longer hid, opened the door, and started killing zombies with Sue on the left and right. The two of them were invincible and gradually merged together. From Su Su's perspective, there were only a few zombies around Xie Yaser's villa, about a dozen or so, but more zombies came one after another. They walked very slowly from the gate of the community to Xie Yaser's villa, and a few of them wandered to other places on the way, which gave the feeling of an endless stream of zombies. Su Su looked at Xie Yaser's villa area and could not find any trace of Xie Qingyan. That guy was always afraid of death, and he must be hiding in Xie Yaser's villa and dared not come out. She thought about it and thought of a way to get Xie Yaser away and then come back to kill Xie Qingyan in the chaos. So Su Su planned to walk to another path where several zombies were walking. When Xie Yaser saw this, he followed behind Su Su and asked with a frown, "Aren't you going to the front door? There must be more zombies over there than inside." "No, you go ahead. I'll go find my parents first to make sure they are safe." Su Su found an excuse. Xie Yaser nodded and parted ways with Su Su at the entrance of the path, then turned and headed for the gate. Maybe it was because Xie Qingyan still pressed the electronic key to close the gate of the Apple Villa district, or maybe it was because the Apple Villa district was indeed a high-end community, and the gate made by the developer was quite sturdy. When Xie Yaser fought his way to the main gate, the gate to the Apple Villa district was already more than half closed, leaving only a small opening with a few zombies stuck on it, struggling with their hands and feet. One by one, the zombies crawled in through the small opening, like a queue. Seeing this scene, Xie Yaser sneered and raised his hand, holding a handful of crystal cores. No one knew how he had researched this, but a genius like him would always think of things that others could not think of. Xie Yaser threw away the dog-leg knife in his other hand, and the purple electric flowers in his palm formed a large net, which netted the zombies stuck at the gate. A moment later, the zombies that were struggling against the gate were reduced to ashes under the cover of such a powerful electric net. The gate that could not be closed was closed instantly. Xie Yaser seemed to be extremely tired. He knelt on one knee on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and smiled sadly. It was his brother's fault for letting the zombies in. No matter what the cost, he, Xie Yaser, had to fill this gap for Xie Qingyan. Now the gap was filled, but his body was overloaded with absorbing and releasing energy. The meridians in his body seemed to be torn into small pieces, and the pain was unbearable. However, even so, Xie Yaser could not rest. He barely picked up the dog-leg knife on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and killed the zombies that pounced on him. The gate of the villa area was closed, but a lot of zombies were let in. He originally wanted to use lightning skills, but when he activated the supernatural power in his body, his whole body felt like being bitten by countless ants, and the pain was excruciating. So Xie Yaser just kept holding on at the gate of the villa area. While inside the villa area, Su Su was having so much fun killing zombies that she actually killed all the way back to her own villa. After cleaning up a few zombies that were about to touch her villa, she turned around and went to Xie Yaser's home. After clearing out a few zombies that had just wandered into Xie Yaser's yard, Su Su kicked open the door of Xie Yaser's villa and looked around, but couldn't find Xie Qingyan. She was a little annoyed. At this critical moment, Xie Yaser could come back at any time. Where was Xie Qingyan hiding? Xie Qingyan? Xie Qingyan, come out. I'm here to save you. The zombies outside were gradually attracted to Su Su. She shouted Xie Qingyan's name, while cleaning up the zombies that came over on their own initiative. She waited until there were no more zombies to kill. But Xie Qingyan didn't come out yet. Su Su was a little disappointed. Could it be that this guy had changed his temper and ran out to kill zombies as well? Bang bang bang, just as Su Su was wondering, the garage door slowly rolled up, revealing a silver Volvo inside. That was Xie Yaser's car. The garage door was open for a long time. Xie Qingyan in the car observed the situation in the yard. It seemed that there were really no zombies. Then he carefully opened the door and got out of the car. It turned out that he was hiding in the garage. Su Su watched Xie Qingyan get out of the car. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward with a knife in hand. Without waiting for Xie Qingyan to speak, he grabbed his arm and dragged Xie Qingyan outside. Su Su's plan was very good. It's so dangerous outside. As Xie Qingyan was shouting, The bus that had gone far away came back. Perhaps it had gotten rid of the zombies, and someone dared to open the window. Then a woman was heard leaning against the window, screaming at Su Su. Su Su, what are you doing? Let go of the squad leader. Tilting her head, Su Su looked back at the sound. She didn't recognize the girl who was shouting at all. Maybe they were classmates? Or alumni? Otherwise, how would she know her name? She didn't care how the girl shouted. She dragged Xie Yaser towards the gate of the community, looking for zombies along the way. There were so many zombies just now, but now none of them were left. She killed them all. Su Su cursed herself for killing so quickly.
Why?
At this moment, Xie Yaser came back, wearing a black sportswear. His face, hands, and body were all covered with blood and meat. His face was a little pale, but he didn't show any abnormality. He held a dog-leg knife and walked towards Su Su and Xie Yaser step by step.
Shushuwishtan.
She didn't expect Xie Yaser to come back so quickly, so she stopped walking forward, still holding Xie Yaser, who was struggling. Behind them, Fei Fei, carrying a big bag, caught up with them breathlessly, hugged Xie Yaser's arm, and roared at Su Su. You crazy woman! You are simply a lunatic. You killed Bai Luoluo, and now you want to kill the squad leader? Fei Fei. Big brother Xie Yaser's other hand was held tightly by Su Su, but this did not prevent him from showing his aggrieved and guilty expression to everyone. At this time, Xie Yaser had already walked in front of the three people, heard Fei Fei's words, and looked at Su Su in silence. Su Su just sneered and shook off Xie Yaser's hand as if she was disgusted with it. She looked at Xie Yaser, then turned around to look at the bus that had stopped behind her. Many survivors got off the bus one after another. They all looked like refugees, carrying large and small bags on their backs, waiting on the spot. Xie Yaser, how do you open the gate to the villa area? There was no need for Xie Yaser to answer. Looking at Fei Fei's posture, one could tell that it was Xie Yaser who opened the door. Su Su knew with a little thought that Xie Yaser was pretending to be a good guy again. Before the end of the world, he was used to showing kindness everywhere. He would always drag Su Su to do volunteer work. Now that it's the end of the world, doesn't Xie Yaser just want to save more people, establish some prestige, and trick more survivors into supporting him? Don't think Xie Yaser is stupid. He is very smart otherwise. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, and without Xie Yaser protecting him, how did Xie Yaser survive for 2 years in the apocalypse? Wasn't it because he fooled Su Su, fooled Bai Luoluo, and fooled this and that? If Su Su hadn't killed him, he would have lived forever. When Xie Yaser's dark eyes looked at Xie Yaser without saying a word, Xie Yaser's expression became even more guilty. He lowered his head and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, brother. I thought there were no zombies outside. When you came back last night, didn't you say that all the zombies outside the door were killed by you and Su Su? I'm sorry, they're all my classmates. I really can't just stand by and watch them die. You don't need to apologize. Fei Fei tugged at Xie Yaser's arm and looked at Su Su as if she was looking at an unforgivable villain and said sarcastically, Su Su, do you think everyone is as distorted as you, cold-blooded, heartless, and ruthless? There is nothing wrong with what the squad leader did. He saved a lot of people, all of us. He saved a lot of people, saved all of us. This sentence made Su Su smile. She tightened the knife in her hand. The blade was still stained with zombie bones, looked at Xie Yaser, whose face was a little pale but still showed no expression, and then looked back at the survivors standing by the bus.
Who saved these people? Who?
Okay, Xie Yaser, you just protect this coward. Protect him with all your might. You're out there killing zombies. What is he doing? He's hiding in the garage. I just wanted to drag him out with me to kill some zombies. It's the end of the world. What's wrong with that? You're talking nonsense. You once told the squad leader that you would kill him. Bai Luoluo was killed by you. Is there anything in this world that you, Su Su, would not dare to do? You are not asking the squad leader to kill zombies. You are asking him to be killed by zombies. Fei Fei spoke the truth, pulled Xie Yaser's arm, took a step back, and looked at Su Su with an accusatory look. Xie Yan was obviously shocked and hurt when he heard it. He stammered and explained in a low voice without much persuasion. Fei, Su wouldn't do this to me. In fact, everyone in Xiangtan University knows that since Su was framed by Bai Luoluo, he hated Bai Luoluo and almost strangled Bai Luoluo to death. Just one day before the end of the world, Su ran to the hospital and killed Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo's parents also knew about this, and they and their classmates were planning to go to the hospital to see Bai Luoluo for the last time. Unfortunately, the end of the world came, and this plan did not come true. Bai Luoluo had already turned into a zombie. Xie Yaser, who had been silent the whole time, saw that Xie Yan was silent, so he spoke for Su. Qingyan, Bai Luoluo bit you at that time. Don't you remember? If Xie Yaser couldn't understand Su at first, why someone with a personality like a little white rabbit would really get angry and kill someone, then now Xie Yaser can figure it out. Bai Luoluo bit Xie Yan, and looking at the wound on Xie Yan's neck, a small piece of flesh was bitten off. Who in their right mind would bite someone's neck for no reason? So after Xie Yaser thought about it for a while, he knew why Su had to kill Bai Luoluo, because Bai Luoluo had turned into a zombie at that time. I felt the weight on my arms suddenly disappear. Xie Yan glanced at Xie Yaser with some resentment, then turned to Fei and explained, "No, I'm fine. I haven't turned into a zombie. Look at my wounds, they're almost healed." Fei couldn't help but move away from Xie Yan, but still looked at the bite wound on Xie Yan's neck. It was indeed almost healed. She wondered how credible Xie Yaser's words were, so she said stubbornly, "Even so, it's not too late for us all to figure it out before killing. The end of the world has come. If the end of the world hadn't come, Su would have become a murderer. Hey, I killed a zombie and asked you guys to come and watch?" Su glanced at Fei with a sidelong glance and didn't argue with this fan of Xie Yan. She just looked at Xie Yaser and nodded. "Okay, if you are willing to support Xie Yan, it's okay. You can also support the others." Some of them pointed behind them with a gloating look. There was no telling how many people were packed on the bus, and people were getting off one after another. Even as they were talking, the survivors on the bus had not yet all got off, and soon the square in front of Xie Yaser's villa was filled with people standing there. Su smiled and glanced at Xie Yaser's slightly changed expression, turned around, raised her hand and made a bye gesture to Xie Yaser, then walked away on her own. Looking at Xie Yan again, Su felt that there was no need to rush him to die. With Xie Yan's personality, and Xie Yaser being a sensible man, she didn't know how long he could endure. She was watching the show. Brother. Xie Yan still didn't know what he had done. He took Fei's hand and walked to Xie Yaser. Since saving classmates is saving alumni is saving, then saving some people in society is also saving. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, right? Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Fei is a smart girl. After Su said those sarcastic words, she looked back at the survivors who got off the bus. There were indeed too many of them, but there was no other way. They had no other way to go except to seek shelter from Xie Yan and Xie Yaser. Xie Yaser, who was watching all this, had an unpredictable expression on his face. He pursed his lips and didn't speak again. There was some light in his eyes, which was fading away little by little.
He just watched like that.
After Xie Yan thanked him profusely, he took all the survivors back to his villa. Looking at the survivors, they were all covered in dust and dirt, just like refugees who had just walked out of a refugee camp. As soon as they entered Xie Yaser's villa, they looked for food everywhere like crazy, without Xie Yaser's permission, and didn't even say hello to Xie Yaser. "Thank you, squad leader. We have not eaten for several days." "Thank you, squad leader." The person holding a piece of bread and chewing it while thanking Xie Yan was Xie Yan's classmate, named Wang Fan. Standing next to him was a petite girl, also drinking water from a mineral water bottle, looking at Xie Yan with tears of gratitude in her eyes. This girl was Li Anxin. Not far from Li Anxin was sitting Li Xiuyu. Li Xiuyu was not like the others who started looking for food as soon as they entered the door. She was a little shy and felt embarrassed to take up other people's space and eat other people's food, so she found an excuse with Li Anxin and ran out of Xie Yaser's villa. Following Li Xiaoyu, two survivors in police uniforms walked out. One was strong and a little fat, and the other was tall and thin. Both were unwilling to accept Xie Qingyan's gifts. Xie Yaser stood by the kitchen counter, his arms folded, looking at the group of people with increasingly cold eyes, looking at Xie Qingyan, who was surrounded by them, and saying words of thanks. The smile on Xie Qingyan's face was just like the one before the end of the world. Leing was pleased. He touched his short hair and tried his best to comfort those people who were wolfing down their food. Don't worry. Eat slowly. I have more here. When he said this, he did not turn around to look at Xie Yaser, nor did he ever think that these supplies were obtained by Xie Yaser at the cost of his life, and the only person everyone was grateful to was Xie Qingyan. After watching for a while, Xie Yaser turned around and went upstairs from the kitchen. He returned to the bedroom, found a backpack, put some comfortable sportswear in it, and didn't want to say a word to Xie Qingyan at this moment. He took the spare key of the car and drove out. However, Xie Yaser did not leave the Apple Villa area. Instead, he drove to the gate of Su Su's villa first. While he was sitting in the car, he happened to see a girl wearing overalls and black-framed glasses, followed by two policemen, standing outside Su Su's villa and talking to Su Su. So Xie Yaser didn't rush over, but got out of the car, leaned against a Volvo, and waited for Su Su to notice him.
Shushu quickly noticed Xie Yaser.
She smiled and said something to Li Xiaoyu and the two policemen behind Li Xiaoyu, then raised her hand to greet Xie Yaser. Xie Yaser folded his arms, raised his eyebrows and nodded, motioning Su Su to walk out of the yard to talk. When she opened the iron gate and walked out, she was wearing a long black down jacket and a pair of slippers on her feet. She walked up to Xie Yaser and asked, "What are you doing? What do they want you for?" Looking at the three survivors, including Li Xiaoyu, with a cold face, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Xie Yaser's eyes that he himself did not even notice. He did not forget that these three people were also let in by Xie Qingyan. He thought that the three of them could not get food in his villa, so they ran to Su Su to steal food. Su Su looked back at Li Xiaoyu and the other two, and explained to Xie Yaser, "Li Xiaoyu and the others saw my father building a wall, so they came to ask if there was anyone who could help. All they had to do was give them a meal as wages. I agreed, and let them help my father build the wall, and I provided them with 3 meals a day."
Oh.
Hearing this, Xie Yaser nodded, feeling a little relieved. In his mind, it was fine if this group of survivors harassed him, but if they harassed Su Su, Xie Yaser would not be as polite as he was to the group of people in his room. After a pause, Xie Yaser lowered his head and locked his eyes with Su Su's face. "I'm going out for a few days. Would you like to come with me? What are you going to do? Go with you to find supplies to feed Xie Qingyan?" Su Su smiled, with obvious sarcasm on her face. Xie Yaser pursed his lips and looked at Su Su in silence. There was obvious anger in his eyes because Su Su said such blunt words again and again. But Su Su was not afraid. She shrugged nonchalantly, "Not possible these days."
See?
That policeman is said to be the Sonda champion of Xiangqing. His name is Pru Jong. I want to learn a few moves from him. You go by yourself. Su Su pointed at the sturdy policeman behind him. He was walking into the yard and standing beside Su's father, watching how Su's father built the wall. Xie Yaser looked in the direction of Su Su's finger. The policeman was indeed a bit sturdy, almost fat, but that couldn't hide the feeling of Pru Jong as a martial artist. Xie Yaser nodded, thought for a while, and said to Su Su, "Okay, I'll go alone then." After that, Xie Yaser turned around and opened the car door. He looked back at Su Su, who looked calm and composed, and suddenly said, "Su Su, no matter what, can you spare Xie Qingyan's life?" Su Su was stunned for a moment, then she laughed because she found it very interesting. Just now, she really thought that Xie Yaser drove here to team up with her to go out and kill zombies and find supplies. It turned out that the most crucial and true intention was that Xie Yaser was afraid that Su Su would kill Xie Qingyan after he left.
She really thought so.
Xie Yaser seems to say nothing on the surface, but He actually understands everything in his heart. He is a very smart person. You should understand what I mean. Qingyan and I grew up together. His parents raised me. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how big a mess he got into, I was the one who dealt with it. Su, from the day I met you, I have always treated you as my sister. I have seen what happened between you and Qingyan. I just hope that next time before you kill him, you will give me some face. All right, that's enough, stop talking. Su frowned, looked at the man in front of her, sneered, and showed a toughness that she had never shown before. Since everyone has been so frank, I will be straightforward. In the Apple Villa district, if he doesn't come to me and seek death, I won't touch Xie Qingyan. This is for your sake. As for the future, we will see for ourselves. Xie Yaser was a good person. On the first day of the apocalypse, he risked his life to run out and save her. Just for this reason, when Xie Yaser asked for help, Su had to give Xie Yaser face. In the Apple Villa district, she would not touch Xie Qingyan, but Xie Qingyan would not stay in the Apple Villa district forever. By saying this, she was telling Xie Yaser that Su would never give up on killing Xie Qingyan. At most, she would let Xie Qingyan live a little longer. If Xie Yaser had the ability, he could protect Xie Qingyan for the rest of his life. And she, Su, just didn't want to be Xie Yaser's enemy, not that she was afraid of being his enemy. If they really fought for Xie Qingyan in the future, she, Su, would not necessarily be worse than Xie Yaser. After staring at Su for a while, Xie Yaser's face was heavy. He nodded without saying anything, turned around, and got into the Volvo. Now, it was very likely that only he and Xie Qingyan were left in the Xie family. No matter how Xie Qingyan tried to commit suicide, Xie Yaser had to save Xie Qingyan's life for his uncle. As for the future, if Su really insists on having his own way and really kills Xie Qingyan, Xie Yaser certainly hopes to avoid such a thing from happening, but Su is no longer as easy to talk to as before. He is also seriously injured now. To stop Su, he must wait until his injuries heal. Therefore, the most urgent thing for Xie Yaser is to find a place where he will not be angered to death by Xie Qingyan and recuperate. A layer of gray snow accumulated on the bushes and evergreen trees. The sky was getting dark again. The snowflakes fluttering in the sky became larger and denser. The silver Volvo gradually drove away, turned a corner, and completely disappeared from Su's sight. She looked at the empty road, as if she could still hear laughter in the distance. The laughter came from the direction of Xie Yaser's villa. Su's eyes were cold. She turned and entered the iron fence of the villa. She closed the iron door with a bang and entered the warm house. At this time, Su's mother had already prepared the meal. She washed her hands, put on her dirty work clothes, and ran to the yard to build a wall in the wind and snow. Her and Su's father's biggest wish now was to build the wall quickly. Just now, a bus rushed past the villa and several zombies fell from it. Although Su ran back to kill them, the degree of danger also reminded Su's father and mother in time. The construction of the wall cannot be delayed any longer. Even in such a safe villa area, such dangerous things can happen. There is no guarantee that there won't be zombies coming to attack in the future. So we can do nothing else and build the wall overnight. Su had already sat in the kitchen to eat. While she was eating, she looked at Li Xiaoyu and the two policemen who were working outside. The three of them didn't know how to build a wall at first, but after Su's father taught them a few times, the three of them worked hard to build it. They didn't take any chances or slack off. They did what they were supposed to do, very seriously. After a while, Su's mother, perhaps feeling hungry, turned around, opened the glass door, glared at Su who had already started eating, and said casually while placing dishes and chopsticks on the dining table, Su, I think those three kids are good. They can help us build the wall, and we can provide them with a few meals, but our family has limited supplies, and we only have a few rooms to sleep in, so we'd better not let them sleep in our house. Su's mother prayed with some guilt in her heart. Now is the end of the world, and she is just an ordinary woman with a husband and a daughter. Although she used to be a member of the neighborhood committee, It is unfair to her husband and daughter if she is not selfish at this time. Although the food is enough, it will be eaten up sooner or later. If they take in one survivor, countless survivors will crowd into their house. Sue's mother is very selfish. She looks at her daughter working so hard to kill zombies, but no one is willing to jump off the bus to help her. Sue's mother feels that she doesn't want strangers to crowd into the home that her daughter has worked so hard to protect. Who said to let them sleep in our house? Sue turned her head and looked at her mother in surprise. She pointed with her chopsticks at a villa across from the swaying trees. No one lives in that villa. Let them sleep there. Following the direction pointed by Sue's chopsticks, Sue's mother stretched her neck and looked out the kitchen window. Behind the trees with swaying branches, there was indeed a villa. Sue's mother immediately felt relieved and patted her chest. I was so scared.
I thought you were going to take them in.
I was worried for hours. Mom, I thought you would use the kindness of your neighborhood and to take these people in. I worried for nothing. Sue looked at her mother and said the truth. She had thought about this problem when she hired Li Xiaoyu and the other two. She was afraid that her mother would not be able to hold back and would warmly invite Li Xiaoyu and the other two to live in their home. But the reason why Sue still decided to hire these three people was that she felt that Li Xiaoyu and the other two were not bad and did not want to get something for nothing. Secondly, she also deliberately planned to let the matter ferment so as to teach Sue's mother a lesson. In the apocalypse, the thing that is most lacking is survivors. They're like people who have fallen into the sea. Once they grab a piece of driftwood that can save their lives, everyone will rush over until they drag the driftwood into the deep sea. Such a thing is happening around Xie Yaser right now. If Sue's parents are not allowed to experience it as well, Sue is worried that her parents' kindness will cause some unmanageable disaster in the future. Now it seems that Sue was completely worrying about nothing. Sue's father and mother are not unaware of the interests involved. When faced with natural disasters and man-made calamities, they have thought it through clearly. Outside the warm and bright villa, Li Xiaoyu blew on his red, frozen hands. The policeman next to him, who said he was once the Xiangqing Sonda champion Pru Jong, saw this and said with some reluctance, Xiaoyu, take a rest over here. I'll help you finish your part. The tall and thin policeman next to Pru Jong also nodded and said, yeah, it's okay. Let's move quickly and we can finish this part soon. No need. You haven't eaten in a few days. It's the same for everyone. Stop helping each other. Just hurry up and you'll have food when you're done. Li Xiaoyu shook his head, rubbed his frozen hands to warm them up, picked up the plastic bucket filled with cement on the ground, and began to build the bricks with great effort. Sue's father sat on a chair under the eaves, observing the three people while smoking. He was also tired from the busy work, so he sat down to rest. With a click, the glass door of the kitchen behind Sue's father opened, and Sue's mother came out with 3 large bowls of rice and 3 pairs of chopsticks. The rice was topped with stir-fried meat with green and red peppers, and there were 2 fried eggs under the meat. She greeted Li Xiaoyu and the other 2 warmly. Don't be busy. Let's eat first. The villa next door is very safe. There are no people and no zombies. You can go over there to eat, and then take a rest after eating. Come back tomorrow. Hey, thank you, Annie. Li Xiaoyu, who was almost crying due to the aroma of the food, dropped the work in his hands and took the large bowl handed to him by Sue's mother with both hands. Just this large bowl of rice was enough to show the sincerity of the Sue family. In fact, they worked for less than 2 hours in total, and the Sue family brought out the rice. 1 bowl was enough for 2 or 3 people. Pru Jong and the tall and thin man were also moved. They lowered their heads, took the bowls without saying a word, and after thanking Sue's father and mother profusely with Li Xiaoyu and the other 2, they left Sue's villa impatiently, ran to the next door to pry the lock of the villa, and went in to eat. There was no way out. They had been hungry for several days. Although most of the survivors on the bus carried backpacks with food in them, Li Xiaoyu, Pru Jong, and the tall and thin man were the ones who didn't bring any food. So they could only watch others eat. At this time of supply shortage, no one was kind enough to share some food with them. So when suddenly such a bowl of rice appeared, how could they not be anxious? But after a while, Li Xiuyu took the bowl and ran out of the villa again. She ran to Xie Yaser's villa under the cover of night. She was careful and left the bowl outside the villa. Then she knocked on the door of the villa and went in to look for Lianxin. Although Xie Yaser's villa was very large, it still seemed a bit crowded with so many survivors crammed in at once. Only a few days had passed since the apocalypse, and this villa area was a high-configuration community with its own power generation system. So even though there was chaos outside, this villa area still had power supply, and not only power supply but also heating. When Li Xiaoyu went in, Xie Qingyan was distributing quilts and clothes to the survivors. It was impossible for so many survivors to sleep on beds, so everyone slept on the floor with their heads touching and their feet touching, filling up the upper and lower floors of the villa. Lianxin and Feifei were following behind Xie Qingyan, helping to distribute quilts and supplies to the survivors. An Xian, come here for a moment. There was no way to enter the villa, so Li Xiaoyu stood at the entrance and waved to Lianxin in front of him. When Lianxin saw him, he turned around and said something to Xie Qingyan and Feifei, then stepped on the gap on the ground and walked in front of Li Xiaoyu. Before Li Xiaoyu could speak, Lianxin lowered his voice and said, "Where did you go just now? I've been looking for you for a long time. There's nothing left for you to eat. The squad leader said his brother is missing. He must have gone out to look for supplies. Just be patient. When the squad leader's brother comes back, I'll find a way to leave some for you." "No, Anxin, let me tell you." Li Xiuyu pulled Li Anxin out of the door and stood outside the cold wind to prevent more people from hearing what she was about to say. "Anxin, we shouldn't put our hopes on the squad leader alone. All the food and drinks were earned by the squad leader's elder brother at the cost of his life. I've already found one. Xiaoyu, please stop dreaming. If we don't rely on the squad leader and his elder brother, who else can we rely on? You know what the world is like outside. Do you think it's still before the end of the world? Do you still plan to go out and find a job and get a salary?" Before Li Xiaoyu could finish, Li Anxin interrupted her impatiently. Perhaps because he felt that his tone was too harsh, Li Anxin looked at Li Xiuyu's lowered head, calmed down a bit, and consoled her. "Don't worry, Xiuyu, we are safe now. The squad leader just said that if we work together, we will always find a way out. How are you going to make a living? Well, let's wait for the monitor's brother to come back, and then we can discuss it." "All right."
Li Xiaoyu nudda disappointedly.
She originally wanted to bring some food to Lianxin and tell Lianxin that she could go to help Su Su's family build a wall in exchange for food. But before she could finish her words, Lianxin interrupted her. Her words implied that she was waiting for Xie Yaser, the life-saving straw, to come back with supplies. If Lianxin was the only one here, Li Xiaoyu would definitely continue to say what she wanted to say, but there was a room full of survivors inside the door, and Lianxin was determined to follow Xie Qingyan to the end. If Li Xiaoyu mentioned the matter of Su Su's family building a wall, it might bring trouble to Su Su's family. So, let's not talk about it anymore. When Lianxin is too hungry to bear it anymore, she will come to her for help, and then she will take Lianxin to Su Su's house to build a wall. Xiuyu, where are you going? Seeing Li Xiaoyu turn around and walk out, Lianxin was a little worried. He followed Li Xiaoyu for a few steps and shouted, "You better come in. There is electricity and heating in here. It's very cold outside." "No need. I saw many empty villas, so I just found one that was unused. I don't want to sleep on the floor with you guys," Li Xiaoyu said unhappily, without even turning his head, and walked a few steps out of the yard to get the bowl he left outside. Lianxin behind him heard what Li Xiaoyu said, stopped in his tracks, patted his forehead with his hand, and realized, "Why didn't I think of that?
There are so many empty villas.
Why do we have to squeeze into the monitor's house?" Then, Lianxin turned around hurriedly and wanted to discuss this matter with Xie Qingyan. There were so many vacant villas, and it would be more comfortable for everyone to live in different places. Only when people have a good rest can they have the energy to plan for the future. When Xie Qingyan and Feifei heard Lianxin's proposal, they hesitated for a moment and began to organize the survivors who were already lying down to go to those vacant villas. However, These survivors had been tossing and turning in fear and panic for the past few days, and they were not starving, as most of their luggage contained supplies. The reason why they scrambled to loot Xie Yaser supplies was because everyone wanted to keep their own food and eat others first, so that they could save their own for the last and most critical moment. Now that they are full, have heating and feel safe, many survivors would rather sleep on the floor and stay in Xie Yao's family and don't want to leave. As for people like this, Xie Qingyan and the other two could only let them be. After all, it had not been easy for everyone these days, so if they could be more understanding, they should show some understanding. We have more than 70 survivors here now. Too many people will cause chaos. Before Brother Xie comes back, we have to make sure they don't cause trouble. On the second floor, there was a light on in a room, and Feifei's voice came from inside the door. It was obvious that they were organizing class meetings regularly. After most of the grumbling survivors went out to find an empty villa, the three of them held a long meeting overnight. The content of the meeting was how to manage these survivors. Beside a desk, Lianxin took out a notebook and a pen and wrote down what Feifei said. Then she and Feifei looked at Xie Qingyan. At this time, Xie Qingyan sat behind the desk, in the boss chair that used to be Xie Yaser's. He nodded and agreed with Feifei's words. My eldest brother should be back with supplies tomorrow. After we have eaten our fill tomorrow, we will register the names, ages, and genders of the survivors and who lives in which villas. All of this must be registered. It's the end of the world, and no one can hide food and drinks. All the supplies they have hidden must be handed over and confiscated. This is the only way to ensure that everyone can survive. Feifei immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. What the monitor said makes sense. I remember seeing a family with a vegetable greenhouse in their yard on the bus. Do they have to pay for that too? Lianxin held a pen and asked Xie Qingyan inquiringly. Xie Qingyan's handsome face paused, and he looked up at Feifei and Lianxin and explained, That's Susu's family. Xie Qingyan was dragged out by Susu today, and he felt a little nervous. It might be the human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. He didn't know why he was afraid of Susu. Hearing Feifei's words so confidently, he couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could it be that Susu really wanted to kill him? But when he thought about the fact that he was now responsible for the well-being of so many survivors and Susu loved him so much before, he became bolder and continued. If Susu and the others want to survive in this villa area, they will naturally have to hand over their vegetables. No one can be an exception, not even Susu. Now Xie Qingyan still regards himself as the class monitor before the end of the world, acting like a class leader. Lianxin and Feifei in front of him, like Xie Qingyan, are unwilling to wake up from their comfortable dream. They both nodded seriously, and a hope for the future slowly rose in their hearts. The world was destroyed and their homes were gone, but it didn't matter. They could hide in this safe place like a paradise and slowly reshape a small human society. The danger would gradually go away from them, and the nightmare-like experience would eventually become a thing of the past. As Xie Qingyan had said before, there were almost no other people living in this villa area. Some people had turned into zombies and were killed by his eldest brother, so the survivors could live in whichever villa they wanted. In the dark night with wind and snow, many survivors came out of Xie Yao's family and tried to pry the locks of the vacant villas. Outside Susu's house, several groups of survivors also came. However, seeing that there were lights inside, everyone remained restrained. They just leaned on the wall and looked inside again and again, but no one tried to break in by force. Warm light, tidy kitchen, and two newly opened vegetable greenhouses in front of the villa. How could the survivors of natural disasters and man-made tragedies not yearn for such a family? They did not force their way in, but it was just today. There was no guarantee that they would not force their way in tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. As long as one person takes the lead, everyone would rush in regardless of their lives. Susu knew the mentality of these survivors very well, but she had only felt pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of resistance since her previous life. She could not lead and organize these people like Xie Qingyan did. She did not have the energy and kindness to do so. That was why she told Xie Yaser that she would not go out for a few days, and that learning a few moves from Sonda champion Pru was just a lie. The real purpose was to prevent the survivors outside from coming to her house to rebel. Su, I can see something is wrong. On the sofa, Father Su, who had been building the wall for a day, was soaking his feet. Although it was comfortable to put his cold feet into the hot water, it could not hide the worry on his face. Su, who was sitting on the small sofa, sneered when she heard this and wiped her knife. Don't worry. We can just kill one of these people who don't even dare to kill zombies to serve as a warning to others. When she talked about killing, there was no hesitation in her eyes, as if she did such things frequently. A single move of the knife took a life, which was no different from killing a zombie. Seeing this, Su's father, who was sitting nearby, felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that the end of the world really forces people to grow up. Su, who once dared not even step on an ant to death, had grown so much without realizing it. But who can say that Su was wrong to do so? Faced with such a severe survival situation, the Su family's greenhouse vegetables were like a mountain of gold and silver before the end of the world. If there were no strong protection measures, the three of them would become the target of everyone's crusade, and they might be the three of them who would starve to death. So in the end, Father Su didn't say anything. He moved his feet in the hot water, nodded, and just said Mother Su, however, was more thoughtful than Father Su. She ran back and forth between the kitchen and the living room, and she was so worried. Just as Su finished wiping a dog-leg knife, she heard Mother Su anxiously say, "What's the point of killing one person to warn the rest? We don't have much supplies left. Besides the vegetables, how long can the frozen meat in the refrigerator last? And what about the rice? How long can the rice last? In a few days, I'm afraid the power and gas will be cut off. Sooner or later, we will have to go out to find supplies. If we go out, who will watch over this house?" "Oh, Mom, it's okay. Su couldn't stand her mother walking around anymore, so she stood up. "When we go out, we'll open the gate to the villa area and let the zombies in. I guarantee those cowards won't dare to hang around. But there are also brave ones. You're really brave. I'd like to get to know you. What's the big deal about giving a few vegetables, some frozen meat, and rice to a person like you? It's not that Su is stingy, nor is it that Su is inhumane. She bought thousands of dollars worth of frozen meat and filled the 3-door refrigerator to the brim. A lot of the meat that couldn't fit in had to be refrigerated and eaten by herself. She also stockpiled enough rice to feed a family of 4 for 2 years, and all of it was locked in the warehouse. It would be fine for Su to give some of these things to others, but human greed is unsatisfactory. If she gave things away once, she would give them away a second time. After she gave things away to one person, a second person would come out and ask her for more. Su felt that those survivors did not have the courage to go out and kill zombies, but once the external environment was safe, they had the courage to come out and beg for things. She would never give in to such people and would always be very stingy with the supplies in her hands and would never give such people a grain of rice. But there were people who were willing to risk their lives, kill zombies, and run to her house to steal food. Su respected and liked such people. After Su said this, Su's father and mother said nothing more. Su now has the aura of the head of the family. Her parents, who once took her to walk before the end of the world, are now led by her to rush around after the end of the world. Even so, Su's father and mother are willing. As long as the family is together, it doesn't matter what kind of life they live or who takes the lead. As long as they are together, as long as the 3 of them can survive together, none of them can be missing. On the second day, Su's father got up early and started to build his wall. 2 policemen from the building next door and Li Xiaoyu also came to help soon after. Su's mother specially prepared some breakfast with meat for the 4 of them and brought it to the yard. Li Xiaoyu took the big bowl handed over by Su's mother, picked up the chopsticks with gratitude, sat under the eaves, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. While eating, he asked Su's mother, "Aunt, where is Su? Isn't she coming down for breakfast?" "She's still sleeping." Mother Su handed the bowl to the two policemen and Father Su, looking at Li Xiuyu with some embarrassment on her face. Our Su is very lazy, not as diligent as you. Haha, Su is an expert in her field. She only needs to kill zombies. There is no need for her to do these hard labors. Li Xiuyu was smiling, and what she said was not polite. That day, she was on the bus, watching Su chop off a zombie's head with a knife outside the bus, and she was envious. In fact, Li Xiuyu also wanted to be like Su. As long as she could kill zombies, as long as she dared to kill zombies, would the supermarkets on the street full of supplies still be so far away? Uncle, Eru and I discussed it all night last night, and I won't come this afternoon. Sonda champion Pru Jong looked at Su's father while eating and pointed to the thin and tall policeman named Eru beside him. Opposite this community is the police station where we used to work. I want to go there to get some guns. The Sonda champion Pru Jong looked to be in his 30s and looked much more stable and solid than the tall and thin policeman named Eru. He ate the rice in his bowl, which seemed to taste a bit like wax, and explained to Father Su, "With a gun on me, I won't panic. After getting the gun, I want to go find my wife and children." When he said this, Pru Jong's face was obviously lonely. The end of the world came too suddenly. In the past few days, he was only concerned with running and escaping. He didn't come back to his senses at all, and he didn't have time to come back to his senses. Yesterday was the night he ate the most and slept the best in the past few days. Then Pru Jong came back to his senses. He felt that it was not good. He was safe, but what about his wife and children? He had to go find them. You used to work at the police station across the street? Su's words suddenly came to them, with a hint of joy and surprise. Everyone looked up and saw Su on the second-floor balcony, wearing a pair of wool slippers and a long black down jacket, leaning on the railing and talking to them. Pru Jong couldn't help but nod, and Su upstairs smiled and said, "Before that, didn't you receive a murderer who surrendered himself, named Xie Yaser? Do you know where he went?"
Xie Yaser?
This name sounds familiar. Eru looked up, frowned, thought carefully, and asked with sudden realization, "Is she a doctor? The one who quarreled with her husband and accidentally pushed her husband down the stairs?" Yeah. Su nodded, like a chick pecking at rice, and the smile on her face became even wider. "Where is she? Is she dead? Or has she turned into a zombie?" "She didn't die, and she didn't turn into a zombie either." Eru shook his head, sighed, and continued, "That woman was very stubborn. We took her out and had already settled down in the library of number 1 middle school, but she said there were still many newborns in incubators in the hospital, and she wanted to go back to save them. She refused to stay and ran away with a man named Brother Pai." Su couldn't help but curse in her heart. Xie Yaser actually ran to the hospital. Su didn't need to guess which hospital he went to. It must be the hospital where Xie Yaser worked before the end of the world. This doctor really is an unusual doctor. She silently looked into the distance. There were trees, water, a gray sky, and endless zombies in the distance. The big hospital where Xie Yaser worked was now a zombie concentration camp. She went to save the babies in the incubators? Babies. Su was a little tempted. If a person doesn't go crazy when he is young, he will be in vain. Although she is already a mother, she also wants to go crazy. What should she do? Those babies who are crying for food have been hungry for many days. How many of them have not turned into little zombies? How many of them have not starved to death? Even if there is only one baby left, they are all worth saving.
But there are so many things in the Apple Villa area.
It takes more than a few hours to go to the hospital and the zombie concentration camp. If Su leaves her parents in the Apple Villa area, she is worried that her parents will be eaten by the survivors. But if she takes her parents away and returns to this villa, I am afraid that this place has been swept by the survivors for many reincarnations. Otherwise, she would have to wait for a while until her parents' abilities became stronger, but Xie Yaser might not be able to wait, and neither could the babies in the incubators. "Let me take care of something. I'll go out with you tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow." Su lowered her head and said to Pru Jong, "Of course, if you're really in a hurry, you can go first." At this time, Just as Su Su lowered her head and spoke to Pru Jong, Lianxin and Fei Fei walked out from the corner of a woods on a distant path. They were holding a form in their hands, and behind them were a large group of survivors with pale faces. Su Su, as well as Su's father, mother, Li Xiaoyu, Eru, and Pru Jong, who were having breakfast in the yard on the first floor, all looked up at the same time and saw Lianxin and Fei Fei coming over with a large group of survivors.
Li Xiaoyu.
Lianxin seemed to see Li Xiaoyu sitting on a pile of rocks eating a delicious breakfast. She yelled angrily. They had been saving their food since last night, waiting for Brother Xie to bring back supplies. But when Brother Xie still hadn't come back this morning, they were all hungry. Li Xiaoyu was good. When everyone was about to starve to death, she actually hid here to eat alone. No, it wasn't just Li Xiaoyu. Except for Su Su, who was lying on the balcony on the second floor with a half-smile on her face, everyone in the yard was holding a large bowl in their hands. Large bowl. A large bowl that big was enough for 2 or 3 people to eat. Li Xiaoyu heard Lianxin's angry call, and the fingers holding the chopsticks trembled. Then he put down the bowl in his hand, stood up, walked to the wall that was already built up to his knees, looked at Lianxin, who was walking over, and asked, "Anxin, you're here. Li Xiaoyu, I always thought of you as my best sister and best friend, but I didn't expect you to. You actually had food but didn't give it to me, making me hungry all morning." Lianxin was a little proud of herself and didn't say the last sentence directly. She just thought that after being Li Xiaoyu's sister for so many years, Li Xiaoyu would understand what she meant. Little did she know that Li Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Fei Fei and the group of survivors following behind her. Her eyes dodged for a moment, and she did not take the initiative to ask Lianxin to eat. She just lowered her head and chose to remain silent. She did not want to cause trouble for Su Su. In this situation, whether she said one more word or one less word, it would be wrong anyway, so she might as well let everyone think that she was the kind of villain who would hide away and eat delicious food. It has to be said that Li Xiaoyu is courageous, but lacks training and is a bit naive. In the current situation, the Su family has obviously been surrounded by the survivors, and Li Xiaoyu is sitting in the Su family's yard eating. Not only Li Xiaoyu is eating, but everyone sitting in the yard is holding a bowl and eating heartily. Even a fool would know where Li Xiaoyu and Pru Jong's food came from. It's not a matter of whether Li Xiaoyu explains or not to save the Su family from being attacked, nor is it a matter of whether the Su family takes out this bowl of rice to eat in public. The vegetable greenhouse is here. Even if there are no 2 vegetable greenhouses, there will be survivors who come out to make trouble. Su Su on the second floor, with one hand on her cheek, a mysterious smile in her eyes, watching the people talking. The expressions on those people's faces are as if the Su family has committed some unforgivable crime. Some are resentful, some are greedy, and some are salivating. At this time, Fei Fei, who was behind Li Xiaoyu, took out a form under the support of public opinion and stood by the wall in a serious manner. As Su Su expected, she said to Su's father and mother inside the wall, "Since your family still has extra food, please hand it over and confiscate it. We are all survivors standing on the same boat now, and everyone's privately hidden food must be confiscated. Our Su family has lived in this villa longer than you. When did this rule come into being?
How come we don't know about it?"
Looking at Fei Fei, who looked as if it was a matter of course, Su's mother laughed out of anger. The world has changed, and people have become lawless. A young girl is like a bandit leader, and the group of survivors behind her are a bunch of bandits. Don't think that because Su's mother is a housewife, she can't understand the mentality of these survivors. In name, they are asked to hand over the food for confiscation, but in fact, they are just robbing. It would be fine if the Su family handed over the food obediently today, but if they don't, I'm afraid they will besiege and forcibly search the house. This is the new rule we set after discussion in the meeting. Please cooperate with us." Lianxin glanced at Li Xiaoyu coldly. The expression on her face was as if Li Xiaoyu had done something very sorry to her. She did not forget to say to Su's mother, "Those of us who have hidden food have had it confiscated. For the sake of the survival of all the survivors in this community, Please hand over all the food. What will happen if you don't hand it over? Su on the second floor was still lying on the balcony. She hadn't eaten anything since she vomited in the morning. Her stomach was aching and she had no patience to watch the show. However, she still had a calm and mysterious smile on her face. Her pale face looked bloodless, and at first glance, she looked so weak that she could be crushed to death with one hand. Seeing Su like this, Lianshin stammered for a moment, but she didn't say anything. She even took a step back. If she hadn't forgotten, Su, who looked like a daughter on the outside, had dared to kill Bai Luoluo before the apocalypse, what would happen after the apocalypse? So Lianshin was actually still a little afraid of Su. Not only Lianshin was a little afraid, but all the Hunan University students present, who had heard that Su had killed Bai Luoluo before the end of the world, were actually a little scared. But they were really hungry. Most of the food had been confiscated long ago, and Xie Yaser had not come back for a long time. In addition, they felt that they had more people on their side, and more power would make more powerful. So they had nothing to be afraid of when dealing with a mere Su. The first person who jumped out was a 40-year-old burly man. He kicked away a stone on the wall under his feet with a grumpy kick, clenched his fists, pointed at Su on the second-floor balcony, and shouted angrily, "You guys are shameless, huh? If you have the guts, come down and I promise I won't beat you to death." "Brother, don't be so unreasonable." Sonda champion Pru Jong couldn't stand it anymore, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the burly uncle. Su was such a delicate girl, and had such a kind heart. But this burly uncle didn't yell at the men standing in the yard, but pointed at a little girl and yelled at her. Was that interesting?
Bang!
The burly uncle stretched out his hand and spoke with his fist, punching Pru Jong in the face. Pru Jong's face changed, and he raised his fist to glare back at the burly uncle. Unexpectedly, the group of survivors outside the yard suddenly rioted, and they all rushed up to punch and kick Pru Jong. The rest of them were obviously ready to dismantle the iron fence. Li Xiuyu was so scared that her face turned pale. Su's father and mother clasped their hands, looking at the group of humans rushing towards them as if they were zombies, filled with fear. Arrow rolled up his sleeves and went to help Pru Jong. The yard suddenly became a mess. But where was Su? She walked downstairs slowly, wearing her wool slippers, and walked to the living room on the first floor. She picked up the dog-leg knife on the table, went into the kitchen, opened the glass door, and came to the group of survivors who were demolishing the wall. Without blinking, she raised her hand and chopped off a palm. A shrill scream was heard. Su's mother couldn't bear to watch it, so she leaned her head against Su's father's shoulder. Su continued to chop off the palms, 1, 2, 3, until all the hands that were dismantling the iron fence didn't dare to touch the iron fence, and she had no hands left to chop off. The screams continued to ring out. Amidst such shrill screams, no one knew that a long line of miscellaneous vehicles were slowly driving into the street outside the villa area. Each car was smashed beyond recognition, but was still moving forward, as if it would not fall apart until it reached its destination. Oh my God! King Kong sat in the passenger seat of the first Hummer, his face covered in dust. He turned to look at Yu, who was driving, and asked, "Brother, does your Su live here? This street is about to be overwhelmed by zombies. Hurry up and call your Su to see if our goddess is still alive." "My phone is out of battery." With a cigarette in his mouth, Yu frowned as he looked at the densely packed zombies in the block ahead. Where had all the survivors gone? Why had no one come to clear out the zombies outside? If these zombies were allowed to gather more and more, the final result would most likely turn into a zombie tide. Coming all the way from the city, it's not that Yu didn't want to hurry, but his ability was really limited. He simply couldn't get here fast enough. When they came out of the CDC, they encountered several zombie attacks of varying sizes. Now Yu and the others were experienced in dealing with these zombies. They could see at a glance that there must be more than just Su's family in the Apple Villa area, otherwise there wouldn't be so many zombies wandering around. When zombies have no target, they wander around randomly, but when they have a target, a connection will be formed between the zombies. One zombie will lead the zombies nearby to act together, and then more and more zombies will gather, eventually turning into an irresistible disaster. Those survivors entered the Apple Villa district, but did not come out regularly to clean up the zombies, so the zombies were all blocked on the street, causing zombies from several nearby streets to come over. The nearby zombies then alarmed several blocks next door, and as a result, all the wandering zombies wandered towards the gate of the Apple Villa district. Now, the zombies surrounding the outermost area discovered Yu and others sitting in the car, and they turned around and surrounded their convoy as if they had discovered a new continent. Yu and his people wanted to go in but couldn't, and wanted to go out but couldn't. Go ahead and kill them. There's no other way. Yu took a puff of his cigarette resignedly and honked the car horn a few times to greet the brothers in the cars behind him. Then he opened the car window and stretched his hands forward to hold back the zombie that was about to rush into the window. A fierce fire burst out from the zombie's body, and the zombie was instantly burned to ashes. King Kong beside him and the brothers in the car behind him also started to fight. They were now very experienced in killing zombies and soon cleared a space next to the car. In the last car, the convoy, there were two people, a man and a woman. They didn't look like Yiyu's teammates, but rather like two survivors. When they saw Yiyu and the others coming out of the car, the woman sitting in the passenger seat turned around and searched for a knife in the back seat. While searching, she asked as if chatting, "Wong Jun, didn't you keep watch with Brother Yi yesterday? You didn't ask them why they had to come to Xiangqing? How could Xiangqing be better than Beijing? Why did they have to go south instead of north?" Yiyu said he came to look for his sister. Wong Jun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had already gotten out of the car to help while he was talking. As survivors, the two of them were able to follow Yiyu and his group all the way to Xiangqing, which was already the greatest kindness of Yiyu and his group. How could he be so ignorant of their identities and ask so many questions about other people's privacy? "Oh, come to find your sister." Leing, who asked the question earlier, understood immediately. The world is so chaotic and Yiyu is so capable, so it is natural for him to come to find his relatives. So she must have a good relationship with Yiyu's sister, so that she can successfully integrate into Yiyu's group. Having made up her mind, Leing took some controlled knives and started to help. The group of people, plus two survivors who joined in halfway, fought the zombies very well. At this time, inside the Apple Villa district, the survivors whose hands were chopped off were howling in pain on the ground. Those who had grabbed Pru Jong and Eru and beat them up retreated several meters, looking at Su Su in silence. Su Su opened the iron gate, holding the bloody dog-leg knife, walked out with a frosty look in his eyes, glanced at the honest survivors and said loudly, "You have the ability to bully humans, but you don't have the courage to go out and kill zombies. As a human being, you might as well die early, so as not to cause more casualties and more family tragedies in the future. You don't dare to die? Then I will help you." After that, she raised the dog-leg knife in her hand and pretended to chop the nearby survivors. The survivors screamed and scattered like birds and beasts and ran away. Even those who lost their palms ran faster than rabbits. Seeing the empty surroundings, Su Su sneered. With such a little courage, he wanted to learn to be a bandit. And the one who organized these people must be no one else. It must be Xie Yaser. In his previous life, Xie Yaser had done such a thing. He gathered the survivors together and asked all the survivors to confiscate their supplies. Anyone who disobeyed would be attacked by other survivors. In fact, he did these things to keep everyone alive. Others don't know, but Su Su doesn't understand. In Xie Yaser's heart, he actually wanted him to survive. If everyone's supplies were confiscated, the most guaranteed thing was that he, an ordinary person, would have no worries about supplies and food to survive. The funny thing is that Xie Yaser never took part in these matters himself. It was always Su Su, Lianxin, Bai Luoluo, and other women who had a crush on him who supported him. Su Su suppressed her contempt for Xie Yaser, picked up a dagger, found a plastic bag to pick up the hand on the ground, and then walked towards Xie Yaser's villa with the plastic bag in one hand and the dagger in the other. The survivors she met along the way fled in panic, and when they saw her, They all had horrified expressions, as if they were looking at a ghost. Su walked all the way to the front of Xie Yaser's villa, raised her hand and smashed the iron gate of the yard outside the villa with a slash of her knife. Looking up at the closed doors and windows and the drawn curtains on the second floor, he said loudly, "Xie Qingyan, don't go too far in your life. I, Su, store my own food and live my own life. I don't bully others or do evil. If you don't know the current situation and insist on getting in front of me, I will kill you in a matter of minutes." After saying that, Su shook the plastic bag in her hand, poured out all the contents of the bag, and scattered them in Xie Yaser's yard. Then she looked up and around. There was no one around her, no survivors, and no Xie Qingyan. There was complete silence, as if she was facing a deserted villa area. "You are a bunch of pig-like cowards. Su shouted. Her heart was filled with indignation and dissatisfaction, and a deep sadness swept over her. This was human nature. Faced with her provocation, no one had the courage to speak out. Where did the excitement of the crowd when they went to her house to make trouble earlier go? Where did it go? There was really no point in fighting. Facing such a group of people, Su didn't even have the mood to fight. She kicked the human hands stained with grass debris on the ground, threw down the blood-stained plastic bag, turned around and walked back. On the second floor of Xie Yaser's villa, Xie Qingyan sat by the curtains, wearing a thin sweater. The heating in the room was turned on high. He buried his head in his knees, hugging himself tightly, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his heart. If Xie Qingyan could tolerate and forgive Su's coldness and bad words to him in the past, then what Su did today had completely crossed Xie Qingyan's bottom line. She had broken Xie Qingyan's heart and made him extremely disappointed. Thinking back on what happened today, Xie Qingyan didn't feel that he was at fault at all. He just wanted to help the survivors and wanted everyone to work together to overcome the difficulties and let everyone share their hidden supplies so that everyone could survive and their own survival would be guaranteed. What was wrong with this? He did nothing wrong. But Su not only rebelled against the rules and policies he had set, but also slapped him so hard that Xie Qingyan's entire plan was disrupted. Who would obey his discipline in the future? If he couldn't control those survivors, wouldn't the Apple Villa district be in chaos? There were footsteps around him. Xie Qingyan was still sitting on the wooden floor, hugging his knees, with red eyes, looking at Fei, who was walking over. Fei's face was full of anger towards Su. The angrier she was, the more obvious the grievance on Xie Qingyan's face was. "Squad leader, don't be scared by that witch Su. She came here on purpose to cause trouble. She wanted to slap us in the face in this way so that none of us could survive. But there is no other way now. She is so powerful that we can't beat her at all. This villa area has completely become Su's world." Xie Qingyan shook his head, looking somewhat without fighting spirit and feeling hopeless. Fei saw this and became anxious. She knelt down beside Xie Qingyan, stretched out a hand, and whispered, "Who said we can't beat her? Even if we can't beat her now, we will definitely be able to beat her in the future. Squad leader, let me show you what is this." Hearing this, Xie Qingyan lowered his head and looked over, only to see a small, green seed lying in Fei's white palm. Under Xie Qingyan's surprised gaze, the seed in Fei's palm was slowly sprouting and finally grew into a small bean sprout. "Squad leader, this is a superpower. I heard from Eru that Su's father also has a superpower, but he can only condense large stones and can't eat or drink. My superpower can promote the growth of plants. From now on, we don't need to envy the greenhouse vegetables of the Su family." "Really?" Fei. Listening to Fei's joyful words, Xie Qingyan's eyes flashed with a subtle jealousy, but his expression was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but hug Fei and shouted, "I'm so happy. Fei, you are really the lucky goddess of my life. As long as we have seeds, we won't have to worry about vegetables. We must tell everyone this good news in time." People's hearts were scattered by Sugong. Without a piece of breaking news, Xie Qingyan would find it difficult to gather people's hearts. He saw hope in Fei, and Fei's face suddenly turned red because of Xie Qingyan's hug. She pursed her lips and lowered her head, looking like a shy little girl, and let Xie Yaser pull her and run downstairs. Maybe it was because he was too focused on power, fame, and wealth. Although Xie Yaser felt incredible shock at the fact that humans had superpowers, he hardly wasted too much energy on studying this aspect. The first reaction in his mind was that Fei Fei had superpowers. Su's father had superpowers, so why didn't he? Then the second reaction was to calculate what kind of help could Fei Fei bring to his current situation with such a magical superpower. What could he let Fei Fei do? Here, Xie Yaser was struggling in this little world to grasp the overall situation and provide the greatest guarantee for his own survival. Over there, Su had already picked up a knife and walked back to his villa leisurely. Su's father and mother were still standing in the yard nervously. When they saw Su coming back, Su's mother quickly ran up to her, hugged Su and murmured, "These people are scarier than zombies. These people are scarier than zombies. Mom, it's okay, you guys keep building the wall, keep going." In the end times, the scary thing is never the zombies, but the human heart. No matter how miserable human life is, or how arrogant they are, they will always fight against each other. If they can cling to a big tree, they will never fight for themselves. This is the deepest laziness of human beings. Although Su still has sunshine in her heart, she is not unfamiliar with such darkness. She doesn't want to tell her parents about the darkness one by one. In the future, when she walks in the end times, her parents will see it sooner or later. After comforting her parents, Su looked at Pru Jong and Li Xiaoyu, who were standing in the yard with frightened faces. Pru and Pru Jong had bruises on their faces, and there were many blood marks, as if they were scratched by fingernails. Su frowned slightly, turned and went into the villa, went to the basement alone, took out the medicine she had stockpiled from the basement, which was full of supplies, found a large plastic bag to put some of the medicine in, and carried it out. "Mom, come here for a moment." After placing the plastic bag of medicine on the coffee table, Su called her mother, who was standing in the yard, helping her father build the wall. When she heard Su's call, she immediately trotted into the living room. Su handed the big bag of medicine to her mother and told her, "I'm going to go out and see if the gate of the villa is locked. By the way, clear the zombies outside the gate, otherwise it might cause a zombie tide. Please see if there is any disinfectant in these medicines. Apply some to Pru and Pru Jong. They have worked hard just now. Please cook a few more dishes for them and find 2 clean down jackets for them to change into."
Okay.
Mother Su nodded, took the big bag of medicine that Su handed over as if it were a treasure, and asked curiously, "Where did you get so many medicines?" "I bought it." Su's answer was very simple. She didn't even bother to look at her mother's confused expression. She picked up the knife on the coffee table, went into the entrance hall to change her shoes, and then went straight to the garage to drive the car out. In the yard, Pru Jong stared at the military jeep that was speeding away, his eyes blank. Pru beside him saw this, waved his hand in front of Pru Jong, glanced at Su's father, who was working hard to turn stones, and asked in a low voice, "Yuzhong, what are you thinking about?" The Sonda champion named Pru Jong came to his senses and ignored Pru. Instead, he turned to look at Su's father and asked, "Uncle, is Su driving to go out? Didn't she say before that she wanted to go out with me?" Pru Jong had intended not to come in the afternoon. He had made a great decision and spent many days to adapt to this crazy world. After adapting, he would go to find his wife and children. But Su drove out now, just like going out shopping before the end of the world, without any preparation. Will she come back if she comes and goes freely and naturally? Oh, she just went out to play. This child is playful. She will be back soon. She is in a hurry to eat dinner. Father Su comforted Pru Jong, saying something ordinary. Su was just playful. Others were terrified of killing zombies, but she was having a blast. She treated killing zombies like a game. If she was not allowed to kill zombies, she would act as if her fun was taken away. But it's so dangerous outside. Li Xiaoyu also stared blankly at the direction where Su left, muttering to himself and asking, "If we don't go out, won't our family starve to death in here?" Father Su raised his eyelids and glanced at Li Xiaoyu and Pru Jong.
Get to work.
We'll have more food tonight. Great, let's add extra dishes tonight. Hearing that there would be extra dishes tonight, Eris seemed very excited. However, Pru Jong and Li Xiaoyu looked at each other with a thoughtful expression on their faces. They knew better than anyone what was happening outside. The Apple Villa district was like Noah's Ark in the ocean, and everyone thought that they could save their lives by getting on this Noah's Arkansas. But Su jumped off Noah's Arkansas. So don't blame the Su family for having good food and clothes, because they dared to go into the ocean to fish. Do the other people on the ark have the courage? If they had half the courage of Su, they wouldn't have to live in hunger and cold. After a while, Pru Jong and Li Xiaoyu seemed to have figured something out. They lowered their heads and began to build the wall in silence. Era's hands were not idle either, but he was thinking about what he would eat soon. Father Su sat on the chair, watching the reactions of the three people, and remained silent. On the other side, Su, who was driving a jeep, parked the car beside the gate of the Apple Villa district, put on full speed, pressed the electronic lock of the gate, and when the gate opened with a clang, her jeep galloped out like a horse, crushing countless zombies in an instant. Su looked at the few zombies outside the gate in silence. She thought she could crush countless zombies. She looked around. Where did her lovely crystal cores go? Where did they go? A whistle sounded, and Su looked up. A bunch of messy, dilapidated cars of various styles, colors, and styles had stopped on the street where there were a few zombies. However, Su was concentrating on crushing the zombies to obtain the crystal cores at that time, and did not see these cars. Now, the whistle came from the first jeep. The window was lowered, and Yu, with a shaved head and a dirty face, stuck his head out. He looked energetic and gave Su a thumbs up. Nice drift. Her lovely crystal cores were taken away by this group of people. Su lowered the car window with a cold face and punched Yu in the face. Then she turned around and drove back to the villa area. Seeing this, Yu drove away quickly from behind her jeep. He did not kill the remaining zombies and focused on catching up with Su. Su was a little annoyed because she didn't earn any crystal cores because she rarely went out. She drove without paying attention to the long line of cars following behind her. Anyway, there were already a group of survivors in the Apple Villa district, and it would make the area more lively with Yu and his group. Squad leader, a convoy of vehicles is heading to Su's home. Just as Xie Yaser was holding Feifei's hand and announcing to the survivors in Xie Yaser's villa the good news that Feifei had awakened her special powers, Wang Fan and Li Anxin ran in. Wang Fan shouted all the way and stood in front of Xie Yaser, while Li Anxin followed behind and said to Xie Yaser, "It looks like a group of soldiers, all wearing camouflage special clothing, and there are a lot of supplies tied on the roof of the car." A soldier? Xie Yaser frowned, not thinking that this news was good at all. The other survivors were excited and started discussing it. "Are you really a soldier? The government is here to pick us up. We will be safe soon. Those supplies are sent to us." That's great. We have been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, the troops are coming. Xie Yaser, can you return the supplies I handed over to me? I'm afraid that when the time comes, the soldiers will come to pick us up and leave, and they won't have enough time to get my things. Yeah, give it back to us. The survivors, who had been pacified with great difficulty, were now showing signs of becoming furious again. When they heard what Wang Fan and Li Anxin said, they thought that Yu and others were here to pick them up, so they asked Xie Yaser to return their supplies. So Xie Yaser's handsome face could no longer remain kind. He raised his hand and tried his best to comfort everyone. "Everyone listen to me. Everyone listen to me. We don't know whether this army is coming to pick us up or not. Don't let anyone affect our unity and stability. They're going to Su's house. If they're not coming to pick us up, we will just take back the supplies and people's hearts will be scattered. It will be very difficult to gather again. Yeah, maybe those soldiers weren't here to pick us up, but maybe they were the mistress of that which Su. Feifei added fuel to the fire and said very unpleasant things. She had heard that the man who had slept with Su before the apocalypse was from the army and was quite capable. Maybe it was that man who came to find Su. How shameless. Su had been hooking up with that man before the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, the two of them completely ignored the existence of Xie Yaser and were openly dating. As Feifei spoke, Xie Yaser's face turned greener and greener. If the soldier in this team was really that beast Yu, how unfair was God to him? Because of Feifei's identity as a superpower, her words temporarily appeased many people, and the matter of Xie Yaser occupying all people's supplies was temporarily suppressed. However, there were still many people who still had illusions about Yu and others. After leaving Xie Yao's family, they sneaked towards the Su family villa. At the Su family villa, Su parked the car in the garage, and Yu's team could only park outside the yard of Su's house.
Shaoye.
Su's father was sharp-eyed. When he saw Yu jumping down from the jeep, he was so overjoyed that he cried for joy. He was more excited than seeing his relatives. Before Su walked out of the garage, Su's father went out to greet her. Su's mother watched from the side and couldn't help rolling her eyes and turned sideways to greet her daughter. "Look at your father's character. Who is his biological child?" Su's mother took the dog-leg knife from Su's hand indignantly and followed Su into the house. She was very dissatisfied with Su's father's attitude towards Yu. People say that a girl from one family is sought after by hundreds of families. Is Su unable to get married, or is no one wanted? Why is he so enthusiastic about Yu? Su went to the kitchen, picked up an empty cup and drank a sip of water, then tilted her head to look at Pru Jong and Arrow, who had stopped working in the yard. They might have been scared by the blood and mud on Yu and his men. Including Li Xiaoyu, they all stood in the yard staring at the gang outside. Pru Jong and Arrow both had band-aids on their faces and medicine on their hands. Su's mother was quite efficient. While Su was out, she not only applied medicine on Pru Jong and Arrow's bodies, but also picked a lot of vegetables from the greenhouse. Under Su's mother's meticulous care and the unconscious stimulation of her special abilities, those vegetables are growing faster and faster. The lettuce seeds that were sown yesterday have grown tender green and oily lettuce leaves today, and they will probably be ready to eat tomorrow. This means that Su's mother's special abilities are improving day by day, but she hasn't noticed it yet. Su didn't plan to explain it clearly to her mother, nor did he plan to explain it to anyone else. After all, people should know how to restrain themselves. People with superpowers are already quite eye-catching. A person with superpowers who can grow crops will be a talent that all forces will compete to win over, both now and in the future. Let everyone think that Su's mother is just an ordinary person who likes to grow vegetables in the greenhouse. Su does not need her mother to fight for face, nor does she need to rely on her mother to stabilize people's hearts. Their family of four does not seek to live a glorious life, nor does they need to have much power. As long as they can live self-sufficiently and stably in troubled times, it will be enough. However, Su looked up at Yu, who was just meeting up with Su's father, and the group of soldiers who got off the car behind Yu, and frowned. Regardless of whether her mother's wood-related abilities were improving, the vegetables in the 2 vegetable greenhouses today might not last until tomorrow, as soldiers were big eaters. At this moment, Su's mother was unaware of anything. She was using a ladle to scoop water from the sink to wash the dog-leg knife, muttering about her dissatisfaction with Su's father. Su seemed to be listening seriously and didn't say a word to interrupt. In fact, Su understood Su's father's mentality a little bit, because when Su's father was young, he also served in the army for several years, so emotionally, he identified with the profession of soldier. In addition, Yi was a special forces soldier, so Su's father thought that this person was even better. But in Su's mind, she and Yi were not what her parents thought. At most, they were just acquaintances who had slept with each other once. Well, now she seems to have another layer of bond with this acquaintance with whom she had slept once. In the chaotic times, he really listened to Su's father's call for help and rushed all the way from the city to Xiangqing. Just the fact that this person can stand here now makes Su feel warm in her heart. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a bustling sound outside the door, and then Sue's father shouted, wife, hurry up and cook, stir-fry meat, stir-fry vegetables, and cook more rice. Xiaoya and the others are hungry. That's enough for me. Upon hearing this, Sue's mother couldn't hold back any longer. She threw away her knife, rolled up her sleeves, and was ready to fight Sue's father. Didn't she know that this was the end of the world? Didn't she know that a meal was more precious than gold? With this posture and this shouting, is he going to use the Sue family's limited supplies to hold a banquet? Sue's mother walked out of the kitchen angrily. Just as she was about to curse, she was stunned and swallowed the words in time. Sue was curious, so she walked out of the kitchen with a cup of water. She saw that their living room was crowded with dusty Special Forces soldiers. The special combat uniforms of each Special Forces soldier looked like they had rolled in the mud, and even the colors could not be distinguished. Their shoulders were full of supplies, including rice, oil, sacks of vegetables, and a gasoline barrel. A live, squealing pig. This was not counting the bags they were carrying in their hands. Each bag was bulging, and you could faintly hear the sound of chickens crowing. Ouch! At this moment, the smile on Sue's mother's face could not be concealed. Yu put the 2 large bags of eggs in his hands on the sofa, took off the 4 high-end quilts on his back, wiped his black and sweaty face, and smiled embarrassedly at Sue's mother. "Aunt, these are some of the supplies we picked up on the road. They are just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept them. We are all grown men, and you can see that we are not very good at cooking. Why are you talking about all this? Why are you talking about all this? You came all the way here, so I'll make you a meal. It's just a piece of cake. Wait, I'll make it for you." Sue's mother glanced at Yu with a reproachful look, as if blaming Yu for being too polite, and turned around with a smile to go get some food. As soon as she left, those Special Forces soldiers, covered in supplies, came to Sue like a flood of beasts. This one said, Sue, thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely information, I would not be a supernatural being today, but a dead soul. These supplies are for you. Thank you. The other one said, you must be Sue, right? This is a gift from me on behalf of my brother to thank you for your outstanding contribution to our death squad. Sue, this is a gift from me to you. Goddess, you are our hope. For so many days and nights, your phone calls have shown us a clear path. Come, please accept this chicken. Amid the enthusiastic tributes from the Special Forces, Sue unexpectedly turned sideways, bent over, and vomited. She had not eaten breakfast. Her stomach had begun to churn when she was chopping people's hands. Now those live chickens, ducks, and pigs were placed in front of her. Sue felt more and more uncomfortable and could not help but in front of everyone. Silence. Everyone was silent, including Sue's father, who was smiling, and Yu, who was standing beside Sue and looked at a loss. After a moment of silence, Yu suddenly jumped up and kicked King Kong, who was closest to Sue, cursing. King Kong, you grandson, you made Sue stink. Is this my fault? I haven't showered in dozens of days.
Ugh, I'm sorry, goddess.
I'll back off immediately. King Kong also can't stand the body odor on his body. It's okay if he takes a bath frequently, so the smell is not too serious. But if he doesn't take a bath for more than a week, the body odor will come out. This is a personal physique problem, and there is really nothing he can do about it. Just after Yu said this, everyone raised their armpits and secretly smelled the smell on their bodies. They even couldn't help but. They hadn't taken a shower for dozens of days, so they should stay away from Sue. No, it's my fault.
I'm vomiting.
Sue waved her hands quickly and retched a few times. I haven't had breakfast this morning, and my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll go next door to run the water for you to take a bath. After saying that, Sue turned and went into the kitchen. Under her mother's puzzled eyes, she opened the refrigerator and took out a caterpillar bread. Then she lowered her head and walked out of the yard. She ran to the right side of her villa, pried open the door of the unused villa, went up to the second floor, found an empty bedroom, and started draining water. With her current ability, Simply draining water was enough to meet the needs of these dozen or 20 Special Forces soldiers. Is there water for bathing? There's not enough water for food. How can there be water for bathing? In the Su family yard, the boys were in a mess like fried chicken in a chicken coop. Some were excited, some were skeptical, and some were reluctant. At this moment, Father Su stood up and comforted Yu and the others. Yes, yes, we have more water than we can use up. Just wash with confidence. This is the true story. Ever since Su told her parents that she had water powers, all the bottles and jars in the house were filled with water. Sometimes, when Su's mother wanted to find an empty basin to wash vegetables, she would have to look for a long time. Over time, Su's father and mother became very casual about water. Su's father even planned to build a water tank on the roof of the villa, but he was busy building the wall these 2 days and did not put the water tank issue on the agenda. After hearing what Su's father said, the others didn't try to find out why. The worst that could happen was that someone in the Su family had activated the water-related superpower. There were 20 of them in their group, and except for 2 who turned into zombies and died into city, the remaining 18 people were all superpowered people. Superpowers were not uncommon for them. However, there was no water-type superpower among the 18 people. It was unclear why. Perhaps they had been on the battlefield for years, or they were always risking their lives. The only water-type superpower among the 18 people mutated just a few days after awakening his water-type superpower. They mutated and became fog users. From then on, when the Special Forces wanted to drink water, they had to stick out their tongues and feel the wetness of the fog. Until they met Leing, who was also a water user, but the little water she could release was not enough for everyone to drink, let alone take a bath. Knock, knock, knock. Before the bathtub was half full, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Su was sitting on the edge of the bathtub, with one hand in the bathtub and the other hand eating caterpillar bread. She tilted her head and saw a fair-skinned girl with long, smooth hair standing by the door with a gentle smile. She asked with a smile, "Hello, my name is Leing. I'm a water-based psychic. Do you need my help?" Su hesitantly looked at the girl named Leing by the door. She was about 20 years old, with fair and moist skin. From her appearance, she was definitely a water-based psychic. People whose water-based psychics have been activated have one characteristic. Their skin is incredibly good because of the nourishment of water energy. The higher the level of water-based psychics, the better the skin. For water-based psychics like Su, their skin is like a boiled egg, tender and smooth. But Su hesitated, not because of whether Leing was a water-based mutant, but because she was thinking that the cars were too messy and there were many people getting off the cars. It seemed that she saw Leing and a young man standing at the end of the convoy. They were not the survivors outside the villa, but we followed Brother Yi and the others to escape from the city. As if she saw Su's doubt, Leing took off her down jacket, rolled up the sleeves of her warm clothes, and put one hand into the bathtub.
She was shocked.
She was not surprised that Su was also a water-based superpower, but she was surprised that Su could release such a large tank of water. But she didn't say anything, just did what she should do and released the water she should release. By the way, she chatted with Su. I found out that I could release water before the end of the world, but the city had already been under martial law at that time. My friend's name is Wong Jun. After the city was closed to traffic, he walked into the city to find me. He is also a superpower who can instantly shape the soil into the shape he wants. That's how we survived the first few days. Later, we met Brother Yi and his friends, and followed them to escape from the city.
Oh.
Su nodded and continued to pour her own water. She noticed that when Leing was talking about Wong Jun, she seemed to be deliberately emphasizing that she and Wong Jun were just friends. Bates, Bang Yun? Su seemed to have heard of the names of Leing and Wong Jun. Why did these two names sound so familiar? Your boyfriend walked into the city to look for you. It seems that this matter was even reported in the newspaper. Really? Leing lowered her head and sat on the edge of the bathtub. She couldn't hold back tears in her eyes, but she still smiled and said, "It's my fault. I separated him from his parents. I don't know if he can see his parents again in this life. In the end of the world, Families are separated and broken up. These sad stories can happen to everyone. Su is not surprised because Leing was brought into the villa area by Yi and others. So she didn't say anything to drive Leing and Wong Jun away. She just listened to Leing's chattering and silently let her drink. By the way, are you and brother Yu related? Leing has been observing Su secretly. At first, Leing felt that a girl like Su, who looked like Lin Daiyu, who was ignorant of the world and frail, was the kind of person who could be easily controlled. But after a few words, Leing saw that Su was a water-based mutant, and her abilities were far superior to hers. She was a very quiet person, and after all this, Leing didn't know any information about Su's identity. So Leing could only ask proactively, while Su smiled and asked in a somewhat ambiguous tone, "You said I'm his relative?" That's not the case. Leing felt a little curious about what Su meant, but she still said honestly, "Brother Yi only said that he was going back to Xiangqing to find him."
Sister.
In fact, Leing and Wong Jun joined Yi's team halfway. They had experienced life and death together with Yi's team, but they did not open up to each other. Leing had never spoken to Yi, and Yi did not like to talk to girls. The only information about Yi was obtained by Wong Jun. Although Yi's team did not publicly announce who the captain or leader was, Leing could still see that their style was to respect strength, meaning whoever was the most powerful in the team would be listened to by the rest. Currently, Yi was the most powerful in the team, and the person Leing wanted to get close to was not just Yi. To put it bluntly, she was attracted by Yi's ability and Yi's team, a special team whose members all had their superpowers activated. If she could join this team and gain their recognition, how much help would that be in the end times? So the route Leing was taking now was the route of conquest by appeasement. First, she conquered the people around Yi, gained his recognition, and then successfully gained the recognition of everyone in this team. Leing tried her best to leave a good impression on Su, but Su was very wary. After all, she had been in the apocalypse for 12 years. Someone who suddenly showed up with goodwill looked weird. Su remained calm and watched the situation develop, letting Leing talk alone. Then, after filling the bathtub with water, Su walked out of the bathroom. Outside the door, Yi was the first to take off his clothes except for a pair of boxer shorts, holding his dirty clothes and waiting. Behind him stood a long line of Special Forces soldiers, all of whom were eager to take off their clothes. Of course, considering the presence of ladies, they were still very restrained and left a pair of shorts on their buttocks. When they saw Su and Leing coming out, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yi smiled at Su and walked past her into the guest room. The King Kong behind him clenched his armpits and said to Su and Leing in a flattering manner, "Two ladies, you can go down. Thank you for the water." "You're welcome." Actually, most of it was put there by Su. "The little water I have is not enough for you to wash your faces." Leing waved her hand. Seeing Su accept it calmly and go downstairs without saying a word, she followed her downstairs. After leaving the villa, Su walked back to her own yard and saw Leing's friend, the one named Wong Jun, who had spontaneously stood outside the yard and started to help Su's father build a wall. Li Xiaoyu and the two policemen were also helping. Su just glanced at them and went into the kitchen to find something to eat. "Ouch! You're messing with me." Amid the lively chickens, ducks, and pigs, Su's mother was stepping on a bag of sweet potatoes with a headache, looking for a place to rest. Su stood on a bag of rice, opened the refrigerator, found a can of corn, opened the lid of the can, yawned, turned to Su's mother, and said, "Mom, you cook. I'll go back to my room and sleep. I'll go out for some exercise in the evening." "Hey?
Shushu, don't go."
"Mom has something to ask you." Su's mother was holding a knife and was about to chase Su to ask her what was wrong with her recently. Why was she not afraid of killing zombies and was vomiting all the time? She was a little worried, but she was stepping on a chicken. The chicken struggled and screamed crazily, scaring Su's mother so much that she immediately retracted her foot, and the little idea in her mind was also scared back. How is it possible? What kind of world is this? How can I have a child? While talking to herself, Sue's mother dismissed the idea in her mind, picked up the knife, and walked to the sink with great difficulty on the ground. She took the ladle and looked down at the big bucket of water beside the sink. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable, thinking that if her Sue was pregnant, how could she give birth to the child in the future? In the end times, everyone was in danger. Would you care about them? Oh, her poor Sue. Sue's mother was angry and yelled at Sue's father outside the yard. I say, old man, how many times have you said to connect clean water to the faucet for me? Did you do it? Did you do it? Every time I wash vegetables, it's so inconvenient. I'm so angry. Men are all bad. They only know how to hurt women and tire women. At you in %%. Muttering and complaining non-stop. Father Sue had long been accustomed to Mother Sue's nagging every day for 10 years. He continued to build his wall nonchalantly and waited for Yu to finish a shower so that he could have a good chat with him about the outside world. Sue, who was in the bedroom on the second floor, had already drawn the curtains, changed into a clean set of pajamas, and snuggled into the warm and comfortable house, falling into a deep sleep. She was awakened by the laughter outside the courtyard downstairs. In the dark room, Sue opened her eyes and could hear the men's noises from time to time. She looked at her watch and saw the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Hadn't these people been running around for many days? They finally settled down, so why didn't they go to sleep? Sue also felt a little hungry at this moment, so she simply sat up and stopped sleeping. She put on the down jacket beside the bed, put on her slippers, and opened the curtains. The starlight and the lights outside the yard instantly filled her room. Sue walked to the balcony and looked down. There were 2 large round tables on such a small road. There were electric wires above the round tables, and there were several bright light bulbs on the wires. The light bulbs were powered by Sue's hydroelectric generators. Those young men sat at the round table, eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls. Sue's father and mother, Wong Jun and Leing, were naturally among them. However, they were not as bold as that group of young men. But they still couldn't stop smiling on their faces, as if someone had told a joke and made everyone laugh. Sue looked for a while, turned around and went downstairs, pulled her down jacket together, and went into the kitchen to find something to eat. Sue's mother knew that she didn't like to join in this kind of fun, so she left some food for her in the kitchen. The kitchen was full of supplies, and no one knew when they were put outside the yard. At this moment, the kitchen had returned to its former clean and tidy state, which put Sue in a good mood for eating. She found a pair of bowls and chopsticks, scooped some rice from the rice cooker, and sat at the dining table. There was a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers and tomato and egg soup left for her in a thermos bucket on the table. Sue swallowed her saliva and silently sang "Only Mother is Good" in the world in her heart, as if it was prenatal education for Xiao AI, and then she started to eat with relish. Suddenly, someone patted her left shoulder from behind. It was very fast, but there was no murderous intent. Sue raised her eyes sharply and promptly retracted the water energy that was about to pour out of her body out habitually. She looked back slowly and saw no one behind her. She turned around and the light on her right dimmed, and Yiyu's clean face appeared. "Why are you eating here alone?" He was wearing a military green short-sleeved t-shirt, and he didn't even have a coat in the middle of winter. The t-shirt was tight, and his muscles were as hard as rocks. Yi was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and he reeked of alcohol. "It's too noisy outside." Sue put down her chopsticks, stretched out a palm, and pushed Yiyu's face straight. "Don't look at me. Your eyes are too improper." "Tsk." Yiyu laughed and did not refute Sue's words. This time he did not look at Sue again, but asked, "You have water ability?" "What a coincidence, I have fire ability." "Oh, fire and water don't mix." "It's over. Yiyu actually has the ability of fire." "How old will Xiao AI be before her ability awakens?" "She has been naughty and active since she was a child. Once her ability awakens, how naughty will she be? She'd better not live in the base in the future, lest she destroy the entire base." Sue's face was calm, but in fact, she had been wailing in her heart. Looking at Yiyu, she unconsciously showed a trace of resentment. Why did she awaken the ability of fire? Why did you awaken the ability of fire? Can't you just awaken some wood, earth, or gold to deal with it? You can still melt if you want to. Facing Su's complaints, Yiyu didn't feel the turmoil in her heart at all. He just smiled and drank a sip of wine, saying some obscene words. Su pretended not to understand and ignored the dirty talk. After a while, Yu asked again, I haven't asked you before, where is your boyfriend? Is he still alive? I don't have a boyfriend. Do you know who the boyfriend Yu was talking about is? Isn't it Xie Qingyan? Thinking of Xie Qingyan, Su's brows were furrowed. She was so disgusted with this man that when she heard others say that Xie Qingyan was her boyfriend, she felt nauseous. Yiyu drank, his head a little dizzy as he glanced at Su. Under the warm light, there was not much reminiscence or sadness on her face. Was Xie Qingyan dead or not? Yiyu couldn't figure it out. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out anyway. No matter how he tried, he couldn't figure it out. So he gave up. Su's train of thought was not something that a straightforward man like him could understand. I have to go out to do something recently, and I've been worried that no one will look after my parents. What a coincidence, since you are here, why don't you stay here for a few days and help me look after the house for a few days? Not wanting to talk nonsense with a drunkard, Su continued to eat her meal. After finishing the rice in the bowl in 2 or 3 bites, she dropped her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and planned to go back to her room to catch up on some sleep. As she walked behind Yiyu, her hand was grabbed by Yiyu. He was drunk. The drunk Yiyu had an irresistible sense of danger all over his body. Are you hiding from me? Why are you hiding from me? Su lowered her head in surprise, watching Yiyu leaning back with his head on the back of the chair, looking up at her. His face was full of stubble, and he looked very unkempt. So she said, I remember my dad bought an electric shaver some time ago. Do you want to borrow it? Let's not talk about the razor. Let me tell you, sister. Your brother came all the way here, went through untold hardships, and overcame all difficulties just to come and save you. And you just said that you'll be away for a few days. What does that mean? I was planning to go out anyway. Whether you came or not, I was going to do this. But now that you're here, I feel more at ease. Su's hand was still tightly held in Yiyu's big iron hand. Although she was a little worried about Xiao Ai's future ability because of Yiyu's ability, she still patiently explained to the drunkard. Yiyu blinked with a half-understanding look on his face and loosened his hand. When Su was about to leave the kitchen, he lay on the kitchen table and said in a muffled voice, What's the matter? I'll do it for you. This is not a movie out there. No, you are tired. Take a few days off. After Su finished speaking, she expressed her refusal very clearly. One should do one's own things. According to Su's personality, she would never call Yiyu and let you travel all the way from the city to Xiangqing. But Su's father had already called Yiyu. Su thought that Xiangqing would establish a survivor base in the future, and the survivors from the surrounding cities and prefectures would come to Xiangqing anyway, so it didn't matter whether Yiyu came or not. If Yiyu hadn't come, Su would have relied on herself. If Yiyu had come, Su would still rely on herself. In her previous life, Su lived well without Yiyu. In this life, Su is also living well with Yiyu. She didn't take Yiyu and the Special Forces team he brought with him seriously. However, the people in the Apple Villa area were deeply shocked by this group of people. Just when Su was about to go back to her room to sleep, more and more survivors gathered in front of the yard of the Su family villa. You're soldiers, right? One of the survivors looked at King Kong with hope on his face. Are you here to save us? Can you give us something to eat? We haven't eaten for several days. Yes, give me something to eat. The Su family is not a good family, Commander. They are monopolizing the supplies and are unwilling to provide us with any of them. Commander, please rescue us quickly. Yeah, give us something to eat and take us to a safe place. Chief, did the government send you to bring us food? You were deceived by the Su family. They have a lot of food, but we don't have anything to eat. Facing the increasing number of survivors, King Kong and all the Special Forces soldiers lowered their heads with solemn expressions. Mother Su looked on and sneered. We went out this time with 20 people, uncle, 20 people, and 18 came back. Why only 18? Where did the other 2 go? Uncle, ask them how my 2 brothers died? King Kong glanced at Wong Jun and Leing, who were sitting at another round table, pointed at them, his face full of hatred. It happened that a survivor was brave enough to touch King Kong's shoulder with his palm. King Kong reacted strongly, turned around, and suddenly pushed the survivor behind him. Seeing that the survivor was pushed back several steps, King Kong said with hatred, "Don't try this on me. Pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy, I won't fall for it. Want to eat? I'd rather feed the leftovers on the table to pigs than to you." Except for the survivors, no one refuted King Kong's words. All the Special Forces soldiers in camouflage uniforms had sorrow on their faces. Wong Jun and Leing both lowered their heads, looking ashamed and saying nothing. Around the 2 round tables, in addition to the survivors who were wailing but dared not approach, there were also the Special Forces soldiers whose mood suddenly became heavy. Su couldn't help but move closer to the kitchen's glass door, looking at the scene outside and the hatred on King Kong's face. She turned back to look at Yiyu strangely and asked, "What happened to you in the city?" "We rescued a group of survivors on the way and provided them with all the food and drink." Yiyu raised his head, his eyes were a little red, and his voice was calm, but it seemed to contain great anger, which made Su's heart tremble. He continued, "When we were about to leave the train station, a wave of zombies came. They ran into the warehouse and we covered them, but they actually locked the warehouse door and wouldn't let us in." Yiyu downplayed the incident with just a few words, but Su, who had experienced the tide of zombies, understood how thrilling that scene was. She also naturally knew the despair of the person she rescued, who was locked outside the door. It was just a pity that such a tough guy did not die in the CDC, nor was he killed by his own people, but died at the hands of those seemingly innocent survivors who represented the weaker side. Alas, Su sighed, her heart filled with desolation. What's going on with Wong Jun and Leing? Among the survivors, only these 2 were willing to follow us as the cover. Naturally, they were also locked outside the door. Yi leaned back in his chair again and took out a crumpled pack of Furong cigarettes from his trouser pocket. The cigarettes ignited without any fire. Seeing this, Su couldn't help but want to. "Secondhand smoke is bad for your health, pretentious." Glancing at Su unhappily, Yu flicked the cigarette in his hand into the trash can, but the air still smelled of smoke. Secondhand smoke is not good for Xiao Ai's health. Not good. She immediately walked out of the kitchen and stopped chatting with Yu. She went straight upstairs and went to the bedroom to sleep. Su slept very soundly that night, so she was unaware of the commotion outside her villa all night. Maybe Xiao Ai knew that her father was coming, so she stayed quiet and did not wake up at all. She only opened her eyes drowsily at 8 o'clock the next morning. The pleading sounds outside came into Su's ears one after another, as if the outside of her villa was a purgatory on earth. Su got up, put on her clothes, opened the curtains, walked to the balcony, looked outside, and laughed angrily. The survivors yesterday were not frightened by King Kong's temper at all. They took a lower posture and knelt on the ground to beg for food. They kowtowed and cried one by one, making the outside of the Su family villa very lively. Yiyu, King Kong, and others, with guns in hand, surrounded the Su family villa, making it clear that these vulnerable survivors would not be allowed to enter the Su family. Su's father and mother, 2 policemen, and Li Xiaoyu were all working hard to build the wall with different expressions. Lianxin stood outside the crowd and did not kneel with the people in front. She was scolding Li Xiaoyu weakly, calling her ungrateful and greedy. Li Xiaoyu lowered her head and held back tears. She wanted to cry, but tried hard not to cry out loud. She had thought about leaving food for Lianxin. When she ate the big bowl of rice at the Su family for the first time that day, Li Xiaoyu left 2/3 of the food for Lianxin. For this purpose, she even ran to the outside of Xie Yaser's villa and pulled Lianxin out. As a result, Lianxin herself said that she was too naive and wanted to stay with Xie Qingyan and wait for Xie Yaser to bring back the supplies. Era's expression showed a little bit of reluctance. Su was standing on the balcony and saw Era raised his head several times and walked to Su's father. She wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. The Sonda champion named Pru Jong was fine. He looked calm and didn't cause any trouble. Also, Su found that after one night, the wall of her house was not only a little bit higher than yesterday, but also almost higher than an adult shoulder. Soon she knew who was the hero who made the wall built so quickly. It was none other than Wong Jun. If Su's father had not been afraid that the soil built by Wong Jun with his supernatural power was not solid, and had not insisted on adding some of his own stones and cement to the soil, the wall of Su's house would probably have been built in one night. "Help, please. We are starving to death. Please have mercy on us. Don't you have the ability? Just give us some food. We will really starve to death. We haven't eaten for several days. Can you give us something to eat? Even your leftovers are fine. Please." The sounds of kowtow and begging disturbed Su's heart, and she was filled with anger. She turned around, put on her down jacket, went to the kitchen to get a plastic bag of rice, went to the basement to find a bundle of climbing ropes, drove out of the garage, and drove directly out of the yard to Yu's astonishment. Her car stopped for a moment in front of the yard. She watched the survivors, who had said they were starving to death, scream and scatter at a very fast speed, making a way for Su's car. She sneered, stepped on the accelerator, and the Jeep rushed out like an arrow.
Bang!
The door of the speeding car was knocked from outside. Su glanced at the door while driving. Yu's big face was outside. She stopped the car, opened the door, frowned at Yu, and asked, "What are you doing? Are you a speedster? Sister, you are so disloyal that you don't take me with you when you go out to do things." Yu looked at Su with a face full of accusation. Su rolled her eyes at him. After Yu came in and sat in the passenger seat, she started the car again and sped towards the gate. She didn't even have breakfast. What was she going to do? Su simply opened the gate of the Apple Villa district, looked at the zombies that had gathered outside, got off the Jeep, threw the climbing rope in his hand to Yu, pointed his chin at the nearest zombie, and ordered, "Go catch one, alive, and tie it up for me." "Do what?" "Do bad things." Su did not explain. She looked at the zombies staggering towards them, calmly went around to the trunk, took out 2 knives, and rushed forward with the knives. She killed the zombies like cutting vegetables, as smoothly as dancing ballet. Yu swallowed unconsciously and felt that this girl was becoming more and more to his taste. She was so wild. The area outside the door was cleared out by Yu and others yesterday. The place with the most zombies on the entire street was right at the gate of the Apple Villa area, with about a dozen or 20 of them. Su picked up a knife and got 20 crystal cores in just 10 minutes, then bent down and vomited. He was stepping on the living zombie while leaning against the Jeep to smoke. Seeing Su vomiting bitter bile, Yu threw down the cigarette in his hand, walked behind Su without any conscience, patted her on the back, and said coldly, "Are you okay? Seeing you are so happy killing, I thought you were used to it, hee."
Roll.
Su turned her hand back in anger and pushed away Yu's hand that was patting her back. "Who caused her to like this? Who caused her to like this? And you're still making sarcastic remarks here." Yu, who was behind her, raised his hands and pouted in boredom. After Su finally finished vomiting, he followed Su into the car, swung the climbing rope tied with the zombie on the side of Su's face, and asked, "Sister, what do you want a living zombie for?" Su did not answer him. She looked out the open door and saw 2 or 3 zombies slowly wandering over from a distance. She did not close the door either. She started the car and drove all the way back to her villa, dragging the living zombies under the car. Seeing the survivors kneeling on the ground around her house, Su smiled. She looked down at the zombie who was twisting and struggling, with a rotten face and a piece of flesh falling off his face. She looked up at the survivors who were kneeling far away in fear and were about to run away. Su poured the bag of rice in his hand onto the zombies. Looking at the survivors who were either angry, scared, or cowering, he threw the dog-leg knife in his hand next to the zombies with a clang and said loudly, "Don't say that I, Su, am cruel and ruthless and won't give you a way to live. I also put the rice and weapons here for you. Take the rice and keep the knife. If you don't have the ability, I'm sorry, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me, Su, for a killing spree." Behind him, King Kong, who was holding a weapon and was on martial law, gave a thumbs up to Yiyu, who got out of the car, and pointed at Su. Yiyu grinned, puffed out his chest, looked proud, put a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and walked into the Su family villa to eat. The expressions of the survivors were different. Most of them were kneeling on the ground with their heads turned away, not even daring to look at the zombies that were screaming on the ground. They felt that zombies were really scary monsters. They were originally transformed from humans, and killing zombies felt like killing people. They could not get over that psychological barrier, no matter what. Lianxin, who was far away, stopped scolding Li Xiaoyu. She turned around and ran away. Maybe she went back to inform Xie Qingyan and Fei, or she might have been scared by the zombies. In any case, Lianxin was no longer there. Li Xiaoyu, who had been scolded so much that she couldn't even raise her head, walked forward step by step when everyone was retreating in fear. She trembled, bent down, picked up the dog-leg knife on the ground, and stood up. Her body was shaking, her hands were shaking, and the knife in her hand was also shaking. Then she knelt beside the zombie, and in front of everyone's gaze, she closed her eyes and chopped the zombie's face with a knife. "Open your eyes." Su stood by with his hands behind his back, shouting, "You missed the target." Li Xiaoyu's face was splattered with meat and a small amount of black and red sticky blood. She held the dog-leg knife in both hands, raised her head and looked at Su, her eyes filled with tears. The zombies on the ground were howling and struggling, and the survivors kneeling in the distance had almost all run away. Li Xiaoyu was like a leaf drifting in the wind, looking so weak and helpless at the moment. Every woman has the ability to make others feel weak and helpless, no matter what her personality or appearance is. But in this society of the end times, if you act pitiful, someone will not send you food and drink. If you don't work hard or fight, you can just want someone to send you food and drink. Seeing Li Xiaoyu like this, Su was so disappointed that she yelled at her angrily. Behind her, the special forces with guns looked at each other. Yi squatted at the gate with a bowl of rice in his hands. He ate while looking at Su's back. His eyes were wandering, as if he was looking at a piece of fat meat, and he made it clear that he would not interfere. Like Su's father and mother, they were a little shocked by Su in their hearts. It was not because of Su's rare resolute attitude, but because of what Su said. They all thought that the reason why Su killed zombies so bravely was because of his personality. Did he like to kill zombies? Now they knew that Su had thought more clearly and thoroughly than anyone else, and had gone further than anyone else. The end of the world has come. If a woman wants to survive but is unwilling to go out and struggle, she really has no choice but to sell her body. That's why Su seems different from other women. Li Xiaoyu's tears flowed down. Arrow in the yard felt a little bit sorry for her and stepped forward. He was about to persuade Su to give Li Xiaoyu some time and not to be so aggressive, but Pru Jong reached out and grabbed Arrow's arm. When Arrow turned around to look at him, he shook his head, signaling Arrow not to interfere. After a few seconds, Li Xiaoyu seemed to have finally digested Su's words and figured it out, or was she just getting angry? She raised her hand to wipe away the tears in her eyes, opened her eyes wide, and gripped the handle of the dog-leg knife with both hands until her knuckles turned white, raised the knife, and chopped it down fiercely. Podgy sound, the dog-leg knife cut deeply into the zombie's brain. The narrow blade was completely immersed in the zombie's face, from the eyes to the nose, cutting off the bridge of the nose, and then to the base of the ears. Black and red flesh and white brain matter splashed out from the wound. Some fell on the ground, some fell on the rice around the zombie, and more fell on Li Xiaoyu's face, body, and hands. Li Xiaoyu turned around and lay on the ground and vomited. Su looked at the zombie tied to the ground, which stopped struggling motionlessly. She turned around and walked into the villa with an expressionless face. Behind her, there was the sound of applause. It was the encouragement to Li Xiaoyu from the audience who had been watching the show. A person who has never killed zombies before has to overcome his fear, beat all psychological barriers, and kill zombies with a knife. Everyone can relate to the psychological struggles that he has to go through, so doesn't Li Xiaoyu deserve applause and encouragement? Even Yiyu squatted on the ground, with a half-eaten meal at his feet, raising his 2 paws and clapping. But when Su Su glared at him, Yiyu quickly put his hands aside, picked up the meal on the ground, and continued to eat his food, looking like a foodie who only has food in his eyes. I don't want to bother with him. Su Su returned to the villa and walked into the kitchen, also looking for something to eat. Seeing Su's mother coming in, Su Su took out the bowls and chopsticks while instructing. Mom, I have to go out today and may not be back for a few days. You and Dad stay at home. I will get you some solar panels, and you can ask Dad to install them. Deep winter is coming, and the weather will get colder and colder. Don't save that little electricity. Where are you going? Why does it take a few more days? Originally, Su's mother wanted to talk to Su Su about her mental development and why Su Su had been vomiting frequently recently. However, as soon as she entered the door, she heard Su Su say that she was going out today and would not be back for a few days. Su's mother's thoughts suddenly deviated from the original track. As a mother, she was only worried at this moment. Why did she have to go for so long? What was she going to do? Is it dangerous? Can I not go? Can I take her with me? And so on. It's okay, Mom. You should be with me. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm just going to get some supplies for you. Based on Yiyu's behavior last night and today, she estimated that he would go out with her. Although Su Su did not think that Yiyu must follow her, in the 10 years after the apocalypse, she had traveled through 8 bases by herself and lived well. There was no reason for her to go out with a group of bodyguards at the beginning of such a very safe apocalypse. But if letting Yiyu go with her could make Su's mother feel a little more at ease, Su Su wouldn't mind taking Yiyu with her to fight monsters and look for people. She is also a mother, so she naturally understands Su's mother's worries about her. Oh, don't go. There are already so many supplies that the yard can't hold them all. Su's mother frowned, and the worry on her face showed no sign of abating. But, Mom, look at how many people we have to support now. Su Su was a little helpless and sighed. She pointed to the special forces outside the yard who were putting away their guns and walking into the Su family villa one after another. With so many people, how many days can they eat with that little food? Those special forces soldiers all had such big appetites that 1 meal per person could equal 3 meals for Su Su, so the supplies in the yard were indeed not enough to feed them for long. But Su Su was going out this time, not really to get supplies but to look for Xie Yaser. Su's mother looked at the special forces who entered the yard and lined up to go to the kitchen to receive meals. She sighed deeply and said nothing more. There were indeed a lot of supplies, but they would not last long. In this world, living at home would be over sooner or later. It would be better to let the children fly, and these old guys should not follow them, so as not to drag the children down. After thinking it through, Su's mother turned her head away, wiped her tears, and went to serve food to the special forces. After telling her parents that she would be away for a few days, Su Su finished her meal with peace of mind. While Su's father was building the wall and Su's mother was busy in the kitchen, she went to the basement alone, moved out the solar panels she had bought earlier and placed in the basement, and piled them in the living room. She didn't know how to install this thing, and the weather had been bad since the doomsday, so she left it in the basement. Su Su saw that the rain had stopped and the snow had become lighter, and thought of finding something for her parents to do, so she moved out the solar panels and let her father tinker with them. Yiyu and his special forces squatted in the yard to eat. Since Yiyu and his men came, Su's father had never entered the kitchen to sit down and eat properly. Instead, he squatted in the yard like these big-headed soldiers, eating while listening to Yiyu and his men's meeting, as if he was back in the barracks. Su's father seemed to be particularly enjoying it. They were discussing who would accompany Su Su out and who would stay in the villa area. Those who stayed in the villa area were not only responsible for protecting the Su family, but also had to clear out the zombies outside and sweep up supplies in the outside blocks. You didn't know what Su was going to do or how dangerous it was. Many brothers were exhausted when they returned to Xiangqing from the city, and several of them were injured. Yu thought that he was going to take care of Su's private affairs this time, so he persuaded most of his teammates to stay at home. He only took a few energetic brothers to accompany Su out. In the villas on both sides of the Su family, several meetings of varying sizes were also held. First, it was Li Xiaoyu. She was carrying a plastic bag full of rice stained with black and red blood. She walked back to her villa trembling all over to change clothes. Behind her, she heard Li Anxin's voice calling her. Li Xiaoyu stood at the gate and looked back, her expression a little dazed. She hadn't recovered from the shock of killing a zombie with her own hands just now. She saw Li Anxin coming over, and Li Anxin was cursing as she walked. Li Xiaoyu, come with me to the squad leader. This Su is really not a good person. We all saw her forcing you to kill zombies. It's too much, and she even poured the rice on the zombies. Isn't this a clear humiliation? Can you still eat this rice?
No.
Li Xiaoyu's face was pale, and her lips were trembling. I'm going to change into clean clothes and go out with Su to look for supplies.
What?
Li Anxin stopped and looked at Li Xiaoyu in disbelief, as if she was looking at a man possessed by a demon. She thought for a moment and smiled with difficulty. Xiaoyu, brother Xie Yaser will be back soon. He will bring us supplies. It's very dangerous outside. Don't go. Come back with me. Anxin Su is right. The end of the world is coming. If we can't rely on ourselves, who can we rely on? Brother Xie, you have been saying that Brother Xie will bring back supplies. Where is Brother Xie? Li Xiaoyu shook his head and handed the bag of rice stained with zombie blood to Li Anxin. Here you go. Take it back and wash it and you can eat it. This is the most practical.
No.
Li Anxin screamed and took several steps back before the bag of rice was handed over. She looked up at Li Xiaoyu with a disgusted look on her face, as if she looked down on her extremely, and said, Li Xiaoyu, you're going too far. You actually gave me rice stained with zombie blood. Do you want me to be infected and turn into a zombie? I came here with good intentions to persuade you to turn back, but you actually hurt me like this. Fine, from now on, we will no longer be sisters. Not taking the bag of rice proved that Li Anxin was not so hungry that she would do anything desperate. In fact, Li Anxin had eaten some of the confiscated supplies in the morning, which gave her the energy to curse at Li Xiaoyu. Her heart had not yet come out of the civilized and law-abiding society of the past, so she felt that the dirty rice was inedible. Watching Li Anxin turn around and walk away angrily, Li Xiaoyu looked down at the rice in her hand with a very uncomfortable heart. She killed zombies and took the rice, not because she was starving. In fact, she helped the Su family with work every day these days and had no worries about food and drink. Li Xiaoyu was just thinking about Li Anxin, thinking that while she was full and satisfied, her good sister was hungry. On the other hand, Li Xiaoyu really wanted to train herself. The days she spent with the Su family were completely different from the days she spent with the survivors before. The survivors only knew how to beg, seek shelter, sigh, and complain, but the Su family didn't do that. The outside world was unsafe, so they created a safe world for themselves, and they went through all kinds of hardships to achieve this, without fear. This kind of spirit prompted Li Xiaoyu to want to change. She didn't want to kneel on the ground and beg for others' mercy, nor did she want to spread her legs and wait to serve men. She wanted to be like Su, who had the courage to kill zombies and the courage to come and go freely in such a chaotic world. Looking at the rice in her hand, Li Xiaoyu returned to her villa, changed into clean clothes, borrowed some water from the Su family, went back to wash the rice, and then cooked it and ate it. Li Xiaoyu cried while eating. From now on, Li Xiaoyu swore that she would go out and start killing zombies, kill the zombies by herself, and find supplies to feed herself. Only then will she be worthy of today's meal and worthy of her pride in being born as a human being. Outside the villa, Eru and Pru Jong were also having a small meeting. Eru planned to stay in the Su family and continue to work as a helper to support himself, but Pru Jong had to go with Su Su. The longer he stayed with Su Su's family, the more he felt that the courage that had been lost was returning to his body little by little. Now that Li Xiaoyu dared to chop zombies with a knife, how could he, a grown man and the Sonda champion of Xiangqing, be less courageous than Li Xiaoyu? What's more, so much time has passed, and he can't afford to delay his wife and children. In the other villa, Wong Jun and Leing both wanted to go out with Su Su, but Leing wanted Wong Jun to stay and connect this villa with the Su family's villa, and then see what Su's father thought about arming them. Although Wong Jun was worried about Leing going out alone, he could not resist Leing's persuasion and finally had no choice but to agree. All parties began to make intensive preparations. After a while, Su Su changed her clothes, took a large bag of steamed buns that her mother had prepared for her, took the dog leg knife that her mother had washed, and went into the garage to drive. Su's mother had prepared a lot of dry food for her, but Su Su declined all of them because if she didn't even have the ability to find supplies to feed herself when she was away from home, then she shouldn't go out. As soon as she entered the garage, the soldiers who were originally scattered outside the yard chatting, gossiping, and picking their teeth quickly turned around and got into their own cars at Yi's call. In another villa, Wong Jun and Leing came out. Leing looked at Su Su's car and was about to come up to ask if the passenger seat was empty, but she saw Yi calmly and skillfully open the passenger door, jumped in automatically, and sat on the right side of Su Su. She had no choice but to look around to see if there were any empty seats in other cars. There were 18 special forces, and 4 of them followed this time: Yu King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller. Except Yu, who got into Su Su's car, the other 3 each had a car, and they were all good cars, the kind of off-road vehicles with large and spacious back seats and trunks. But Leing knew that they had no room for her because their cars were used to transport supplies. The remaining ones were Li Xiaoyu and Pru Jong, who walked out from the villa opposite. Neither of them had special powers, but Li Xiaoyu's face looked a little hot. She didn't know what unclean food she had eaten. Her stomach hurt a little, and she had a little fever. So she and Pru Jong decided to take a car together so that they could take care of each other. Leing came over and started chatting with the 2 of them. The 3 of them hit it off immediately. Pru Jong was very good at fighting, Li Xiaoyu was also quite brave, and Leing was a water-based mutant. Although the water released was less than 1% of Su Su's, at least Pru Jong and Li Xiaoyu would not have to worry about drinking water along the way. A group of 8 people formed a temporary team and slowly drove onto the path towards the gate of the Apple Villa district under the worried gazes of Su's father and mother and Wang Junha. Su Su leaned on the steering wheel, leaned her head to look carefully at the closed gate of the villa area, looked around, and said to herself, "Who locked the gate of the villa area?" "It wasn't me." Yiyu immediately raised his hand to clarify. He was busy adjusting the passenger seat so that he could put his feet up. "I'll take a nap first. Call me when we get there." "Get down here." The stench of Yiyu's feet made her stomach ache. Su Su resisted the urge to and glanced at Yiyu's 2 feet resting on the front windshield. She then looked at his passenger seat, which had been laid flat. Not only did this rascal get into her car, he even looked like he was getting ready to sleep. Poor pregnant woman, with a baby less than 3 months old in her belly, she had to drive while observing the zombies around her. "Is this fair? Is this fair?" Yi didn't move. He rested his arms behind his head, tilted his head, and closed his eyes. It was obvious that he was asleep, which made Su Su even angrier. She stepped on the brakes, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pounced on Yiyu, raising her fists to beat him up. "Oh my, you witch, you made my nose bleed." Yiyu, who was under her, quickly stretched out his hand to block, but Su Su's attacks were too intense. As a grown man, it was impossible for him to hit back at a woman, especially a woman he had slept with before and a woman he had a sense of responsibility for. Yiyu just yelled, picked up Su Su and rubbed her, then pushed her away and turned around to jump off the passenger seat. He covered his nose, cursed, and walked around the Jeep, walked to the driver's seat, got in and slammed the door shut, still cursing. "If you want me to drive, you should have told me earlier. How can I not respond now that you asked me? You even resorted to violence, sister. You have such a violent temper." Whoever dares to marry you in the future will be the one to marry you. Are you done yet?
Drive.
Su adjusted the seat, yelled at Yu, and then lay down on the passenger seat, holding her stomach. What are you doing? Sleeping with your eyes closed. By the way, you also need to lift your feet. Okay, go to sleep. You're the boss, all right. Let's go, my boss. Yu flattered on the surface, but actually nodded with a hint of criticism. He opened the gate of the Apple Villa district, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out with Uncle Su in his car. The 4 cars following behind him also stepped on the accelerator and drove at a fast speed. But after they left, in a villa next to the gate, Xie Yaser stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with cold lines on his handsome face. He was wearing a white sweater that represented the beauty of sunshine. He leaned his hands against the floor-to-ceiling window, raised his hand, pressed the close button of the electronic key in his hand, and slowly closed the door that you had forgotten to close. That rascal is really back, really back. Xie Yaser's face was full of resentment. He thought it was the end of the world. The culprit who ruined Su's innocence and the relationship between him and Su would die in an unknown corner. Unexpectedly, Yu appeared again, still in such a strong posture, with supplies and a team. At that moment, Xie Yaser's heart was filled with imbalance and humiliation. He even hated Su. Why did Su, who loved him so much, openly cheat on him now? Xie Yaser had said that he didn't care about the incident with Yu, but why did Su still accept Yu's gift and have any contact with Yu? Was she doing this for the supplies or something? When did Su become so mean? Squad leader. Behind Xie Yaser, Fei called him. He turned around with a sad and strong look on his face and asked, Fei, what's wrong? Monitor, I have a few friends who want to come to our neighborhood. Is that okay? Originally, Fei didn't want to choose this time to talk about these things with Xie Yaser, but her friends were on the streets of the Apple Villa district. Because the zombies here would always be cleared out by Su, Yu, and others every once in a while, it was relatively easy to get here to the Apple Villa district. Sure, let them come. Xie Yaser nodded, and seeing Fei's delighted expression, he continued, Fei, I think we can think about sending some people out to search for some supplies. Otherwise, the food we have now won't last us long.
But
Fei tilted her head, a little hesitant. There are no powerful psychics among us, and our skills are not strong enough. It doesn't matter. Xie Yaser's eyes flashed with hatred. Those soldiers will clean up the zombies outside. They won't just leave the zombies outside alone. Now, in Xie Yaser's mind, there is already a strange conclusion. Yu occupied his Su, so he borrowed Yu's people to create a small society of his own. This is natural. This is also what Yu owed him. Xie Yaser felt that it was very fair and very nice. Outside the villa area, Yu and others, who had no idea that their people had been used by Xie Yaser, were acting as scavengers and were driving away slowly. Outside the gate, there were fewer zombies than yesterday. Some of them were cleared out by Yu's men last night, but because time had passed, a few zombies wandered over from the next block. Yu and his men were too lazy to kill so few zombies. They parked the car in front of a store in the Apple Villa district and got out to look for supplies. The remaining zombies were handed over to the new thugs Li Xiaoyu and Pru Jong for training. Leing also took care of them and found some supplies for her, and Wong Jun Su was lying on the passenger seat. She originally just wanted to make a gesture to annoy Yu, but maybe because Yu was beside her, the temperature in the whole car became warm and the car was shaking. Su closed her eyes and really fell asleep. However, her sleep was not deep. When Yu put a few bags of rice in the trunk of the car, Su woke up. She stood up, stretched, and watched Yu, King Kong, and 4 others running back and forth in the supermarket like hard-working little bees. Then she got out of the car with a knife, stretched her arms and legs, and rushed towards the nearest zombie. After getting a crystal core, Su had nothing better to do, so she went to Pru Jong's side, watching him sweating and struggling to beat up the zombie, and gave him some advice. With your skills, it's a pity to just beat it like this. Use a rock to hit it or use a knife. I'll give it to you. I got this knife from you guys anyway. Su handed the dog-leg knife in his hand to Pru Jong. He had no weapon in his hand. Lee Xiaoyu borrowed a kitchen knife from Su's mother, so Pru Jong could only rely on his fists to beat the zombies. He killed zombies just like fighting. First, he tried to knock the opponent down, then rode on the zombie and punched the zombie in the face one punch after another. But those zombies couldn't feel any pain at all, so beating them like this had no effect at all. Su saw that Pru Jong was fighting too slowly, so she couldn't help but hand him a knife. With a knife, Pru was able to kill zombies much faster. He was a policeman before the apocalypse and was no stranger to the dagger. The strength and accuracy with which he killed zombies were beyond the reach of a half-baked person like Lee Xiaoyu. Soon, Pru Jong became the main force killing zombies on this street. Haha, originally I thought these were all transformed people and I didn't dare to do it at all because I had obstacles in my mind. Now I think it's quite enjoyable. After shaking off the meat crumbs on the dog-leg knife, Pru Jong turned around and smiled at Su, while Su was looking at the police station not far away. To be more precise, she was looking at the camera installed at the gate of the police station. She looked thoughtful. After hearing what Pru Jong said, she suddenly turned around and asked, "Do you think the cameras on this street are still working? Can we find out where Xie Yaser went? There are thousands of roads to the big hospital where Xie Yaser works. Who knows which one Xie Yaser will take? The end of the world is so chaotic. If she takes the wrong road, a fork in the road, she will be separated from Xie Yaser by a distance of 108,000 miles. Su is quite experienced in finding people in the end of the world. She can't make any mistakes, not even a single step. If you want to check which road the doctor took, you have to go to our 110th Street Dynamic Monitoring Center. There you can see the surveillance cameras of the entire city. You can tune to any street you want. Pru Jong was also unambiguous and pointed in a certain direction in the distance. That direction was the 110 Monitoring Center, which was inside the Public Security Bureau, Pru Jong's superior agency. But it was obvious that the road to the Public Security Bureau would not be very close. How many zombies would have to be killed along the way, and how much time would it take? No, let's go straight to the hospital. Su shook her head and rejected the idea of using surveillance to check on Xie Yaser because she suddenly remembered that Eru said Xie Yaser left with a man named Pai Ge. It was still the end of the world, and as long as one had the courage to walk outside, it would be easy to reach the destination. The road to the 110 Monitoring Center is in two different directions from the hospital where Xie Yaser is. Su will have to go back and forth for a few more days. Although she has left enough water for her parents in the Su family villa, there are still many people in the Su family who need to be taken care of. The 14 soldiers alone drink water, like cows. Su is afraid that if she returns a few days late, her parents will have no water. Su turned around and was about to leave when she heard Pru Jong behind her say, Su, I want to go back to our station and get some guns. Go ahead, there are no zombies in your station. She raised her hand, walked away, and returned to the car to find a weapon that suits her. However, after hearing Su's words, Pru Jong looked a little shocked, a little compassionate, then slowly calmed down and finally ran directly into the police station not far away. The saddest thing about the end of the world is not that you need to muster up the courage to run out and kill zombies, but that those who have turned into zombies may be your own relatives, lovers, friends, and colleagues. They have to kill these zombies, and the psychological barriers make it even more difficult. Many survivors, who actually have time to run away, still stand there stupidly. It's not that their legs are weak and they can't run, but they simply don't want to give up those who were once closest to them. Pru Jong is such a person. Of course he knows that the police station is full of zombies, but those are all his colleagues with whom he has worked for many years. He wants to go in and get a gun, but he doesn't know how to deal with those zombies. When he hears Su say that there are no more zombies inside, Pru Jong breathes a sigh of relief. It's good that he doesn't have to face those zombies in person. Not far away, Lee Xiaoyu said hello to Leing, meaning that she also wanted to go in with Pru Jong and find a gun for self-defense. Leing nodded, but did not move. After Lee Xiaoyu ran into the police station, she came to Su, watched Su Su rummaging in the trunk, and asked, Su Su, your water ability is so powerful. Can you use it to attack like Brother Yi and the others? Su Su searched for a long time, but didn't find a knife. She glanced at Leing and asked, You have followed Yi for so long. Have you figured out any way to attack with water? Well, no, our water element is too weak, unlike those earth, fire, gold, and mutants, so we can only act as a reservoir in the team. When saying this, although Leing was smiling, her expression was somewhat unwilling, as if she had only awakened a water element, and her ability was too weak and not living up to her ambitions. Su Su just raised her eyebrows and walked into the supermarket. It's not that she was hiding her secrets and was unwilling to teach Leing how to cultivate her superpowers. It was because superpowers were different from the cultivation of immortals in novels and the teaching of unique skills. Everyone had their own way of cultivating superpowers, and the various moves were also cultivated by themselves. What worked for her might not necessarily work for Leing. In the end times, the most common and popular way of cultivation is to constantly absorb and release energy. In the process of absorption and release, one can practice the purity of the use of supernatural powers, so as to gradually achieve the goal of improving the level of supernatural powers. Su Su is now taking a shortcut. Others passively condense their essence in the process of killing zombies, but she directly finds the essence in her body and actively stimulates its growth. She can find her own soul because she is a reborn person, and her 5 senses are naturally stronger than others. But others may not be able to find it. If she tells Leing this shortcut, Leing may not be able to find her own soul. Even if she finds it, she may not understand how to grow her soul. Moreover, if she fails to grow her soul, it will be easy to disperse her originally small soul. By then, Leing might not be able to release even a drop of water. Therefore, Su Su's method of cultivation can only be understood but not explained in words. It's not bad to be a reservoir. It's indispensable in the team. In the supermarket, Yi was putting snacks into a sack. He was a superpower, with sharp ears and eyes. When Su Su and Leing were talking, they were not far away from the supermarket. Yi naturally heard the conversation between Su Su and Leing, so he planned to comfort Su Su. Don't be depressed. Brother needs you. You see, you can put so much water. Brother's whole team needs you. Thank you, Su Su said to Yi perfunctorily without any sincerity, and spread out her fair palm to him. Give it to me. What do you want? You can't use the knife on your back anyway, so lend it to me. Su Su's eyes missed Yi's face and looked at the 2-foot-long military swords on his back. Yi had been carrying these things on his back before the apocalypse, and he was still carrying them after the apocalypse. They must be 2 good swords. King Kong Scholar and others who were collecting supplies around lowered their heads and sneered. Their expressions were extremely ambiguous. Yi turned his head and glanced at the 3 of them. Without saying a word, he raised his hand, grasped the hilt of the knife behind him, and pulled it out. 2 shiny black sabers were pulled out from his back. Wow, nice knife. Before Yi could speak, Su Su's eyes lit up. She took the knife from Yi's hand with both hands and weighed it. It was very heavy, and the blade was very sharp. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as being able to cut hair or slash iron like mud. The steel used to forge the knife was not ordinary steel. It seemed that some substance was added to it, making the blade black. They were really 2 good knives. Su Su held a knife in one hand and waved it casually. The sound of the knife breaking the wind was very pleasant to the ears. Outside the supermarket, Leing stood and watched for a long time, looking at Su Su with envy on her face, and exclaimed, "This is a really good knife, Su Su. You have 2. Can you give me one?"
No. Susurré Shelotli refused.
She looked back at Leing and said angrily, "I want to use it to kill zombies." Leing felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Yi behind Su Su. She didn't have any good weapons either. She also wanted to have a good weapon. Su Su already had 2 good knives. But the owner of the knives, Yi, didn't say a word. He turned around and continued to collect supplies with 2 empty scabbards on his back. This made it difficult for Leing to ask for the knife again. In fact, Although she really wanted to be as familiar with Yi Yu and others as Su Su, to the point where she could easily borrow a knife to help with private matters, she was not familiar with Yi Yu and others after all, so she did not dare to be too rash. She was a little envious of Su Su for being able to enter the core of this team. She felt that Su Su had gained the recognition of Yi Yu's team effortlessly. Leing also wanted to do the same, but people like Yi Yu were very difficult to approach. I wonder if this group of people have experienced something, or are they born this way? Each of them has a thorny personality, and in ordinary interpersonal communication, they have obvious defects of being withdrawn, as if they are out of touch with society, with their own rhythm and frequency, and they are completely unable to integrate into this team in the way that normal people interact. Originally, Leing thought that she had followed Yi Yu and others from the city all the way south to Xiangqing. Even though she had never spoken a few words to this group of people, they had been through life and death together, and that kind of friendship was definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. She thought that although this group of people ignored her on weekdays, they actually treated her differently from others. It was not until Leing saw how Su Su got along with them that she realized what true integration was like. They laughed, scolded, chatted, and fought. If there was a disagreement, Su Su would clench his fist and beat Yi Yu. The strange thing was that although Yi Yu was so angry that he screamed, Yi Yu's teammates not only did not help, but also looked like they were watching a show. After that, Su Su asked for a knife. Yi Yu treated it like a treasure on weekdays. He even kept it within reach when taking a bath or sleeping. He lent the 2 knives on his back to her without any hesitation. At first, Leing did think that Su Su was Yi Yu's biological sister, but through yesterday's observation, Leing found that Su's father and Yi Yu did not look like father and son at all. So she only knew that the relationship between Su Su and Yi Yu was unusual, but they did not look like lovers or relatives.
Not like that.
After all, in such a chaotic world, Yi Yu traveled thousands of miles from the city to Xiangqing just for Su Su's family. This is certain. Leing also knows her own limitations. She just smiled self-deprecatingly and gave up the idea of asking Yi Yu to borrow a knife. She just turned around and went to the police station to find Pru Jong to find a solution. As soon as Leing left, Su Su also left the supermarket. She faced a zombie that was moving towards her. She turned around on the spot, picked up 2 knives, and gently chopped the zombie's head off. She raised the precious sword in her hand and laughed, then split open the zombie's brain and picked up the crystal core. At this time, Yi Yu had already packed 2 sacks of supplies and put them in the trunk in case of emergency along the way. He closed the trunk lid, turned around, and saw Su Su killing people farther and farther away, so he hurriedly drove up. In the slowly moving car, he leaned his head out, patted the door, and shouted, Hey, beautiful lady, get in the car. Are you planning to kill people all the way to the hospital?" Su Su stopped and looked reluctantly at the zombies staggering towards her. She turned her head to look at Yi Yu in the car, thought for a while, and got on the passenger seat. Saving Xie Yaser was the most important thing. Saving Xie Yaser was the most important thing.
Bai, crystal cores.
After getting into the driver's seat, Su Su handed the knife to Yi Yu, meaning to return it to him. However, Yi Yu glanced at the blade and said with some disdain, "Wash it clean for me. It's so dirty." Glancing at Yi Yu, Su Su really wanted to not return the 2 knives to him, but since she had to return the knives she had borrowed, it would not be difficult to borrow again. After thinking about it, she stretched the knives out of the window. With a flick of her wrist, 2 streams of water wrapped around the precious swords. After a few rotations, the meat flakes on the blades were washed away. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Leing, who was walking out of the police station. She was also holding 2 knives in her hands, but they were the dog-leg knives that Pru Jong found for her. Behind her, Pru Jong was fully armed, with dog-leg knives and batons hanging all over his body, and he also carried out 2 boxes of magazines. Li Xiaoyu followed Pru Jong out of the police station, also holding 2 guns and a box of magazines in her hands. "Let's go. Are you going back to the villa, or are you going to the hospital with us?" King Kong drove the car and stopped in front of Leing and the other 2.
Leing nuda naturali.
Pru Jong and Li Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, But when they saw that Leing had already walked towards their car, they also nodded and decided to go to the hospital with her. The purpose of Li Xiuyu's trip was to become stronger with Su Su, while Pru Jong was going to save his wife and children. However, he didn't know where his wife and children were now, so he could only go back to his home first. His home happened to be on the same way as the hospital where Su Su was going, so they couldn't be separated at this moment. After getting in the car, the three decided to let Li Xiuyu drive, Pru Jong shoot, and Leing sat in the back seat and began to think about Su Su's knife washing technique. She couldn't understand why Su Su, who was also a water-based supernatural being, could control the water to rotate on the knife. Shouldn't the water stay still in the container after it is released? How can I control the water and wash the knife like Su Su? Leing tried it, picked up a dog-leg knife with one hand, and began to let water flow into the palm of her hand. However, the water could only flow down through the gaps between her fingers drop by drop. It was impossible to wrap around the blade, let alone control the water to rotate. Leing let out a breath of discouragement and looked at the wet floor of the rear compartment, lost in thought about the problem. Occasionally, when she looked up, she saw in the rearview mirror in front of the driver's seat that Li Xiuyu was looking up at her from behind. "Xiuyu, I heard that you and Su Su were college classmates?" Putting away the knife in her hand, Leing moved closer to the back of Li Xiuyu's chair and asked tentatively, "Why do you think her ability is so powerful? Does she have any special tricks?" "I don't know." Li Xiuyu smiled awkwardly while driving. She was not a psychic and could not understand what Leing meant by special tricks. For her now, she had a lot of things to deal with, so how could she have the leisure to inquire about Su Su's affairs? After such a while, Li Xiuyu felt that her fever was getting worse. She was worried that if she ate rice stained with zombie blood, she would be infected and become a zombie. But when she went to the Su family to borrow water to wash the rice, Su Su told her clearly that the water of the water-based superpowers had the functions of antibacterial and anti-inflammatory and purifying viruses. After the rice was washed, the remaining doomsday virus was very small, about the same as the doomsday virus content in the air. At this time, the people who should have become zombies had already been infected by the little doomsday virus in the air and turned into zombies. Su Su said that Li Xiuyu's body contained antibodies. After washing the rice with the water of the psychic, the antibodies in her body could completely deal with the doomsday virus. If she couldn't cope with it, she might as well become a zombie, because if she couldn't even resist the remaining doomsday virus, how could she survive in the apocalypse? Li Xiuyu was very courageous. After hearing what Su Su said, she was not scared at all. Instead, she became more determined to try the washed rice. As a result, she got a fever. She was very nervous in her heart, but she didn't show it on the surface. She continued to drive her car, planning to ask Su Su and confirm it with Su Su when she got to a resting place. So Li Xiuyu naturally had no intention of dealing with Leing at this moment. Really? Leing at the back was a little bit unconvinced. She thought it was because she was not familiar enough with Su Su yet. So Su Su could give guidance to Pru Jong and inspire Li Xiuyu's fighting spirit, but was unwilling to teach her how to use her supernatural powers. Then Leing sighed deeply inwardly. In this end-of-the-world era, when everyone is in danger, it feels so difficult to find a good teacher who can teach you sincerely. In the first car, Yi was driving while glancing at Su Su, who was sleeping beside him. In front of the windshield in front of Su Su were his two sabers. He looked at the sabers, then at Su Su, and bumped into a few zombies. After doing this several times, Su Su finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked with his eyes closed, "Whatever you want to ask, just ask. It's so uncomfortable to keep it in your heart." "Oh," then I asked, "Why did you go to the hospital? Didn't you hear what Pru Jong and I said just now?" "I'm going to the hospital to save someone." "Is that person important to you?" "Yes, it's very important. Without Shujia, she would not be able to give birth to Xiao AI smoothly." Although Su Su had the experience of giving birth once, it was the first time for her body to give birth. The pain of pelvic bone breaking made Su Su feel terrified. She must have a professional doctor by her side to help her. "Is the person who is very important to you a man or a woman?" Yu pricked up his ears, acting as if this question was very important. Why ask so many questions? Su raised her eyelids and looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window. It was getting dark, but they had only walked less than 2 blocks today. It would be so difficult to find Zhuo in such a big world. Perhaps there would be no result on the way to the hospital, so should they look for her at the gathering places of survivors along the way? As for the female, we will rescue her, and as for the male, we will go back. Yu knocked away the zombie that rushed over. Su sat up in the passenger seat, tilted her head to look at Yu, and asked curiously, Yu, what do you mean? Why can't men be saved in the same way? You're talking nonsense. I followed you out here because I thought you were going to do something. I'm risking my life to follow you to save a man. Aren't you crazy? Then go back. Okay, you go back with me. Su was so angry that she laughed. She looked at Yu's serious expression and said sarcastically, just save a woman. How much do you need women? Zhuo is already 30 years old. You should call her sister. Do you want to play a sister-brother relationship? Hey, sister. Why didn't you say you were a woman earlier? Look how angry you are. Save her immediately. I don't lack women and I'm not interested in sister-brother relationships. After Yu finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator. Su could not bear the force and fell backwards. She struggled to get up and went to hit Yu. Amid Yu's cries of pain, the military jeep swayed left and right in the huge driveway, crashing into zombies everywhere. King Kong, who was following behind, saw this and smiled with a dark face, singing, "You poppy, waves in the waves, waves in the waves." Most of the streetlights on this street are equipped with solar panels and a swaying windmill on top, which uses wind energy and electricity, so the whole street is brightly lit and you can see the end at a glance. Going a little further, the cars on the street were in a mess. Some were collided with each other, and some were placed horizontally and vertically on the road. Yu's car could not move for a while. Zombies crawled out from the gaps between the cars in front from time to time, and soon surrounded the convoy. Yu opened the car door, and without Su's teaching, a wall of fire appeared in front of him. He gathered 2 fireballs in his hands and threw them at the zombies. Soon, the zombies were burned like tar by Yu's fireballs. Su was sitting in the passenger seat, took a quick look at Yu's ability, and was a little surprised. The strength of Yu's energy regulation was probably at level 2 or almost level 3, and his ways of using fire were even more numerous than hers. Then, from the car behind, King Kong came out like a gust of wind and moved easily among the zombies at a speed that was difficult for the zombies to catch, harvesting their heads one after another and quickly obtaining the crystal cores in their heads. This King Kong's supernatural power seems not as powerful as Yu's, and he has no group attack skills, but this person should not be underestimated. He is a secondary mutated wind supernatural user. Su opened the car door and jumped out. Looking back, she saw a white mist rising around the scholar. Almost all the zombies that had plunged into the mist had disappeared without a sound. The fortune teller, who was further away, was a gold-type psychic. He looked much thinner than King Kong and Yu, but he was actually a gold-type psychic. The fortune teller's exposed skin had a metallic luster. He walked into the pile of zombies. The zombies pounced on him and wanted to bite him, but they were helpless because he was made of gold and could not be bitten. The zombies' own teeth were broken, but they could not bite the man's iron bones. These 4 people almost took over all the zombies on the street, leaving no room for Su to use her skills. She didn't compete with them for the monsters. She climbed onto the roof of the jeep, stood on the high place, and began to observe the surrounding environment. This street belongs to a commercial district. There is a large square not far in front. There is a very large supermarket under the square. Outside the supermarket are shops adjacent to the street. Those shops are of various big brands and are very expensive. Before the end of the world, college students like Su would not dare to go in and shop at the level. Across the square are office buildings that are taller than the other. Below the office buildings are gold shops and brand-name clothing stores. Hanging on the windows of the office buildings are several swaying, colorful cloths. If you listen carefully, there seems to be the sound of survivors calling for help in the distance. Look, there's someone hanging a chess piece on that building calling for help. Li Xiaoyu was sitting in the driver's seat, learning how to use a gun from Pru Jong. Unexpectedly, he saw someone waving at them from the tall window behind Pru Jong. Pru Jong turned around and saw that there were indeed two men clinging to the window, asking for help from them below. Leing at the back sneered and said, "Isn't this a good opportunity to save ourselves? We are here and are clearing out the zombies downstairs, but they don't even have the courage to go downstairs.
People like them deserve to die."
Not to mention, they were two grown men. If they rescued them, they would be no different from the survivors in the Apple Villa district and might even become a burden to them in the end. Li Xiaoyu and Pru Jong, who were sitting in the front, looked at each other and saw helplessness in their eyes. Leing was right. If they didn't even have the courage to go downstairs, how could they survive in the apocalypse? At this moment, a child's cry was heard. Leing and the other two people in the car looked over, and their faces changed. They saw that the two big men who had been leaning on the window to call for help before, probably seeing that they had no intention of saving people, pulled a child and a woman out. The woman cried and hugged the child in her arms again and again, and was unwilling to let go. The child was too young, about 2 years old, and he clung to his mother's neck tightly, and no matter how the man on the windowsill pulled, he just wouldn't let go.
Susu's heart trembled.
At that moment, she seemed to see the scene of her separation from Xiao Ai. She jumped off the roof and took 2 steps towards the windowsill. Leing saw Susu coming out and hurriedly opened the car door and walked out. She ran to Susu and sneered, "Susu, don't go. Don't be soft-hearted. Such people cannot be saved. Have you forgotten the survivors in the Apple Villa district?" Susu tilted her head and glanced at Leing. What she saw in Li Ying's eyes was strength, independence, hard work, and ambition. This was normal. In the end times, only people like Leing would live a long life. The crying of the child and the sad crying of the mother came one after another. The man's voice became a little angry, and he yelled at the child's mother, "Let go! Do you want all of us to die here?" Then the man turned around and shouted to Susu downstairs, "Save us! Save us! We have women and children here. Please save us. Mom, I want Mom. Ruer is scared. Ruer is scared. Hold Ruer. Hold Ruer." The child cried and shouted for his mother to hold him. The cry was like a sudden pain in the mother's heart. She raised her hand and was about to hit the man, but the man ripped the child's small hands that were around the woman's neck. The 2-year-old child cried even more sharply, and his small body curled up in the man's hands, twisting and shouting desperately. "Mom, Ruer, be obedient. Ruer, be obedient. Mommy hold you. Mommy hold you. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. Baby, don't cry." The woman couldn't bear it. These are just tricks to gain sympathy. Leing watched this scene and commented coldly. She turned back to look at Susu, but was stunned. She saw that Susu's face was suddenly full of tears. Then Susu stepped forward and was about to climb over the railing on the street. Leing hurried forward, hugged Susu's waist and scolded, "Susu, you can't be saved. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? I usually see that you are not such a soft-hearted person. Open." Susu turned around, and a layer of ice spikes suddenly appeared around her. Leing instinctively sensed danger, so she let go of her hand and bounced back a few meters. She looked at Susu in surprise, and saw that Susu seemed to be in a thorny flower made of ice. Her long hair floated up, her eyes were shining with silver light, and her lips were the color of silver lipstick, making her look weird and scary. But this was only a momentary scene. Seeing this, Yu was about to run towards Susu, but the ice thorn flowers around her melted one by one, and the strange phenomenon on Susu's body instantly returned to normal. She was still the pure and lovely girl, as if it was just a momentary illusion. She looked at Leing with extreme indifference, and at Yu, who jumped over after a car flipped over behind Leing. Susu raised her head and looked at the 2-year-old child hanging on the windowsill 4 or 5 meters in the air, frowning. "Please save him. Save us. Our door is blocked by zombies." As long as you can save us, we will do anything. Look, we still have children here. As if he had found Su's weak spot, the man leaning on the windowsill pushed away the crying mother who wanted to take her son back and hung the crying child outside the windowsill by both hands. He originally just wanted to use this poor child to gain a little sympathy from Su and others. Unexpectedly, when the child's mother saw her son hanging outside the window, his legs curled up in fear and his little face was filled with pitiful tears, she suddenly went crazy, screamed, rushed over and began to beat the man desperately, and at the same time, she shouted madly, "Let go of my son, give my son back to me, or I will kill you. I want you to die." Under the fierce beating of the woman, the man who was holding the child fought back, but Ruer, who was held in one hand, twisted his body in fear. The man was not careful and lost his grip, and the 2-year-old child fell directly from the windowsill. Su had been waiting downstairs. She looked coldly and reached out to catch the child easily. She put the child into the arms of Yiyu, who followed behind her. She looked up at the mother and asked loudly, "Are you going to continue beating this beast? Or are you going to come down too? Take care of your own child." My child was motionless, terrified. She leaned on the windowsill and cried, shaking her head, not daring to do anything. "This world is too crazy, too crazy. I can't survive. Please take good care of my son." "Yes, that's right. This world is too crazy. Your son is all alone in this world, so young, so helpless. As a mother, if you let go and go to another world to enjoy happiness, who will take care of your son? Anyway, I won't. If you don't come down, I will sell your son." Su raised her head and pointed at a group of zombies that were wandering over not far away. She then looked up at the man on the windowsill who was in disbelief and the mother of the child who was crying bitterly, and continued, "The 4 or 5 meter height creates 2 different worlds for you and your son. Come down, your son, and I will be waiting for you here. If you don't dare to come down, I will leave your son here."
"See?
"The zombies are coming.
Can you come down?"
"We are in a hurry." As she spoke, Su pretended to climb over the fence. Seeing this, Yu also cooperated with Su and put the crying child in his arms to the ground. There were zombies on both sides, staggering closer and closer. "No, no, don't leave my son behind. I'm coming down, I'm coming down." The distressed mother went crazy and beat the shocked man. Did she think that if she could get the woman's son out, these people would soften their hearts? But they didn't follow the script at all, and said they would throw Ruer away to feed the zombies. What was going on now? This group of powerful-looking people didn't come up to save them, but instead asked Ruer's mother to go down? After punching the man a few times, the mother turned around and went into the house in a panic. There were several people standing or sitting in the house. When they saw the mother come in, one of the men asked, "Chinue, what are you doing?" She ignored him, with panicked tears on her face, and searched everywhere. Finally, behind a door, she found an iron rod, like the ones used on decoration sites. Chinue picked up the iron rod, ignored the dissuasion of everyone in the room, opened the door, and rushed out without looking back. Su sat on the railing, watching the zombies approaching on the sidewalk, then tilted her head to look at Yu standing next to her. Yu was holding a crying 2-year-old baby in his arms, looking back at Su with an innocent face, while the 2-year-old baby was looking at the windowsill where his mother disappeared, stretching out his 2 little hands and shouting, "Mom, Mom, hold Ruer away, hold Ruer away. Ruer away is scared. What are you looking at me for? You take care of the child, while I go clear out the zombies." As he said this, Yu was about to push the child in his arms to Su. She tilted her head, pulled back her hands in fear, jumped off the railing, walked a few steps away, and said gloomily, "No, just coax me, I'll go kill the zombies." A 2-year-old child is about the same weight as Xiao AI. Su hasn't coaxed a child the same size as Xiao AI for 10 years. She is afraid. She is afraid of coaxing children of this age, especially children who cry and want to be held by their mother. She is afraid of thinking of Xiao AI and afraid of collapsing. Although she has a chance to live her life all over again, This fear is so deeply rooted that it has affected Sue's life in this life. Besides, Sue is pregnant now, 2 months pregnant, and it is such a tiring physical job for her to hold the baby. She won't do it. Yiyu had a bitter face, with a little baby hanging on his chest, just like a muscular robot with a small human-shaped toy attached to his body, which was so inappropriate. He shook the little boy casually, and the little boy cried as if he was being abused and even screamed. In front, Sue turned around and glared at Yiyu, then turned around and pulled out the 2 knives on Yiyu's back and dealt with the approaching zombies one by one. After dealing with the zombies, Sue had an idea. In order to practice the fine manipulation of his supernatural powers, he did not pick out the crystal cores in the zombies' brains one by one. Instead, she flicked her hair and a water vine flew out from behind her, inserted into the zombie's brain, and with a casual twist, it came back with a crystal core. Behind Yiyu, Leing's face had finally returned to normal, but when she saw that Sue did not use a knife, but had a water vine twisting like a snake growing on her back, and that the water vine also helped Sue to retrieve the crystal core from the dead zombie's brain, Leing's face changed again. This Sue was much more powerful than she had imagined. King Kong, the scholar and the fortune teller were hiding at the back and laughing secretly. Yiyu turned around and pretended to throw the child in his arms to the 3 people. The 3 people hurriedly turned around and pretended to be busy killing zombies. They had no intention of intervening to help Yiyu in his dire situation. Sue in front took care of a group of zombies in front of her in just a few moves, and even collected all the crystal cores in the zombies' brains. Her speed was not much slower than Yiyu. She turned around with a knife, put away the twisting water vines behind her, looked at the clean road surface, and looked at the building in front of her. The door inside was closed, and there were 2 zombies clinging to the glass door, howling at her. At this moment, the elevator door opened with a ding sound. Should she kill the one on the left first, or the one on the right? At this moment, a zombie suddenly came out of the emergency staircase, and before Yu could think it over, he jumped on her in the elevator. She screamed, swung the iron rod in her hand, and smashed it randomly, but the zombie was not afraid of pain at all, and directly threw Yu to the ground. She screamed again, and lay in the cold elevator, with the iron rod in her hand across the zombie's teeth. The 2 zombies who were knocking on the glass door in the distance seemed to be inspired and no longer wanted to go out and bite Sue. They turned around and moved towards Yu in the elevator. Yu was extremely panicked and screamed for help. Sue was standing outside the glass door with her arms folded, calmly watching the tragedy about to happen inside the glass door. She had no intention of helping Yu at all. A person who can survive in the end times, a mother who has to take care of not only herself but also her children in the end times, must not only have courage but also strategy and know how to find ways to get herself out of danger when encountering difficulties. Behind Sue, Leing slowly walked up. She was thinking, and when she walked to Sue's side, Leing had already analyzed the pros and cons of the whole thing in her mind. She stood beside Sue, looked at the glass door, frowned and said, "Let me help her. She can't get out by herself." As she was speaking, Yu, who was pinned by the zombies in the elevator, saw 2 zombies wandering towards her. Her son's cries were becoming more and more hoarse. Yu felt extremely painful in her heart. She didn't care how the 2 claws of the zombies on her body were scratching her body and shoulders. Yu swung the iron rod in her hand, pinned the zombie under her, and started beating him desperately. Nowadays, ordinary zombies like this have low IQs. The zombie that Yu was sitting under was not much bigger than Yu, so his strength was naturally average. He was still biting Yu's iron rod in his mouth. Even when Yu let go, the zombie still held the iron rod in his mouth. It even pushed Yu. From the look of its expression, it seemed that it wanted to push Yu down, then get up and pounce on her to bite her. Since the zombies pushed her away, Yu didn't want to fight anymore. She got up and ran away without having time to retrieve her iron rod. At this time, the 2 zombies outside the elevator had already swayed to the elevator door. Yu ran out from between the 2 zombies, approached the closed glass door, unlocked it, and when the 3 zombies behind her turned around and walked towards her, she had already gone out and closed the glass door again. Baby, baby, my son. Safe now. Qin body was covered with holes scratched by zombies, and the white hair in her down jacket floated out from the holes. Qin ran all the way, like a fairy scattering flowers, and her face was covered with tears and snot, as well as black dirty marks and red scratches. But at this moment, Qin didn't care about tidying herself up and went to hug her son. Qin and her son were almost separated from each other.
Wife.
On the windowsill of the 4th floor, another man ran out and looked down at Qin in disbelief. Qin comforted her son in her arms while looking up, waving at the man and saying, "Husband, come down. These zombies are very slow and not that scary. Don't go. Look at your wife. Her body is covered with holes from zombies. There are also wounds on her face. She might turn into a zombie too." Someone beside the man whispered a reminder, and the man, who originally wanted to go down, began to waver. Qin was downstairs, holding the child in her arms. Once reminded, she also noticed the holes all over her body, and she immediately stood there in a daze. Don't listen to him. Only being bitten by a zombie will cause direct infection. Scratches are fine. Besides, even if you are infected, you may turn into a zombie or evolve into a mutant. This is possible. Leing, who was standing by, glanced at Su as she said this. She then rolled her eyes and enthusiastically embraced Qin motionless body, taking her and the child in her arms to the car. Since your husband refuses to come down and is afraid that you will turn into a zombie, you should come with us and let your husband fend for himself.
But
Qin, who was being held by Leing and walked forward, had a confused mind. She had just rushed down and escaped from the mouths of those terrible monsters. Before she had time to be happy, she was frightened by the possibility that she would become a zombie. Then her husband hesitated and did not come down, and she did not have the energy to go up to pick up her husband. After hearing what Leing said, she could only hold her son in a daze and get into the car with Leing. Su, who was watching from the side, felt that Leing's action at this moment was really intriguing. Just now, Leing advised her not to meddle in other people's business, but now she was so enthusiastic about Qin and Ruer. What was the reason? However, Su felt that Leing's observation ability was good. At least Leing knew, through such a long period of experience, that the way humans were infected with the Doomsday virus was through the bites of zombies. Qin had no injuries on her body, and the injuries on her face were scratches. Fortunately, the end of the world happened in winter, and everyone was wearing cotton clothes. If it was summer, it would be hard to say. Having said that, zombies will of course evolve. After evolution, the zombies will gradually become poisonous all over their bodies. Not only are their mouths and claws poisonous, but some zombies even have poison in their hair. The higher the level of zombie evolution, the more poisonous they are. But in general, as long as human skin is intact and there are no broken wounds, even if the zombie blood with the most powerful virus is sprayed onto human skin, it will not cause direct infection. At this time, all the zombies that could appear on the entire street had been wiped out by Su and others. The team had a rich harvest of crystal cores. Su had no intention of helping the people upstairs to kill the 3 zombies in the glass door. She just frowned slightly and watched Leing and Qin walk into the car. Then Su also got into the car and drove away while hearing the call of Qin's husband on the 4th floor windowsill. The zombies on the street have been cleared away. Although there are some cars parked haphazardly on the road, the street is wide enough and does not affect driving. In the passenger seat, Su looked back and could not see the car at the back where Leing was sitting. She frowned and thought for a while, then turned her head to look at Yiyu, who was driving, and asked, "That Leing? What happened to Leing?" Yiyu was driving, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand rummaging around in the car, trying to find an open space to put the crystal cores on his body. Otherwise, there were too many of them, making his pockets bulge, and he was afraid that they would fall out if he ran or jumped. Accidentally, he found a medical record book for Yiyu. He raised his hand and just took out the medical record book. A piece of paper was pulled out from it. On the paper, There was a photo of little love that looked like a small comma, and it fell so blatantly next to Yi's hand. What the Hades? Yi was driving. He glanced down at the small comma without looking at it carefully and threw the medical record in his hand out of the window. Just as he was about to reach out to pick up the B ultrasound report beside him, Su saw that Yi had thrown away her medical record and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you sick?" "Oh, you witch." Yiyu, who was called sick, raised his hand and didn't pick up the ultrasound report. He put his big palm directly on the top of Su's head, pressed it down, and threatened. "You said your brother is sick?
Ha!
You're looking for death.
Get lost."
Su opened Yiyu's hand, bent down to pick up the ultrasound report that Yiyu had dropped beside him, folded it carefully, and put it in the box in front of the passenger seat of the car. Then she turned back and glared at Yiyu, warning, "Don't touch my things, or I'll beat you up." Okay. Don't move. Your temper is getting worse and worse." After being warned by Su, Yiyu was originally curious about what the comma-like thing on the list was, but now he had no interest at all. He put both hands on the steering wheel and asked, "What did you say happened to Leing just now? What's wrong with Leing?" Su tilted her head and thought for a while. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Leing. She was normal, courageous, hardworking, diligent, and studious. There was nothing wrong with her. But Su just felt that she couldn't get close to someone like Leing. What happened to Leing? Yiyu naturally didn't want to let Su go halfway through the conversation and asked again, but Su couldn't tell Yiyu. How could he, a grown man, have such a keen sixth sense as a woman? Even if he told him, Yiyu wouldn't understand such delicate emotions, so Su shook her head and replied perfunctorily, "Leing is very beautiful." Yiyu, who was driving, glanced at Su with a strange look. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took out the crystal core from his trouser pocket with the other hand and put it in front of the cigarette lighter. He grinned at Su and said attentively, "She's not as pretty as you. You are the prettiest person in the world."
Pooh.
Su glanced at Yiyu, with a faint smile on her face, but her expression was deliberately stern. She raised her hand and punched Yiyu, and roared in a low voice, "Drive carefully, and don't look at me." A howl of pain interrupted the conversation between Yiyu and Su. Seeing that Yiyu was finally willing to drive properly, Su lay back in the passenger seat, closed her eyes and thought about the problem for a while, then took out the crystal core and began to cultivate her spirit. In the last car, Leing comforted Chinyu, tilted her head to look at the apocalyptic scenery passing by outside the window, took out her cell phone, and looked at the text message that Wong Jun had sent her. "Wong Jun, did you have a smooth journey?"
Leing's mila tungkol siyausli.
She was so confused before that she had no time to reply Wong Jun's text message. Now that she had some time, she raised her finger and typed a reply, Leing, "Fortunately, I got more than a dozen crystal cores this time."
Bangyon? Really?
Congratulations. Leing, there's nothing to congratulate. I still haven't found a way to absorb the crystal core. And you know what? I was wrong all along. Su is actually a very powerful person. Her ability is very strange. It's a bit like a mutated ice ability, but not entirely. I saw it by chance today. She can conjure up a huge ice thorn, but those ice thorns melted into water in an instant.
Bangyon.
Leing, don't be indifferent. You only know no matter what I tell you. Now is the end of the world. If we don't work harder and cheer up, we will soon be at the bottom of society. So we have to become stronger. Wong Jun, well, you have always been like this. You will succeed. Of course Leing would succeed. No matter before or after the apocalypse, Leing was the kind of person who would not lag behind and worked hard. That was why she took the initiative to ask the company to transfer her to the city to develop the market. Then she encountered martial law in the city, which led Wong Jun to walk into the city and cut off contact with his family. Wong Jun in the Apple Villa district clenched his phone in a somewhat lonely manner. He stood in the yard of the Su family, looking up at the sky, wondering where his family was at this moment, whether they were alive and well, and whether they were also worried about him. After a while, Leing's text message came again. Wong Jun looked down and saw that it was Leing's words that she had said many times. Leing, you must behave well in the Su family and get along well with Su's parents. I have a hunch that Su is not an ordinary person. She must have mastered some way to become stronger quickly. Otherwise, why is she better than me, who came from the city?
Bangyong, okay.
Leing, don't be so perfunctory. You have always been so unmotivated. That's why I just can't fall in love with you. You have to work hard to appease Su's parents. I must become good friends with Su here. Once I find out the ways and methods to cultivate superpowers, we will become stronger together. Leing always told Wong Jun such words countless times before the end of the world, and his ears were a little calloused. Leing didn't love her. She had made it very clear before, and he loved her and treated her well, but it had nothing to do with her, and he had also made it very clear before. Leing likes men who are full of ambition, the kind of men who stand at the top of the survival chain, and who have a lot to talk about with her. As Wong Jun chatted with her, things unconsciously became like this. She taught him, and he listened perfunctorily. In the end, their conversations always ended in nothing, leaving only a little regret in their hearts. Wong Jun, it's time to eat. In the yard, Su's mother stood by the kitchen door and called out to Wong Jun. He quickly put away his phone, turned around and took the bowl from Su's mother, squatted beside Su's father, and started eating together. After a while, Wong Jun was attracted by a drawing that Su's father was drawing at his feet. He looked at it for a long time with shining eyes and said casually, "Uncle, if you add 2 turrets next to this defense map of your villa, it will be perfect." A gun tower? Father Su narrowed his eyes, picked up the sketch he had drawn from the ground, pointed at the 2 corners on it, and turned to ask Wong Jun, "Can you build a gun tower?" "Yes, I participated in the company's aid project in Africa last year, and built something like this in Zambia." "Oh, that's not simple. He has been to Zambia. What a talent. Come on, let's have a good chat." Su's father was not a professional architect, and the defense diagram of the villa he drew could only fool Su. In fact, in front of a professional architect, such a drawing was full of loopholes. He had never expected that Wong Jun, who worked as a handyman in his house, was actually an architect, and an architect who had been abroad. At this moment, Wong Jun finally had a sincere smile on his face. He was not good at managing interpersonal relationships, nor did he know how to use romantic tricks to make girls happy, so he often felt frustrated. But as long as he talked to him about architecture, drawing, and the like, Wong Jun would talk a lot. When Su's father pulled him aside to talk, he would not hesitate to tell him his ideas in detail. The 2 of them squatted on the ground with bowls in their hands, chatting with saliva flying, and they were just short of dancing. Meanwhile, after an unknown amount of time, Su had absorbed all the crystal cores in her hand. She was awakened from her meditation by a series of crunching sounds. She tilted her head while lying in the passenger seat and saw Yu beside her stuffing something into his mouth and chewing it. "Are you awake? Let's stay in this repair shop tonight." Following Yu's words, Su sat up and looked around. They had no idea when their convoy had entered a large auto repair shop. There were messy auto parts all around. King Kong and the others had already gotten out of their cars and were rummaging through the parts in the repair shop, intending to fix their broken cars. A little further away, Qin Yu was holding her child and coaxing him. Leing was sitting on the side, staring down at the 2 knives in her hands. No one knew what she was doing, but she was full of energy. Li Xiaoyu and Peng Yuzhong were looking for supplies everywhere. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "What are you eating?" "Crystal core." In the dimly lit darkness, Yu answered as a matter of course. The crystal core in his hand was sparkling. He threw it into his mouth like a candy bean, then turned his head. The smile on Yu's face made Su shudder. In Su's astonished eyes, he generously handed over a handful of crystal cores and asked, "Do you want to eat?"
No.
Su rubbed her stomach and waved her hands hurriedly. "Why did you eat the crystal core?"
"Ha!
"You're such a weird person. Didn't you say there's energy in the crystal core?" "When I eat the crystal core, I'm absorbing the energy." Pointing at Yu's bulging, chewing mouth, Su couldn't help it, turned around, opened the car door, bent over and vomited wildly beside the car door. Eating crystal core equals absorbing energy. This formula was the first time Su, who had experienced the apocalypse in 12 years, had seen it. Wasn't Yu's stomach uncomfortable? A burst of scalding temperature suddenly came from behind his thin back. Yu came over, patted Su's back, and asked with a worried look on his face, "What's wrong with you? Why are you vomiting like this? Are you sickened by those zombies again?" You make me sick." Su vomited so much that tears came out of the corners of her eyes. She turned around and pushed Yu away with a slap. She took a crystal core from Yu's finger, lowered her head, and rubbed the bitter bile from her mouth onto Yu's sleeves. Then she said bitterly, "Look how I absorb it." As soon as she finished speaking, the crystal core on Su's fingertips turned into a handful of powder. She raised her eyes and gently rubbed the powder on her fingertips. The powder adhered to Su's skin like pearl powder from girls' homes and looked particularly beautiful under the dim light. Seeing this, Yu's face was full of curiosity. After a long time, Yu gave up and directly threw the crystal core on his fingertips into his mouth and began to chew it with a crunch. Trouble, it's still more convenient this way. Seeing that Yu insisted on absorbing energy by eating crystal cores, Su's pregnancy reaction was already severe, and now she was feeling even more nauseous. She opened the car door and jumped out, urgently needing to get away from Yu and breathe some normal, fresh air.
Goddess.
In the distance, King Kong came over happily, holding a handful of black and red crystal cores in his dark hands. He walked towards Su while throwing crystal cores into his mouth and said, "Goddess, there is a bed inside. You sleep there tonight. We will sleep in the car." Su saw King Kong also throwing the crystal core into his mouth and asked hesitantly, "Have you washed your crystal core? Wanna wash?" King Kong asked Su strangely and threw another black and red crystal core into his mouth. The reason why those crystal cores were black and red was because the zombie blood on them was not washed clean. They were very short of water. Okay, where was the petty bourgeoisie to wash it before eating? This time, Su couldn't say a word anymore. She covered her mouth and ran to the corner too. It was one thing to be disgusted by Yu and his gang, but more of it was her pregnancy reaction. Once she vomited, she couldn't stop vomiting. In the end, she vomited until there was no more bitter bile water too, but she still vomited. Behind him, Leing brought a glass of water, with a concerned look on her face. Seeing Su sitting on a pile of tires, she handed the glass to him and said with a smile, "You're not used to it, right?" At first, I was also surprised to see Brother Yi and the others eating crystal cores like this. I also tried to absorb the energy in the crystal cores like them, but I never got the hang of it. Su didn't say anything. She lowered her head. Her long hair spread messily behind her head and on her cheeks. Her hair was dark and moist, making her face look pale and weak. Her lips were pink with a hint of white. She looked like Lin Daiyu, as fragile as she could be. The cup of water that Leing handed over was still held in front of Su's nose. Su didn't take it, and Leing didn't take it back. The two of them were deadlocked in such a strange atmosphere. The expression on Su's face became more and more indifferent, and the smile on Leing's face became more and more awkward. At this moment, Yu finally felt guilty and walked over. "Hey sister, if you keep vomiting like this, when will your stomach come out?" He walked to the tire where Su was sitting, sat down next to her, put one hand on her back, and took the cup of water held by Leing with the other hand, drank it all, and said to Leing, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yu interrupted the weird atmosphere in time, and the smile on Leing's face became somewhat natural again. She shrugged and glanced at Su, who looked incredibly pale. "Then you have a good rest. I'll go help you look after the child." After saying that, Leing left, but she walked very slowly all the way. Su didn't even need to use her 5 senses to know that Leing turned a corner and stopped walking. She curled her lips, tilted her head to look at Yu beside her, looked at the water stains at the corners of his mouth, raised her hand, and slammed her elbow into Yu's stomach. This guy who needs water. Just as Yu was holding his stomach and howling, Leing, who was at the corner, found that she couldn't hear any words that were valuable for practicing superpowers, so she turned around to help King Kong. At this time, King Kong was looking for a suitable tire to spare for his car. Leing walked over, also holding a glass of water. After handing it to King Kong, she rolled up her sleeves to help King Kong sort out the pile of tires in front and started chatting with King Kong. "Brother King Kong, I have a question that seems really strange. Can I ask you?"
Ask.
"I just want to know, what is the relationship between Su Su and Big Brother Yi? I always hear Big Brother Yi calling Su Su sister. Are they siblings?" King Kong's expression became a little unpredictable. He straightened up, wiped his dirty hands on his clothes, and laughed. "How do they look like brother and sister? Is that a lover? Do they look like lovers to you? I tell you, they are enemies. Sworn enemies who have ruined the normal lives of both parties." Leing looked at King Kong speechlessly. In fact, she had long known that Yi Yu and his gang were not simple people. Although they seemed to have simple minds, in fact, no secrets could be extracted from their mouths. This made Leing want to integrate into their circle even more. In the apocalypse, if one could have a group of capable people like Yi Yu around him, it would be a resource wealth in itself. She was a person who was very good at developing interpersonal relationships, and she didn't believe that she couldn't conquer Yi Yu's group. Leing was getting more and more courageous. The more she couldn't find out the relationship between Su Su and Yi Yu, the more she wanted to know. It didn't matter if King Kong didn't say it today. With so many big-headed soldiers, she would ask and approach them one by one, and she didn't believe that she couldn't find out. The repair shop is located in a large factory area. It is estimated that when the doomsday comes, all the survivors in the factory will run away, and the zombies will follow these survivors away, so there are not many zombies left here. It is already late at night, and Leing suggested that everyone close the door of the repair shop. She put some water for everyone to wash up and go to bed. Qin Yu's son was still whimpering and crying. Li Xiaoyu was single and had never been married. Peng Yuzhong was busy with work and had a son at home, but he was taken care of by his wife and mother, so naturally they had no experience in coaxing children. Leing had no intention of wasting her time on a child who knew nothing. She was busy building good friendships with King Kong and others. Su Su was originally beating Yi Yu, but when she heard Qin Yu's son whimpering, she stopped playing with Yi Yu, turned around and walked out of the corner, slowly walked to Qin Yu's side, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" The little guy was lying on Qin Yu's shoulder, humming weakly, with tears still on his face. His little face was dirty, just like a little African refugee. Qin Yu turned around a little embarrassedly, facing Su Su, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I will coax him to sleep quickly. Why are you going to bed so early?" Su Su tilted her head, walked back to her jeep, casually took out a bag of bread and a box of potato chips from the car, handed them to the little boy on Qin Yu's shoulder, and asked softly, "Do you want to eat?" The little boy raised his chin slightly, looked at the bread and potato chips in Su Su's hand, and tilted his head carefully to look at his mother. Qin Yu waved her hands quickly, with a panic expression on her face. No, we have already caused you a lot of trouble. You don't have to give us food. I will take Ruer away when we get to a safe place. Eat it. I can't finish it all by myself. This is for your son, not for you." Su Su stuffed the bread and potato chips into little Ruer's arms. The 2-year-old child's attention was immediately attracted by the supplies in his arms. He held the bread and potato chips in his little hands, opened his big eyes, and looked at his mother, as if asking his mother to open them for him, or as if asking for his mother's consent. Qin Yu lowered her head, tears in her eyes, and her throat was blocked. She nodded, said thank you to Su Su, put Ruer on the ground, squatted in front of Ruer, opened the bread and potato chips for Ruer. After she finished all this, she watched Ruer eating happily, looked up, and when she was about to thank Su Su again, she found that Su Su had left. Qin Yu didn't need to say it, and Su Su didn't need to ask. Everyone knew that in the end times, women, children, and the elderly are absolutely vulnerable groups. This is not only reflected in the disparity in their power, but also in the final distribution of materials. They can only get a very small part or simply no share. No one knew how long Ruer hadn't eaten, but today's bread and potato chips were the best meal Ruer had ever had since the end of the world, and also the richest meal Xie and Ruer had ever had. Qinyu's gratitude to Su was beyond words. As a mother, whoever treats her child well has done the right thing. It didn't matter if Su didn't look good to Qinyu, and it didn't matter if she didn't treat Qinyu warmly. The meal that Su gave to Ruer today was exchanged for Qinyu's life and death companionship. On the other hand, Su never thought about getting Qinyu's gratitude. After walking around the repair shop, she found that Ruer had already finished eating the bread and potato chips. He was now lying in Qinyu's arms and fell into a deep sleep. She nodded to Qinyu, pointed to the office in the repair shop, and said to Qinyu, "Take the child in and sleep." No, we've already troubled you. No need. I'll hold him and just sit here. Go ahead. I'll sleep in the car. Only after a good rest can I have the strength to kill zombies and protect your son. It has to be said that Su really showed the greatest patience and tolerance towards the two types of survivors, the mother and the child. Although she still had a stern face and turned back to her jeep without giving way to rejection before she finished her words, the compassion and kindness in her words were still felt by Qinyu and Ruer. If Qinyu had not forgotten, King Kong had previously told everyone loudly that the bed in the office was reserved for Su, and the bed that Su let her and her son sleep on was actually the bed that Su should sleep on. Looking at Leing, who had been quite enthusiastic towards them before, she was now inviting Yu and others to wash their faces and feet. Of course, she also symbolically called Su, but Su ignored Leing at all, got into the car, and slammed the door shut. For someone who has lived in the apocalypse for 12 years, not washing for a day or two is not fatal. Leing is just a bit hypocritical. She insisted on making Yu and King Kong comfortable and even let Su share a bucket of water with these men. In the passenger seat, Su was thinking hard whether to get rid of Yu and his group tomorrow morning. She took Xiao AI to find Jiao by herself, because seeing Li Ying's enthusiasm for these men, Su was really a little annoyed. She has never been a person who can do big things. Su has the self-knowledge, and now she also understands that people like Leing are the kind of people who are calculating and can do big things. However, such people have never been to Su's taste since her previous life, because such people can be friends with you today because of some benefits, but will get rid of you without hesitation tomorrow when you are no longer of use to them. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of the driver's seat was opened from the outside, and Yu sat in with a trace of heat. Seeing Su lying on the passenger seat with her eyes closed, he moved closer. Not knowing what he was going to do, Su opened her eyes, which scared Yu instead. "Oh, sister, you are not asleep. Are you done washing?" "I didn't wash it." King Kong drank all the water she had. Yu had a somewhat resentful expression on his face, as if King Kong had taken all the benefits. He felt a little resentful in his heart, and then he looked at Su in a flattering manner and asked, "Su, give me a sip of water." Su glanced at Yu and reached into the air. A large drop of water gathered in her palm. It had no container and was not scattered around. It was like a translucent crystal, shining brightly in Su's hand. Yu, who was standing beside him, saw it and took the big water droplet from Su's hand in amazement. He squeezed it, and it felt like he was squeezing a large ball of jelly, soft and tangible. It tasted sweet, clear, and cool. Yu praised it highly and was about to say a few words to compliment Su when a scholar outside the car window came over with a thirsty look on his face. He knocked on the car window, and Yu opened it. The scholar leaned his head into the car, pointed at his chapped lips, and said to Su pitifully, "Goddess, please give me some water." Su followed her instructions and gave the scholar a large water drop. After the scholar finished drinking it, he gave Su a thumbs up and asked, "How did you do that? You made the water have a shape, but Leing can't do that." "Tsk, she?" Su tilted her head with disdain, folded her arms, closed her eyes, and ignored Yu and the scholar. She didn't want to say bad things about Leing in front of anyone because Leing didn't do anything wrong. It was just that her philosophy of life didn't match Susu's. But when Susu heard the scholar comparing her with Leing, she couldn't help but utter a disdainful tone. Leing was at most a first-level water-based psychic, and Susu was almost at the third level. A third-level psychic naturally had the pride that a third-level psychic should have. She could do what Leing couldn't do, and she could understand what Leing couldn't understand. Yet, Leing wanted to be on par with Susu. This was an insult to Susu. Of course, the scholar who said this did not understand Susu's pride. Although he did not understand, his nerve, which was thicker than an elephant's thigh, finally felt Susu's dislike for Leing under Yiyu's eyes. The scholar and Yiyu looked at each other. Yiyu looked impatient and chased the scholar away like a fly.
Get lost.
How can our Susu be compared to Leing? Yes, our Susu is the best. The scholar immediately nodded and said yes and rolled away quickly. At the same time, he immediately put up a big warning line in his heart, thinking that in the future, he should stay as far away from Leing as possible. Susu doesn't like Leing, which means Yiyu doesn't like her either. How weird is it that these people praise the person that Yiyu doesn't like? At this time, the voices in the repair shop gradually quieted down. Susu tilted her head, hugged her arms, and was half asleep and half awake. Suddenly, she heard Yiyu lying flat on the driver's seat and preparing to lie down. She opened her eyes, looked over, and said, "I'm sleeping in the car tonight." "Where do I sleep then?" "Go and squeeze in with your brothers."
No.
Yiyu shook his head and refused, lying down next to Susu. "Their snoring is too loud, and I still have to be on duty in the second half of the night. Sleeping in the same car with them will affect my sleep." As he spoke, Yiyu closed his eyes and let out bursts of shouting sounds. He deliberately used this gesture to show his firm attitude that he must squeeze into the same car with Susu. Susu's teeth began to itch again. She really didn't mean to be mean to Yiyu on purpose. Seeing Yiyu's attitude, could she be nice to him? She looked at Yiyu for a long time with a cold face, wanting to use this silent protest to let Yiyu know how inappropriate he was doing. But Yiyu's face was thicker than the corner of the city wall. He just ignored Susu's cold eyes and lay down without moving. "Whatever you want, scoundrel." Susu also lay down. She turned over, touched her lower abdomen, and took deep breaths, trying to stay restrained and calm. She wanted to avoid accidentally killing Xiao Ai's biological father. Otherwise, when Xiao Ai asked where her father had gone in the future, Susu would not know how to explain. After a while of silence, Susu yawned, and then she felt Yiyu beside her pull out a blanket from somewhere. The blanket smelled very new, as if it had just been bought from the store and had not been washed yet. Yiyu gently covered her with the blanket and then asked softly from behind her, "Susu, do you hate me?"
No, Hatri.
Susu turned her back to Yiyu and answered calmly with her eyes closed.
Why?
"I ruined everything for you." "No, you gave a lot." In the darkness, Susu slightly opened her eyes, reached out and touched her belly, smiled silently, and then fell asleep peacefully. Behind her, Yiyu seemed to feel that Susu was very tired. Although he didn't understand what Susu meant, it was not a good time to ask her. After a long time, Yiyu forgot what he wanted to ask Susu. He closed his eyes, watched the back of Susu's head fall asleep. In the second half of the night, the shift change started at 3 a.m., and except Susu and Ruer, everyone participated in the shift. The scholar, the fortune teller, Leing and Li Xiaoyu guarded the first half of the night, while Yiyu, King Kong, and Peng Yuzhong guarded the second half of the night. As soon as Yiyu woke up, Susu also woke up. She sat up, followed Yiyu out of the car, climbed to the window on the second floor of the repair shop, and looked out. Perhaps she smelled the scent of a living person. She knew that outside the repair shop, there were already more than a dozen zombies surrounding it. She turned around and saw King Kong and Yiyu standing and talking at the bottom of the stairs, so she came down from the second floor, stood on a slightly higher place, bent her waist, and pulled out the saber from Yiyu's back. "Where are you going?" Yi turned around and looked at Su Su, who had already walked down the stairs. Su Su turned around, weighed the saber in her hand, raised her eyebrows, and replied, "Don't waste the beautiful scenery. I'm going out to exercise." You guys continued chatting. Together, we were just saying that this long night is so boring. King Kong patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, and the two of them followed Su Su to the gate, one in front and one behind. Seeing this, Pru Jong picked up his gun and machete and followed behind. Walking to the heavy iron door, King Kong stepped forward, grasped the handle of the iron door with both hands, and pushed it to the side easily. The zombies wandering outside the iron gate seemed to have suddenly found their target. They turned around one by one and walked towards the gate of the repair shop. Yi was the first to rush out, followed by King Kong. Su Su also ran out with his sabers tightly clenched in both hands. The three of them ran very fast, not because the situation was urgent, but because they were afraid that they would be too slow and the zombies would be snatched away by others. Pru Jong followed behind and originally wanted to shoot, but after thinking about it, he decided to use all his physical strength first. After all, it was not a critical moment now, and his ammunition was limited. He should save the limited ammunition for the most critical moment. Dozens of zombies were killed by the fierce Su Su trio in front in a short while. Pru Jong killed 2 of them. He endured the nausea and followed the example of King Kong and Yi to find the crystal core from the zombie's brain. It is said that there is some energy in the crystal core that can supplement the consumption of the psychic superpowers.
Shusho.
Not far away, Pru Jong wiped the 2 crystal cores in his hand. When Su Su turned around after hearing what he said, Pru Jong took out a handful of crystal cores from his down jacket pocket and handed the 2 crystal cores in his hand to her. "Here you go." "No, you hit it, take it yourself." Su Su shook her head, looking at the smile on Pru Jong's face. She was determined not to take these crystal cores. He was just an ordinary person who had finally overcome the obstacles in his heart, killed a few zombies, and obtained a few rare crystal cores. Would she feel embarrassed to take his crystal cores? "I have no use for them, and besides, it's a farewell gift." Pru Jong handed them to Su Su again, looked at Yi Yu and King Kong coming over, and smiled. "Thank you, Su Su. It's you who gave me this courage. When it gets light soon, I will leave you. These are my apprenticeship gifts." "Thank you." He was already in his 30s, and a man of his age naturally had a wife and children. It was just that the end of the world came too suddenly, and he was terrified and confused for several days. Finally, when he saw Qin Yu and Ruer, the longing for his wife and children came overwhelmingly. In the dark night, the cold wind was blowing, and Su Su looked at the man in front of her speechlessly. She didn't want to say that it was the end of the world now, and people were drifting away. The distance that could be reached before the end of the world was now extremely difficult, as if it was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Because she had also lost her loved ones, she moved forward without hesitation on the road to finding her relatives, and kept walking for 10 years. In this world, those who have the courage to look for people are all warriors. Su Su nodded and took the crystal core from Pru Jong. She felt a little bleak, but still smiled and wished him well. "I hope you can find your wife and children soon."
Thank you.
"I will." Pru Jong nodded, turned around, and walked into the repair shop. There were still a few hours before dawn, so he had to make some preparations. There were quite a few cars in the repair shop, and if he drove away any one of them, Li Xiaoyu, Leing and Ruer would all have a car to ride. However, because it was a journey of one person, Pru Jong paid a lot of attention when choosing a car. It had to be crash-resistant, have a large space, and be able to hold a lot of supplies. Finally, Pru Jong found a BMW SUV and moved 2 boxes of guns and ammunition from the previous car. He didn't want more, thinking that Li Xiaoyu and Qin Yu were ordinary people who might need hot weapons, so he left the remaining guns and bullets to Li Xiaoyu and Qin Yu. At this time, Li Xiaoyu had already woken up and was busy helping Pru Jong. A trace of sadness of parting could not help but fill her eyes. She asked with a choked throat, "Brother Peng, are you really going to leave?" "Well, we have to go." "We have to." Pru Jong carried some supplies to his car, then turned around and hugged Li Xiuyu. Although they had only been together for a few days, a revolutionary friendship had already developed between him and Li Xiuyu. Xiuyu, take care of yourself. Remember what I said. No matter what happens, you must stay with Su Su. Don't get involved with your friend and those classmates. Okay, I'll remember that. Li Xiuyu couldn't help it. With tears in her eyes, she hugged Pru Jong and patted his strong back. Her reluctance was beyond words. From now on, she didn't know if she would see him again. Brother Peng, take care of yourself. You must take care of yourself. If you can't find your wife and children, come back. Don't worry, I will. Pru Jong smiled confidently, let go of Li Xiuyu, turned around and got in the car, started, reversed, and left. Li Xiuyu followed behind his car, walked a few steps, waved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Leing, who was not far away, was sleeping on the back seat. She just glanced at Pru Jong, closed her eyes without feeling anything, and continued to make up for her sleep.
She needed to rest.
Only when she had a good rest could she continue to help King Kong and others and have the strength to kill the zombies. So now she had no intention of saying goodbye to her friend. Especially in the end times, when it is not certain whether she will ever see the person again, it is not worth Li Ying's investment of energy and effort. Outside the iron gate of the repair shop, Su Su and Yi Yu were fighting over a zombie. It was dawn, and after Yi Yu and King Kong had killed all the zombies around, only this one was left. The two immediately started fighting, both wanting to kill this zombie, and neither wanted to let the other kill it. At the end of the argument, Su Su was almost violent with Yi Yu again. King Kong was squatting not far away picking his teeth, watching the zombie being led back and forth by Su Su and Yi Yu with boredom. He was thinking that if Su Su and Yi Yu didn't kill this zombie, he would have to kill the last zombie himself. Pru Jong's car slowly drove out. Su Su stopped her fist that was about to hit Yi Yu, turned around and looked at Pru Jong sitting in the car, raised her hand and smiled at him. When Pru Jong's car approached, she turned sideways, her braids tied casually behind her head flying in the wind, her white and slender fingers pointed forward, her eyes curved into two small moons. Go ahead. The road is smooth. We have dealt with all the zombies ahead. I wish you all the best.
Thanks.
Pru Jong, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the empty and broad road ahead, and turned his head with gratitude to look at Su Su and Yi Yu outside the car, as well as the zombie behind them that was being silently killed by King Kong. The journey was smooth, which was a good sign. He did not need to say many words of thanks. Pru Jong just kept it in mind. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and with one man and one car, they rushed towards the future of finding their relatives in the rising sun. King Kong, you're so mean. You actually stole my monster. Suddenly, Yi Yu turned around and found that the zombie used to tease Su Su was snatched away by King Kong at some point. He was furious and kicked King Kong on the ace. The two ran away cursing. Su Su looked in the direction where Pru Jong left, and after a while, turned around and went back to the repair shop. It was not yet completely light, and the light in the repair shop was still as dim as at night. Li Xiuyu was alone in the open space, practicing the fighting skills taught by Pru Jong. Qin Yu had already gotten up. She found an electric kettle in the office, and was wondering what to do. When she saw Su Su walk in, she blushed and walked up to her and asked, Su Su, do you want to eat noodles? When asking this, Qin Yu was actually very embarrassed. After all, she had just joined Su Su's team yesterday and hadn't gotten to know the team well enough. She didn't know whether Su Su would agree to let her take the noodles from the car.
Yes, it's like this.
I won't eat your supplies for nothing. I will go out to kill zombies and help find supplies. But can you let me cook some noodles first? Ruer will wake up soon. If there is nothing to eat, Ruer will cry again. I just thought. Eat, make me a bowl of noodles too. I've been busy all night, and must be tired. Su Su interrupted Qin Yu's explanation, and filled Qin Yu's electric kettle with water. She stretched, turned around, and prepared to go back to the car to sleep. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped and turned around. Her eyes were as dark as an ancient well, looking at Qin Yu behind her. It's not easy for you to kill zombies with a child alone. I suggest you find a waist stool or a strap to tie the child to your body. Following Su's words, Qinyu held the electric kettle full of water in her hand and looked at Li Xiaoyu, who was sweating profusely on the open space. The dog-leg knife was dancing with a whirring sound. Qinyu nodded. Just as she was about to express her opinion to Su, saying that she would definitely do as Su said, Su was no longer there. After she finished speaking, Su went back to the car to sleep. 10 minutes later, Qinyu found some disposable bowls and chopsticks in the office and cooked noodles for Ruer. Due to the simple conditions and lack of seasonings for her to show off her cooking skills, Ruer rubbed his sleepy eyes and was so happy to see the noodles that Qinyu brought to him that he ate them all in no time. Qinyu rubbed her red eyes, smiled at Ruer, and took out a set of disposable bowls and chopsticks from the office. She cooked a bowl of noodles for Su with the remaining water. At this time, Leing also got up. She heard what Su and Qinyu said when she was in the car. After getting up, Leing went straight into the office and told Qinyu, "I'll get some water for you. You cook a bowl of noodles for Brother Yi and Brother King Kong." "Oh, okay." Qinyu would naturally not refuse as there was water, flour, and electricity. In fact, Qinyu felt very satisfied to be able to do even a little bit for the team, as it proved that she was still a useful person. After Leing went to drain the water, Qinyu held the bowl of noodles for Su, carefully put it into a plastic bag, and said to Ruer, "Son, take the noodles to Sister Su. Mommy still has to make noodles for other uncles and aunts." "Good." Ruer was full and nodded sensibly. Holding the plastic bag in his little fleshy hands, he walked towards Su's car. At this time, Su had fallen asleep in the car. In a half-awake state, she felt a small, subtle knock on her car door. There was no malicious intent. The person who came was a little psychic with very, very weak energy. Su opened the car door in a daze, tilted her head, squinted her eyes, and saw Xiao AI holding a big, white plastic bag with a smile on her face, calling her. "Mom said it's time to eat noodles." "Mommy is eating noodles." Su was suddenly heartbroken. Her eyes widened, and she rolled off the passenger seat, unable to tell the difference between her past and present lives. She hugged the 2-year-old child in front of her and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Mom didn't mean it, I'm sorry, where are you? Where are you?" She didn't mean to abandon Xiao AI. She really didn't mean to. She just had to go out to complete a mission, and it was inconvenient for her to take Xiao AI with her. She definitely didn't mean to abandon Xiao AI on purpose. She was sorry for Xiao AI. She was sorry for Xiao AI. Wow, Ruer was only a 2-year-old child who could not even speak clearly. At this moment, Su was holding him and crying and kissing him. He was so scared that he also started crying. The crying of the two, one big and one small, shocked everyone in the repair shop. Yi ran over quickly and yelled at the two of them, "What's going on? Stop crying." Su was yelled at and came back to her senses instantly. She opened her eyes and saw that the person she was holding was not Xiao AI. Where did Xiao AI go? At that moment, Su was a little dazed, a little confused, and a little hard to accept. Her eyes turned red, and tears fell again. Yi lifted him up, and King Kong, the scholar, the fortune teller, Li Xiaoyu, Leing, and Qinyu all came over. Leing stepped forward and slapped the plastic bag out of Ruer's hand, asking, "What's wrong with you, kid? You can't even deliver a bowl of noodles?" Qinyu stepped forward and protected Ruer, looking at the furious Leing with fear on her face. The others looked at Su who had a distracted expression, and then at Ruer, who was choked by fear, and no one said a word. Sua, wake up. Yi helped Su sit in the car, patted Su's face, and said anxiously, "It's me, baby, it's me. Are you having a nightmare? Take a deep breath. She took a deep breath and exhaled according to Yi's rhythm, and then she remembered that, she was reborn, and she was not doing missions outside, nor was she looking for Xiao AI. Xiao AI was still in her belly. Unconsciously, Su touched her belly, then looked at the small Ruer squatting on the ground. She pushed Yu, who was blocking the way in front of her, fell off the passenger seat, knelt in front of Ruer, reached out her hand, gently touched Ruer's head from Chinyu's arms, and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Ruer. Annie had a nightmare and scared you just now. I'm sorry. Did you ask Annie to eat noodles?"
Mom. Say.
"Eat noodles, sister." Ruer was so scared that he hid in Chinyu's arms, but he still tried very hard to finish his words. Su was very sad, so she hurriedly climbed into the car, found a bag of candy, and stuffed it into Ruer's arms. She really heard it wrong. She thought Ruer was shouting, "Mom, eat noodles." "Thanks." Ruer lowered his head and picked at the candy bag with his little finger. He looked at the plastic bag that had fallen to the ground with some discomfort and whispered, "The noodles are rotten." "It's not rotten. It's still edible." Hearing this, Su quickly picked up the plastic bag on the ground, opened it, untied the chopsticks that were stained with noodles, sighed, and started eating while holding the plastic bag in front of Ruer.
Don't eat it.
"I'll make you another bowl." Chinyu, who was holding Ruer, couldn't bear to watch. She sniffed and raised her hand to take the plastic bag from Su's hand. However, Su gave way and pointed 2 chopsticks at Ruer, but looked at Chinyu and said, "It's the end of the world now. You have to teach him to cherish food and not waste it." Her little AI was well educated. Once, Su exchanged a crystal core for a bun for little AI. Although little AI was full and didn't want to eat anymore, little AI held the bun in her little hands from morning to noon. She was not like other children who would throw away something they didn't like. "Alas, my little love, it will take another 8 months before we meet." Su ate the noodles in her hand, stood up, lowered her head, and left the group of people, found a secluded corner, ate her noodles quietly, reminiscing and looking forward to the future. After she left, Leing took a deep breath and looked at the faces of Yu and others. Everyone looked normal and did not show any expression of blame towards Chinyu and her son. Yu even bent down and opened the bag of candy in Ruer's arms. So Leing also smiled, and with a cheerful face, she helped Chinyu up from her kneeling position and then touched Ruer's head, apologizing, "Little boy, Andy was a little fierce just now. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter." Chinyu shook her head. Although she said so, the unfamiliarity between their postures became stronger. Ruer was the same. He originally liked Aunt Leing very much, but after what happened just now, he felt that he liked Sister Su more. In fact, people's hearts are much smarter than their brains, and children's hearts are the most sensitive. Children can see most clearly who is truly kind to them and who is not. Even though Su hugged Ruer and cried just now, which scared the child a little, he felt that Sister Su was easier to get along with. How could a shrewd person like Leing not notice the estrangement between the mother and son? It's just that she has never paid much attention to people who live worse than her and whose abilities are more than one level lower than hers. Leing doesn't care about how Chinyu and Ruer feel. What she cares about is the mood of Su, Yu, King Kong, and others. It's just that Su, although she looks sweet and kind, is actually very difficult to approach. Leing also knows how to act in a measured way, fearing that if she acts too close, Su will feel disgusted with her. After thinking about it, Leing went to talk to Li Xiaoyu. Here, Yu, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller found some gasoline in the repair shop and repaired their cars. They tightened the screws that needed to be tightened and reinforced the places that needed to be reinforced. Only then did they have time to talk to Su. Su was sitting on the windowsill on the 2nd floor, touching her belly. She was wearing a down jacket, thick and fleece-lined maternity pants with small cuffs, and a pair of camel hair boots. She was looking at the world outside the window with a pale face. The weather was pretty good today. The snow had stopped, the wind had died down, and she could even vaguely see the shadow of the sun. In a month or so, it will be the Lunar New Year. Humans will not be able to celebrate this year's New Year, but after this year, some small bases will be established one after another, and there will be many areas where survivors can huddle together for warmth. The army is about to arrive, and a field hospital is under construction. If he couldn't find Zhe Shijiao on the way to the hospital, Su Su planned to go to the Yeti hospital to keep an eye on it after the Chinese New Year. Will it be as painful to give birth to Xiao Ai this time as it was last time? Her heart was shaking a little. She tilted her head to look downstairs. Qinyu was holding Ruer in one hand and stirring noodles in the electric kettle with the other hand. Alas, the life of a single mother is really tiring. Once a woman has a child, she will live a tiring and happy life all her life. As she was thinking dejectedly, the light beside her dimmed, and in the cold air, a warm current that could not be blocked instantly enveloped Su Su's small body. She looked up and saw Yu, whose face was full of worry, and he was looking down at her. "You look like you'll break if you pinch you." He walked to her feet and sat down on the windowsill. He stretched out his long arm, touched Su Su's forehead, then touched his own, and said in a serious manner, "Your body temperature is very low. It looks like you're about to turn into a corpse."
Yeyu.
Su Su touched her belly, ignored Yu's teasing, and softly called Xiao Ai's biological father. With a faint light in her eyes, she asked, "Do you like children?" "Child? Well, if you had a child like Ruer, would you like him?" "Oh, my sister, don't scare me." Yu looked like he had seen a ghost. He looked at Ruer downstairs and tilted his head to look at Su Su. "I don't want to be Ruer's father. It's time to have a child. It's the end of the world.
I don't even know when I'm going to die.
I'm still dragging him down." This is like the thought process of a normal man. He has slept with Su Su once, so when Su Su asked this, he would definitely have some associations. He should think about why Su Su asked this and what kind of meaning is contained in these words. This is a normal psychological reaction of a normal person.
But Yu was not like that.
He was very straightforward and refused to be Ruer's father. Su Su was so angry that she kicked Yu's thigh with her boots. She rolled her eyes and said tartly, "Remember what you said today, Yu, remember it. Don't worry, even if you have a child, you don't need to be responsible and it won't drag you down. Go to Hades, rascal." She didn't know when she would die, so she didn't want to give birth to a child to suffer in this world. This was the mood of most men at the end of the world. Su Su had seen Yu's thoughts too many times, so she naturally understood. She was still hesitating whether to tell Yu about Xiao Ai's existence, but seeing Yu's reaction, she gave up. Xiao Ai was hers alone. She gave birth to her and raised her, so it wouldn't prevent Yu from dying. "What do you mean?" "Sister, why are you angry with me again?" Yu, who was stunned, rubbed his thigh flesh that was kicked so hard, with an innocent look on his face. It was true that women's hearts were like needles in the sea, and women were tigers. As for Su Su, she didn't want to waste another word with Yu. She got up, went downstairs, got into the car, and went to sleep. The convoy set off in the afternoon. Yu still got into Su Su's car. King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller found 3 off-road vehicles in the repair shop. They could be driven after some repairs. The remaining cars belonged to Qinyu, Ruer, Li Xiaoyu, and Leing. All 5 cars were repaired and filled with gasoline. They also took a lot of oil bottles on the road. After Yu got in the car, the whole cold and enclosed space was like a heater turned on. After a while, Su Su was awakened by the heat. She opened her eyes, turned over, turned her back to Yu, and began to cultivate her spirit without saying a word. This time she did not hesitate and released her cold air with all her strength. Want to heat her to death? She would freeze this rascal to death first. Reminded by the sudden appearance of ice spikes yesterday, Su Su realized that her current water-based abilities seemed to be mutating, but also not like mutations, because she was still a water-based ability user, but the water energy released was abnormally cold and weird. She had never experienced such a stage in her previous life. Until 2 years after giving birth to Xiao Ai, Su Su was still a water-based mutant. Her role in the team was just like Leing now. She would occasionally fight monsters, but more often she would help the people in the team and provide assistance in life. I don't know when she released too much water, but Su Su's ability suddenly turned into ice ability. What she released was no longer flowing water, but extremely hard ice. Like now, when her water was released, It could be icy cold or refreshing to the lungs. This phenomenon has never happened before. The car had not been driving for long when it encountered a group of zombies migrating. Su opened her eyes, glanced at Yu, who was shaking with cold beside her, looked through the window in the direction where the zombies were migrating, frowned, and said, "There is a large group of survivors ahead. Go there." The zombie sense of smell is much more sensitive than their vision. In broad daylight, they are all rushing in one direction in such groups, proving that there are quite a few living people where they are going. Yu stopped the car. Su opened the door and got out, looking around. They had arrived at an intersection, not far from the hospital where Xie Yaser worked. A small number of zombies seemed to have smelled the scent of Su's group and no longer followed the main group in one direction. Instead, they split off and walked towards Su and the group. She didn't look nervous. She held the saber in both hands and started fighting. Yu followed closely behind, holding 2 fireballs in his hands, and started killing with King Kong and the others. Leing left Qinyu, Ruer, and Li Xiaoyu behind, holding a knife, and ran from the last car to the front. While killing the zombies, she asked Su curiously, "Su, why don't you use your superpowers? Your superpowers are so powerful, it's much easier than using a knife with both hands." Su ignored Leing and just used physical strength to fight with the saber. Zombies of this level were as slow as turtles, so he could just kill them with a knife. It would be like exercising. If he used his superpowers, even warming up would not be enough. The superpowers of a psychic are like the blue bar in a game, and the crystal cores are the blue medicines that replenish the blue bar. The superpowers are used up bit by bit, and finally when it is used up, it has to be replenished by absorbing crystal cores. Su's crystal cores were all used to cultivate her spirit. The crystal cores she got now were for when she broke into the hospital. There were too many zombies in the hospital, and she couldn't afford to exercise slowly. Besides, who says that killing zombies with a knife is not a form of exercise? Although Su is a pregnant woman now, pregnant women also need to exercise appropriately. If you exercise your physical fitness well, the red blood bar will grow longer, and the blood will be thick and durable. It is a two-way development, which is good. She fully absorbed the lessons learned from her previous life and did not want to focus only on how to improve her superpowers. Improving superpowers is very important, but no matter how strong the superpowers are, if you have a body that is not resistant to blows and will break at the slightest touch, you will not be able to go far. Of course, Su couldn't explain all this to Leing. After spending a few days together, Su found that Leing was too purposeful. The more Leing wanted to find out something from Su, the more Su would guard against telling her. She was just that stubborn. As for Leing, the more distant Su was from her, the more she felt the need to imitate Su. At this moment, she simply stopped thinking about how to control her water, picked up a knife, and fought the zombies hand to hand with Su. The battle became more and more intense. The zombies that were migrating to the front turned around and headed towards Su, Yu, and the others. The zombies gathered more and more, and it gradually felt like they would never be killed. Su found a free moment and looked back, and saw Qinyu at the back. She found some ropes and cloth strips from somewhere, and tied Ruer to her chest. Then Qinyu took Ruer with her, and helped Li Xiaoyu. Strictly speaking, Li Xiaoyu was still just a novice at killing zombies. Pru Jong taught her a few fighting skills before he left, and Li Xiaoyu only knew these few skills. However, most of the zombies were taken care of by Yu, King Kong, the scholar, the fortune teller, and Su in front. Even Leing could not grab a few monsters, and there were even fewer zombies that could walk to the back of the car. Li Xiaoyu acted as the main fighter to kill these zombies that escaped the net. Qinyu cooperated with her. With the combined efforts of 2 women and a child, they managed to kill several zombies. Seeing this, Su deliberately released a few zombies to the back of the convoy to give Li Xiaoyu and Qinyu a chance to practice. She then glanced at Leing, who was getting closer and closer to Yu and King Kong, and sighed. In Leing's mind, no one's life or death had anything to do with her. As long as she could become stronger and make friends with the strong, how much would the safety of Li Xiaoyu, Qinyu, and Ruer be worth? Such people can indeed live a long time in the apocalypse, but who dares to be a teammate with such a person? After killing for almost an hour, the corpses of the zombies piled up layer by layer and finally showed a trend of gradually decreasing. When there were only a few zombies approaching, Yi waved his big hand and set fire to the corpses on the ground. In the flames rising into the sky, he said to everyone, "Get in the car and go to the front to fight." Everyone returned to their cars, ran over the burning bodies of the zombies, and drove towards the gathering place of survivors ahead. At this intersection, to the left is a 3-story international supermarket, and to the right is the hospital where Xie Yaser works. The zombies originally migrated to the left, which means that there is a high possibility that there are a large number of survivors in that international supermarket. Su tilted her head, wrapped her fingers in a ball of water, and washed her hands and face. She placed one hand on the window, tilted her head and looked forward, frowning at the zombies gathered in front of her. It was easy to kill these zombies surrounding the first floor of the supermarket, but it would be very troublesome to deal with so many survivors inside. Just as he was thinking about it, the zombies in front seemed to realize that there were more living people coming, and they stopped wandering around the first floor of the supermarket and turned towards Su, Yi, and others. Just when Su and Yi were about to get out of the car to fight this group of zombies, the door of the supermarket suddenly opened, and a large group of people carrying backpacks swarmed out. However, more people quickly closed the door from the inside after this group of people ran out. The zombies split into 2 groups. One group continued to walk towards Su and Yi, and the other group turned around to chase the people who ran out of the supermarket with backpacks. Suddenly, screams, curses, fear, scolding, and beatings were heard. Su opened the car door, picked up the bayonet, and chopped the zombie closest to her. Looking up, in this chaos, she saw Xie Yaser's figure among the group of running survivors. This group of survivors were all strong and powerful men. After being caught up by the zombies, they were still able to fight back and curse. Therefore, the staggering figure of Xie Yaser, a woman, stood out. In addition, the down jacket on Xie Yaser was put on by Su herself. The bright red color was like blood. She was so unique. How could she not attract attention? Su took a few quick steps forward and shouted, "Xie Yaser, come back. Xie Yaser." The scene was in chaos, and Su's voice had long been drowned out by the zombies' roars. She was anxious, and seeing Xie Yaser about to slip away from under her nose again, Su turned back, grabbed King Kong, pointed at Xie Yaser's back, and said loudly, "King Kong, bring that desperate woman to me, and I'll give you a big bucket of water so you can take a comfortable bath."
Whoa.
Okay. King Kong glanced at Yi, then patted his chest towards Su. Su felt her hands go empty. A gust of wind blew past, and the King Kong in front of her disappeared. She turned her head and saw that on the other side of the street, across several zombies, Xie Yaser had been carried on King Kong's shoulders. "Let me go." As soon as Xie Yaser finished saying the word "I," King Kong had already carried her back. He threw Xie Yaser, who was wearing a bright red down jacket, in front of Su like throwing a sandbag. On his dark face, he smiled happily. Su, do you want to tie me up? Hearing this, Xie Yaser struggled to stand up. She had a bulging backpack on her back, her hair was messy and greasy and a little dusty, and she smelled of sweat and stench. She looked at King Kong angrily and asked, "Do I know you? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" Behind Xie Yaser, Su was shaken by the backpack on her back. She took 2 steps back and thanked King Kong. "No, thank you." Then he raised a finger and poked Xie Yaser's back. "It's me, I know you." During the battle between this man and the zombies, Xie Yaser suddenly turned around, put on his huge backpack, and hit King Kong again. King Kong floated away, leaving Xie Yaser and Su standing in a hellish scene, staring at each other with big eyes. "You," Xie Yaser said hesitantly, looking at Su's clean, fair, and tender appearance. "Su what? Su? Yes, it's me." Su pointed at her nose, as if she was very happy that Xie Yaser remembered her name. "What a coincidence. How did you get here alone?" "I went to the police station to look for you the day after the apocalypse. but I couldn't find you. Xie Yaser spoke and looked around. Some people were running away, some zombies were rushing towards them, and some were fighting to kill zombies. But she and Su stood a few meters away from the zombies, reminiscing about the past, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This scene seemed a little weird. Xie Yaser looked at Su again. This girl who was pregnant at the age of 19 and planned to give birth to a child on her own didn't seem to have changed much. She was still as clean and beautiful as before the end of the world. No, her skin was whiter and more elastic than before the end of the world. She swallowed, feeling her throat so dry that it seemed to smoke. She said without further ado, I was planning to go to jail, but I found out that the whole world had gone crazy, with zombies biting people everywhere. The police from the police station took us out, and I met a man named Brother Pai, whose son happened to be born in my hospital, so he and I decided to go back to the hospital to save the child. We ran all the way and ended up here. Oh, those babies in the hospital are probably gone. Su didn't want to say what would happen to those babies. She was a mother, and she always felt uncomfortable when she said those words. Xie Yaser shook her head, took out a mobile phone, and showed Su a few text messages on it. No, the neonatal department of our hospital has always advocated a sterile environment. The babies in the incubators are still alive. There is a lot of milk powder stored in them, and there are doctors and nurses feeding them. It's just that the milk powder in the neonatal department is running low, and those doctors and nurses are stuck in the neonatal department and can't leave. So, you and Brother Pai are going to break into the hospital and deliver milk powder to those babies? Su stood with her hands behind her back and glanced at the screen of the phone in Xie Yaser's hand. Text messages were coming in one after another, roughly saying that there were still survivors in the hospital, but everyone was stuck in the neonatal department and the pediatric intensive care unit. There were a lot of zombies outside. The zombies couldn't get in and they couldn't get out, blah blah blah. Taking another look at the huge backpack on Xie Yaser's back, she said why it looked so heavy. It turned out that it was full of milk powder. Su looked Xie Yaser up and down again. This woman was about 30 years old, with a thin figure. She looked good, but she was covered in dust and didn't dress herself up. She was bolder than Li Xiaoyu and actually wanted to go to that zombie club. How did she and Pai Ge plan to enter the neonatal department of the hospital? Su really wanted to hear it.
This.
Xie Yaser was a little speechless. She ran and stopped all the way, and her mind was only on the babies in the incubators. She never thought about how to send them to the hospital after taking the milk powder. I can kill zombies. I can walk all the way here. I'm not just thinking about escaping. Brother Pai was a gangster before the end of the world. He has found many of his old men in the past few days. We have been preparing to go to the hospital. Yeah, you guys were preparing to go into the supermarket to look for supplies, and then you were blocked by zombies. If we hadn't come, would you have been able to get out of the supermarket? Su nodded, glancing at Yu and the others who had almost cleared out the zombies in front. I'll go with you. Real? Xie Yaser, who was carrying a bag of milk powder, suddenly brightened her eyes. Looking at the expression on Su's face, it was as if she saw a savior. She naturally saw the abilities of Yu and others. These days, she probably understood that some people would become people with superpowers, and the fire and wind that Yu and others used to kill zombies were superpowers. If we could get help from people like Yu, not to mention delivering milk powder to the hospital, even taking those children out of the hospital would be entirely possible. Immediately, Xie Yaser shook her head, her face serious. She lowered her eyes, glanced at Su's belly and refused. You'd better take a rest. With your body, your stomach. I'm fine, my stomach is fine. Su interrupted Xie Yaser's words, fearing that Xie Yaser would reveal the existence of Xiao AI. She was still angry about what Yu had said before, so she didn't want Yu to know about the existence of Xiao AI, lest Yu would disapprove of her giving birth to Xiao AI. She was even more afraid that Yu would force her to have an abortion like Xie Qinyan did in her previous life. There are some people and some things that Su doesn't want to test, nor does she dare to test. Anyway, she and Yu are only traveling together for a short distance. When the army arrives, Yu may not stay with her. Maybe there is a higher platform waiting for Yu. Moreover, Su doesn't plan to stay in Xiangqing base for her whole life. By then, she and Yu may be separated from each other and never see each other again until they die.
So, let it be for now.
She will find a way to give birth to Xiao AI and raise her by herself. It has nothing to do with Yu. Xie Yaser was slightly stunned when Su interrupted him, and then he seemed to understand that Su didn't want to tell her about her pregnancy, so he nodded and changed the subject. Are you serious about accompanying me to the hospital? Yes, it's true. But going to the hospital is not a trivial matter. Let's find a place to rest first. Tell me your detailed plan. Su pointed to the 5-star hotel in front. The people who came out of the supermarket earlier ran to the hotel over there. She turned her head to look at King Kong, ignoring Yu, and asked King Kong, "What about you guys? Do you want to come in and play with us? There are lots of crystal cores here." Hospital? Yu killed the last zombie in his hand, blocked Su's gaze towards King Kong, nodded and said happily, "That's a good place to earn crystal cores, let's go." The others had no objections. There were zombies to fight and crystal cores to earn, so why not go for a walk? They could also loot some medicine from the hospital. The reason why detailed planning is needed before entering the hospital is because there are too many people in the hospital, especially the day before Doomsday. It is estimated that all hospitals in the world are overcrowded, which has created one zombie club after another, indicating that zombies are particularly concentrated in hospitals. In places where zombies are particularly concentrated, the Doomsday virus will be particularly strong, so most of them will become mutated zombies. Just like there will always be 1 or 2 people with special powers in a group of ordinary people, the probability of occurrence varies with quantity, and the size of this probability is not equal. Su wanted to go in to kill zombies, earn crystal cores, and save babies. It was impossible for her to simply open the door and rush in with Xie and the others. She knew which floor the neonatal department was on, which direction they should go after entering, and what to do with the babies after rescuing them. All of this required detailed planning. And his group had followed her all the way here, and now that it was getting late, it was time to rest. A group of people and 5 cars drove into the hotel opposite and sorted themselves out. A group of survivors had already rushed into the hotel. When Su and others parked the car and walked into the hotel lobby, everyone looked over at the same time. In this era, people can be transformed into zombies, and it is not uncommon to have people with superpowers. The strange thing is that they have never seen someone with superpowers so strong. The fire can not only be used to light cigarettes, but also turn into a big fireball to burn the zombies directly. Everyone looked at Yu with a little reverence and worship. This is a normal phenomenon. Now that society has become like this, the strong will be respected. Is it okay to park the car outside? Li Xiuyu moved a little closer to Su and asked in a low voice. Su shook her head and turned to Li Xiuyu and whispered, "These people just got some supplies from the supermarket. They have enough to eat and drink. Don't worry. Besides, they are different from ordinary survivors. They have a leader." Following Su's words, Li Xiuyu looked around and found that this group of people seemed to be organized. Each of them carried a large backpack like Xie Yaser's. The backpack was so stuffed that the zipper could hardly be closed. The expressions on their faces were not as timid as those of ordinary survivors. They all held their heads high and chests puffed out, as if they had succeeded in something big and had a vague sense of accomplishment. "Dr. Xue?" A male voice sounded, and with a question in his voice, everyone stepped back, revealing a man outside the crowd. The man was about 40 years old, with a shaved head and a black dragon tattooed on his head. He was wearing a black cotton jacket and holding 2 knives in his hands. He walked forward, looked at Su and the others strangely, and then asked Xie, "Do you know them?" "Brother Pai." Xie looked a little embarrassed and explained, "Yes, these are my friends' friends. They said they would rest here for 1 night and then accompany us to the hospital tomorrow." The bald man named Brother Pai's eyes lit up, and he nodded. His eyes wandered over Yu and the others for a long time, as if he was examining them or sizing them up. Finally, he gave way to the elevator behind him and said, "Floors 1 to 5 are already occupied. You will live on the 6th floor." Some rooms have not been cleaned yet, so you need to clean them yourself. The hotel has an independent power generation system, and the elevator can go directly up. Okay. Thank you, Brother Pai. Xie Yaser thanked them and pulled Su Su through the crowd towards the elevator. Seeing this, Yu followed them one after another in full view of the crowd. After everyone entered the elevator, Xie Yaser tilted his head and whispered a detailed explanation to Su Su. This is the Brother Pai I was talking about. On the day of the doomsday, he was also detained in the police station like me, the same police station where you sent me to surrender. It is said that he used to be a gangster boss and a very loyal person. I followed him all the way here. He is about 40 years old and unmarried, but he has a lover who is pregnant with his son. The day before the doomsday, he gave birth in our hospital. Because it was a premature birth and he was infected with pneumonia, he was directly sent to the neonatal intensive care unit. His son is still alive, but I don't know how his lover is doing.
Oh.
Su Su understood, looked at the blood-stained elevator, nodded and praised. He is good. The spirit of rescuing his son despite all the difficulties and dangers is worthy of learning for men. When saying this, Su Su glanced at Yu intentionally or unintentionally, but Yu didn't hear anything because he was tilting his head and talking to King Kong. Yu and Su Su couldn't get along, so Su Su didn't force him. She tilted her head and asked again, how many men did Brother Pai summon? Is the 5th floor full? No, the 1st floor is the lobby, the 2nd floor is the restaurant, the 3rd floor is the fitness club, the 4th floor is the beauty salon, and the 5th floor has a dozen rooms. They are all Brother Pai's people. This hotel is also Brother Pai's property before the end of the world. Why was Brother Pai arrested and taken to the police station before the end of the world? Among the crowd, Leing looked at Xie Yaser with a hint of deep meaning. Xie Yaser was stunned and looked at Su Su, not knowing how to explain to Su Su's teammates. Su Su looked normal and replied for Xie Yaser, don't worry about what happened before the end of the world. No matter why he was arrested by the police station. Everyone stopped asking questions, but they still had some doubts about Xie Yaser. In a society with a legal system before the end of the world, he committed a crime and went to the police station to turn himself in. It was Su Su who sent him there to turn himself in. How did Su Su, a college student, get involved with Xie Yaser, a doctor, who was going to turn himself in at the police station? Now, no matter how you look at Xie Yaser, he seems to be somewhat mysterious. At this time, the elevator door opened and the 6th floor was reached. Su Su was about to walk out of the elevator, but Xie Yaser grabbed her hand and said, Su Su, Brother Pai just said that the floors above the 6th floor have not been cleaned yet. That means... There was no need for Xie Yaser to continue speaking. The sounds of zombies howling and claws scratching on the doors from the doors on both sides of the corridor reached everyone's ears. The rooms above the 6th floor had not been cleaned yet, which meant that the zombies had not been cleared away. Su Su turned around, nodded, and walked out of the elevator. Li Xiaoyu and Qinyu took Ruer away and entered each room to collect supplies. The only one left, Leing, began to introduce herself to Xie Yaser enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Leing. I'm a water-based mutant. Do you want some water? No, thank you. Xie Yaser nodded, passed Leing with a serious face, and walked towards the room that Su Su had cleaned, carrying a large bag of milk powder. After all, she had worked in a big hospital for many years and had seen too many people like Leing. Xie Yaser had always prided herself on being noble and had never been kind to people like Leing. This was the case before the end of the world, and it was the same after the end of the world. There are only a dozen rooms on one floor. The apocalypse happened on December 31st, which is not a major holiday. The weather was cold enough, which is the off-season for the hotel industry. There are zombies in only 7 or 8 of the dozen rooms. The remaining rooms are free of zombies, so there are enough rooms for everyone. Su Su looked around for a few times and chose a suite with a unique view. There was a mahjong machine in the living room, floor-to-ceiling windows in the bedroom, and a small conference room opposite the bedroom. It also had sofas and tea sets. She decided to sleep here tonight, so just as she was about to go out to call Xie Yaser came in with milk powder on his back and closed the door at the same time. Then he put the big backpack with milk powder on the ground, walked to the French window, frowned, looked at Su, and asked in a low voice, Su, is your baby okay? I didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. I could eat, sleep, and… Su looked at Xie and couldn't help but laugh softly. Should we say that Xie is bold and unconventional? Or is Xie smart enough and a wise beauty? In the end times, which team is willing to take a pregnant woman out to fight zombies and find supplies? Isn't this a burden to the team? Xie didn't ask about the baby in Su's belly in front of everyone before, because she was considering whether Su wanted to hide her pregnancy and didn't want the people in the team to abandon her. That's good. Xie nodded, and once again showed the demeanor of a deputy chief physician. It's not the 3-month danger period yet, so you should avoid dangerous movements and don't exercise too vigorously. She originally wanted to say that it was best not to do strenuous exercise, but think about it. In today's world, where can one take a leisurely walk in the streets? Or stay at home and take care of the baby? Women, children, and the elderly are all vulnerable groups in this world, especially pregnant women. If they are not careful, the result will be 2 deaths. I've been very relaxed. If I hadn't been thinking about this little guy, I would have been able to fly today. Holding her palms and fanning herself symbolically, Su said shamelessly that she couldn't run fast, couldn't jump far, and even didn't use half of her strength to kill the zombies. It was all because of what Xie said, that she and Xiao AI were now in a 3-month critical period. I'll check you again when we get to the hospital. I don't have any equipment right now, so I'm powerless. Raising his hand, Xie touched Su's belly with regret. The 2-month-old fetus was not very big, and Su's belly felt very flat. From the appearance alone, it was impossible to know Xiao AI's specific condition. And those medical auxiliary instruments that humans had developed after N years of development were now lying in the pile of zombies, with no one interested in them. Su thought about it, and it made sense. Although she didn't feel any discomfort, she had worked so hard in her previous life that Xiao AI grew up healthily in her belly. She was so careful in this life, so there shouldn't be any big problems. But it would be okay to check with the help of instruments. At least she could see if Xiao AI's little comma had become a little bigger. She nodded expectantly to Xie. Just as she was about to speak, Yi rushed in and stood at the door and shouted, "Sister, turn on the water. We want to take a bath." Su's face turned serious. She looked at Yi and responded indifferently. She then told Xie a few words about talking later, then followed Yi out of the room and walked into a suite opposite. In that suite, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller were crowded together. They all looked at Su expectantly when she came in. Needless to say, what they were waiting for was Su to say, "I'll give you a big bucket of water so you can take a comfortable bath." Su was not hesitant either. She walked into the bathroom and started running the water. The water flowed out of thin air, as if a valve as big as a bowl had been opened. After a while, the huge round bathtub was half filled with water. At this time, Yi walked in. Su was sitting on the edge of the bathtub. She raised her eyes and glanced at him, without saying a word. She still lowered her head and ran her bath water expressionlessly. "Hey Su, why are you so cold to me?" Yi sat down opposite Su, bent down and looked down at Su's drooping face. "Did I provoke you?"
No.
Su turned her head away, gritted her teeth, and didn't want to pay attention to Yi. She was still angry about what Yi had said before, and she didn't want to see Yi's face until she calmed down. "No, you must be mad at me." Yi rolled up his sleeves and put his hands into the water. After a while, the originally cold and clear water began to slowly warm up. He lay on the edge of the bathtub, tilted his head to look at Su, and said seriously, "Su, I'm a rough man. Sometimes I do something to irritate you, and I don't even understand it myself. Just tell me what it is that makes you dislike me so much."
No.
The water was full. Su looked at the bubbling water in the bathtub and got up to look for Yu and Ruer. Since King Kong and the others had boiling water to take a bath, there was no reason not to add some water for Yu, Ruer, and Leing. As soon as she left, Yu took his hand out of the water and followed her like a tail. You are not mad at me. Why didn't you talk to me just now? Your line of sight was like a parabola, directly passing by me and connecting with King Kong. Sue, we can't do this. In the bathroom of Qin Yu and Ruer's room, Yu continued to use his Tang monk-like nagging skills, constantly circling around Su. Ruer stood at the door of the room, looked at Su, who lowered her head and said nothing, then looked at Yu, who was like Tang monk, then turned around to look for his mother, leaned over to her ear, and whispered, "Mom, what's wrong with my sister?" Qin Yu was sorting out supplies beside the big bed. These were collected from other guest rooms, and she planned to take them to the car the next day. When she heard Ruer say this, she looked in the direction of the bathroom, picked up little Ruer again, and whispered, "Shu, kid, don't worry about it." Originally, no one in this group of people could figure out what the relationship between Su and Yu was. But now, with Yu's pestering, things began to make some sense. It seemed that Yu was interested in Su, but made Su unhappy, and now he was chasing Su to ask the reason. Once Su makes up her mind not to care about someone anymore, she will behave very coldly, just like Leing's current fate. Anyway, she doesn't rely on Yu and his group to survive. Even if she leaves Yu, she is still confident that she can give birth to Xiao AI and raise and teach her well. And in essence, she and Yu are only a little more familiar with each other than strangers. Well, they have slept together once and even had a child together. They can't be more familiar with each other. So she doesn't want to be frivolous and playful with Yu all day long. Is that wrong? Watching Yu heating up the water, Su ran the water for Qin Yu and Ruer, then got up and went back to her room. Xie Yaser had already left for another room. She was a little tired, so she closed the door and went into the bathroom, planning to run some water for herself to take a shower, and then fall asleep accompanied by the starlight outside the window and the howling of zombies. The bathroom door was opened. Su raised her head and looked at Yu standing outside the bathroom door in the mirror. She felt angry. He was haunting her. He was really haunting her. Did he think she was someone he could easily get along with? She turned around, took a towel, and threw it at Yu fiercely, saying with disgust, "Get out." Yu grabbed the white towel hanging on his body and threw it to the ground. He walked forward, made up his mind, hugged Su's waist, lifted her up, and sat her on the sink. His dark eyes were gleaming with fire. He looked at Su levelly and asked through gritted teeth, Su, stop making trouble, okay? If you keep making trouble, I will get angry." "Angry? Okay, come on, hit me, let's hurt each other. No cooperation, no cooperation." Su was furious and was about to have a big fight with Yu, but Xiao AI started to become uncooperative at this time. Her stomach felt churning and she lay on Yu's chest and started vomiting. Not only did she out the remaining food in her stomach, but she also vomited out all the bitter bile. Yu was a little angry to begin with. Not only had Su been awkward with him all day, but he had just taken the initiative to pester her for so long, but her attitude towards him was getting colder and colder. Yu was planning to lose his temper and show off his manliness, but Su suddenly vomited all over him. Not only that, her face was as pale as a piece of paper.
Yurs anger suddenly subsided.
He felt a little distressed, and he held Su's hips and picked her up, patting her back and apologizing, just like coaxing a child. When he noticed that Su's vomiting was gradually not so severe, he gently put Su on the toilet lid, squatted in front of her, brushed some of the sweaty hair off her face, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you want to see that Dr. Xie Yaser? It's okay." Su's face turned pale, and she shook her head weakly. "I'm just very angry with you." "What did I do to make you so angry?" He frowned and thought hard for a while, but he really had no idea. "It's okay. I'm just being hypocritical."
Su looked at Yu.
His shoulders were covered with the filth she had vomited. On his cold back, there was still the heat of Yu's palm. Looking at Yu's face that was very similar to Xiao AI's, Su's heart softened. She smiled palely. Wasn't it just that Yu didn't want a child and didn't want to have any worries in the end times? Why was she so hypocritical? Yu was not there in the previous life, but Xiao AI was still lively and energetic. Now that Yiyu is here in this life, will anything be different? Su Su is still the same Su Su, and Yiyu is still the same Yiyu. They are two strangers and two parallel lines. The burden on Su Su's shoulders will not be reduced because of Yiyu's existence, nor will his love for Xiao AI increase or decrease in the slightest because of Yiyu's existence. So, what was she angry about? What was there to be angry about? Seeing Yiyu frowning and looking at her as if he was about to say something, Su Su shook her head, pointed at the stain on his shoulder, and said to him, "Go wash it. This smell is too bad. I can't stand it." Then Su Su pushed Yiyu out of the room, went back to the bathroom, washed up simply, turned off the lights, and lay down to sleep. However, before she could calm down for a moment, Yiyu, who had just taken a shower, came back to King Kong. He was wearing a short-sleeved army green t-shirt. As soon as he entered the room, he brought warmth into the room. Su Su turned over in the dark, covered her eyes with her smooth arms, and lamented, "Yiyu, go back to sleep. I'm so tired." She only felt the bed beside her sink, and Yiyu sat on her bed. In the darkness, he asked softly, "Su Su, do you hate me?"
No. Sushuan serdanistli again.
She turned over, facing away from Yiyu, and spoke the truth. Today, she was at most a little annoyed with Yiyu, but after Xiao AI's fuss just now, she no longer felt annoyed. Now she was just tired and wanted to sleep. In the darkness, Yiyu sat cross-legged beside Su Su, with his eyes open, looking at Su Su lying on the bed. The close-fitting and comfortable clothes outlined Su Su's petite and slender figure, wrapped under the bedsheet. He stretched out his hand, and on his thick wrist, he wore a watch exactly the same as Su Su's. The watch lit up a little fluorescence in the night. Yiyu grabbed Su Su's hand covering her eyes, took it away, and suddenly asked, "That night, you were drugged. How much do you remember? Why are you asking this?" Su Su closed her eyes, pulled her hand out of Yiyu's palm, and tried to muster up her energy to deal with Yiyu. "I don't remember much. I want to sleep. Close the door when you go out."